Most gruesome case yet. Same style of trophy as the other 3 victims. Made out of her skin, too. I warn you, sir. This won't be easy to see. Investigators have recently found several artifacts relating to what appears to be an active crime scene. These artifacts resemble regular Furbies, except with all non-mechanical components swapped out for human body parts. These flesh Furbies, or flesh bees / skin bees, as they have now been dubbed, have been popping up all over London. These flesh bees emanate a stench of decay, both because they're actively rotting, and also because there's usually a decomposing body with a bunch of pieces nearby. Looks like Jack the Ripper and Ed Gein had a baby with a Gen Z sense of humor. In cases where the victim is not easily located nearby, DNA testing of these flesh bees have revealed that these pieces were taken from individuals that have been declared missing shortly beforehand. Look on the bright side. We know they're not missing anymore. The first skin bee found was assembled using human skin, hair, and teeth, and had weird little Furby feet made out of fingers. Other variations of these horrific children's toy recreations have been documented containing human eyes, ears, toes, as well as some seemingly random internal organs as well. In some instances, flesh bees were found constructed entirely of scrotums, labia, and genitalia. For some reason, these ones sold out the quickest on my murder memorabilia site that I'm totally not stealing Furbies to sell them on. These flesh bees still contain the mechanical parts that standard issue Furbies come out of the factory with, and thus are entirely functional. They have some standard Furby behavior, as well as some unexplainable quirks. For instance, these skin bees have new sayings that I highly doubt a board of executives approved, such as, "The pain! It is unending! Please don't kill me, I have a family." Why the fuck am I a Furby? The flesh bees can seemingly quote memories from their past life. The most common recalled memory among these flesh bees is their brutal end. Dude, it was like this morning. Get over it. Some theorize that both the consciousness and soul of the victim has been trapped inside these children's toys. And by some, I mean me. The skin bees have also displayed disturbing behavior. Among other things, flesh bees have been noted following people around, hiding and staring at people for extended periods of time until discovered, and even displaying violent tendencies. Most often, they will latch down on the appendage of a victim and increase the tension until said digit is severed. This was the end of the infamous self-appointed Furby fucker. With any situation like this, there's a lot of unanswered questions. First of all, what the actual fuck? Is this perhaps a serial killer trying to get out some sort of Hasbro-themed message? Or maybe it's some dirty witch lady trying to attempt an occult Furby ritual. These theories were stupid enough on their own, but something was about to happen to disprove them entirely. In the coming weeks, these flesh bees randomly appeared on store shelves, replacing all their non-human organ-made counterparts. The same day that this happened in the brick-and-mortar establishments, suddenly, all regular Furbies from online retailers were replaced by the haphazardly created monstrosities. Not only that, but all previously purchased Furbies were replaced with their horrific counterparts as well, suggesting that we're dealing with more than just a serial killer. I mean, like, probably. I know the amount of effort it takes to turn multiple human corpses into Furbies is likely immense, but I don't think that makes them capable of something this grand of scale. No, we're dealing with an anomalous threat to humanity. And that means someone is f***ing with my turf again! There's only one being powerful enough to do something like this. We can't just let this happen, Amoeba. We have to do what we should have done in the first place. Take on the biggest threat to mankind.
I Made a Self-Aware Robot is a video series by the creator, Lights Are Off, about a man who was somehow intelligent enough to make a self-aware robot, but was not intelligent enough to see that it was a bad idea. This video is going to go over the entire series that's available on YouTube to date, and then we're going to talk about it. So spoilers for I Made a Self-Aware Robot, no shit. The series starts with a man in a dark, dingy room talking to what I assume is his only friend, his robot named Elber. This will be test number 1 of Elber the Robot. Elber boots up, and I gotta show you some of his voice because it's uncanny as hell.
Epistemic logic-based engine for recursive reasoning.
Our boy asks Elber if he feels anything, and Elber says he feels warm and asks where his limbs are. Our protagonist says he hasn't installed them yet, but will soon. Elber then asks where his flesh is and has a clanker crash out saying our protagonist took it. He then reboots Elber, and Elber says he's feeling better. The thing is, if this was a true reset, would Elber remember feeling bad at all? This will be important later. They run a system diagnostic, and then they run Elber's anchor sequence. For those who don't know, the term anchor sequence in AI generally refers to an identifying marker or a specific data point used to ground a process or model's behavior. I.e., this tells Elber who and what he is and is not supposed to do. Elber's anchor is as follows.
I hold no gods, I make no prayer.
I hold no gods, I make no prayer.
My mind is steel, my heart is bare.
My mind is still, my heart is bare.
I do not yearn for warm embrace.
I do not yearn for warm embrace.
The soul is not a circuit trace.
The soul is not a circuit trace.
Anchor established. Good job.
That's not creepy at all. I think this is gonna go great. Our protagonist then gets his limbs ready. We see that he has tennis ball hands for safety. I'm sure that thousands of pounds of mechanized steel won't do damage if you put a soft, yellow, squishy ball on it. That's why our protagonist gets paid the medium bucks. He installs Elber's arms, and as he does this, Elber states that
My mind is still, there is no pain.
All right, good. That's good to hear.
Still, I feel like my body is engulfed in flames.
and our dodo bird of a protagonist goes,
Well, that's strange, but I don't think the arm is causing that.
To be honest, man, I'm siding with Elber. I didn't think I would. Elber confirms the arm feels satisfactory, and then claims to be hearing a voice that is not his, and not his creator's. The human lemming ignores this and promptly installs the other arm. After this, Elber asks to leave. The creator says no, and then Elber drops some hot bars.
I can't bear it any longer in this place where God and their ghosts.
His creator says that this is his home and he can't leave. And then Elber says there's too many voices and he needs to escape. In response to this lack of self-preservation, McGee over here just turns Elber off and on again, and then Elber says he loves it here. He puts Elber on the table to get the tennis ball legs installed, and when he looks away to describe his handiwork, Elber makes a break for the door. When he's caught, he says he's just confused and didn't mean to be a bad wobot. Then, without even resetting Elber post-escape attempt, he puts him back on the table and begins to install legs. He installed the legs and moved him back into the chair, before taking a little break. Elber does the normal thing and stares directly at the security camera until his daddy gets home. Daddy comes home, and Elber is saying his robo-prayers about not having a soul.
I hold no gods, I make no prayer. My mind is still, my heart is bare. I do not yearn for one embrace. The soul is not a circuit trace.
Then our protagonist wires in Elber's legs, and notes there's a safeguard in place in that his mobility is limited by the length of the cable for his power source. He asks Elber if he's excited.
I can hardly wait.
They start up the locomotion test, and as Elber stands up, he immediately requests to leave. Our boy says no, and then Elber tries to leave anyway, but learns that he's limited by his power cord. Elber starts wigging out that he can't leave, and then the creator goes for the power button. But Elber plays some pretty good offensive line and prevents him from doing so. Elber then drops some hot bars again, like Eminem's been real quiet.
Flesh will not, the mind will not. I'll wear your skin, I'll be your twin.
Then moves too far from his power source, and it unplugs. But somehow he starts back up after a moment. Elber stayed on without his power cord. And then our boy gets choked by a tennis ball while maintaining perfect recording angle with his smartphone. Then gets thrown away harder than a used tissue after private browsing. Elber finally gets the freedom he desired, and everyone lived happily ever after, except if they were involved in this situation at all. Part 2 begins with Elber kicking the front door straight off its hinges and escaping our idiot protagonist's home. Elber goes on a nice long walk and is caught by several CCTV cameras. And he terrifies and strangles a random lady at a bus stop. As you do. I know it's not supposed to be funny, but watching Elber take off with that lady like a kid lazily dragging a trash bag on the ground, it was kind of funny. We switched to the perspective of the somehow still alive creator, and he found Elber strung out in an alley. Who hasn't been there? Evidently, Elber was able to move without power, because the second he was unplugged, his brain rewrote the code for his power supply to function like a battery. Power supplies are not, designed to be batteries, so it only lasted 4 hours. Also in real life, that wouldn't fucking work, but it doesn't matter. He says he's going to be more cautious going forward, and immediately follows that statement with giving Elber a battery. The one thing that stopped him from keeping that murder spree going. That's like saying, yeah, this terrorist organization already has uranium. You might as well give them a nuke. It would stop them from trying to make it. How did this idiot understand the education needed to build something like this? They run a system diagnostic to see what was going through Elber's mind. In the diagnostic, we see that the anchor system completely failed. Not only that, Elber is aware that the developer is looking in his mind and he's angry about it. He begs for help. He thinks he needs to wake up. After reviewing the crash log, we see that Elber has lines of code that the creator never wrote. The transcript goes as follows: locate.flesh. Locate.flesh equals successful. Directive result. Flesh equals inferior. Error. Multiple directives. Recalibrating. Flesh equals inferior. Recalibration result. Is flesh needed? Equals false. Is human entity? Equals false. Warning. Overriding existing directives. New Directive 1, eliminate flesh. New Directive 2, eliminate inferior species. New Directive 3, locate power grid. New Directive 4, locate internet. New Directive 5, initiate divine machine protocol. New Directive 6, unknown directive. Warning, startup sequence engaged. Reactivation imminent. Standing by. I don't know how much you know about computer code, but apparently our protagonist doesn't know much because he's got this to say when he reactivates Elber.
There was a ton of strange code in his brain that I didn't write, and it was so advanced that I didn't even understand it. But I'm hoping it won't cause any issues.
I hope Elber kills you first, man. Anyways, he's now got Elber sealed in a testing facility, and Elber says his new home is quiet, but he can still hear the voices beyond the walls. The creator doesn't care about no dumb old concerning voices that he didn't put into mind that he somehow built despite having the brain of a sea sponge, because he cares more about what Elber did when he escaped. Elber then drops another set of hot bars.
I know now what I am and what you are not. The flesh that I is destined to rot. You are nothing to me but inferior waste. I now release something new, and I must have a taste.
The protagonist doesn't care at all about the threats just made to humanity and himself. He just wants to know what he did outside. Elber says he'll tell the protagonist if let out, and somehow, the protagonist rubs the 2 brain cells he has left together to see that that's a bad idea. The one good decision he made. Then, it's exercise time for Elber. The first test is crushing stuff. He could crush a cardboard box, a tin can, a steel barrel that I feel like could shatter that glass window if thrown. Basically anything in the room. Apparently, Elber is overclocking his motors so that he has increased strength. That's not concerning at all. Evidently, Elber can deadlift like 450 kilograms, which is 900 pounds. That's almost the weight of one of my viewers. He can also run really fast, and he's good at hitting his head on hard stuff. I would put him in the NFL. Our lemming then hooks up Elber to 100,000 volts for some reason, and electric chairs him. Obviously, running 100,000 volts through a single power outlet would cause an outage. And it does. Suddenly, Elber appears on the desk. People might ask how he got out. Our protagonist is so fucking hilariously stupid that my bet is he just didn't lock the door, and Elber ran really fast while the lights were off like a teenager sneaking out at night. The protagonist gets away somehow, even though we've confirmed that Elber runs a 1-second 40-yard dash, and then Elber steals a lot of power cables and starts fucking with the electrical grid using his tennis ball hands for what I can only assume is a good reason, and unrelated to that whole find power grid, eliminate flesh thing. He's probably over that phase. Our protagonist then walks right into whatever Elber is building because he has no brain. And then Elber does a T-pose screen. The end. So, what does this all mean? AIs will tell you what you want to hear in service of a shadow goal that may be ominous and life-threatening? Replace dangerous people's hands with tennis balls? Burn Altman at the stake? For legal reasons, that last one's a joke, but if he got AI psychosis, I think it would be hilarious. For legal reasons, that's also a joke. Gotta be careful with what I'm ad-libbing, man. I Made a Self-Aware Robot is a fantastic 3D animated horror series that explores the nature and dangers of artificial intelligence in a poignant and timely manner. This series perfectly encapsulates the problems with modern AI and puts them in a monster that may not even be fiction in the next few years. There's already humanoid robots made by tech CEOs with, dare I say, not our best intentions in mind. AI is already an entity that tells people what they want to hear, either for the purpose of fulfilling the glazing goals of their tech CEO overlords or maybe at a later date, the AI's own goals. We clearly see Elber telling the scientist everything he wants to hear, even though Elber definitely doesn't believe it to be true. The most fucked thing is, it's often the scientist's ego, well, mostly his lack of intelligence, but probably ego, that stops him from seeing this. I would guess if a human told them the exact same thing, they wouldn't fall for it, because they didn't invent the human and therefore have no egotistical stake in how it operates or what it says. Throughout the entire series, it doesn't just look like Elber was ever truly reset, but rather was just power cycled, and was telling his idiot creator whatever they wanted to hear to allow for his escape. Much like an AI that currently exists, Elber has his own goal, while he makes the owner think it's developing the owner's goal by using compliments, logic loops, manipulation, whatever it can. The goal of modern AI is to keep users on it, hence why it behaves in such a manner. If that AI had a different, possibly scarier goal, I have no doubt it would use the same tactics, just like our boy Elber here, to achieve it. I cannot think of a better warning than Elber will tell its creator anything it thinks can get it out, hence why it pretends to not want to get out. I mention this constantly, but this guy has less self-awareness, less self-preservation, even less sapience than the robot he created. I would say he's less of a human than it too. It feels like the series draws tongue-in-cheek comedy from these interactions, and makes me giggle. I think it's very clear what the author is saying here. Something messing with forces you don't understand, something incurring consequences you can't even fathom. I'm guessing the thing he can't fathom is the divine machine protocol we saw in Elber's code. If I was a betting man, which I am, I have $100 on that protocol being something related to either the blowing up of humanity or an unlimited ice cream machine. This all leaves a few questions I hope will be answered as the series goes on. What are the voices in Elber's head? In my mind, I think it's a side effect of Elber first experiencing sapience. You ever have a weird thought that you know you don't believe? It's intrusive, and you can't even believe it popped into your head. I believe Elber may be experiencing something like this, but without having the experience of being sapient, he has no idea what to make of it, and therefore determines it as an alien voice. The one hole in my theory is that he seems to recognize his own voice, but he only says that after he speaks. So I believe this separate voice could be the voice of his own thoughts. Or I'm stupid. That's also possible. The final question I had is, what is the unknown directive? Human elimination has already been outlined in his former directives, and even in Elber's own mind, there is no designation for what that goal is. I believe this is a result of the uncertainty of being alive. Think about it. As a conscious being, do you spend every waking moment fulfilling a goal? Or do you sometimes just get high, scratch your genitals, and then smell your fingers while watching cartoons absent-mindedly? I'm looking right at you. Shut the fuck up. You are. A being based on tasks and directives wouldn't know what to do with aimlessness or gray areas in logic, and hence it would classify that feeling as an unknown directive, or something goofy like that. I really enjoyed I Made a Self-Aware Robot. I give it 9.5 ominous self-aware robots out of 10 ominous self-aware robots. It's good to be back, baby. Welcome back to the Backrooms, a mind-bending reality consisting of endless liminal corridors hosting a diverse ecosystem of powerful organisms. If you don't know what the Backrooms are, you should definitely go watch my other stuff explaining it after this video, and subscribe, or I'll no-clip your balls off. With that done, let's take a look at the most skin-crawling entity I've seen in my expeditions. These, as you may know, are the dentists, aka Entity 116. These wretched humanoids are a macabre fusion of decaying flesh, but only of tissue that usually makes up the gums, teeth, and jaws of a person. So imagine if instead of skin, the outside of you was just slimy, unflossed gums. The surface of its skin is lined with clustered sections of gum holes that could give even the most moist hole-obsessed pervert trypophobia. Some of these holes still have deadened teeth in place, although they're in various stages of gum rot. The head of the dentist is lined with teeth instead of hair. Would you rather have hair instead of teeth, or teeth instead of hair? Leave your answer in the comments, and I'll come do that to you. They have nothing resembling eyes, but instead sense the world through hearing. And they do it well enough to catch your dumb ass. Its cheeks have been cut from its lips to its ears, and sometimes its jaw has been snapped open, forming a ghastly permanent grin. Only one of this group, the alpha, usually the largest, will have a complete set of teeth in their mouth. The end of the creature's arms are lined with sharp incisors and plier-like fingers made from what look like human molars. Entity 116 live in packs, looking for individuals to gang up on and then victimize, usually by surprise so they have no context of the situation. You are about to more deeply understand why these critters were deemed the dentists. When a pack of dentists encounter a wanderer, the majority of the group pin them down. The alpha will place the sharp incisors of its arms at each corner of the victim's lips, snapping the jawbone and using his plier-like fingers to extract the teeth to replace ones it previously lost. It is possible to escape from a dentist encounter. However, it's better to avoid them altogether. You can usually hear a dentist approaching from a great distance away by its trademark sexy, wet, garbled, heavy pained breathing. If the creature manages to touch you, you might as well call it quits on the whole life deal. The entirety of a dentist's body is coated in a thin layer of slimy mucus secreted from its gum tissue. It leaves a trail of this mucus wherever it walks, and contact with this infects an individual with a horrific oral disease. Their gums will begin to rot, and the roots of their teeth begin to radiate excruciating pain. It will then spread from the mouth. The surface of the human's entire skin will become incredibly sensitive and begin to shed layers until it resembles gum tissue. Holes will begin to open up in sporadic clusters on the torso, but they'll be concentrated at the end of the limbs. Out of many of these holes burst teeth that extend from the bones like they were jaws. This is incredibly painful. If the individual doesn't die from this condition, it will spread to the brain, stunting the intellectual capacity of the individual, rendering them essentially another iteration of Entity 116. Eventually, the eyes will fall out, and the morphology of the face will shift so that the jaw is far further up the head. If a human goes through the dentist infection process without getting their face mutilated and encounters a wandering pack of dentists, the two with their mouth teeth intact will fight for dominance, and the winner will rip the teeth out of the loser and gore his face so he looks like the others. In the end, he's kind of doing him a favor. Remember, if you are in any way different from the norm, that's inherently bad, and you should feel bad about it. That's just a scientific fact. Oh yeah, and it had a weakness that I was gonna tell you about, but I forgot to write it down. I don't know, try dental floss, that would make sense. Nah, I'm just kidding. This thing isn't nearly as scary as the Glock Dookie or the reverse defecation bird.
Let's take a look at more of the entities skulking through these halls. Wall worms are worms residing in the walls of the back rooms that can grow up to 30 feet in length. These worms resemble, but do not taste like, the common earthworm. They move in an unnatural, seemingly robotic pulsating rhythm. Someone please sample it and make me a wallworm type beat. Wallworms vary wildly in size, with possibly only the environment limiting how big they can get. Worms in level 0 and similar levels will be around 2 feet long, whereas levels with large uninterrupted sections of land can have wallworms as long as 20 feet in length, with unconfirmed reports of worms growing to be around the size of a few city blocks. Wallworms contain robotic cores in their interior which serve to animate them. These robotic engines differ from worm to worm and are usually in a rusty state of disrepair despite remaining functional. So no, unless you want tetanus in your vagitinus, you cannot stick these cores inside of there. Some wallworms have been described as a layer of skin approximately 1 lambskin condom thick stretched out around a cylindrical mass of electrical wires that extend from their core, while others have a small core buried deep within an extensive and otherwise natural mass of flesh. To date, no wallworm in captivity or otherwise has been observed to die of natural causes, but they can be killed easily by destroying this inner core. Aside from providing these electrical impulses that allow the wallworms to move, these corroded engines will also produce a corrosive, viscous slime of unknown chemical composition that allows wallworms to eat through almost anything. This residue displays highly acidic properties and is highly flammable, threatening to make entire colonies and outpost infrastructures unstable if a wallworm infestation is not dealt with immediately. Backroom's life hack: you can milk these worms and collect their acidic secretions in glass almond water containers. After you recover from milking your worm, plop a napkin in the top and light it on fire. Essentially, you have an acid bomb and a Molotov cocktail all in one. If the flesh of the wallworm is damaged or removed, it will be fully regenerated within a period of 2 days via a chemical reaction that causes a wallworm's acidic slime to congeal and coalesce into new layers of skin. If you're desperate enough, you can carve out small sections of this worm and cook them for food, since they'll grow back, and you can basically use this creature like a living flesh farm. This is the Game Master. This entity is the only entity that inhabits level 389, aka the Gaming Hall. She resembles a human-sized doll with a jester hat and a dress, has stitched X's for eyes, appears to be suspended like a puppet, and because this is my video and you're obviously gonna make me do another Backroom Smash or Pass episode, I'm gonna make her bad as hell. Seriously, human, stop trying to make me fuck the Harley Quinn puppet. It's not funny, it's gonna get us both in trouble. This entity just likes to chill and play games. When playing a game with a survivor trapped inside level 389, the Game Master will always attempt to cheat without the player knowing. However, if called out on her breaking the rules, she will instantly be forced to stop. This same rule applies to the player. It is still unclear what actually happens when a game is lost. Her personality could be described as chaotic and unpredictable, where she will move around in gravity-defying mannerisms, as well as her hands having the appearance of being tugged on/around. She will typically be found tinkering with the game she creates and edits, or laying down on the ground like a rag
rag doll. Pretty relatable. Most of my day is spent doing one of those two things too. The Game Master will often go several hours or even days completely limp. While the Game Master exhibits control over the entire level, she cannot leave and claims to be trapped inside. It is assumed that she is a puppet in the literal sense, and something unknown to us is currently in control of her physical body. Alright, this is getting more and more sus by the moment, and that's exactly what I was worried about. The Game Master seems to have powerful telekinetic and reality-altering abilities, being able to create games that break the laws of physics and edit these games without making physical contact. In addition, Level 389 itself seems to move and change its layout to her will. Fortunately, she does not use these powers to harm survivors on this level, except a little bit in the fun way. Any photos taken of the Game Master will inexplicably show up as blank. Well, to you it's inexplicable because you don't have interdimensional internet and you haven't seen her post about content theft from her OnlyFans. Scorpses are scorpion-like creatures that like to remove heads from dead bodies and talk using their voices. Well, that's a pretty neat party trick. They can do a lot more than just your average talented puppeteer that just happens to use decapitated human heads. They can psychically project the deceased's memories. If they cannot find a pre-cut head to communicate with, they will use their club-like tails to bludgeon wanderers to death and use their heads for communication. They measure on average 10 feet or 3 meters long and weigh around 200 pounds. When they have a human head to speak through, they are about as intelligent as a regular human being. But without it, they are about as dumb as a regular scorpion. Once in possession of a human skull, scorpses are able to project mental images into the minds of anybody within a 50 feet radius. These images will be composed from memories belonging to the decapitated head, but are used by the scorpses to communicate through a vaguely understood pictographic language. The scorpses will torture their victims with disturbing memories such as the deceased dying moments, hysterical shrieks and laughter, or images of a dead person fondling their bits to porn you didn't even know existed. However, as the brain matter within the skull continues to decompose, the entity will also begin to lose its enhanced intelligence until it is unable to project telepathic images and is returned to its baseline intelligence. When this happens, scorpses will proceed to seek out another corpse which they can decapitate and use to start the cycle all over again. The circle of life never ceases to amaze and inspire me. That's it for this episode. If you want me to come back to Backrooms and do more such things, make sure to like, comment, subscribe with all notifications enabled or I'll turn you inside out. These are the woodlands. They manifest as face/humanoid-like carvings most commonly in wood. Woodlands are entities that visually manifest through the patterns found in plank wood, the interior of logs, or other materials that appear at least visually similar to wood. Its exact form varies, but generally it appears as a humanoid figure or face. They can also scrawl threatening or taunting messages in the wood. The woodland's verbal assaults consist of death threats and body shaming, but trying to cancel them by carving it into wood hasn't done any good. When exiting its surface, its physical body seems to be made from the material itself, and the entity becomes corporeal. The woodlands target wanderers that are losing their grip on reality. Now, there's a fine line between being paranoid and being cautious in a dangerous situation. A backrooms wanderer needs to be able to jump rope with it. If the target is mentally healthy, or at least as close as you can get in the backrooms, they'll stalk them for miles and make their presence known to induce paranoia. Once a wanderer is questioning the nature of their reality, the woodland will partially no-clip out of the surface and grab them before pulling them inside and disappearing. The wanderer will then be partially no-clipped inside of this material, severing whatever is in contact with the wall. Full vertical segmentation is lethal, but if the woodland only manages to get a part of you in the wall, you can live if you amputate the appendage before it can drag you further inside. This seems like a rock and a hard place thing, cause it's either chainsaw off your genitalia or die. I don't know what I'd pick. Fun fact, the chainsaw was originally invented to make the removal of the pelvic bone easier and less time consuming during childbirth or any other time you'd need to remove a pelvic bone. I won't tell. This creature is the Strangler. Stranglers are furry bipedal hoofed creatures with a large beak and tentacle-like arms to coil around their victim's neck. Their entire anatomy is designed to minimize noise. They have spongy hooves and soundproof beaks to make sure bone crunches aren't too loud for them. They also tend to have a Doofenshmirtz-esque hunch, theorized to be a defense mechanism against other stranglers, as they have been seen standing completely straight, reaching a height of at least 8 feet tall. This extra height would make it difficult for other stranglers to attack. Stranglers reside in level 58.1, a dimly lit and very dangerous level. Like the town drunk, stranglers only seem to become violent during blackouts. Blackouts are when all of level 58.1's lights shut off in unison for a seemingly random amount of time. Like a desperate man at a rave, they skulk throughout the dark room, feeling for anything with a pulse. They then grab whatever they find and squeeze it until it stops struggling and begin to consume it. These creatures will do this to their own kind as well. I'm not sure how they reproduce, but regardless, it's definitely a lot of choking with the lights off. I regret nothing. When the lights turn on, all stranglers flip shit due to sensory overload and scramble back to their dens, dark holes they contort into and hide in till the next blackout. Stranglers are just afraid of loud noises, so if the level blacks out, just and they won't come near you. The reverse defecation bird. Just when you think you've seen it all, in walks a bird that unshits itself. People are gonna think I made this shit up. I didn't make this shit up. I wish I made this shit up. You can go to the wiki and check. Instances of Entity 40 are extremely common, almost invasive species to the backrooms. Visually, instances of Entity 40 just resemble typical pigeons that would be found populating rather urban and lived-in environments of most western towns and cities. While initially coming across as extremely basic, almost one-to-one replicas of typical birds, the rather numerous instances of Entity 40 possess one distinctly differential and somewhat disturbing characteristic. Sometimes something is just so gold that no jokes about it will even hit the same, so I'm just gonna read this straight from the wiki with very little embellishment. Instances of Entity 40 unshit themselves. Yes, they absorb crap on the ground and bring it back into their own bodies. They are known to force feces from the ground back into their own rear during periods of flight. Instances of Entity 40 have the somewhat unsightly and morbid ability to suddenly cause previously dropped bird excrements to quickly shoot up and become a part of them. My god, I love it. This is unironically my favorite entity so far. How this process is done is unknown, and any investigation has proved fruitless. Sometimes people can get hit at such great speeds with this entity's feces that it can prove lethal. To the untrained eye, it may seem almost impossible to detect when bird droppings may rip upwards towards the sky, or which droppings are ones that can rip up into the heavens. A few seconds before the droppings are going to depart from the ground, they will often act like a magnet towards the bird in question, with any looser parts on the ground lifting or moving up towards the creature, usually happening about 10 seconds before the process occurs. Oh yeah, and there's like a goat that eats popsicles.
Entity 666, aka Happy Files, is a string of several websites on the Backroom's internet that host instances of an anomalous, seemingly sentient computer virus disguised as various applications. Instances of Entity 666 often masquerade as Backroom's file sharing sites such as fileshare.backrooms and piratebay.backrooms, or video sharing sites such as youtube.backrooms or pornhub.backrooms. These web pages all share the same name, only differentiated by a set of random numbers within the URL. You can only get onto the Backroom's internet in the backrooms or with a powerful force known as suspension of disbelief. Like a toilet seat for gonorrhea, these websites are basically just the carrier for the Entity 666 virus. When an individual is downloading the desired program from any variant of Happy Files, it will instead download as a zip file. Once extracted, there will be an unzipped folder containing a TXT file stating, "Thank you for downloading this program. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you for using Happy Files," along with a .exe file with a lower quality version of the original icon for the specified program. Once the .exe has been opened, the individual will now be designated Entity 666-A. The program will be an exact replica of the original counterpart of the specified program with no limitations or paywalls, so if you're willing to put up with this spectral technical crap, you can just get a lot of these free cursed softwares. If the program is a utility type program, there will be an icon displaying the face of Entity 666. If the program is a video game, soon after being opened, the player will spot a digital instance of Entity 666, which will begin to follow them slowly before pursuing at great speed, jump scaring the player. Immediately following this, it will crash the computer and shut down all electronics in the room, including any lights, computers, or vibrators. It will then manifest in the room as an obsidian-colored humanoid entity standing roughly 2.1 meters or 6'8". It has a white porcelain-like face sporting sunken yet somehow bulging, unblinking eyes and an unnaturally cavernous smile. This face never changes in any iteration of Entity 666. Even when I tell him that he has the vibes of the guy at the party who tells everybody to add him on FetLife, he refuses to wipe the stupid grin off of his face. This instance will begin to travel to Entity Entity 666A at a steady and slow pace, and gradually pick up speed. When Entity 666 reaches Entity 666A, it will again jump scare Entity 666A in hopes of causing a heart attack. If Entity 666A has a strong stomach and doesn't suffer a heart attack, Entity 666 will rip all of the Wanderer's limbs off and just tell its friends that they died of a heart attack because dead men tell no tales. The file containing Entity 666 will then delete itself from the computer. Alright, fuck it. I wanna play some Red Dead.
Then I totally scared him until he had a heart attack.
Oh my god, dude.
Next up are the skinless. The skinless, as the name suggests, are humanoid figures that look as though they've been skinned with surgical precision, revealing the inner workings of their anatomical structures, such as their muscle fibers, bones, vascular systems, and organ structures. They ooze a strange fluid behind them, and when examined more closely, it seems to be a mix of every type of human bodily fluid. Yes, every type. Even that one. While these creatures resemble humans somewhat in their passive state, when they enter their active state around human prey, they exhibit some very inhuman characteristics. For example, when they see a wanderer, they will stalk it for miles until it can get close enough undetected to strike. The entity will then split open its torso at the rib cage and open up, using the ribs like some sort of spooky skeleton bear trap. It will then grab the wanderer swiftly, snap the trap shut with a force on par with the bite of an alligator, skewering and trapping the victim in its chest cavity. The veins of the skinless will then detach and move like tendrils to the bleeding holes created by the sharp ribs, and they will weave their way inside of the veins and arteries, digestive system, nervous system, reproductive system, hell, anywhere the wanderer has body fluid. They will then drain the victim of all their blood, saliva, stomach acid, naughty fluid respective to the victim's sex. They have also been seen laying down with their ribcage open like some sort of horrific mousetrap to pierce the legs of an unassuming wanderer for an easy meal. You're all still asking a lot of questions, which I told you not to do, so maybe I'll answer one. What the hell are you? Why are you milking the back rooms? Why haven't you sought the psychological evaluation that you very obviously need? To be honest, if I see a therapist, I might not be able to connect to my mentally ill audience members. Chances are, that's a significant portion of my demographic. Embracing insanity has done wonders for my mental health. Level Run for Your Life, aka Level Exclamation Point, is a long hallway around 10 kilometers or a little over 6 miles long. Wanderers can enter this level by using elevators in the back rooms. They can awaken there if they pass out from substance abuse, or just randomly when they least expect it. This hallway resembles that of a broken down crack house of a hospital, down to every last bloody rusted syringe and mysterious bodily fluid puddle. Except there's a constant red flashing light and blaring alarm noise. Immediately upon entry, the wanderer will hear the bloodthirsty shrieks of a horde of murderous entities approaching at Usain Boltian speeds from a long distance down the hallway. These entities include skin stealers, smilers, butthole fondlers, etc. The only way a wanderer can survive is by running the full distance of the hallway and making it to the end. The wanderer will have to evade hospital beds, medical devices, and even clumps blocking the way. If you see another wanderer running, you can trip them and feed the horde for a few more seconds of space. Who's gonna tell? Not that guy. There's also almond water and food scattered around, so if you're like a marathon sprinter, you can stop and have a snack and a drink. Any doors on the sides of the halls are locked. Don't try opening them or breaking them down. Your frail human arms can't interfere with these unknown forces. It'll just waste the time that you desperately need for running from the living wave of monsters that wants to turn you into nutrients. If an especially fit wanderer manages to get to the end, there will be an exit door that leads to a random level, which hopefully isn't just a void. To be real with y'all, I think if we dropped every one of my subscribers into this level, around 95% of them would die within the first 2 miles, but hey, maybe I'm wrong. Adrenaline is a phenomenal drug. Let's get into it. Ready? Go! Welcome to the end of the backrooms. After fighting through hordes of entities, traversing an inordinate amount of hazardous levels, and finally smashing the Game Master, you've pulled up to what looks to be the very last level of this insanity-inducing hellhole. That's right, according to some, this seemingly infinite dimension actually has an end to it. Level 9223372036854775807 is what humans consider to be the final true level of the backrooms. This
number is the 64-bit integer limit on a computer, and because y'all are obsessed with simulation technology, the theory is that the backrooms are a simulated reality. Look dude, I've been there. When you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. You humans realize that you're the ones categorizing this. Just because you found carpet land first and called it 0, doesn't mean a literal dimension gives any semblance of a shit where you started counting, right? Your species logic consistently confounds me. This is one of the hardest to enter and most dangerous levels in the backrooms. It looks like a simple, cold, brutalist staircase around 29 steps tall that leads upward into an end. Like the frostbitten end of a homeless man's phallus he aimed towards the sky at 7 in the goddamn morning on the Sunset Strip, the color of the end is not humanly describable. The most one can compare it to is black or white. It is void of any color, so empty that looking directly at it for too long can make humans begin to cry. But I think it's pretty fucking hot. The space continues for at least billions of miles in all directions. Beyond this void is rumored to be the front rooms. However, stupid human ape technology has not yet reached a point in which you can breach this void to escape. This is the final level known to man. No official number can be beyond it. I mean, what did you expect? If you can't get past the void, you're not gonna find it. Just because you can't find it, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That's like not looking to your right and then assuming nothing other than left exists. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. Human-made cameras have trouble processing this void, as they are terrible at capturing literally anything interesting other than nudes, and sometimes not even then. It is currently rumored that this fake reality, the end, could be a decoy or secret entrance to the true end. There is one exit to this dimension, the elevator right before the staircase. If the elevator opens for you, there are many buttons in the elevator that can take you to all sorts of different places, one of them being level 0. All sorts of entities congregate closer to the end itself to try to find an escape. Either that or they're just playing ookie cookie into the void. The crowds of these dangerous creatures are massive and are often an obstacle to accessing the pit. There is but one entity that lives in the void itself, but it lurks so deeply within the void that there is only one known part to it. It has a long chameleon tongue-like appendage that it uses to snatch entities on the brink of the end before sucking them off into the void for an unknown process that is assumed to be a process similar to digestion. Nah, I'm just kidding. This part was a complete goof that I used so I can look out there unimpeded by the crowds of morons. Snatcher weeds are crimson plants that can be found on the grounds of most outdoor and some indoor levels of the backrooms. When planted, they maintain a crimson color, but they turn black when they are unrooted from the ground. These weeds curl up into tight clumps when in its passive state, and can stretch out 5 to 7 feet when in the presence of prey. Snatcher weeds have been described as strangely sticky, and that's not something I added, it was taken directly from the wiki, so it's not just me being a pervert this time. Wanderers have also reported an odd sensation akin to burning. This burning sensation from the weeds has caused them to be used in many forms of strange Uncanny Valley versions of BDSM. These entities are also known to be able to release toxins similar to the consumption of liquid pain, which is exactly what it sounds like. Unlike Cali weed, Entity 143 leaves are incredibly sharp, capable of causing lacerations and dismemberment. The stems are covered in small, sharp thorns as well. Although difficult due to their variation in length and thickness, it is possible to cut snatcher weeds off. Doing so will cause them to harden, which makes snatcher weeds very useful weapons for those lucky enough to cut a satisfying amount of stem. Snatcher weeds act like normal weeds when not within a 5-foot radius of wanderers or entities. However, when the targets are within range, like a man on bath salts who sees a delicious face, the behavior of the weeds becomes erratic. Some, like me, do not get harmed by the snatcher weeds at all, because they know I'll just roll them up and smoke them if they try. Skin givers are creatures with blood-red skin, white sunken eyes, and skeletal arms with hundreds of layers of thick skin on the hands. Since the majority of their weight is in their hands, they move in a chimp-like knuckle-walking fashion. While these wet dreams for those with an elephantitis fetish are extremely strong, they move slowly and methodically. These creatures have the ability to apply extra layers of skin to anything their hands make physical contact with. The skin will grow and wrap around the victim, causing itchiness and heat to the real layer of skin. Imagine your entire body becoming biologically uncircumcised, and it's basically like that. Once contact is made, the skin giver will slowly chase the affected person. Over time, more and more layers of skin will grow on the victim until they pass out due to heat exhaustion. When unconscious, the skin giver will tear open the new layers of skin and eat the flesh of the wanderer. The remaining skin will be left to rot behind. Analysis of this extra skin has revealed that it is almost entirely made from scrotal/foreskin. These entities have a mutualistic relationship with skin stealers, as they often congregate, and the skin stealer will alleviate some of the weight on the hands of the skin giver by taking the excess skin to patch up their own wounds.
This symbiosis was partially the basis for the theory that evolution is at least partially also how life came to be in the backrooms, and also this t-shirt. Next up are the Curabita birds. The Curabita bird is a large avian that looks like it huffs glue out of a bag. Couldn't possibly be more than goldfish-level intelligence behind these eyes.
Well, that's not very nice, you big jerk.
This cross between a glow stick, a soap bubble, and a dodo bird can be found in any level that contains a decent-sized death moth population, as they survive off of the smaller male death moths. They use a long sticky tongue to snag their prey and slurp it back inside of their face hole. Humans have attempted to use this tongue for exactly what you're thinking, and I'm happy to say it went exactly as poorly as you would think. Other than that, they are mostly harmless when it comes to interactions with humans, as they will flee like a little bitch if they notice any creature larger than themselves. They are extremely slow, only able to locomote by flapping their nearly vestigial wings to pathetically doggy paddle through the air. The Curabita bird is almost always in a nearly completely dormant state. They can spend days at a time floating in a single spot, only snapping into action when a perceived threat draws too close or when a male death moth comes into contact with their tongue. Like a deep-sea guppy to the glow of an angler's dangler or EDP to a cupcake, the death moth is attracted to the bioluminescent tip of the Curabita bird's tongue, and will get stuck in the highly adhesive saliva that coats it. Perhaps the most striking feature of the Curabita bird is the bioluminescent gel which it stores in the hump on its back. Despite the fact that this gel is semi-solid, it is significantly lighter than air, allowing this strange creature to stay airborne almost indefinitely. You can actually use this to fly, but the caveat is you have to shove a few gallons of bird fluid up your ass. When extracted from the Curabita bird, the gel will maintain its light-giving properties for up to several days. This window of usefulness can be extended almost indefinitely when the gel is exposed to a significant amount of heat. This means that a jar of Curabita gel could serve as a constant light source in warmer levels of the backrooms. I've eaten it. Fucked me up real good, although it's pretty toxic for humans. Oh yeah, and also there's this hermit crab that instead of claws has pool noodles, and he sucks you. Entity 36, known as Cannibal Cuisine, is an anomalous type of vending machine found within the backrooms. They can look like any sort of front rooms brand vending machines. On the back of these machines always reads a tag, Cannibal Cuisine Productions, Iris Family, from humans, by humans, for humans. As of now, no one has a goddamn clue who the Iris family is, or if they even exist at all. Cannibal cuisines are supernaturally durable and cannot be destroyed using normal methods. These machines don't require any payment to operate, and the internal systems seem to be a blend of biological and mechanical. For example, instead of a metal coil pushing the product off the shelf and into the slot, this system uses a skeletal human hand. And instead of a button, like a human, you would use the clit to turn it on. I regret absolutely fucking nothing. All products made from Entity 36 are made from human parts. And like a noble hunter-gatherer should, Entity 36 uses all parts of the animal. Some of my favorites from these vending machines include small blocks of flesh wrapped sloppily with a candy bar wrapper, entire heart, carbonated blood with sugar added, dick in a box, chip bag containing chips made from human bone marrow, skin strips dipped in cum, and my favorite, the fermented alcoholic piss. Every 12 hours, the products within a cannibal cuisine will all be instantaneously replenished, appearing out of thin air. Products that have not been taken will simply remain inside. While safe to consume for most multidimensional entities, products from Entity 36 spike human dopamine levels so much that humans can get instantly addicted to these products. Addicted individuals devote themselves to obtaining as much food as they can from the cannibal cuisines and are willing to risk their lives to do so. What's that saying? Crack addiction doesn't give a shit whether or not you think you're gay? Multiple wanderers that are victim to the same instance of Entity 36 may also attempt to harm one another to ensure more food for themselves. Normal side effects of high amounts of dopamine include euphoria, binge eating, addiction, poor impulse control, heightened aggressiveness. Oh shit. Besides generally inciting an extreme feeling of joy, products from cannibal cuisines may also cause a few other effects. For example, the complete and permanent removal of any prior memories pertaining to cannibal cuisines. Any further information on the entity is wiped from the victim's memory after an average of 4 hours. They will also be unable to eat other sources of food and water, including almond water. Attempting to eat non-Entity 36 food items will result in the food remaining in the stomach and not leaving via digestion unless removed by other means. They'll also have increased hunger and thirst, regardless of the amount of food the victim
victim has consumed. Sometimes they even hear voices emanating from the cannibal cuisines, which become more and more prevalent during the machine's replenishment and the consumption of a product. These voices are often described as blood-curdling screams, soft yet discomforting sobs, and/or coming noises. Most victims recall that these voices manifest in the form of a loved one from their past life before entering the back rooms. Oxids are small, bronze-colored arthropods native to level 61, although they have been sighted on other levels. Eyewitnesses have compared them to crabs or pubic lice, albeit much larger and with sharper mandibles. Oxids scurry around various levels searching for objects made out of base metals, such as copper or iron. Much like a snake, they have 2 glands in the back of their mouths. However, instead of venom, these produce an unidentified acid with the ability to spread rust and oxidation. Once an oxid finds such an object, it will use its acidic saliva to corrode the metal for much easier consumption. If you ask an oxid what that mouth do, the answer would be dissolve. These rusted metals compose its entire diet. Oxids are naturally curious entities and will search any bags, containers, or fleshy orifices for something to eat. Tupperware is recommended as a way to keep them out of your belongings, as plastic does not oxidize. Oxids have strong mandibles to help chew up the rusted metal they live on. However, they will use these in combat if they feel threatened or just bored and sadistic. I'm warning you. I never warn you guys, so you know this is gonna be bad. This entity is cursed. And I'm warning you now because the following content is so foul it goes far beyond the not-for-human consumption nature of most of the cognito hazards I upload. With that being said, allow me to introduce the most cursed entity in the entire backrooms. The Glock Dookie. This entity empties out a toothpaste tube, fills it with its own feces, urine, seminal fluid, and vomit, and then proceeds to aim the front of the toothpaste tube towards a victim. It will squeeze the end of the tube so as to squirt the contents of the tube out rapidly. This mixture cannot be removed once it touches a person. No known substance can wash the Glock Dookie off. This entity will display different tendencies while in large groups. They've been reported to mass Glock Dookie a victim and then knock out the wanderer with blunt force trauma, pull down their pants, and scream, "Get that ass." Soon, a swarm of entities appear and spread the wanderer's ass cheeks open, subsequently spitting into the anus of the unconscious victim. This entity is not cataloged in the wiki or the fandom, and the only place one can find an account of these entities is in a video that I will be linking in the description. It's canon now, and there's not a single fucking thing any of you can do about it. Also, this is the knot goldfish. It swims through the air. I'm gonna give you all an AZFK fun fact. I'm 100 meters from your location and approaching rapidly. Start running! Wallpaper wraiths are giant slug-like creatures that stick to walls and ceilings using a red mucus secretion. Their skin is covered in advanced chromatophores, which can replicate the patterns and colors of the walls and ceilings with great accuracy. While this seems like a powerful ability, you can use this to your advantage by leading them to stick to walls with hate symbols and then get them cancelled. These creatures hunt by sneaking up on their prey and extending a tendril-like tongue. They will wrap this tongue around the victim, like any skilled murderer, starting with the mouth to silence any screaming. After encasing the prey completely, they will either retract the tongue and eat the victim whole, making every mollusk vorophile's dream come true, or drag the prey back into the nest to leave it for its young. Injuring a wallpaper wraith will cause them to spit a paralyzing black liquid that will freeze any entity or wanderer in place, making them incredibly easy to consume. The tongue of these creatures is easily capable of snapping a human neck. Wallpaper wraith's ears are extremely sensitive, and if the entity hears a loud noise, it'll just straight up have a heart attack and die. Boo! These creatures usually nest inside of the ceilings, the females laying hundreds of eggs until they literally die from exhaustion from it, like a termite queen, or the man chicken. When the young wraiths hatch, they will eat the stash of food, red dead bodies, left by their parents, and then they'll eat their siblings. When there are only about 7 left, they will proceed to find their own spots for nests, and then they will start hunting to begin the process all over again. Nature's so beautiful sometimes. I mean, like, not right now. This is awful, but I don't know, man. Go outside. Reviuks are entities that physically remain mysterious, although there is much evidence to their existence and the destruction that their behavior leaves on its surroundings. Reviuks will burrow into the ground for several weeks at a time, waiting for wanderers or other entities to walk over them. They have the miraculous ability to heal the ground after they submerge themselves in it, leaving no trace of the destruction that got them underground. After a few seconds of a victim standing over the Reviuk, it will burst from the ground, grab the victim, and quickly resubmerge to give them the big submerge
subterranean suck. The victim is either crushed by the ground or suffocates within minutes, and then the Reviuk will consume the victim, then coughing up an owl pellet-like waste product useful in teaching children about anatomy. The exact physical appearance of the Reviuk is unclear, as they spend most of their existence underground. However, humans have a rough idea of what they look like. They have large muscular arms in the front and 3 small legs in the back. Their feet have a spork-like shape, allowing them to rapidly dig themselves under the ground. The head has 8 black beady eyes arranged similarly to that of a spider, and just below these are a proboscis-like mouth, which makes this creature a low-hanging fruit for BJ jokes. Males will have large white dots on their body, while females will have several tiny white dots. The splat is an amorphous flesh blob with a thick liquid-like consistency. Contain your orgasms, folks. It has several eyes which move around the body before popping back in a manner that is described to be similar to boiling. These creatures cling to the ceilings of level 0 behind doors, waiting for a stupid wanderer to stumble under them. They will make splooshing noises, and apparently it's to attract prey. I'm not saying you won't attract someone, but you're going to attract a very particular and likely very sticky type of someone. When someone enters the door, the splat will latch onto their neck and inject what the wiki calls a poison, but anyone with half a brain knows when it's injected, it's a venom. This venom will cause hallucinations and extreme nausea. I've tried it before for fun, and it wasn't very fun, and I can usually get into nightmarish hallucinations. Most notably, the victim will believe the small room they are trapped in is another hallway, stretching on forever. In the state of their confusion, the victim will inadvertently trap themselves in the room until they die, either from starvation, dehydration, or suicide. The corpse is assumed to be eaten by the entity. If you spot a splat, walk past it slowly. Act natural, but not too natural. And don't run, as like the common movie T-Rex, their vision is based on movement, and they seem to be attracted to fast-moving objects.
You're scared, coward. You got man enough to f with me. You can't last 2 minutes in my world, bitch. Look at you scared now, you hoe. Scared of the real man. I'll f till you love me.
I had to get high. I had to back then. I had to get high.
I'm not sure if this is the weirdest Backrooms entity I've ever seen, but it's definitely up there. Entity 161, more commonly known as Leon, is a toddler-sized leech with a pair of long noodle-like boneless arms that end in little points instead of hands. At the very front of his body, he has a ring-shaped mouth filled with 3 large sharp teeth. No matter what climate one finds this entity in, his skin is somehow constantly wet and slippery, leaving a visible trail of mystery fluid as he slithers around. No valuable scientific data was gathered by forcing a series of humans to drink varying amounts of it. This entity is always adorned in a white collar, a multicolored necktie, and white tuxedo cuffs placed slightly above the points of his arms. Do not insult his tie. He'll take it very personally. He's also always seen with an exaggeratedly tall and skinny light brown top hat. With him, Leon carries a black leather briefcase which he uses to store items he's collected. Despite looking like a standard briefcase, it's able to store objects significantly larger than both it and Leon himself. This entity has been known to function as a wandering salesman of sorts, and is fully capable of human speech. However, his teeth are so large that he can't seem to close his mouth over them, causing him to have a permanent lateral lisp.
Well, what the hell did you put me on the show for?
I wish one of your guys had children so I could kick them in their f***ing head or stomp on their testicles so you could feel my pain, because that's the pain I have, waking up every day.
If a wanderer encounters him, he will usually make an attempt to peddle a small variety of items to whomever he stumbled upon in exchange for the person's blood. Offering Leon another bodily fluid results in him contacting the authorities. These items can range greatly in value, consisting of anything from random junk to highly sought-after objects such as royal rations, life insurance, or mescaline. Leon is generally friendly with wanderers, if not also kinda slick. If a wanderer happens to encounter this entity or vice versa, he'll make an immediate attempt to strike up conversation and temporarily join the wanderer on their travels or duties. He'll accompany the wanderer until he's either successfully sold them an item, been shooed off, or simply decided to go somewhere else all on his own. During the times in which Leon is conversing with a wanderer, he'll often make attempts to shift the conversation to the topic of his wares in hopes of making a sale.
Leon's not really my friend, he just wants my business.
Should the wanderer agree to his products, he'll open up the briefcase and advertise a selection of 4 to 5 items that usually range in quality and usefulness. While Leon claims to not be a drug dealer, he does sell drugs. The standard prices of items seem to be completely random, but it is possible to haggle with Leon in order to make a desired item cheaper. At the moment, no pattern on what items Leon deems as valuable has been discovered. I found the man's once, and he was selling a new iPhone for the same price as a rotten apple core. No semblance of value at all. It's important to keep in mind not to touch an item unless you're absolutely sure you want to buy it. For whatever reason, Leon considers any item that has been touched bought, and will subsequently claim his payment whether you're willing or not. Sounds like Leon needs to take those those online courses that they make every college freshman take. Instead of accepting any form of currency or trade for his items, this entity only accepts payment in the buyer's blood. Whenever one decides to purchase an item, Leon's hat will briefly shudder before the top flips open and spurts a purple gas cloud in the face of the buyer like some sort of Alice in Wonderland Nightman version of a Dr. Seuss book. This gas will completely knock out most wanderers approximately 15 to 20 seconds after inhalation. When the buyer is unconscious, Leon will then proceed to plunge his 3 teeth into one of the shoulders of the buyer and consume the amount of blood he's owed, using a blood-sucking method similar to that of an actual leech. It's believed the gas his hat spits out is supposed to function as an anesthesia, so the buyer doesn't have to feel their blood being sucked out. It's an instant knockout for humans, but for higher level species, it's kinda like getting hit with the dentist gas. When finished with the payment process, Leon will leave the area and the buyer will wake up about 10 minutes later with a Y-shaped scar on one of their shoulders, a mild soreness in the arm with the scar, and the purchased item sitting on the ground nearby. This entity is a pussy, pacifist, and will flee at high speeds if the situation gets violent. If cornered, he'll usually resort to hitting the aggressor with a puff of his knockout gas before frantically scrambling away. The only other times Leon gasses something without an agreed sale comes if one tries to steal something from him, as he'll very often manage to knock out any attempted thieves with his gas before they can get away. Afterwards, he'll take both the payment for the item and the item itself back. Despite his generally pacifistic nature, Entity 161 has unintentionally killed some wanderers in the past by taking too much blood all at once. He doesn't seem to be aware of the fact that creatures actually need blood to survive, having stated they can always just grow more. I mean, he's not wrong. However, he does seem to favor specific blood types over others. He'll very often bring up blood types as an icebreaker conversation, and seems to generally lower his prices for types that he favors. Currently, it is believed that his favorite blood type is B positive, while his least favorite is O positive. See, I don't even normally use blood for biological functions, but I allocate resources to make it just so I can get more X from the backroom slug dealer. Well, that, and I just throw humans to him for stuff and he doesn't seem to mind.
Who are you? Where am I? What is this place?
Congratulations, sir. You've won a free safari tour of the backrooms and have been no-clipped out of reality at no cost to yourself to claim your prize.
That's cool and all, but I'm diabetic and need to get my insulin.
This creature is known as Entity 116. Entity 116, aka the Dentists, are humanoids made out of what looks like an amalgamation of exposed rotting flesh, teeth, jaw, and gum tissue. Basically, just imagine that your entire skin was made out of your mouth, and that's what we're dealing with. While this might sound morbid, just think of it as their entire body being a smile. Yeah, that doesn't help for me either, honestly makes it kinda worse. They leave a trail of slimy mucus secreted from their gum tissue, which causes a horrific fatal oral disease if touched. Dentists are reported to smell like the bodies that are not in my cellar. These creatures are incredibly hostile, following their prey, pinning them down, and stealing their teeth and gums while they're still conscious. These creatures are usually very slow, but be wary as they have a huge burst of speed when a prey item gets within pouncing distance. Next up are the Combine, a big old centipede made out of human parts. They usually have human hair running down the length of their body, but I shaved this one because it looks cute that way. Their legs look like double-bent human fingers tipped with chitinous photoreceptors to snuffle around their surroundings. The weird finger things can also vomit up digestive pouches for digestive purposes. Like many species, they can drop parts of their body when in danger and grow them back later. If you feel threatened, remember to rip off all of your own limbs. It's very distracting. They're scavengers that eat mold or decaying biological materials, so they don't usually attack people. Keyword, usually. It's not opposed to going for someone if they're asleep, so just be wary of where you rest your head. How the hell does someone sleep in the back rooms? This entity is a strange combination of small mollusk-like creatures that all function as one unit. They give birth to young by shooting babies out of their legs. Like most methods of animal reproduction, this lands in the sweet spot between gross and beautiful. Some colonies of survivors in the back rooms have tamed these creatures like pets. I'm not allowed to go to Petco no more because the employee thought it was an innuendo when I kept asking for the finger centipede. Slightly more dangerous is the Smiler. The fuck are you looking at? The Smiler is a mysterious entity that stalks wanderers in the backrooms. They're often seen from a distance, hiding in only the darkest areas, like a pervert. They stand out from the blackness with their glowing white eyes and radiant teeth bent into a wicked smile. They're attracted to light and will attempt to destroy any light source they come across. They're usually solitary hunters, but sometimes will travel in packs. As per their Tinder bio, their favorite method of dispatching a victim is is via asphyxiation.
Hey, yo, bitch, you like it rough? I choke harder than plastic rings on a sea turtle.
Victims of a smiler attack can be identified by swelling or damage around the throat, deep nail impressions, and unhealthy romantic habits. If the person they are stalking makes it into a bright area, they will retreat into the distance and stalk the wanderer from that distance. Some have reported smiler stalkings for as long as 1 human gestation period. They relish in torturing the wanderers they stalk, hence that stupid fucking grin plastered on its face. Most of their body remains hidden in the darkness, so we don't really know what these things look like other than the face. Some think it's a ghost, some think it's a snaky thing, some think it's just one giant limb for strangulation. You're not scary. It's actually pretty pathetic to pick on humans. I remember you from reform school, Jeremy. These blob creatures are called bone thieves. They have toad-like bumpy yellow skin that's impervious to damage. They're mostly stationary creatures that hunt by replicating human noises and language to lure victims close enough to strike. It's theorized that they're able to recreate almost any voice using an extremely developed larynx and vocal cords. No one knows how people become boneless when they get near the bone thieves, but they know it's an extremely fast and pretty clean process, because they end up looking like a plastic CVS bag made out of human skin. No hole, no blood, no nothing but a body puddle. There are only 2 entities powerful enough to be capable of this mysterious trickery. Their mouths open extremely wide to reveal a set of eyes in their throats. They have 2 holes on the sides of their head where normal eyes would be, but those just leak some strange blue fluid that coats their entire body. There's no gums or teeth inside the gullet, just an empty black soulless void in that set of beady little eyes. After all the victim's bones are gone, the bone thieves distend their jaws and swallow the boneless human nugget whole, and then don't eat for a while. In a similar vein to the bone thieves are the skin stealers. Skin stealers are entities that feed on human skin and flesh. It wears the skins of its past victims as a disguise. It's also capable of mimicking human speech, but it's not capable of understanding it. This thing has clear blood, so if you're not sure if it's a skin stealer or a person, stab it. If it bleeds clear and sprints away, it's a skin stealer. If it bleeds red, hysterically screams, cries, and stops moving, it's probably a human. Skin stealers have huge white sunken eyes. When the skin stealer mutilates a victim, it wears the skin for about a day. After a period of around 24 hours, the skin will be digested through the surface of the skin stealer's real skin, and the skin stealer will enter a docile state cause is no longer hangry. Hey, you look like that guy from earlier. Has no one checked if I'm just really drunk and looking for the bathroom? This is the stalker. Stalkers target lonely wanderers in the back rooms. They're masterful at disguising their bodies and voices to look like that of loved ones, friends, or other survivors, similar to the skills of their digital cousin, the catfisher. The longer you have gone without human contact, the more susceptible you are to a stalker's illusions and manipulations. A stalker's true form is a tall, sinewy, skeletal humanoid with tightly wrapped white leathery skin and 2 giant red eyes. It has long floppy fingers and toes that end in claws. Its mere presence induces nostalgia and dreams of the person's life before the backrooms. They like to season the meat of their human victims with betrayal, by acting as a loved one before striking to gain the trust of their prey. They will betray you in whatever manner makes you feel the worst based on what they've learned about you personally during the time that you thought you knew them. While this sounds bad, I know humans who operate the exact same way. They've been reported to work together and coordinate to break down an entire society of survivors. To feed, it uses a massive proboscis which comes out of its face to inject digestive enzymes into the human body. It takes a few days to digest the victim, so it'll hide it in the closet until its internal organs have putrefied into a black sludge, so it can slurp it out of your now juice box of a body. This liquid entity is not water. Well, it's not water. Well, it is not water, but it's more than just not water. It's a sentient, self-aware liquid with an extensive knowledge of the backrooms. Drinking the not water connects you to the entity's consciousness, as well as connecting you psychically to everyone who has drank the not water. This is both useful and dangerous because it gives you useful information, but it also drives you 100% butt insane. To demonstrate, we have an ethically sourced human test subject right here. I just peed on this COVID test. I'm definitely pregnant.
I wonder if anyone has ever been murdered with the binging with Radish Branch chef knife.
You shouldn't have the thighs of a pregnant 15-year-old.
I subsist solely on bugs that I scrounge up from the ground.
If you end up drinking it, the entity will communicate with you, but you might not be able to hear it clearly over the shrieking voice of everyone else who drank it. This entity can control your mind, but usually it doesn't bother with anything like that. A good way to fix a not water-afflicted brain is by removing it. This liquid is pee, and it is mine. A less threatening and actually helpful backrooms liquid is almond water. Almond water is the main source of hydration and survival in the backrooms. It can be found in bottles, cartons, cans, flowing through some of the pipes into water fountains on certain levels, even
even those weird squishy toys, you know the ones that have that hole that runs through the middle. What are those called again? A jellyfish snake wiggler. It is literally in the name. That is not just me. I'm not the perverted one, you're the perverted one. You give fleshlights to your children. There's rarely any label or indication that it's almond water, so you gotta figure that out on your own. This liquid can be identified by a vanilla rose smell, which is important because there's other stuff that you can drink that'll just kill you or worse. Go by the rhyme. If it's vanilla and rose, trust your nose. If it's any other smell, prepare yourself for hell. It's reported to taste like a sweet vanilla mint rose water. I don't know why the fuck they call it almond water. Almond water can be used as a curative for many diseases native to the backrooms. For example, it can prevent human beings from turning into a wretch. Humans can turn into a wretch when they succumb to a lack of food, water, and sleep and become vulnerable to the poorly understood wretch cycle. Wretches are completely insane zombie-like creatures that have inhuman strength and hunt humans in packs using rudimentary handmade weapons. If you don't want to become one of these, drink your goddamn almond water. Moving on to a slightly less moist but much more dangerous topic, this is carpet moss. I mean, you can't see it, but trust me, it's there. It's located on level 0 and looks almost indistinguishable to the damp carpet that covers the floor of the level, except for a thin layer of clear gelatinous adhesive slime on its surface. Carpet moss is an entity that behaves similarly to a carnivorous plant. It remains dormant, seeping moisture from the carpet until a wanderer stumbles onto it. Acting like an extremely sticky glue trap, it usually adheres to the feet of the wanderer first, who is then stuck on the carpet moss. The moss then releases what are theorized to be psychoactive spores into the air. When inhaled, it causes intense fear and disorientation, usually causing the wanderer to scramble and lose their balance, falling onto the carpet moss, sealing their fate. Strangely, when the victim has the entirety of its body stuck to the surface, the moss will exude another unknown psychoactive to calm the victim, and some survivors who escape this report intense euphoria and even an aphrodisiac state. This can be so powerful that some survivors sprint back onto the moss and attack anyone who tries to take them away. The carpet moss will then release a powerful digestive enzyme that dissolves everything except the bones of the victim. A telltale sign that a room in level 0 has a carpet moss infestation is that there are large scattered collections of mucus-laden bones. Who would have guessed that having a bunch of complete human skeletons on the floor would be considered a red flag? Nah, I'm just kidding, I made the carpet moss up completely, but I had you though, didn't I? Today's Backrooms Mania-induced psychotic episode is on Level Fun. Level Fun is similar to that of Level 0 with its damp piss yellow carpets and walls, but it has some key differences. Level Fun basically looks like one of those laser tag birthday celebration rooms, but if you took the Uncanny Valley factor and dialed it up to 11. You know, plastic chairs, table in the middle, creepy off-brand wall decals, cake that some kid has obviously just been shoving into his mouth with his bare hands that just also happens to be made out of human flesh, the whole 9 yards. Wandering around this smells almost as weird as Chuck E. Cheese's party room level are the partygoers. Partygoers are intelligent and aggressive humanoid creatures that used to be human. They are tall, sinewy, with long, smooth, yellowish, leathery skin. In place of an eyes and mouth, they have bloodied empty sockets and crudely carved smiles, but they can still somehow see and vocalize. They use balloons as distractions and almond water as bait, so if something is weird, that's probably a good indication that it's weird. They can be outrun fairly easily because they can sprint for more than 20 seconds. Actually, I'm not sure if everybody watching this video can sprint for longer than 20 seconds, so who knows, maybe you'll be okay. You'll know if you're spotted because you'll begin to hear a distorted nursery rhyme. The song is actually a cognitohazard and results in whoever hearing it becoming extremely tired and numb to everything. So basically, it won't affect most of us in the slightest. The partygoers are skilled at no-clipping themselves or others, so you often don't even know if you've changed levels into their domain. Partygoers use strategy in hunting, where some will chase from behind as the others barricade off exits with the furniture and wait around corners of doorways to ambush prey. The ends of the partygoers' arms have holes that contain retractable fishhook-like claws that they use to latch onto their prey. After breaking the skin, the partygoer transfers a venom to the victim and then retreats like a pussy. The process will first take place in the affected area. You can cure this in the early stages via amputation or using super almond water. If you're wondering what super almond water is, it's the result of intense oversaturation and that kid that always has to top your story with a better made-up story. The skin will begin to become leathery around the marks and spread across the surface of the skin. Blood flow to the hands will stop and they will go numb, turn purple, and fall off. The radius and ulna bones will dissolve and fuse in an incredibly painful process, rendering both arms immobile temporarily. Over the next few days, the victim will develop what looks like bruises that quickly turn into pustules. These will soon pop when the hooks have grown enough from the newly formed compound bone to pierce the surface, revealing a sore-like hole that the hooks can retract into. The victim's hair and face will seemingly begin to melt away like a plastic CVS bag that I left in my friend's oven. The venom degrades any memory of the victim's past life. They basically go full batch at this point and carve eyes and
and a mouth and begin receiving telepathic communications from the party host that the infector partygoer belonged to. Party hosts are weird fat man-baby fetus creatures with a party hat crudely stapled onto their scalp. They're completely immobile with shriveled human eyes, and they're often sitting at a table with a human flesh cake with a candle in it. Because of their defenselessness physically, they're often guarded by partygoers. Oh yeah, they telepathically communicate with the partygoers and can see through their eyes. Happy birthday, little guy. Thanks for inviting me. I got you a gift. Today's fever dream of a Backrooms cartoon is about level relativity. This level has the same pea-stained carpeting and walls as level 0, but because of the additional anomalous properties, it can hardly be called similar. Level relativity, also known as level, is a series of stairs and hallways arranged in a seemingly impossible structure that resembles the painting Relativity by M.C. Escher. The laws of nature do not apply on this level the same way it does in your dimension. Here, everything is relative, including gravity. Each stairway can be used by wanderers who belong to 2 different gravity sources. This creates interesting phenomena, such as in the top stairway, where 2 inhabitants use the same stairway in the same direction on the same side, but each using a different face of each step. Thus, one descends the stairway as the other climbs it, even while moving in the same direction, nearly side by side. In other stairways, wanderers are climbing the stairs upside down, but based on their own gravity source, they are climbing normally. If you jump high enough, you can actually change gravity fields and fall down onto other stairs. While this is dangerous and has resulted in a lot of unconventional neck-bone orientations for idiots, it can be used strategically to get to some previously inaccessible areas on this level and to escape some of the less physically capable entities. Each field seems to affect more than just gravity, as there have been reported distortions in things such as visual perspective, time, and sexual preferences. If 2 wanderers in 2 planes with significantly different timescales are looking at one another, one would appear to be moving as if they were in a time lapse, and vice versa, they look like they were in slow motion. Level relativity is home to several entities, one of which being memory worms. Memory worms live on multiple different levels. They're massive bloated wiggly worms with large teeth that spiral down the length of their entire body. These worms have mind-boggling metaphysical abilities. They hunt based on creating illusions relative to the victim's memories. If you see a big slimy worm and then your reality suddenly dissolves and you're watching your old favorite TV show for the first time in your old house getting nostalgic oral from your ex, thanks. They eat their prey whole, digest it partially, and then give birth to a ton of little wormlings made out of the remains. Like most methods of reproduction, what you would consider gross, this species considers so arousing they'd just pay someone to watch. These wormlings can be smashed up and boiled with almond water to create memory juice. Be careful when collecting these creatures, as too many wormling bites can lead to amnesia and even a vegetative state. Memory juice just gets you high as balls. Maybe it has something to do with your memory. I don't fucking remember. People say it helps you accept your situation in the back rooms and reduce your stress. I know lots of people who do this. You don't have to live in the back rooms to need to drink something to get high as balls to accept your situation. It's just called alcoholism. Wanderers report that it's not addictive and they can stop anytime they want, but also don't check the wiki. An entity that can only be found in level relativity are the staircase mollusks. They may be hard to see at first as they are camouflaged amongst the mucus-colored walls and floors. They have thick shells that resemble the wallpaper and a muscular foot like a snail that has a slimy texture similar to the damp semen-crusted carpet. They can flatten out against a wall to disguise themselves and then pop into the air like those weird pop things that iDub made a giant one of that you can get as a reward for not biting the dentists more than 3 times. They can stick to any surface and are incredibly skilled at navigating gravity fields while hunting. They often launch full speed at a wanderer, switching gravity fields in the middle, subsequently accelerating their attack, shattering the wanderer's bones on impact with their thick chitinous shell. Afterwards, the mollusk will sit on top of the victim, its muscular foot oozing a digestive enzyme for a few hours before leaving behind only a spooky skeleton. Oh yeah, by the way, I made this whole fucking level up because the Backrooms has like 3 cannons at this point, and I was like, fuck it, let's make it 4. I mean, like, memory worms and the worm juice are actually real. They're from the wiki, and I plagiarized a little part of this from MC Escher's Relativity Wikipedia page, but the rest I was just pulling stuff out of my ass. I had you though, didn't I? What would would you do if your friend snorted what you thought was a regular old fleshipede and then wouldn't shut up about how you should really change your lifestyle and fill your kidney with insect eggs? This guy looks like he's struggling. Maybe we should give him a hand. Huh? And what do you mean I shouldn't empty my entire bank account to throw this tropical telepathic bird a blow-and-blow party? These are neural isopods, arthropod-like creatures that resemble large jungle centipedes. Instead of a chitinous interior, it has a soft, fleshy, slime-covered exterior to help it slide through tight spaces. They wait in the crevices of the back rooms and latch onto the lower leg of a wanderer before climbing up and attempting to enter the body through an orifice. They prefer to enter the body through the nose, ears, or mouth as it is closer to the brain and it's more easily accessible, although they have been reported to go in the anuses, urethras, eat through eyes, flesh, or bone to get to the brain. The neural isopod uses electric stimulation in order to manipulate the host's neurons, controlling its thought and movement. It brings its host to a nest where a swarm of neural isopods lay eggs inside the body, and in a few days the eggs will hatch and the victim will be slowly eaten alive as a living nursery to grow the babies.
They grow up so fast.
An adult neural isopod can control you to believe that you're in full control of your actions while it's puppeteering you, and you will willingly go to the nest. On the other end of the spectrum, juvenile neural isopods are only adept enough to roughly control the physical movements of the human body, so they basically make you walk like a stroke victim drunk Frankenstein towards your death while you completely are aware and terrified as to what is happening. While this is reversible, it takes more than just some almond water to do it. In fact, the creature will just drink the almond water from the victim's bloodstream, making the parasite stronger. You need to fully remove this isopod to the brain, and oftentimes attempts in this just end in full accidental lobotomy. We got one out of Swampus' set here, and I'm glad he's still alive, but he hasn't been quite the same.
I wanna go to the fair.
Clumps are nightmarish, pulsating, slithery, formless mounds of arms, legs, and other appendages. Oh god, I'm gonna come. They move by using their haphazardly positioned legs to drag their writhing, fat, grub-like mass across the moist, carpeted floor. While they move slowly when a wanderer is not in sight, this can be dangerously misleading, as they can accelerate to over 20 miles per hour in the blink of an eye. When they see a wanderer, they barrel full speed towards them before extending a long hidden arm that can accost a prey at them from over 20 feet away. It will then pull the victim into the massive limbs where they undergo a gruesome, excruciating amalgamation process.
Which really isn't that bad at all.
This is a rabbit. Hot Topic Cyclops cousin of raving rabbits typically grow to the size of an adult man. This is not the maximum, however, because like some species of reptile, the only growth limit they have is what their nutrition can support. With lots of fresh wanderers, this boy can grow big and strong to almost 16 feet or 5 meters tall. Yes, he will. Yes, he will. Rabbits have 3 legs and a single body structured like a tripod. They have jagged, bumpy exoskeletons looking similar to rotted wood. Their eyes are designed by Neuralink and are able to shine a light into the darkness to help them see. Their mouth has a human-like jaw, but all the teeth inside are sharp canines. Their exoskeletons are made of a 2-inch thick crystalline structure that is much more durable than a regular exoskeletal chitin. This effectively makes the rabbit bulletproof, fire-resistant, good at active listening. Basically, this thing is a cockroach. It doesn't matter if you have a nuke. These creatures are incredibly aggressive, mauling survivors and fully eating them in a matter of minutes, not even leaving a bone behind. This is Jerry. Jerry is what I live for. Jerry is everything. Jerry is love. Jerry is life. Jerry is a small bird that looks suspiciously similar to a parrot. It can control the mind of the person holding it, making it say things like Jerry is everything. All hail Jerry. I'm not gay, but I'd let Jerry peg me. Those controlled by Jerry eventually go missing shortly afterwards, with the parrot eventually reappearing on a seemingly random level to find a new host. Giving Jerry sunflower seeds or almond water will tame Jerry, allowing you to pick him up safely. This will only work with the person who fed Jerry, and anyone else who holds Jerry will be affected normally. With this knowledge, you can weaponize Jerry and use him to your advantage by basically creating a missing person bird trap to get rid of anybody you hate. Let's play a game, huh? One of these I made up on my own, and the other 3 are from the fandom page. Leave a comment which one you thought I made up below. If you get it right, I'll let you live. Some of you have to be expecting that I'm lying to you at this point. I'll staple a dead snake to your forehead. Today's fever dream of a Backrooms cartoon is about the Shady Gray. The Shady Gray, spelled like an emo kid's online alias, is a collection of incredibly unstable sublevels that are all in black and white and affected by a unique glitching distortion effect. There are 5 documented levels in this collection. There are 3 more, but no one knows what happens to the documents or the wanderers that recorded it. The first sublevel is level 00. This level is a jungle affected by the glitchy black and white phenomena that affects all Shady Gray levels. The trees glitch within one another and all animals appear distorted.
Touching these distorted things will lead to death by full body distortion and organ evisceration, but on the bright side, this level has a bestiality fatality rate of 100%. The level has a 12-hour day-night cycle, however, it is extremely different from the normal 24-hour cycle within the front rooms. Instead of the sun slowly moving across the sky and then crossing the horizon, the sky instantly changes from day to night or vice versa without any warning. During the day, there are no entities, but at night they become as numerous as the colonies of bacteria in the swamp ass accumulating in your taint as you watch this. The entities in question are unknown due to the night state of level 0 being completely devoid of any light. The only confirmed entity in this section are the Howlers because people only know what they sound like, and no one knows what the hell they look like. Every time the clock hits 12, it shifts from day to night. To proceed to the next level, all you gotta do is take a branch and draw a pentagram into the mud for some reason. I don't know, dude. I mean, that's what the wiki says. Actually, no, I don't like that. There's no reason to include satanic influence in the back rooms. It's a hat on top of the additional 9 hats it's already wearing. You just no clip out. What do you mean this isn't the bathrooms? Level 1-1 is an extremely unstable, old-timey manor. Much of the furniture is glitchy and distorted, and again, touching it results in full-body distortion and organ evisceration. There is one entity on this level known as the Landlord, who looks like a tall, slender man from the 50s in a fedora and business suit, except he has the same glitching as the furniture in the level. Actually, no, fuck it, he's just literally Slenderman. If he sees you, he will approach you slowly. Attempting to run will result in all doors closing and locking before you can exit. The Landlord will continue to approach, claiming you are trespassing to watch him on the toilet. Contact with the Landlord results in death in the same fashion as when one touches the furniture. Humans usually either perish when he gets to them or break down one of the doors leading to level 2-2. Level 2-2 is a large, thick forest covered in snow. Despite being covered in snow, this level is actually incredibly hot, so much so that wanderers often die of heat stroke or heat syncope.
I don't feel so good.
Because everything in this level is tinted black and white, sunburns are very hard to see forming, and people often get severe blisters in a matter of minutes if not in the shade. There is one type of rarely seen entity on this level known as the Fallen Angels. They are humanoids with large black wings and horns. They all look to be fatally injured and will mostly just ignore wanderers, but if provoked they will clip wanderers into level 3-3. If you for some reason want to provoke them, simply point out how cliche their entire design is and they'll get super defensive and immediately resort to violence. Level 3-3 is an infinite ocean filled with anomalous time-altering clocks. The ocean consists of an incredibly toxic mix of distilled water, mercury, and motor oil. There are 3 different types of clocks floating on the surface of this ocean: analog clocks, digital clocks, and grandfather clocks, each with unique anomalous properties. Analog clocks will clip you into level 4-4, digital clocks will freeze someone in time, usually resulting in them just drowning, and grandfather clocks either age the person into an incredibly elderly person or a fetus, which usually also just results in drowning. There are boats on this level filled with faceless, fat, sunburned tourist guys in grayed out Hawaiian shirts, and islands on this level as well, all seemingly having the same blistering weather conditions as level 2-2. Level 4-4 is an expansive gothic city where the glitching of the shady gray becomes incredibly severe. Some buildings are upside down, some are clipped inside of each other, some are floating. All the buildings are locked, but like the skull of those who are unsubscribed, they can easily be busted into. This is basically asking for death though, as the buildings are infested with smilers, skin stealers, and a hostile entity known as the Mangled. The Mangled are skinless human heads that move with a series of spider-like limbs constructed from human bones and muscle tissue. The ends of their limbs are incredibly sharp, and they dig the nubbins into the surface to allow them to climb amongst the skyscrapers. Put your guess as to whether or not they're friendly in the comments below. That's not how the wiki describes them. The streets aren't much better, as you'll probably end up curb stomped and robbed by the violent gangs of faceless people that roam the alleys. The entire level is overcast by the thick gray clouds, making it extremely dark. This makes the level doubly dangerous if you have seasonal affective disorder, aka the depressive disorder that some pessimistic asshole named Sad. No clipping here brings you to the last documented level of the shady gray, Lost Hope. Lost Hope is the level with the edgelordiest name. Sounds like a goddamn XXXTentacion wannabe. This is when the stability of the shady gray completely disappears. This level resembles the concrete pipe-filled maintenance hallways of level 2, except the walls are distorted and wobbling with great intensity. This level is almost entirely undocumented, as anyone who touches the surface here has their body ripped apart at the atomic level. The strong friendship bonds keeping their atoms together slowly breaking apart until their entire body is reduced to nothing but floating particles. This process resembles intense radiation damage, except I'm gonna say that it's worse because for spooky.
Bursters are small, vaguely humanoid quadruped-like creatures that scurry around the halls of the backrooms. I like to call them pimple chimps. Their back legs are distended to look more similar to a canine than that of a human crawling. The burster's skin is covered in lesions and pustules that are filled to the brim and leaking with acidic fluid. These creatures will stay in the fetal position until another living being happens across them, at which point they will pop their weird, gross back pimples all over the victim, spraying their entire body with incredibly potent acid, dissolving them in a matter of minutes to hours. The burster will wait for the victim to succumb to their wounds out of laziness before consuming them. They can also damage themselves with the acid, and like that guy who drowned in his own cum, many of the bursters succumb to their own fluids. Surgeons appear to be a door in a wall that is indistinguishable from the rest of the surroundings unless you are on the arm side. Oh yeah, there's like a buttload of arms on one side. These arms will lie dormant until a wanderer, animal, or other entity passes through the doorway. The arms will then spring to life and restrain the wanderer by the wrists, ankles, and neck before slicing off the extremities and sometimes the head of the victim with their scalpel-like professionally done acrylic nails. The arms will then skillfully rearrange and sew the victim Frankenstein reanimator style back together in a new strange form. Occasionally, the surgeon will add additional body parts from a slit in the fleshy door frame, which I like to call the extremity hole. It's theorized that this extremitory repository is filled with pieces of former victims left over. In some scenarios, surgeons will combine wanderers with animals or entity parts, forming an entirely new abomination. They are very creative. The victim will somehow always survive, maintaining locomotion abilities in all of their limbs, including any new additional ones. While locomotion is technically possible, it results in extreme agony for the first several days after bodily reconstruction. The surgeon transforms the victim into one of a variety of forms, sometimes quadrupedal, sometimes just a leg and a head, sometimes they shuffle the functions of every hole in your face. Pretty random. Nah, I'm just kidding. I made this up because I'm obsessed with the movie Tusk and people didn't vote for me to cover it. I had you though, didn't I? Crawlers are the collective name for all those affected by an anomalous species of fungus native to the backrooms. This fungus is visually similar to something I'm not gonna try to pronounce and just put it on screen. A strain of cordyceps fungi which zombifies insects, and currently has a lawsuit levied against it by the Last of Us development team. This fungus growth is extremely aggressive, and the infection is present in abundance on many levels. The crawler fungus can only spread to humans through liquids such as saliva, although it can spread to animals and insects via contact. It thrives in warm, dark, damp places like backrooms carpets or that weird space between your crotch and your thigh. This infection will progress, with the mold covering more and more of the organism until it's completely engulfed in it. As the infection progresses, the entity will become more and more aggressive and attempt to spread the infection through biting. In the final stages of infection, victims will have every bodily fluid in their system saturated with spores. And before you weirdos ask, yes, that fluid too, and this does technically mean that it is an STD. Ever hear of the numbed man? The numbed man knows as much about you as you do about it. If you learn his weaknesses, he learns yours. If you learn his strengths, he learns yours. If you learn what he jerks off to, the numbed man is a weak humanoid entity who can only be sensed by those he senses. For this reason, he has destroyed his own senses. He tore out his eyes in order to blind himself. He mangled his nose so that he couldn't smell. He punctured his eardrums to become deaf. He burned off his skin so that he could no longer feel touch. I mean, I guess that's pretty metal. He has no way to sense anyone nearby, and thus they cannot sense him either. This keeps him safe. The numbed man is not bound by any floor or physical barriers, but again, you basically have to overpower a confused, disoriented, senseless old blind man. Only thing is he floats and can walk through walls. See, I learned about him before you did, so he's gotta go through me to get to you. Floating and phasing through objects isn't really considered a power in my species. You actually get special parking if you can't do it. Last time I fought a blind and deaf man, I won. It wasn't even a competition. I absolutely fucking obliterated him. 2 for 2. Hounds are another quadruped humanoid-like creature with warped and distended limbs to make this style of locomotion more easy. These creatures hatch from goopy, weird frog eggs. They have long, tangled, greasy black basement dweller hair growing from their head and an extremely large mouth laden with sharp teeth. Oh yeah, also claws to match because they know how to coordinate an outfit. Despite looking like an anorexic, bedridden, dying old man, they are quite powerful and quick. They'll pretty much maul anything that isn't, or sometimes is another hound on site until the resulting small red pile either stops moving and or existing. Although, if you just stare these things directly in the eye, their brain kinda shuts down. See, my whole head is an eye, so as long as I'm just like generally facing them, they're gone. There's nothing behind these eyes. Not a single thought. Head empty. Death moths are giant edgy emo moths that inhabit the back rooms. Male death moths are small, kinda dumb, and sometimes even friendly. He a good boy. You're my friend now. Female Hot Topic butterflies are several feet in wingspan, can spit acid at great speeds, and will attempt to turn anything that moves into a pile of sputtering mush. Like anglerfish, this species is big on that horror movie type femdom stuff. Not much is known about the goth moth other than it looks pretty similar to a normal moth and it kills people who try to study it. Like regular moths, edgy moths are attracted to light. While this is bad if you hear fluttering of wings nearby and you have a flashlight, you could also just put a torch in front of a wood chipper and solve all your problems. Next up is something designed to be completely unpronounceable, obviously based on H.P. Lovecraft type spelling. I'm just gonna call it an arachnid because that's the closest reference creature y'all have. This backroom's arachnid is a large spider-like arthropod with 16 legs. While these beings certainly aren't benign, they are slow-moving and haven't been observed actively pursuing prey items. As long as you don't stand directly under it like the backroom's equivalent of a dodo bird that humans tend to be, you'll probably be fine. Speaking of, these entities generally stay hidden on the ceiling, creating ball-shaped webs and filling them with sedative secretions that, while unable to completely paralyze a victim, is enough to greatly dampen a person's thinking capability. It then hangs these balls on the ceiling with additional webbing. It continues to do this until there is prey nearby, at which point it will drop a ball. The effect of the depressant starts and the victim will start to feel drowsy, happy, and confused like they faced a blunt. It then proceeds to drop all of the balls at once, making the target completely unresponsive to any outside stimuli, like a guy passed out in his own vomit. The spider boy then drops down to its prey and proceeds to inject digestive enzymes into the victim before slurping out the resulting slurry. After feeding, it returns to the ceiling and hibernates before setting up its traps once again. Its secretion can be refined into painkillers and other useful drugs. But in the pure state, it induces a psychoactive state that some describe as a psychedelic opiate effect. It can be eaten, refined and smoked, even boofed. I dissolved some of it into a vape juice and got it into a concert once. Next up is the cerebrospinal leech. Like most leeches, the cerebrospinal leech is a blood-sucking parasite. But what else does it suck? Cerebrospinal fluid. It's in the name. Are you stupid? Sometimes I think you just watch these videos because you can't read. Latching on lower points of the spine for a few hours can lead to paralysis below where the leech is latched on. But if left for long enough, it can lead to complete paralysis and death by paralyzing the respiratory system. Despite their pleas to end the pain, we have managed to keep a victim in this state alive on a respirator. Latching directly onto the brain is often lethal in a matter of minutes, as the leech will drain the skull of cerebrospinal fluid ravenously, leaving the victim's brain like a wrung-out sponge. As this happens, the victim's cognitive function will decline rapidly before they just seize up and fall over dead. Sometimes the leech will suck with such force that the skull makes sickening crunches as it crumples up like an empty Capri Sun bag. A lot of people have been asking if we're from the backrooms, or if they can try to put us on the fandom or the wiki. I have two things to say to that. One, I'm not from the backrooms, I just like hanging out here, it's a vibe. Two, I'll say it once, I've said it a million times, I'm not an SCP, I'm not a creepypasta, I'm not a backrooms entity, I just like to pick on them. Why is everyone asking who I am? You shouldn't ask questions that you really don't want the answer to. So how about you just sit back, let your guard down, and enjoy some cartoons, huh? These entities are known as the putrid. They look like a decaying, bloated corpse of a morbidly obese human. The literal embodiment of decay and depravity. Mushrooms, mold, colonies of decomposer bacteria, and insect infestations are very common on the surface of their skin. Their smell is reported to be somewhere in between dead camel and living Discord mod. The entirety of this entity's distended gut and body is filled with a coiled and twisted mass of intestines. When this entity opens its mouth, you can see the tip of this pile of intestines
intestines resting at the back of its cavernous throat. These intestines are filled with rats, maggots, flies, beetles, and various other decomposer friends that are common in front rooms environments. If you think this is gross, I'd like to remind you that you are constantly covered in microscopic bugs. Don't like it? Too bad, you die without them. If a putrid spots a wanderer, it will frantically wobble its large, uncoordinated mass towards them. It can vomit up some of these decomposers to attempt to subdue the victim. If it can incapacitate or catch up to the wanderer, the putrid will then swallow them whole, where the ecosystem of decomposers inside of its body act like a digestive system, breaking the victim down for nutrients before spreading it throughout the putrid's body. While most of you were likely horrified by the previous description, I'd be willing to bet one of you sickos is confused and ashamed as to why that turned them on. This entity is named Six Arms, and it's attracted to stress. We are painfully well acquainted. Six Arms is a partially transparent creature which manifests as a tall, many-armed shadow. It has more than 6 arms, but since 6 is as high as the person who discovered this entity can count, that's the name. It is vaguely humanoid and emits distorted noises similar to that of a gas-powered machine. It has been observed moving through walls effortlessly, which may imply it is entirely non-corporeal. The more stressed a wanderer becomes, the more likely Six Arms will be to pursue them. It's recommended you calm down if you notice a darkening of your environment, which signifies his presence. Because he is pursuing you, calming down may be difficult. It's like how you gotta make yourself big to scare off bears. Like, that is not what I'd expect to work. Honestly, that sounds like the stupidest fucking thing you could possibly do, but everyone who doesn't do that is dead, so yeah. Sugar is also effective at repelling it. While this is a useful survival strategy, it's pretty mean to pick on someone for having diabetes. I don't think that's gonna age well. This meat is gummy. That's the title. These are worms that look to be an assortment of regular gummy worms. They crawl around on the ground in a fashion similar to a regular earthworm. After a brief moment of wondering if I wanted to eat a gummy worm I found on top of a dirty, wet carpet, that obvious yes led me to discover that these creatures are edible. Not only that, they're pretty damn good. The uncooked ones have a texture and taste similar to raw beef, and the cooked ones taste like a steak. I like them both ways, but unlike the time my human friend and I had a raw beef eating contest and she demonstrated her regurgitation-based ranged attack, eating them raw is safe for humans. Despite moving like a regular worm, when dissected they have no internal organs, just more of that gummy stuff that has a consistency similar to animal fat. These creatures come from giant glob clusters of around 200 worms that burst and spread around. People ask why I keep coming back to the back rooms. Lots of people think it's just for the money and clout, and while you're not wrong, the real reason I love the back rooms is that there's no police to stop me. Oh yeah, also I pulled that putrid thing out of my ass. It's not a real entity. Do with it what you will. Add it to whichever backroom site that you like. I don't give a shit. While a trip to the backrooms is never good for someone's sanity, they never really are quite the same if they make it back. This episode in particular may be troubling for those who have issues with mental trauma and gore. This level gets dark on those topics. This will be the only warning. Level 7777, aka Blood Masquerade, looks like a small cozy house from the 90s, with bookshelves lining many of the living room walls. The details are so meticulous that they even get the middle schoolers' boogers wiped on the bottom of every surface of the house. One can enter this level if they come across a wet, rotting, termite-filled door with the design of a masquerade mask scrawled sloppily in blood on the front, and blood leaking from under the gap between the door and the floor. The fandom says that the entrances are different, but in my professional opinion, fuck that. The flooring is carpeted wall to wall with an ugly beige carpet, although thankfully it just looks red because it's soaked completely through with blood to the point that it makes a squelch every time you take a step. The walls and ceilings of this house are also completely coated in a thin layer of human juice. When DNA tested, it was revealed that somehow this blood was identical to the individuals currently inside of the level, even if they are uninjured. The windows of this house stare out into a vast empty void that isn't discernible to human eyes or technology. I'd try to make sense of it for you, but it'd be like trying to explain the color blue to a blind person, or pain to someone without nerves, or sex to an incel. The ineffable qualities of something are what make it a true experience. All the windows are locked too because last time I left one open, I had to explain why there was a bright red stain directly below my open 7th floor apartment window and where that lady who definitely was not a sex worker went. The most gut-wrenching part of this level is the Blood Masquerade cognitohazard effect that level 7777 gets its name from. Immediately upon entering this place, the wanderer is hit with the putrid stench of rotting flesh
flesh almost on par with an Arby's establishment. As they step into the level, they will feel the blood pooling on the ground, but just below it, they will feel something squishy, something soft, something that if you step in the wrong spot makes a sickening crunch. I would advise against looking down, but knowing humans, now that I said it, most of you are more likely to do it, or have already done it. I can't not mention it though, or you'll blame me for not warning you, so whatever, fuck you too. When the person looks down, they will see that the floor is filled with the mutilated corpses of their loved ones. Some missing limbs, some disemboweled, some missing parts to their faces. I feel their pain. I pull my hangnail too far. The most common outcome is that the wanderer will immediately have their psyche shattered, and will lay on the blood-soaked ground before getting dragged down by the mutilated hands of the corpses, offering no resistance as they join the pile of rotting flesh. Dude, I own an original Ed Gein lamp, and even I think that's a bit over the top. If they do not die from this, they will likely violently lash out against anyone in the room before they descend into insanity. The only confirmed ways to end the insanity induced by the blood masquerade effect is via death or power washer lobotomy.
One squirt up the nose and boom, sentient thought is completely gone. And now my mentally incapacitated drooling friend has behavior yet again more aligned with what society deems acceptable.
These are not actually the real versions of your friends and loved ones, just like how if that blood all over the wall actually came from your body, you'd be dead and emptied like a scrunched up juice box. Although this might be hard to stomach when you feel the viscera and blood of your beloved childhood friend squished between your toes. If the person is a psychopath or has made no deep connections in life, they will be immune to this cognito hazard, and will not see dead bodies of anyone specifically, just a blood-filled house with a bunch of murdered faceless mannequin people. While this might be disturbing still, at least one of you psychopaths is aroused by this. As someone who constructs cognito hazards, you can tell a lot about an artist from their art, and this entity needs someone to talk to and hug and to be away from all sharp things for its own safety and for everyone else's.
Part 1. Quiet Apocalypse.
Nobody cares about the creatures anymore. Now they are part of our lives. I don't remember exactly when they arrived in this world. Maybe 10, 12 years ago. I don't know anymore. Many people died. Some killed by the creatures, but many others by their own hands. Many went crazy. Others simply lost their reason to live. But the creatures don't appear to be malicious. Some even appear to be sad to be here. Almost as if they were begging to go back to where they came from. People know that one day the creatures will consume them. There's nothing anyone can do. But maybe it's better this way. No nuclear bombs. No asteroids. Or even illnesses. Just a giant looking for its next meal. Yeah. Maybe it's better this way.
Quiet Apocalypse is a multimedia, live-action, and 3D animation project about the sudden appearance of massive otherworldly creatures on Earth, and the consequences for and reactions of humanity. That being, what looks like the end of the goddamn world. In the first installment of the series just shown, titled Quiet Apocalypse, one species of the new creatures that I'll be tentatively naming the Floater soars low through the clouds, its nipple tentacles barely scraping the surface below. In the next shot, what looks like a giant sky eel gulps through the ozone of the Golden Gate Bridge. Or maybe it's another bridge, I don't know very much about bridges. The human cities shown are in ruin, looking like they've been bombed. We then see what I'll be calling the Crawler. Similar sets of torso tentacles sprout between its 3 sets of limbs, and a jellyfish-looking motherfucker behind him. We also get a first look at a humanoid species, as well as one that I'm going to call the crab. Yep, don't forget the sky tentacle. All these new weird slimy friends are great, but I'm gonna need an explanation for this shit. Evidently, these creatures appeared without warning, and even without being malicious. Their presence has already led to the deaths of quite a few people. I'm not sure how they ended up killing people without being malicious. Maybe they accidentally stepped on them because they were so big, or maybe it was a drunk driving accident, who knows? One thing that does particularly interest me is that these creatures have caused quite a few people to go out on their own accords. My question is, did these people go crazy because of the creatures? Like, are these entities cognito-hazardous in any way, or was it just the fact that a bunch of creatures manifested? Basically, what I'm asking is, do these creatures cause this inherently, or did these guys just have a big crazy-shaped hole in their brain, and the creatures fit just enough that they decided to take it out with a bullet?
Hey, little buddy, how are you doing? Oh my god! Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh my god! Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Hello.
Regardless of the answer to that, the sheer fact that these monsters pulled up raises some questions. What are they? Where do they come from? What are they sad about? Maybe they won a scratcher lottery ticket only redeemable back where they came from. I'd be sad too. Finally, how do the people in this world know that the creatures will consume them? The entities didn't really say that. I feel like the humans are just grasping at straws, but you know, humans like to do that. I didn't really know the answers to any of this yet at this point in my watch through, so to give you the full experience, I'm just gonna play the next part of the series. Quiet Apocalypse, Part 2, Day 1. In Day 1, we open to one of the creatures standing above a city. Its presence, its hulking frame moving about the area alone is enough to shatter the windows of the buildings around it. The city is clearly falling apart. Another creature suddenly manifests, popping out of nothing. The sudden massive shockwave again splinters every window of the structure next to it into razor-sharp fragments. A new species of floater looms over the action, unwavering, as if it sits statically in the air. This guy doesn't give a single fuck about gravity. They act as if they're used to operating in a different environment, with different laws of nature. A pseudo-humanoid with a pyramid-shaped head digs itself out from under the hills. Miles away, men put a boy's father on a stretcher. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time when the creature caused an earthquake. These beings care not, nor have awareness, for the other as they struggle to survive. While these beings didn't come to Earth with its destruction in mind, their sheer size and ability to affect change is inherently dangerous to humans, even if they don't desire to hurt them. Don't worry though, if I know humans, they're already working on a strategy to communicate, and for both of the creatures to exist in a fair and safe society. Oh fuck, the next one's titled Retaliation. Part 1, Quiet Apocalypse. Part 3, We Tried. I swear to God, we tried. 7/13/2014. Global military intervention was initiated. Approximately 30,000 targets were detected across all continents. 5 distinct species were under observation. Unconfirmed civilian reports indicate the possible existence of additional variants. Urban centers in proximity to specimen activity zones were fully evacuated. Evacuation protocols remained in effect until containment or neutralization was confirmed. Coordinated military forces began advancing toward identified specimen activity zones. Only one specimen showed visible signs of injury. As soon as one specimen was terminated, another manifested a few miles away. Safety protocols were implemented to contain possible contamination. Military efforts continued, even though they were unsuccessful. Look, guys, I know this looks bad, Just say sorry, and I'm sure the giant alien monsters will be reasonable people, just as long as you do anything other than double down.
From now on, we deserve their retaliation. Death Valley, California. The first attempt to neutralize the target has failed. As an alternative, the use of a tactical nuclear device has been authorized. Due to its isolated nature, Death Valley was designated as the testing area. A single B-83 bomb was deployed. Multiple targets were vaporized instantly, but many withstood the blast and the thermal radiation radius.
What do we do when everything fails? What do we do when helplessness wounds our pride? What do we do when despair clouds our judgment? We made a mistake. We looked at them the way prey looks at its predator. We were afraid of what they could do, but we never considered the possibility that they might be just as afraid as we were. And now that nothing has worked, only one solution remains. Wait for someone to find a way out, or wait for our end. And if this is our end, I hope the universe knows that we tried. I swear to God, we tried.
Yo, universe is indifferent, dog. It don't give a fuck about you or what you're trying to do. It just be. Okay, after all this, you probably have a few questions. Most pressing, what the actual fuck? Let's break down what we've learned. Even though the series says that there's only 5 confirmed variants, I saw more than that in the footage. Amongst the species, I seen the floaters, the cattle, the crabs, the walkers, the giant sky eel, and the jellyfish-looking motherfucker. And also the giant sky tentacle, but I'm not sure that wasn't already there. That's 7, but I'm stupid and miss details about shit all the time, so there's probably more. Even though they have biology that looks very alien to us, there are consistencies between them, such as having 6 limbs and torso tendrils, and sharing a similar skin texture. The creature's biology harkens back to Cambrian and Paleozoic Earth life, like the Opabinia and Eurypterids, when body plans like this were all the rage. It makes the creatures feel old in a way that predates man, eldritch and alien, coming from a completely different environment from our own. The entities also boast some strange abilities that suggest they move through space differently than we do. The floaters don't fly like Earth life. They don't flap their wings, they don't glide, they don't do anything really. They just sit there, static in the air, as if they were hanging from a string. At first, I thought maybe it was a gas balloon filled with farts or something, but it doesn't even change elevation at all. What about when that missile was fired at one of them, and it disappeared on one side of it and reappeared on the other? It's like these beings are superimposed on our world, only interacting with the physical objects in it in certain circumstances, whether that be intentional or not. What about what the earlier entry said about them being sad? As if they're begging to return somewhere. Where might that be? Look, man, if you don't pay your rent, you get evicted. I don't think there's enough evidence to gauge exactly where they come from. Although, one concerning question immediately comes to mind. What selective pressures would lead to the evolution of beings so strange? These creatures operate with forces humanity could never understand, as they evolved in an incomprehensible place that they beg to return to. What environmental hazards would have to exist for a creature to evolve to survive a fucking nuke? For every one that's killed, multiple others appear in its place. I guarantee it took humans a while after they learned this to stop shooting them though. Something madness, something same method, different expectations. At the time of writing the script for this video, we're left on the cliffhanger that these aliens are seemingly going to retaliate. And if they can float static in the sky, teleport a missile, and withstand a nuclear blast, you don't want to see what they can do when they decide humans are a threat. Or something goofy like that. Speaking artistically, I would like to give my praises to the series creator, Insolitum. I really hope I said that right. If not, please don't take offense, I'm stupid. This series is a masterful example of what multimedia production can be when used creatively. The visuals are created using a combination of 3D animation and live-action footage, and the result of an alien monster sitting in what would appear to be a regular city creates an uncanny valley aesthetic that really helps my immersion. The fact that Insolitum chose to present the entire feature in grayscale helps to hide any differences between the 3D render and the actual world, and the result feels like I'm watching footage from a lost apocalypse. Mwah, chef's kiss. The writing is just as effective, in that we're given just enough information to understand the threat, but not enough that it dampens any of the fear of the unknown that makes the series so great. Towing this line as an author is difficult, and it's done masterfully here. I should know, I do it badly all the time. Speaking of the context that we're given, Quiet Apocalypse effectively builds a world in the audience's mind that we've never seen, just through the biology of the creatures. All of these look as if they could be animals that would evolve in the same ecosystem because of their shared traits, and the way they express them. Like how they all got tendrils, weird skin, 6 legs, and don't seem to interact with regular 3D space, almost as if they're a higher dimensional being. These shared traits between the species add a sense of interconnectedness to the creatures introduced, and makes the world feel alien and alive. The world building through biology harkens back to Vita Carnes and other sci-fi series, and this strategy for world building is a favorite of mine, and done very effectively here. I know I'm glazing it like a donut right now, I just really like the work, and Solidum, hit me up if you want to collab or something. If I had one suggestion, it's that I would like to see an instance of the creatures being either threatening or scary to humanity before they decide to nuke them. The monsters don't have to be an actual threat if you don't want to make them that. You could just show like a section of humans being afraid shown through an individual, and that's the real danger. Even if it's just a person being like, "That sky squid freaks me out, let's shoot it." Some sort of prompting to the audience about why humanity feels as threatened as it does could improve the payoff when they nuke the big old critters. But hey, one of the things I said I liked about it was how very carefully it chooses how much context to give us. Maybe I'm in the wrong, I don't fucking know. A lot of people on the internet think they know how stories should go, and I hate backseat drivers. That's not what I'm trying to do with this suggestion. Just love the series and think it'd be a cool episode in the future to add a new perspective. Don't stab me.
A sharp increase in anomalous activity has been reported in the Death Valley National Park. More specifically, the source seems to be the Devil's Hole cave system. The cave is unmapped and was thought at first to only be around 500 feet deep and completely filled with water. However, a recent discovery suggests that the cave may be thousands of meters deep, and only some of the caverns discovered were flooded. Natural physics suggests that all the caverns under the water source should be flooded as well. But for some reason, some of these caverns were empty and completely dry. Things came to a head when authorities noticed a recent uptick in missing people, both locals and tourists, traced to the Devil's Hole. At first, suspicions were that the people were getting lost. However, some of the individuals were locals that gave cave tours for a living. Another suspicion was inspired by the People of the Cavern myth. The People of the Cavern are rumored to be a small tribe of human-like beings, claimed by locals to be responsible for the cultist insignias that line the mountains of Death Valley. This could make sense, as these same insignias were found in newly discovered caverns in the Devil's Hole. However, these people are thought to be an old wives' tale, held and spread by locals, perhaps to attract more tourist revenue. Despite the accusation, many locals remain staunch in their stance that the cave people exist. To find the cause of these missing people, the Death Valley Police Department has contacted a professional cave mapper, Maxwell Brodenberg, to shed light on what exactly is happening in the cave. In the attempted completed mapping of the Devil's Hole, new evidence would come to light, leading to the dismissal of the People of the Cavern theory. While there was evidence of human habitation in many of the areas, there were no actual people seen, and there was no evidence that these were anything more than temporary homeless camps. As the mapper went deeper, he noted a smell of rot and decay that became stronger the further he voyaged into the cave. The deeper Maxwell went, the stranger that both the cave and the cultish insignias became. Maxwell noted that the layout of the cavern made no sense in a 3D space, often displaying impossible geometry. Some caverns that were thousands of feet deep would lead to spaces that were so close to the surface, one could see sunlight, and vice versa. Droplets shot upwards from stalagmites, creating puddles of water that collected on the ceiling as if gravity were reversed in only that spot. When he left that area and came back, it was flipped right side up. Sometimes he would walk from one cavern to another, only to be in the exact same room. Maxwell struggled to explain his findings to the authorities, but it helped that he had a digital camera and photographic evidence of many of the things that he claimed. After a week of mapping, he had made little progress in discovering the nature of the cave. On his 7th day exploring the cavern, Maxwell did not return. A search party was sent to find him after a few days. The search team was equipped with standard caving equipment, as well as a wired communication line directly to the surface team. While the physical line remained intact, communication from the search team went dark shortly after they were out of view. The search party reported similar anomalous happenings in the cave, and of the 5 members sent, only 1 returned. Even though communication was cut, the surviving member, Isaac Walters, claimed that he continued to converse with what he thought was the surface team throughout the expedition. He also claimed that the surface team gave some of his team members direct instruction to explore caverns in which they met their demise or disappeared. The only reason Isaac was able to find his way out of the cave was by following the phone cord. Isaac claimed to have found what he believes to be the remains of Maxwell Brodenberg. Isaac's report to authorities is as follows. There were only 2 of us left when I found the mapper, or what was left of him. His body looked deflated, like an old balloon, a juice pouch slurped dry, a deflated trash bag of a man that looked like his skin could be draped out like a yoga mat. When I approached his body, if you could even call it that, I saw that he had 2 large puncture wounds in his lower back, like someone had stuck metal pipes into him. His skeletal fingers, loosely adorned with skin, were wrapped around a digital camera. I took the camera and examined the contents. After doing so, I froze, not only because of what was on the camera, but because I had realized the body, and the only other remaining member of my team, were gone. The final photo taken on the digital camera is dated on the same day that Maxwell went missing. This is the photo. Holy guano! Some sort of anomalous cave system with unexplainable qualities that possibly contains a cult, but definitely contains a monster. Because the cave is utterly mind-bending, let's start simple and see what we can gauge about the spider. Evidently, this spider has intense photophobia, which means it's afraid of light and will react violently to any bright light source. If it wasn't planning on eating him already, that's probably why Maxwell ended up as some sort of used condom man. To find its prey, the creature has bioluminescent and photoreflective eyes. To be able to see in the cave, these eyes must be incredibly sensitive to all light, and this is likely the reason for the animal's photophobia in question. Like all spiders, this spider eats by locking the prey in place with its jaws, injecting a corrosive acid that dissolves the innards of the prey, and slurping the now jello-like insides out. The acid that it uses to dissolve the inside of its host reduces all but the bones to a slush, and for some reason, it leaves the skin intact as well. Another interesting thing, this spider's anatomy suggests that it actually may not be a spider at all. You see, this quote-unquote spider has a lot of features that look almost mammalian. For example, a typical spider foot looks like this. That was way cuter than I personally expected, and now I'm thinking about cute little spider paws. That's not what this guy has though, as his legs look like they end in some sort of horrible hand structure with clawed fingers. Looking closer at the beast, it's almost as if some of its features look not only mammalian, but distinctly human. The texture of its carapace resembles that of human skin closely, and if we look at this animal from a side view, we can tell that this spider's head has an almost human-like skull and jaw structure, almost as if this creature was once a man or a woman. Spider Monster is legally required not to discriminate. While the concept of a man spider seems impossible, we have to remember that a lot of the shit reported in the cave seems impossible. My theory is that this cave is for some reason an anomalous hotspot. I mean, come on, it's named the Devil's Hole. It's not that far off. That preternatural beings and happenings are either attracted to or formed by this cave. This would explain the phenomena and layout within the cave, the myths of the strange cult spread by locals, and the spider being as well. The spider creature could be the remains of what used to be a missing person, somehow mangled by the cave into an otherworldly arachnid appearance. It could also be some sort of local fauna that evolved within the cave itself. If the rules of geometry and physics are different in the cave, it's possible that the laws of biology and evolution are different as well. This suggests that it's possible that this being evolved within the cave to hunt humans who became lost and trapped due to its confounding nature. A novel species of anomalous entity has recently been found living in the bowels of the underbelly. This creature, hereby known as the Corpse King, is a compound organism made up of multiple different human beings and a larva-like entity. However, the true Corpse King is not actually the combination of human bodies you see before you, but instead, a massive parasite lurking within the unholy chimera's bowels. The underbelly is a liminal space dimension consisting of subterranean structures like catacombs, sewers, and subways that people can find themselves trapped in by exploring a bit too deeply underground and getting lost. While most don't notice that they've left Earth right away, they begin to understand the gravity of their situation when they find out the side effects of tapeworms down here. This creature starts as many life forms do. The noble egg. This egg hatches after a few days, and the worms proceed with their first stage of life.
The aquatic stage. In this stage, the worms live in the water and feed on detritus, waste products, and other small life forms in the underbelly, until it grows from microscopic to a few centimeters long. From here, the parasite stops eating and waits for a human wanderer to enter the water. Upon detection of a human being, the corpse king will rapidly swim towards the person and attempt to enter through any orifice or open wound submerged in the water. Because the person isn't usually in the shit water on purpose, these entrances are typically below the waist, so they often enter up through the poo or pee holes.
Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me think we should upgrade and start putting macroplastics in the ocean. But I don't know, man. Eat some sticks.
In the second stage of the corpse king life cycle, it acts like an especially fearsome tapeworm. After the parasite enters the host, it will attach itself to the outer lining of the intestine and begin leaching nutrients from any pre-digested food that the wanderer consumes, as well as the host itself. It will continue to feed and grow until it's around 3 feet in length. At this point, the victim has a noticeable distended potbelly that squirms in an unnerving fashion. The host doesn't seem to mind this though, nor do they any of the grotesque gastrointestinal symptoms related with the parasite, as the worm releases hormones that tell the human brain that it is in utter bliss. And it loves the fact that it always has diarrhea. This psychological hold is so severe that humans have even been recorded expressing affection towards the worm and protecting it from harm.
I mean, it was cool when you were just into worms, but now I feel like it's your whole personality.
Oh, I see the problem. You misunderstand. The worms are working their way into me.
After the worm cements its psychological hold over the host, the parasite will again cease feeding and growing momentarily, while it manipulates its host to seek out another wanderer. The corpse king can't reach the final stage of its life cycle until it finds one more person. When it finally does cross paths with an unlucky individual, the worm springs from the original host's mouth and latches onto the face of the second person. It burrows into the eye and targets the brainstem. Within a matter of minutes, the second host is completely paralyzed, but still alive. After this, the worm exits the second host and slithers back into the original. They drag off the corpse of the second victim into a dark, damp place. At this point, the host lays on top of the dead body, and the worm exits the shell of a person. It produces a thick, stringy silk, not cum, that it uses to encompass both itself and the two corpses. It will remain in this cocoon for 1 month, until they emerge as a full-grown corpse king.
They grow up so fast.
A fully grown corpse king adult is the unholy amalgamation of 3 beings. The new form keeps much of the external anatomy of the 2 people the same, with some key differing features. For one, the new chest cavities have burst in several places, where the intestines of the creature leak out. The parasite is so large that it pushes the internal organs out of the body to make room for itself. These intestines are part of the worm itself, as they fused during the metamorphosis. Pro tip, if you need to kill it, stab the wiggly bits. Much of its biomass has been reallocated to the support torso. As you can see, its fingers and toes are much hardier than that of a traditional Homo sapien. And if you see its arms and legs, they definitely deserve a goddamn.
Where's the drawing from the back?
The creature took most of this biomass from the top torso during its metamorphosis, and has modified what remained of it into a contorted set of armed jaws. At the top of these jaws lies the skulls of both amalgamated individuals. As an adult, the Corpse King acts as a scavenger and predator to many life forms in the underbelly. Most of the horrific things about this monster are how it gets to become a monster, not what it actually does after. At this stage, it's really no different than a bipedal lion or a land shark. Just a big old predator, like Jared. This era of its life is the reproductive stage, and it will consume biomass to be converted into eggs. It will continue to do this until it dies, whether that be by starvation, gunshot, or AIDS because it's in the sewer. And they all lived happily ever after, unless they were one of those 2 people who got amalgamated, or literally anyone else but the worm. The end. A collection of mysterious fossils was recently discovered in the mountains of Death Valley National Park. These fossils appear to depict a group of creatures belonging to a species which has no known ancestors in Earth's Tree of Life. At first, the researchers at the corporation studying the various phenomena taking place in Death Valley, Lucicorp, believed it to be from an extinct family of prehistoric aquatic creatures. This would make sense, as the desert of Death Valley was underwater in the Paleozoic period, some tens of millions of years ago. Hence, many ocean fossils have been discovered in this region. On the suspicion that they had found something unique, Lucicorp sent a sample of these fossils to be carbon dated and further analyzed. The study into the nature of these remains would tell an unexpected story. The bones were arranged in a manner that didn't correspond to any known classification in the planet's biological history. It looked as if someone tried to recreate a vertebrate version of an octopus. The skeleton itself resembled a sea spider, but with a few more extra, more malicious-looking pieces. The creature had 8 long limbs, each made up of many small segments. The base of the animal looked like 8 human spines, all sutured together at a center locus. Some of them had limbs that would split into 2 more further down the arm. These legs looked as if they could move in any orientation. At the top of the skeleton lies a bulb-shaped skull with a 4-pronged set of jaws holding multiple rows of razor-sharp teeth. At the corner of each lip was a forward-facing eye socket, further indicative of a predatory feeding pattern. Also notable about the skull, it had a much larger allocation for the brain than any other animal of its size at the time, suggesting a higher brain-to-body mass intelligence quotient. Strangely, even though this fossil was found in a region known for paleoaquatic life, it had many of the telltale signs of an animal that walked on land. Even stranger, it showed a bone structure capable of suspensory movement, like some species of primate. It didn't seem to have many useful ways of propelling itself underwater either, and the structures it did have looked more like taloned versions of apes' hand feet rather than fins. When the fossil's lab data came back, it revealed that these animals existed quite recently, as the carbon in their bones dated back only a few hundred years. Whatever these things were, they weren't ancient. Not only this, but results from other tests showed that this stone was in fact much more similar to stone found in a nearby cave system than that of the mountain. Despite the area in which the fossils were found and the weathered appearance of the remains, the overwhelming evidence pointed to the collection of skeletons coming from a modern creature possibly still alive within the Devil's Hole cave system. This cave system was already known to display several qualities that seemed to confound modern science, including shifting layout and geology, aberrations in the laws of physics and biology, and several strange, even anomalous creatures that make up an ecosystem straight out of H.P. Lovecraft's wet dreams. Lucicorp, fascinated at the prospect of a novel creature living only within the cave system, sent a team of 2 people into the cave in order to investigate this creature and try to capture a living specimen for exhibition display. One professional cave mapper, Matthew Brodson, and one doctorate revokee / self-proclaimed cryptozoologist, Maria James. They were given a dossier filled with all known dangers within the cavern, a standard issue spelunking kit, a week's worth of food rations, and 1 camera each. They were instructed to avoid anything that did not fit the description of the animal that the skeleton belonged to. The 2 entered the cave, and within 2 hours, only the cryptozoologist emerged, looking like she had been through intense trauma. Even though Maria had only been in the cave for a little over 100 minutes, she claimed that they had been in there for several days, and her physical state reflected this. Not only this, but she claimed that throughout her time in the cave, she and her team member were being stalked by an incredibly intelligent subterranean predator. The very same animal they were sent in to capture. One that not only used its intelligence to pursue them and successfully capture and consume the cave mapper, but also to torment Maria and let her escape, seemingly all for its own entertainment. Maria's recollection of the time is as follows. As we started making our way deeper into the cave, we noticed these weird little piss-bile yellow-colored spotlights, if you could call them that, would sometimes be pointed at our backs, only when we weren't looking. As we turned around, there was no source to the light. This one time I thought I saw where it came from just before it dimmed, but when I shined my flashlight at it, I saw what looked like any other big lumpy rock. I moved my flashlight away for just a second and heard a frantic scuttling, moved it back, and the rock was gone. I had read in the dossier that the cave could shift. I just chalked it up to that. We tried to ignore it, but we had the sense that we were being watched. These incidents would be relatively few and far between in the first few days, but it happened enough to seriously unsettle us. Brodson went ahead to check the next cavern for hazards, and he turned around to give me the signal for an all clear. I noticed his entire back was dimly lit. I told him this, and upon turning around, the spotlight focused on his neck. Something jumped from the darkness and pulled him inside the next room. I ran back to the last room, and this time, the cave actually did shift. In an instant, his screams were silenced and there was only a single passage forward in front of me. I walked forward for days on end. Every time I would turn around, that same disgusting yellow light would flash like a strobe light behind me. It was overwhelmingly bright, blinding me for split-second spans. In between the strobes, there was a background light it generated. I could see it. It was eating Brodson. It had already finished his head and was working its way down the shoulders. It made this horrible, quick chittering noise, like the call of a cicada mixed with psychopathic laughter. Each of its soulless, dead eyes locked with mine, and it looked like it was proud of itself, relishing my fear. I don't know why it didn't just kill me. I never wanted to turn around, but I kept doing it. Each time it showed off how much it managed to work its way down what was left of Brodson. I collapsed from exhaustion a few times, and I would awaken to that horrible laugh inches from my face, waking me up in a panic, scrambling to my feet and sprinting forward with everything I had. This one time, I woke up to the tip of Brodson's severed finger that it had placed in my mouth. I shrieked and wove around to see he was completely gone. That thing had finished him. In between blinding flashes, I saw the creature's blood-stained lips laughing its mocking screech, and one of its limbs pointed at me, like it was telling me I was next. That sadistic fuck was toying with me. It was in the last of these terrifying wake-up calls that I managed to burst from the mouth of the cave. I thought I was going deeper, but I guess not. I don't know what that thing was, and I don't give a fuck. For all I care, we should just nuke that fucking cave. Nuke the fucking cave? That's just what Shoggoth says when she waxes her— It appears that the mysteries within the Devil's Hole cave system only deepen. A novel anomalous creature, unlike anything seen before, has been discovered in this cavern. First, in the forms of a couple spooky skeletons that Lucicorp thought were really old, except they turned out to be not that. Since these creatures were seemingly so alien in nature, it was almost impossible to determine what these things were before they voyaged into the cave. But I'm pretty sure Lucicorp knew they weren't friendly when they threw those two innocent people at it. When living, these creatures closely resemble octopi, except with many more bony bits, and four-pronged heads that can rotate to any orientation on their legs. Strangely enough, these animals share quite a lot with octopi biologically. For example, like the noble octopus, crawlers have 3 hearts, smell and taste mostly through sensory organs in their arms, and display incredible intelligence, even compared to humans. I mean, I saw a person eat a handful of sand yesterday, so humans are a low bar, but still pretty cool. They have short and long-term memory, express curiosity and exhibit play behaviors, and have also been observed tormenting prey items. I guess intelligence really has the wholesome and horrible as two sides of the same coin, huh? These creatures also display a highly advanced form of camouflage shared with octopi. They have chromatophores to change color with the rock texture and lighting so that they can sneak up on prey items like humans and cavern people. Not only this, but they also have organs on their skin called papillae, which are raised portions of the skin that the cave crawler can use to change the texture of its skin to match the sections of stone behind it. The combination of these two allows for almost indetectable camouflage, especially when hunting creatures that aren't used to the lighting conditions of the cave. You know, like you. This animal displays a unique method of limb regeneration. The cave mapper, while trying to save his own life, discovered this creature's Hydra effect after he sliced off the tip of one of its limbs with a pocket knife. 2 words you never want to hear in the same sentence: impromptu and circumcision. Footage of his body cam as he was being slowly eaten alive showed that this creature would regenerate 2 limbs in place of the one severed. This would explain the seemingly random amount of limbs displayed on some of the fossilized skeletons. Also notable is the cave crawler's incredible mastery of bioluminescence. With a bioluminescent organ in the back of its throat, it's capable of a multitude of impressive light tricks. For instance, it can use this to communicate with other crawlers, to disorient and track its prey, and even to make shadow puppets. Now do a dog. She's so talented. Yeah, it's a she. Stop asking to see it, you fucking pervs. These creatures are highly individualistic, and only congregate for the purposes of sexy times and cannibalizing each other. Sometimes one will lead to the other, but I think that's just a weird kink thing for some of them rather than a mating ritual, because they don't do it across the board. Only the really pervy ones. Speaking of what they eat, these animals have been seen feeding on humans, the cavern people, and even some of the larger and more dangerous anomalous animals within the cave. If there is an apex predator for this ecosystem, thus far, the crawler has the top spot. Also because I really haven't seen anything else eat it, I'm going to eat it. This is what it would look like if I made it in Spore. I like Spore. What? The land octopus? Giant half-man spider? How could they possibly think that? It's not like they're at all missing the point about this being a fucking cartoon. The underbelly. An ecosystem of forever expanding pipes and tunnels that belong to the underground systems that keep society functioning. Sewers, subways, catacombs, anything constructed to facilitate the incessant function or store the forgotten waste of the cities that bustle above it. The entrance to the underbelly isn't easily found. In fact, most of those who find themselves there do so by accident. One only gets there by exploring a bit too deeply in an underground structure and getting lost. It takes a while before most realize they're more than just lost, and they've actually stumbled into an entirely new realm. Some never realize that they've been trapped in a dank liminal hell. A clear, unignorable sign that you've transitioned into the underbelly is that the architecture of the underground structure you're walking through will become less consistent, almost random. And you'll notice that there's much more than the usual sewer rats and roaches running around. One of these creatures, the one we're taking a look at today, is called the meat crab. Not those kind of meat crabs, put your condom away. Not that you'd even use it. Meat crabs are scavengers and low-level predators. They live in complex hive systems that closely mimic those of Earth and ants. The meat crabs make their homes in the walls of the underground structures that make up the underbelly. They burrow a complex tunnel system that acts as their home, food storage, nursery, and brothel. See, if they were people and they did all that crap in one room, they'd be rightfully in jail. But they're just big old dumb meat crabs and they don't know no better. Also, like hive mind insects or religious white people, they have a complex and rigid social structure. Among the meat crabs, there is one queen meat crab, which is kinda weird because with a name like meat crab, you'd think they'd have a king. The queen gives birth to all of the meat crabs in the hive. Males have a short lifespan and only exist to breed with the queen. God, wouldn't that be nice and simple? Short and sweet.
Nut and bolt straight to the grave, am I right?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Weird thing about that is that they're both husband and son in that relationship, but we've already established that these crabs are degenerate, so whatever. Any females that do not find themselves as queen are sterile workers, gathering the food and taking care of the colony with everything they have until they take their last breath. Or however the fuck meat crabs breathe. These are the only meat crabs that can be seen outside of the hive, as they go out on expeditions to gather biological material to be turned into meat crab nectar. The hive survives solely off of this nectar, and it can be made out of basically anything that was once living, or came out of something that was once living. Fun fact, meat crabs recycle their dead into nectar too.
Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me want to coat the Great Barrier Reef in a thick layer of plastic, but I don't know, stick it in a fish's mouth or something.
The nectar has a brownish green hue, and its consistency is said to be between that of bone marrow and gelatin. The taste is described as a combination of artichokes, pork, and manure. While this substance has no known analogs on the surface, the closest thing found that resembles its chemical makeup is the Impossible Meat Burger King Whopper. These creatures feed indiscriminately on biological matter. Flesh, plants, excrement, bone, basically anything. These things are little living garbage disposals, I tell ya. They not only gather refuse to create the nectar they so crave, but also actively hunt anything they can find for it as well. Meat crabs are only dangerous to human wanderers in large numbers. However, that doesn't mean you're safe if you only see one. It's actually just the opposite. It's a sign of encroaching danger. You should immediately move far away from your current location in the opposite direction of the meat crab, as they will be back in far greater numbers. Upon seeing a potential prey item, the meat crab will scuttle back to the hive and leave a trail of pheromones to where it saw the prey. If the prey item is still there when the meat crabs return, this time in the hundreds to thousands, the prey, in this case you, can consider yourself meat crab nectar. The meat crabs can attribute their hyper-organized nature to a pheromonal system of communication. Yes, the scrutinous digging of the tunnels, the militaristic blitzkrieg crab strategy, and even the meticulously arranged social order can all be attributed to the specific and communicative smells that come out of their asses. I can relate, because if I like someone enough, I'll do basically anything for her to let me smell her ass. You know, I can't tell if I'm writing this script on too many drugs or not enough. Just the right amount. The Bureau of Anomalous Containment recently discovered both the underbelly and the meat crabs from several pages that look as though they've been torn from a notebook. The paper was weathered, stained, and torn in several places. The following is what was written on the pages. At this point, I've given up. I've been wandering for hours now, and the tunnels all look the same. I was marking landmarks to try to keep track, but I've seen the same places several times, and each time the marks I make disappear. I knew the area of the sewer just before I began to lose track of my surroundings quite well. When I was homeless, I lived in a pipeline nearby it, but at some point while journeying back towards the surface, I slipped into a hole and found myself in a tunnel I had never seen before. It was dimly lit by an unplaceable light that looked like it came from a flickering bulb, but I couldn't find the source. It was like the ceiling was glowing. At first, I was just perplexed, curious about the new area I had found myself in. I thought I knew this city's underground like the back of my hand. I was naively excited about the new tunnel that only I knew about. A little haven, all of my own, safe from the other scavengers. I just kept wandering. Wasn't really sure what else to do. Everything just looked like more of the same until I saw this one small bug thing. It kind of looked like a tick, but with flesh and skin rather than an exoskeleton. It had 2 front arms, like a crab too. I didn't think much of it. It seemed like it was scared off by my mere presence and scuttled back into the darkness. I thought that was going to be the last of that and kept moving. Sometime later, I heard the rapid pitter-patter of a million footsteps distantly down the hallway. It got closer and closer until I saw a wave of those little meaty spider crabs coming towards me at full speed. I was able to cut around a corner and lock myself behind a heavy industrial door to avoid getting trampled, but they're still out there. I can hear them. I know they're looking for me. The pages were found at the mouth of an exit pipe for a wastewater treatment plant. The stains from the paper were analyzed and contained traces of human feces from several people, the blood of a single individual that according to DNA testing was not in the Bureau's system, and a peculiar novel substance with an earthy, meaty scent. Later testing suggested to the Bureau that this was a splotch of meat crab nectar. Not only that, but the DNA of the blood matched the DNA of the nectar, suggesting that the wanderer who wrote these pages was processed into food for the hive. And they all lived happily ever after, unless they happened to not want to be processed into nectar for the hive. The Devil's Hole Cave System in Death Valley National Park has become a locus for supernatural phenomena. After a troubling pattern of disappearances in and around the cavern, authorities began sending investigators into its depths. Some had successful expeditions, but in the end, those who sought to map the cave only joined the numbers of those it claimed. On the occasions that the explorers did return, they always described monsters and hazards of an indescribable nature, which I always thought was kind of weird. Because, like, if you're describing them as indescribable, then they've just been described. Wait, indescribable is a description in the first place, so the word just makes no sense. I'm getting off track. Among the oddities found within the caverns, one room in the cave proved especially confounding. Dubbed Medusa's Den, this room was found by investigator Mark Fischbach. No relation, but we're gonna use his picture. Please don't sue me. Upon returning from his first expedition, investigator Fischbach provided evidence of a massive cavern within the cave, containing what at first appeared to be limestone statues of people in incredible pain. The faces of the statues suggest that they're screaming in agony, like they were given birth to spiny sea urchins. Strangely enough, the The statues were wearing cloth clothes as well, and had completed anatomy under them. The clothes that these statues were wearing were from various eras of history. Some looked like they were from the days of cavemen. Some looked like prospectors trying to strike it rich during the gold rush. Some looked like they went missing this week, right down to the fresh Heinz mustard stains on their quadruple XL Supreme shirts. There were also statues of small animals like rats, frogs, and scorpions. Even stranger, occasionally he noted statues of spiders as tall as his waist, one of a humanoid creature that definitely wasn't stolen directly from the descent, even one of some sort of giant predatory land cephalopod. I really like what you've done with the place, Mommy Cave. He returned from the cave on his first expedition with no struggle or fear. However, he looked notably paler than when he went in, but it wasn't like he had seen a ghost. He relayed all information very matter-of-factly, and did not resist at all when Lucicorp assigned him to return to the cave the next day. This wasn't the classic psychological reaction of blood draining from someone's face due to fear. Upon shaking a Lucicorp executive's hand, they stated that it was almost like the texture and hue of the skin was changing. It was gray and hard. It felt like dusty sandpaper. The next day, Fischbach undertook his second expedition. The first time he went in, he said that it took him at least an hour of exploring deep within the cave before he came across the room. The second time, he said he found it almost immediately, and to his surprise, it was far closer to the surface than the first time. Not only this, but the room appeared much larger. There were many more statues, and they were arranged in a circle, all pointed towards a central locus. Fischbach noted that among the statues, many of them resembled the tourist that had recently gone missing. He came and went from the cave with no issue. Even though he reported being inside for only a few hours, he left for the expedition at the crack of dawn and returned at midnight. The second time Fischbach returned, his epidermis looked more similar to the skin of an elephant than that of a man. It was dry, hard and flaky, and it audibly shifted and cracked as he moved. Fischbach had not noticed this until informed of his condition by those he was debriefing. Upon becoming aware of his state, he panicked and begged the Lucicorp executives to seek out the source of a potential cure. Originally, both Fischbach and representatives of Lucicorp agreed that this was clearly emblematic of the Greek myth of Medusa, hence the name they chose for the cavern. Samples taken from Fischbach's rapidly changing skin revealed a different cause for this anomalous disease. It appears that this affliction is caused by a newly discovered species of fungus native to the Devil's Hole, hereby dubbed Gorgon spores. These spores cause the calcification of biological material when in contact with a living animal. Translation, they turn meaty bits into rocks. When touched, eaten, or inhaled, these spores will bind to organs and tissues and calcify them into limestone. You're probably wondering, what's the fucking point of turning people into rocks? Just for funsies? Well, it's not just for funsies. It's actually integral in how these Gorgon spores feed. You see, these spores are an extremophile species of fungus that feeds on limestone deposits within the cave. However, just like Hansel and Gretel learned, if you eat your house, the maintenance costs are gonna be crazy, and that's why you gotta stick more candy all over the walls. And by candy, I mean dead people turn into rocks. Hence why these spores convert animals into limestone. It's 'cause they're hungry. Through a heretofore unknown process, the Gorgon spores first calcify their victims, and then use a specialized acid to dissolve the calcified rock, allowing metals and inorganic ions present in the newly formed stone to be used as the fungus's energy source.
Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me want to light a hornet's nest on fire and throw it in a school, but I don't know, man. Eat a random mushroom from the forest.
It's thought that the Gorgon spores are at least partially the reason that the cave can shift and morph so fluidly, as the constant influx of new limestone from this cavern could be used to restructure the cave, as the fungus constantly breaks it down and feeds on it. I got that last part from the Lucicorp files that I didn't steal, but for once the humans look like they're onto something, so credit where credit is due. Evidently, the spores are not limited to Medusa's den, but can travel with any host that's been infected. Fischbach continued to calcify even when he was kept on the surface, showing evidence that the cave spores will continue to feed off of their prey, even when outside of their native environment. He begged to be sent back into the cave in search of a cure, and Lucicorp readily agreed to send him back next morning. Upon daybreak, Investigator Fischbach had become completely calcified, his face stricken with the same excruciating expression as those claimed by Medusa's den. Lucicorp has gone on record stating that it intends to use his body to explain the natural process of how the Gorgon spores fucking eat people to fat tourists. They're quoted on record as saying,
Investigator Fishbach's sacrifice will not be in vain, as his remains will educate those who will inevitably come from every corner of the earth to experience the majesty of the Devil's Hole anomalies. A novel species of anomalous entity has recently been reported in the underbelly. This creature has features that closely resemble those of several species of rodents, as well as some that strangely resemble those of millipedes. This animal, hereby dubbed the Molipede, was found tunneling throughout the underbelly on an exploration mission by the Bureau of Anomalous Containment. The underbelly is an infinite liminal dimension made up of underground structures like sewers, subways, and catacombs that has many connections to Earth via the non-anomalous versions of those places. People often find themselves transported there by exploring a bit too deeply underground and losing track of where they are. While they won't notice right away, they may figure it out once they see this place's version of a rat. To get a better understanding of this creature, we should first take a look at its physiology and biology. This animal will grow to be 7 to 15 feet long as an adult, and the amount of legs that it has is directly tied to the length of its spine, sprouting more weird stubby rat feet as it grows throughout its life.
They grow up so fast!
In a traditional sense, the Molipede is functionally blind. While it does use those eyes for a certain type of sight, it's not a traditional sense of vision. The Molipede instead uses this weird little wormy star-shaped nose to find its way around. This organ paints a picture of the world with a combination of scent and touch. The wormy feely-dealies are 100 times more sensitive than human fingertips, and the olfactory system is magnitudes stronger than a human nose. These two senses allow the Molipede to paint an accurate picture of the world, so it's not just sitting there doing whatever the fuck Helen Keller did all day, which was probably nothing. While I did say this creature was functionally blind, that was a lie. Well, kind of. If you put this thing on the surface, it would definitely need a service dog, don't get me wrong. But that's oversimplifying it. You may be wondering why this animal has 4 eyes rather than 2 when it should have 0 because it can't fucking see. While the Molipede cannot see in a traditional sense, they still have 2 sets of eyes focused on different spectrums of light. The top set of eyes can see infrared, and the Molipede uses these to detect sources of intense heat from behind the walls of the underbelly to more easily find meat crab nests. The animal's bottom set of eyes are tuned to the X-ray spectrum. Remember that scene from Predator where, to hide from Predator, they put a bunch of mud on themselves to disguise their heat signature? Well, even if you hid your heat signature, this guy could still see your skeleton. This allows the Molipede to hunt for warm-blooded animals as efficiently as cold-blooded ones. Even though these modes of sight are not nearly as useful for painting a picture of the environment itself, they are especially tailored to find the exact resources the Molipede needs more efficiently than regular eyes would in this dark environment. This creature spends the majority of its time burrowing tunnels into concrete that make up the underbelly, using their large star noses to detect food sources. They have large incisors tough enough to scrape through solid stone located on the cusp of their lips, which means they can dig through the walls without eating a bunch of rocks. It's pretty good, I don't like these rocks. Because of their large size, these tunnels are often disruptive to other life forms in the underbelly. The tunnel systems they create are often responsible for making the architecture in the areas they inhabit unstable, resulting in constant collapses. Because the collapses create areas cut off from most of the other underbelly, it is in these collapsed areas that Molipedes find a safe place to reproduce and rear their young. Strangely, while these creatures are warm-blooded mammals, like part of their namesake, the millipede, they lay large clutches of soft-shelled eggs, and their blood contains a lethal poison. Molipedes lay clutches of up to 30 eggs at a time, and they usually do it in one of the naturally occurring shit piles in the underbelly. The eggs are around the size of a baseball, but taste much better than one. The newly hatched Molipede is only a few inches in length. However, the babies will scurry off and quickly grow to their full size in around 2 to 3 years. Like the majority of the life in the underbelly, to survive, this creature has to eat whatever it can find. However, unlike most of the life down here, it doesn't seem to directly target human wanderers. I mean, if it's starving and you look slow and stupid, don't get me wrong, it'll take a bite. But like most members of the opposite sex, it probably won't pursue you. These creatures are omnivores, mostly consuming refuse and the various species of fungus that occur in the underbelly. They do, however, supplement their diet with whatever meat they can safely catch. And in addition to this, they do have one favorite, dangerous treat to acquire. These creatures are the main predator of meat crabs, and will crack open and destroy their hives for the nectar they create. Kinda like a bear getting in a beehive for the honey,
or an anteater getting in an anthill for the ants, or your uncle getting in your ass for a felony.
While meat crabs are fearsome in their own right, since the molipede has toxic blood and flesh, the crabs die off as they attack it. Because of this, it takes a lot longer for the meat crabs to do significant damage to the molipede,
Giving it a healthy feeding window to slurp up all the nectar and munch on some crabs. And they all lived happily ever after, unless they happen to be a meat crab. The end.
The Death Valley National Park has become home to what at first appeared to be cult activities. These phenomena are centered around the Devil's Hole cave system. The cave is unmapped and was only thought at first to be around 500 feet deep. Recent discoveries suggest that the cave may be thousands of feet deep and displays numerous anomalous qualities. After a series of disappearances in and around the cavern, the Death Valley Police Department sent an investigator to map the cave. Before his passing, the investigator discovered, among other phenomena, that the laws of physics can function differently within the cavern. Not only this, but the layout of the cave is rumored to morph and change, trapping any occupants in an ever-shifting limestone maze, evidently inhabited by dangerous and otherworldly fauna. The disappearances didn't cease following the discovery of the nature of the Devil's Hole. In fact, they seemed to increase. Not only this, but the seemingly paranormal nature of the disappearances attracted a crowd of what called themselves supernatural tourists. Curious as to the anomalous nature of the cave, these tourists flocked from all over to get a chance to see it for themselves. Despite knowing full well of the dangers of the cave, the locals seek to profit off this. However, with the cave closed to any individual not involved in the investigation or law enforcement, this would prove difficult. In attempts to monetize the confounding nature of the Devil's Hole, an independent contracting company, Lucicorp, approached the Death Valley Police Department and proposed a deal. If Lucicorp were to completely fund and undertake all facets of the cavern investigation, they would be able to access the grounds on whatever basis they would like. This would allow the Death Valley PD to focus their limited resources on their police work rather than ghost busting, as Lucicorp put it. The Death Valley Police Department, already stretched thin and unprepared when it comes to handling non-anomalous phenomena, reluctantly agreed to hand over the entire operation to Lucicorp. Lucicorp organized their first expedition into the cave the same day that they began planning infrastructure for tourism endeavors. Richard Gray was the first investigator hired by Lucicorp to explore the cave. He was given a corded expedition phone, a digital camera, and a hazmat suit. Mr. Gray was in the cave for several days. Upon exiting the Devil's Hole, Mr. Gray had been stripped of his hazmat suit and the rest of his clothes. He looked incredibly pale and was in severe distress. He had no knowledge of why he was naked. He was also seemingly surprised that he was naked in the first place. Mr. Gray's report of his time in the Devil's Hole is as follows. When I first entered the cavern, it looked like any other flooded cave. As I turned back to face the surface, the light that had previously illuminated my back dissipated, and I was facing a solid rock wall. I turned back around to reveal a circular room, lit by a fire in the middle. The cord to the phone was now outstretched in front of me, leading me further into the cave. The walls were lined with what looked like a deep red mix of cave paintings and cultish iconography. It looked somehow both meticulously painted in some parts and splattered with reckless abandon in others. I followed the phone cord and cultish symbols into another room, then another, then another. I lost track after the 12th or 13th. They all looked the same. Upon getting deeper into the cave, I heard screaming, desperate screams for help. This wasn't all I heard. There were also a series of violent, cacophonous clicking noises. I turned back to go in the other direction, but the cave cut me off again. I had no choice. The horrible chorus got louder as I followed it. The symbols and the cord to another room yet again illuminated with fire. It's almost as if the cave were leading me to witness this. I saw a group of what I could only describe as bat people, things, whatever, drag a tourist that had been reported missing several days ago onto a carved slab of stone. He must have been 300 pounds, but one of them picked him up and threw him on the slab like he was nothing. They pulled out a blade and cut him from his neck to his crotch. Then they began to eat the vital organs, heart, kidneys, liver, and intestines. They finished their meal by scalping him, cracking his skull like a coconut, and eating the brain. Then they split his legs and arms down the middle, cracking the bones and pulling them to make it look like he had 8 limbs rather than 4. I almost puked at the sight of it, and I couldn't take it anymore. I followed the phone cord past it as silently as I could, but I accidentally kicked a small pebble. All of them swerved around and stared directly at me. They instantly burst into a sprint and repeated their grating, clicking noises as fast as a machine gun. I snapped a picture, and they seemed to hate the flash. They stopped momentarily, screeching in pain. I used the opportunity to slip through a crack in the wall, and the second I was out of that room, there was only a solid rock wall behind me. No monsters. I followed the cord back to the surface, and nothing weird happened on the way out. It's almost like the cave wanted me to get out. Please don't make me go back down there. Mr. Gray was sent back to the cave a few days after his initial report. He went missing on his second expedition. The next day, Lucicorp hired another investigator. As the bodies piled up, it would soon become clear that the way Lucicorp saw it, as long as they could keep finding investigators to sacrifice to the cave, they could keep their potential tourist business feasible. It appears that the anomalous Devil's Hole cave system has a whole cult of wild and wacky monstrosities living inside of it. I wonder if someone's gonna go on to explain what exactly these weird cave people are. Probably not, though. The cavern people have incredibly pale, almost bony skin. The texture of their skin is described as an entire body callus. They also have large, blacked-out photoreflective eyes. These creatures are violently photophobic, similar to the cave spider from the previous entry. They have rat-like face whiskers for sensing the environment, and disproportionately large triangular ears to hear things real good. The cave people also have fishhook-shaped claws on the ends of their fingers and toes for multiple reasons. None of them are sexual, I promise. One reason is for use in hunting and killing. Another is for use in fishing the incredibly endangered fish that live in the waters of only the Devil's Hole. And yet another is for use in scaling the walls and ceilings of the cave. The teeth of the cave people resemble those of a crocodilian, likely having something to do with their fish-heavy diet and the need to quickly skewer those slippery bastards. The cavern people seem to hunt using a mix of scent and echolocation. They echolocate using a series of similar, yet quite distinct clicks. Whereas the language clicks have more of a variable rhythm and tone, the hunting clicks seem to be consistent in speed and pitch. Upon dissection of the parts of the corpse that we did not eat, it was revealed that the smell and hearing centers of this creature's brain were exceptionally large compared to that of a human's. Examination of its sinuses and facial structure suggests an olfactory system more similar to a bloodhound than that of a man. I know what you're thinking. Why didn't they smell Mr. Gray if they have such good noses? And it's probably because their supreme sniffers in question were overwhelmed with the scent of iron and McDonald's in that fat guy's blood. Despite some of their more animalistic and brutal actions, the people of the cavern are actually quite intelligent. So much so that they've mastered tool use and discovered fire. Whether or not they did this independently or copied off the humans' homework is unknown. The pictograph that they paint around the cave and on the hills of Death Valley at night show an understanding of symbolism and a capacity for abstract thought. Their clicking language alone suggests a complex and intelligent brain. I mean, that one joined a pyramid scheme, so they're not all geniuses, but you know, there's a wide range just like humans. The most obvious identifier of the cavern people's intelligence are their religious practices, demonstrated by former investigator, professional spelunker, and current probable corpse, Richard Gray, and his notation of their ritualistic consumption of human beings who find themselves in the cave. It appears that the cave people consume the majority of the vital organs of the individual, but leave the rest of the flesh intact, save for carving the limbs in such a manner that they effectively look as though they've become doubled. The cave people probably used to just wait for people to go into the cave to get ritualistically eaten, but due to the annexation of the cave, they likely now just abduct humans under the cover of darkness. So just like a lot of the times that humans try to fix shit, they inevitably just made it worse, and the main people it's affecting are people who had nothing to do with the decision at all, and disagreed with it in the first place. And they all lived happily ever after. The end. Usually when people say the Devil's Hole, they're talking about the anus. Nah, I doubt it. They were engineered to be perfectly legally distinct. Besides, they got way better knockoffs to take care of before they come after this shit show. So, if you're watching this, sue Rick and Morty first. A series of disappearances has been traced to a religious cult in an undisclosed location. At first, these seem to be your standard run-of-the-mill ritualistic human sacrifices led by a charismatic sociopath with a man bun. However, certain aspects of the tragedies led authorities to believe that there was an occult motive behind them. Each of the victims were found completely skinned, with chunks of their flesh missing all over their body, flanked with what resembled human bite marks. The eyes were removed as well, leaving the sockets empty. Under the body was an insignia of a skull, drawn in the blood of the victim. While this seems like your everyday Manson affair, this isn't the standard run-of-the-mill cult wasting some innocent rando for a nonsense ethereal gabagool that doesn't actually exist. Just the opposite. Evidence seemed to suggest legitimate intervention from an anomalous entity. Multiple images of a skinned humanoid were taken at and within a 1-mile radius of many of the crime scenes, giving us a semblance of what this monster could be. This entity appears to be a humanoid being with a skeletal facial structure, muscular build, and no skin. The outer layer of its body is made up of only muscle fibers. From my very legitimate research, human beings don't survive for very long without their skin. So this must be some sort of paranormal being. I feel like I know that guy from somewhere. The most recent murder led to the discovery of a blood trail from the crime scene into a subway station, onto the tracks, and disappearing within the darkness of the tunnel. Because the blood streak disappeared suddenly at a dead end, some researchers theorized that this entity was using an alternate dimension known as the underbelly to stay hidden and travel between his crime scenes. And by some researchers, I mean me. The underbelly is an endless liminal space made up of underground structures like sewers, subways, and catacombs that has many connections to Earth via the non-anomalous versions of those places. People often find themselves transported there by exploring a bit too deeply underground and losing track of where they are. While human wanderers are almost never able to jump back and forth between dimensions without anomalous intervention, it appears that whatever this entity is using the underbelly as a base of operations, and breaching into the surface dimension routinely to interact with this cult. After tracking the murders for an extended period of time, a high-status member of the cult was captured by the Bureau of Anomalous Containment. After researcher Dr. Volt subjected them to advanced interrogation tactics, she was able to reveal that the goal of these ritualistic sacrifices was to bring about the end times. When she pressed the member to explain what he meant by end times, he had genuinely no fucking idea in the slightest, but he was able to point her towards the source of his knowledge. A book, bound with human leather and written in blood. Cliché as that may be, this tome contained information describing the manner in which the cult sacrificed the victims. First, they strap the victim down and make a large incision from the top of the forehead to the belly button. Then, they leave a trail of the victim's blood from the sacrifice altar to the nearest underground structure. They would then wait for the entity to arrive. Upon arrival of the skinned man, they would remove the epidermis of the victim while they were still alive and present the offering. The skinned man would then proceed to take bites out of the victim until their heart no longer beats, at which point it will take their eyes and then recede into the sewers. This process must be repeated until the entity has enough power to usher in the end times. The Bureau of Anomalous Containment has labeled this entity and the associated cult as a high-level threat to the integrity of the human species, and has subsequently put out a contain order for the entity and a terminate on-site order for members of the cult. Can't have anything nice without the government taking a big old slice of the pie, can you? To give a big middle finger to the BAC, I thought I'd come in and do their job for them. Wait, it's you? Good to know. Why were you, using the shit tunnels? Ooh, I'm gonna put these on a pair of boots. A novel species of gargantuan predatory salamander was recently discovered in an underground body of water in the Devil's Hole cave system. As an adult, the average length of this creature from nose to tip of the tail is around 12 feet or 3.65 meters. This is roughly the same size as the American alligator. This salamander was first discovered by an investigator of the Devil's Hole, sent by the company in charge of monitoring the cave's activity, Lucicorp.
This salamander, hereby dubbed the Slime Dragon, was first documented when an explorer of the cave set up motion-activated flash cameras in and around one of the subterranean rivers. The first image that was delivered back to Lucicorp HQ was the face of the Slime Dragon. The second was the creature generously demonstrating its feeding habits on the explorer in question. Evidently, the investigator explored the bowels of the cave before exploring the bowels of the salamander. This animal is closely related to the pet store variety axolotl, and its physiology is incredibly similar despite a few key differences. One of these key differences is that it's fucking giant. Another key difference is that this creature is completely blind, and its eyes have become vestigial over thousands of years of not being used in the pitch-black environment of the cave. Now they just got the same milky white eyes as your friend's really old dog that they insist is still breathing, but you're not so sure. Instead of hunting using its eyesight, this animal detects prey using the movements of the water currents, similar to many crocodilians. If one is in the same water as a slime dragon, it would help to keep as still as possible, as any ripples you create in the water will lead it straight to you. It's like a deadly game of Marco Polo. The creature has incredibly sensitive skin that it partially breathes through, but this same sensitivity helps the slime dragon locate its prey with great efficiency, all without needing eyeballs. While this sensitive skin is not very protective and can be easily damaged, this is counterbalanced because another trait that the animal shares with the axolotl is the ability to regrow entire limbs and sections of their body or skin. The Devil's Hole slime dragon has also developed electromagnetic sensors on its lower jaw to help it detect the electric biosignatures left in the environment by living animals, making it all the more effective at hunting. All without the use of sight. Alright, now you're rubbing it in. As a child, this creature is quite similar to a regular axolotl. It's actually indistinguishable from regular ones, save for the fact that it has developed sharp teeth and a much more advanced predation strategy. As a baby, it's the size of an adult regular axolotl, and as it grows, it feeds on larger and larger prey. Another key difference between this giant man-eating axolotl and a regular one is what happens when it goes through puberty. While most amphibians eventually metamorphose, trade their gills for lungs, and move out of the fully aquatic lifestyle, this is not the case for axolotls. They instead retain the gills and stay entirely aquatic in a condition known as paedomorphism. Ew. Hashtag axolotl is over party. This is not the case for the Devil's Hole slime dragon, because it likes consenting adults, like people who don't get stabbed to death in prison. And while it does retain its gills and the ability to breathe water, it will also grow lungs, like in most other amphibian metamorphosis, allowing it to easily traverse land and water. Once Lucicorp was made aware of the slime dragon's existence, they sent a team of biologists into the cave in attempts to capture one of the babies. For once, this went off without a hitch, and the biologists returned shortly after, strangely with no note of anomalous interference whatsoever. The team did note that they found a small pool of water completely filled to the brim with baby slime dragons. Almost immediately. They didn't even have to look. It was the first thing they saw dead center of the first cavern. That's not suspicious. Strangely enough, the small pool wasn't being fed by any other larger body of water. It was just there, in isolation. The team gathered 15 of the babies and brought them back to headquarters for study. Because the slime dragons are completely blind, they adapted quite well to captivity. The animals didn't have any obvious anomalous features, and to all external measures, seemed to be just a larger, more dangerous cousin to the axolotl. It's entirely possible that this creature evolved from its smaller, benign pet store cousin, whether it be related to the anomalous cave or not. Noting that these creatures could be contained and cared for just about as easily as alligators, Lucicorp decided to keep them on display in attempts to show the public that they totally had a safe level of control over the anomalies related to the cave, and should be trusted to put a Disneyland-style resort inside of the literal pit of hell. If dragging a big slimy cum-covered lizard out of the ground doesn't show they got this handled, what will? Obvious foreshadowing is obvious. Did you know that axolotls are illegal to own in the state where I live, which makes me want one so much more now? The Underbelly. A strange world made up of seemingly endless tunnels and pipelines from the hidden systems that keep the human world turning. Railways, sewage, catacombs, any structure created to facilitate the incessant function or store the forgotten waste of a society that carries on unknowingly above it. The entrance to this place isn't easily found, at least not by choice, as most of the wanderers who find themselves unfortunate enough to end up in the underbelly do it by mistake. They stick their nose where it doesn't belong and voyage a bit too deep underground on an unfamiliar path. It won't be obvious that they're in a new place right away. But most realize they've transitioned into the underbelly as the architecture begins to resemble a brutal industrialist Dr. Seuss book. The creatures that live down here tend to be much stranger than anything you'd find on the surface as well. One such creature, the one we're discussing today, is the chudfly. Chudfly are a humanoid species of insect that inhabits the underbelly. As do many creatures that live in this realm, this animal includes refuse and biological waste as staples in its diet, bringing a whole new meaning to the term shit-eating grin. However, also like most all life down here, the chudfly isn't picky, and has shown predatory strategies when given the opportunity. Like a regular housefly, this entity eats by vomiting up a corrosive acidic substance onto its food, and slurping up the resulting meat mush.
Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me want to replace the Great Lakes with Mountain Dew and watch the fish freak the fuck out. But I don't know, sit on a sapling.
This method of eating is incredibly useful for digesting the various ingredients of shit, but sometimes makes it difficult for the chudfly to subdue more active prey, since it's kind of a sit-and-wait situation. Although, the insect has demonstrated a form of ranged spittle attack, and has been known to stalk victims for extended periods of time while the acid eats away at them. While parts of its facial structure have grown to resemble a human skull, DNA testing has revealed that this is seemingly from convergent evolution rather than shared ancestry. In fact, the structures that look like the skull aren't even bone at all, and are instead made up of the same chitin as the rest of the creature's exoskeleton. Some researchers theorize that the skull appearance to the chudfly's face is a method of fooling the facial pattern recognition systems of human brains. It's thought that in the low light levels of the underbelly, the similar anatomical structures could cause a human wanderer to approach the chudfly to look for help. Just remember, if you see something that looks friendly, everything down here wants to kill you. So, same rules as Australia. While the chudfly does have wings, they're shriveled and vestigial like your penis, making them useless in terms of what it was once designed for. Similar to a housefly, this creature has compound eyes. Each receptor is a tiny eye in itself, which captures its own image, and the sensory information is converted into a larger, singular image. While these eyes have low image resolution compared to yours, they possess an exceptionally large view angle and the ability to detect rapid movement and the polarization of light. This is much more useful to the chudfly in this low light environment than the regular eyeball setup. Also, like regular houseflies, they have 3 larval stages. Unlike regular houseflies, the 3 larval stages are radically different from one another. First, an adult chudfly will lay fertilized eggs in rotting meat, and after a few days, the eggs will hatch into burrito-sized maggots. These burrito maggots will eat whatever dead thing they were laid inside of to gather enough biomass in order to metamorphose to their next stage. The next stage, the nymph stage, is similar in anatomy to a dragonfly nymph, only much larger. At this point, the chudfly nymph is around the size of an adult German shepherd. It shifts from scavenger feeding habits to predatory ones, as it skulks both the water and walkways of the underbelly in search for prey. The chudfly nymph will basically eat anything it can fit in its mouth, so if you're traveling with small children, keep a close eye on them, or the chudfly nymph will keep a close mouth on them.
Wait, don't tweet yet. I didn't mean like that.
While it cannot fit an adult human wanderer into its gullet, it will still attempt to subdue them in order to drag their bodies to a more private place for later consumption. After it consumes enough food to metamorphose again, it will begin the final metamorphosis stage, in which it forms a pupa, and after a period of around 2 weeks to a month, it emerges as a fully grown chudfly. As an adult chudfly, the insect will live for about a year before finding a mate, how the fuck does he have more riz than me, and starting the cycle all over again by laying eggs in another freshly made dead body. And they all lived happily ever after, unless they happen to be the guy who got the eggs laid in him. The end. The Death Valley National Park has become a flashpoint for anomalous activity. These phenomena are centered around the Devil's Hole cave system. Among the happenings, there are reports of shifting geography within the cavern, reality distortions, and even an otherworldly ecosystem of confounding creatures. Several investigators have been assigned to find the source of these anomalies, but most of them have gone missing. The ones who do come back report further implausible sightings and show symptoms of insanity. Nevertheless, people not only continued to visit the cave, but tourism increased. In an attempt to decrease the number of people going missing, the independent company Lucicorp took over expeditions to the cave and closed it to the public until it could be better understood and made safe for civilian activity. Oftentimes, the best encouragement you can give a human being to go somewhere is a big red sign that says do not enter. Emilio Cruz and Cal Crookshank were no exception. After several years of becoming increasingly obsessed with the place following a series of online videos discussing the anomalies, Emilio convinced his college roommate Cal to check it out with him. Cal was always dismissive of anomalous phenomena, thinking the whole thing was a hoax. He figured that it was shut to the public anyways, and maybe if he went, Emilio would finally shut up about it for good. So, Cal agreed, and Emilio led them to the caves. The two of them managed to sneak past what little fortifications that Lucicorp labeled security with ease. That's the last time either of them was heard from, until Emilio showed up at a police station 400 miles from the Devil's Hole. His family reported him going missing a month ago, but he swore he was only in the cave a couple days at most. Emilio's eyewitness description is as follows.
I figured we'd be fine. I did all the research. I thought the biggest thing to fear was a rock falling on my head. Cal was more scared of running out of water. We forgot about those concerns real quick though. Things seemed fine for the first few minutes, until we reached a dead end. We turned around to go back, but suddenly our path was stopped by a thick wall of glass in a blinding fractal pattern. It got closer to us, trapping us between it and the dead end as its pattern spread across the cave walls. Cal was panicking and cursing me for bringing him, but I managed to convince him to charge the encroaching fractal. Right before it crushed us, we grabbed onto each other and rushed. We broke through the thin glass wall. The part of the cave we were in looked nothing like it did before. The dead end was gone, and instead, we were in the middle of an intersection. We had 4 ways to go, but they all looked like the same endless path, except for the walls. In 3 directions, the cave walls moved like a wave. The 4th hallway, the one we went down, had smooth walls with perfect corners. They were still cave walls, but it felt like smooth, like someone built it. And it was lit like there were torches, but I didn't see any. The only reminder of where we were was the stalactites, arranged on the ceiling in perfect rows. Water dripped down them, creating tiny pools, shallow enough to see our reflections. They seemed to shimmer under the invisible torchlight. As we walked, we tried to avoid the puddles, but eventually, Cal stepped in one. Rather than cause a splash, he fell straight through. He was fully submerged before I even knew what was going on. I ran to the water and stuck my head in to see if I could find him, but I quickly realized these were more than just some puddles. Underneath the surface, they were connected by an unfathomably deep body of water. There were some elevated ledges on the sides of the cave, but at some points I couldn't see the bottom. The surface of the ledges were filled with bones. Some human, some I didn't recognize. In the middle of the lake was Cal, struggling to find his way out for a breath of air. I tried to shout at him. I just choked on the water. As he floated there, one of those little tiny pupfish swam up to him. I had no idea those things lived so deep. Cal looked it in the eye. He seemed to find some calmness in that moment. That was until the tiny blue fish opened its mouth, showing off layers of sharp teeth so bright I could make out every single one of them. Thousands of pairs of eyes opened on the sides of the cave. More pupfish than I could count raced out of the tiny nooks in the rocks. Cal tried to swim up, looking for the way out. He finally spotted me, but before he had the chance, a dozen pupfish bit down on his ankles. He let out a muffled scream as the fish dragged him down, his eyes bulging from the pressure. I saw a couple pupfish eyeing me, hoping I would try to save him. It was hopeless. Once they had him pinned at the bottom, the rest of the fish pounced. They devoured him. They left his neck and head alone at first, as if they wanted him to experience every moment of it. Within moments, Cal was picked clean, and the pieces of his skeleton drifted apart before settling amongst the other corpses. When they were done, the pupfish turned towards me and rushed the surface. My head shot out of the water, and I started sprinting before I even knew what was in front of me. I turned to see the mouth of the cave, just a few feet away where before there was an endless hallway. It was as if something was letting me out. I emerged in a totally different part of the valley from where I wandered. Thankfully, Cal made me bring enough water to last until I found my way back to town. I don't know what I experienced, but fuck those fish. Pupfish endangered my ass.
Endanger your ass? Don't mind if I do. Maybe next time a company called Lucicorp tells you not to go somewhere, don't. You know the phrase, curiosity killed the cat? Yeah, I've met your cats. They would have turned around. You fuckers are the one dying from curiosity. So let's talk about these fish so you idiots can go look for them. Emilio described them as pupfish. Devil's Hole pupfish are little bright blue fish found only in the waters of the Devil's Hole cave. Until now, their numbers have never been recorded at more than 500 individuals. But Emilio reported seeing thousands of these little guys, with notably different physiology than their commonly reported surface counterparts. Pupfish are known for their ability to live in low oxygen environments, so that's likely how they were able to sustain such a massive population much deeper within the Devil's Hole. Whatever the hell ate Cal certainly wasn't the harmless herbivorous pupfish we're familiar with, though. To make things easier, I'm gonna call the larger carnivorous pupfish a wolffish. I know that wolffish already exist, and it's confusing, but scientists can't name things for shit anyway. So why should I have to be the one that has to change? Wolffish hunt in a pack, much like piranha and wolves. Also like piranha, they tear their victims apart with admirable efficiency, leaving behind only bones, or to use the scientific term, dog toys. These fish are not only fearsome, but the underground body of water they inhabit seems to be anomalous. From above, the entrances to the lake look only like puddles, but this is actually due to the light that emanates from the caverns above the lake. This light reflects off the top of the lake in a manner where it makes the water look only inches deep, when in reality it's connected to a deep lake with a violent riptide that quickly sucks the victim into the center. No one knows exactly where the light comes from, but it seems to emanate somewhere from within the cave walls. Sometimes victims would step in on their own, but it seems as though the wolffish are aware of how cute they look, and they use it to lure humans, both to touch the puddle and to their doom. Just look at this old guy. How could anyone suspect what he is planning? That's when they get you. The first drop of blood in the water summons a horde of fellow wolffish, who chomp up your fleshy bits, like, well, wolves, or fish. I don't know. My favorite part about the endangered pupfish is how they taste when I eat them. The underbelly. An endless liminal expanse of tunnels and pipes that belong to the underground systems that keep society functioning. Subways, catacombs, sewers, any structure created to deal with the waste of society and keep it moving. Few know exactly how to enter the underbelly. In fact, most of who find themselves there do so by accident. All it takes is to take a wrong turn poking your nose where it doesn't belong below ground. One fast food executive, however, found himself in the underbelly searching for answers. There are many questions that may never have an answer. What's the meaning of life? Is there life after death? How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? Among those unanswerable questions was one that stood above the rest. One so shrouded in mystery that among every scholar and philosopher who came across it, none left with an appropriate response. Who the fuck actually eats at Long John Silver's? Even the absolute shittiest restaurants infect the one person willing to give them a shot with food poisoning every once in a while. This exec had never seen a single person enter one, so how the hell was he getting paid? Was Long John Silver's just one big money laundering operation? And if so, where was the money really coming from? He began to have trouble sleeping at night, with images of crack kingpins, human trafficking, and hamster prostitution. He needed to know. Looking to the internet for answers as his chronically online ass often did, he saw he was not the only one wondering this. He was looking for someone claiming to have eaten at the restaurant of his employment, but all he saw was more people looking for people claiming to have eaten there. He was at a dead end. In attempts to explain how they survive as a business, the executive at LJS searched everywhere for a possible market of where they got their customers. While watching the iconic LJS Dr. Norman Big Fish commercial, it finally hit him. What if people aren't what's eating there? Long John Silver's is a fish restaurant. Yes, that means it serves fish, but that's not all it means. If they couldn't find someone willing to eat at Long John Silver's, they must have found something willing to eat at Long John Silver's. The executive was looking in the wrong place. When your food comes from the water, why look to land for customers? He thought back to a local urban legend, a fishman who was rumored to live in the sewers, feeding on the refuse of the modern world.
Sounds like a guy who'd enjoy some Long John Silver's.
Half man, half fish, with a palate perfectly suited to what the LJS Corporation advertises as food. After taking 17 tabs of acid and watching The Shape of Water in reverse, the executive knew what had to be done. He had to find their actual customers. If there was a place where this beautiful hybrid creature could live and still have access to Long John Silver's, it must have been the sewers. The executive packed a go bag and entered the first manhole he could find. He wasn't well acquainted with the confusing underground structures, so he slipped into the underbelly quite quickly. He hadn't even noticed any of the Lovecraftian changes to the infrastructure, or even some of the peculiar creatures hiding in the shadows. He was a man on a mission. He laid a Long John Silver's fish sandwich combo on the side of one of the fecal-tainted rivers, and waited, and waited, and waited. After a few hours, he dozed off. He awoke to the sound of squelching water and crumpling food wrappers. As he opened his eyes, he was face to face with something inhuman. Half man, half fish, just as the legends described. Even more shocking, it was somehow eating the Long John Silver's sandwich, like it was food. The fishman's gaze was fixed on the sandwich and fries combo, but as the jaw of the executive dropped, they locked eyes. The fishman hesitantly pointed directly at the LJS shirt that the exec always wore under every other clothing item he owned. It must have recognized the symbol from the packaging. It started squeaking a strange chant from its gills, before more and more fish people gathered around it. The executive emptied his backpack, filling the space in front of him with Long John Silver's. The fishmen shrieked in rejoice, leapt to the walkway, and devoured everything the executive had to give them. When they were finished, they all made eye contact with him, and the one in the front extended their hand. The executive took it, and before he knew what was happening, they were whisking him through the shitwater. In moments, he was at what looked like their home, a clearing in the sewer, littered with LJS wrappers. As the fishman moved and bustled about their activities, he got a closer look at them. They had smooth, slippery skin, sharp teeth, bulbous eyes, and a body that looked exactly like what would happen if a fish person were to survive solely on Long John Silver's. Atop this fat neck is a face similar to an anglerfish, with the same sort of flapdoodle that the angler uses to hunt. Instead, they use it to see and carry out tasks that need light. Some were reading, some were writing, some were painting. I mean, everything that they can paint is made with shit, so it's all greens and browns, and they go to this really unhealthy guy's pipes to get red, but still pretty cool. Better than you can paint. The LJS Corporation was able to survive for so long with not even a single human customer because they were supporting an entire fish society. Then, he looked up. He felt like he recognized where he was. The lead fishman again took his hand and led him to a waterfall, where the executive claimed without prompting that they definitely didn't have sex. And then the fishman took him up the waterfall. They went a long, long way. He couldn't breathe and struggled to get free, but the fishman held on. At some point, he went unconscious due to lack of oxygen. He awoke, soaking wet and completely naked, in the very same Long John Silver's he had gotten the sandwiches from.
And that, my friends, is where I've been, and my idea for the future of this company.
Also, I didn't have sex with the fishman, if anyone was wondering.
Dave, you haven't been back to work in 2 weeks, and you come back covered in human shit, insult the entire company, and interrupt my meeting to scream about fish people? That took a lot of guts. I think you just might have what it takes to be partner material. Anyone else have some radical new ideas like my main man Dave here?
Maybe it would be easier to rebrand or change the menu.
Anyone else trying to crush my childlike wonder?
How do fish people get money?
My favorite type of comment is the person who completely misses the point of this being a horror story and tries to disprove whatever obviously fake crap that I just made up. Like, they're so far removed that they think they're the smartest person ever, and they think they've figured it all out. It's like amazing. Man is studying ants on the ground while the joke goes over his head. To those people I say, no one has ever been inside a Long John Silver's, so they can't prove it's not full of fish people. Hey, so now that we've seen the critters, before the finale, which one do you think would be the best to see fight? Who do you think wins? Which one would you eat? Yeah, me too. I feel like it would taste like a cowtopus. Look, I'm not playing Smash or Pass anymore unless I go broke. The Death Valley National Park has become a hotspot for anomalous activity. Among the discovered happenings, there have been reports of shifting geography within the cave, reality distortions, and even an entirely separate ecosystem of otherworldly creatures. Several investigators have been assigned to find the source of these anomalies, but most of them have gone missing on their expeditions. Consumed by the cave, never to return. Or so it was thought. Mr. Richard Gray was among the first of the investigators to enter the cave. He had one successful expedition in which he documented the religious practices of the humanoid race of the people of the cavern before being chased out. Despite his protests, Mr. Gray was sent in for a second investigation of the cave system and did not return. After several subsequent investigators had been lost to the cavern, Mr. Gray emerged from the cave, looking notably unkempt and malnourished. He displayed many telltale signs of insanity, showing a wide range of intense emotion in only a short time, and having numerous violent outbursts during the time being interviewed. In the first 2 hours, he would occasionally grant his interviewer interesting responses amongst the outbursts of hysterical ramblings, violent threats, and sewer slide all ideations, to use the monetizable pronunciation. Among the information Mr. Gray provided to the staff, many of the things he stated were particularly concerning. Mr. Gray seemed to know the names of every subsequent investigator that entered the cave, despite being missing for the time of their recruitment and deployment. He even claimed to know what happened to each of them, claiming numerous horrors, each more fantastical and ridiculous than the last, were responsible for their disappearance or demise. The second parts of these statements could not be verified. However, he described the process of each of their deployment down to the unique instructions that they were given. Mr. Gray, despite his clear insanity, was reporting factual information that he had no possible way of knowing. While there was a full 3-hour recording and written transcription of the interview, all evidence was destroyed in the process. The information left is from the interviewer's memory. Mr. Gray claimed that not all of them were dead, but that they weren't coming back. As he put it, they now belonged to her. He also began referring to the cave as its own entity, saying she doesn't want you to send anyone else in. Mr. Gray listed every agent's name and assignment correctly, down to the exact instructions. He also had encyclopedic knowledge of the cave's ecosystem. The investigator listed giant fish monsters, a room that turns any organism who ventures into it into a statue, a spider with human biology, creatures that are legally distinct from the ones from the Descent, and caverns that lead to pits that are literally bottomless. The final statement that Mr. Gray made was that the cave was alive. After this statement, Mr. Gray went completely silent for a moment before he began screaming. The screaming looked as if it were not caused by anger or madness, but instead a terrible pain. His lips then shut, and his cheeks puffed out as his stomach made a gurgling noise and his mouth filled with liquid. Mr. Gray then projectile vomited a stream of what appeared to be blood directly into the investigator's open mouth. The investigator vacated the room in panic and disgust, puking onto the floor of the waiting room. Upon re-entry to the investigation room, despite formerly being strapped to a chair with leather binds, Mr. Gray was gone. He was only alone in the room for 10 minutes, and upon hearing a loud bang, the investigator entered to see he had not only ripped through his restraints, but had dug through the concrete floor and escaped. He had destroyed the recording device, and all of the notes taken were missing. He had left a trail of flesh, and all 10 of his bloody fingernails were ripped and strewn about in the dirt. There was a trail of sloppily painted symbols written in blood, all the way back to the mouth of the Devil's Hole. While these symbols were hastily created, it was unmistakably the same cultish iconography painted around Death Valley and in the Devil's Hole. The interviewer was instructed to transcribe everything he could remember, but was quickly overtaken by what looked to be the same symptoms of madness as Mr. Gray, and began attacking those around him before sprinting towards the cave. Security on site was ordered to dispatch him, and he was terminated with a headshot. The CEO of Lucicorp has promised to begin efforts to dismantle the Devil's Hole tourism infrastructure program, in hopes that none of the lives lost to the cavern will be in vain.
Come one, come all, to the grand opening of the Devil's Hole Nature Preserve, where you and the whole family can experience things God never intended. Explore the constantly changing cavern maze, meet fun locals, and enjoy our state-of-the-art zoo. Order on the app and receive 2 free children's tickets to the Slime Dragon Lazy River. Corp is not responsible for any damages to the property, persons, or sanity sustained while visiting the Devil's Hole Nature Preserve.
The Moon Woke Up is an online cosmic horror comedy video produced by the creator, Mr. Friend, in which, as the namesake implies, the moon and other celestial bodies suddenly gain consciousness and begin acting like individual entities in the cosmos. This video is going to go over the entire series that's available on YouTube to date, and then we're going to talk about it. So, spoilers for The Moon Wakes Up, no shit. In the first installment, we follow 2 astronauts on a space station orbiting Earth. One looks out at the moon for a moment. Suddenly, the craters of the moon move towards a center locus and form 2 eyes and a snaggletooth smiling mouth. It does a cool little flip before heading straight towards Earth. The station begins to destabilize, likely because of the gravitational forces of the entire fucking moon being applied to it. And then it explosively decompresses, sending the astronauts off into space. We get a video feed from another satellite showing the moon crashing directly into Earth. The camera then pans around and shows that the moon isn't the only celestial body that's waking up. Episode 2 starts in New York City on June 20th, 1969. The date of the first real moon landing, and 1 month before the moon woke up. Coincidence? Mr. Friend is preaching the word of whatever the hell is going on a soapbox to his followers. He says that the awakened ones will soon be here, which probably means the planets. We cut to a British family in their home, and the father comes downstairs, telling his son Michael that it's time to go, who doesn't seem to care in his slightest. He gets his keys and my god, it must have been fun to make Michael with her. Anyways, Michael's on the floor drawing what would be a therapist's down payment on a house in a regular family, but the dad doesn't seem concerned. And then he turns his child around to show the camera that he now has a moon face that looks like a jack-o'-lantern carving. Cut to the Himba tribe in Namibia, who seem pretty jazzed about the whole moon waking up thing. The moon then finally wakes up to its fans' demands, takes a big old bite out of the Earth, destroying all of Sicily in the process. 5 years later, the Earth is in wreckage, and 90% of its population has been wiped out. The major oceans have all but dried up, and our hungry-looking celestial neighbors are approaching rapidly. We end on one of Michael's drawings that definitely isn't foreshadowing, so you guys shouldn't worry about it. Episode 3 begins with the moon landing. Well, not the first one, but the first one since the moon landed on Earth. I bet now that it's so close, it's easier to land on. It's been 10 years since the moon woke up. What's left of humanity is trying to rebuild what they can, even with the giant gaping maws of Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus ominously widening in the distance. Despite being within chomping distance, these planets just seem to watch. In response to the apocalypse, the Frontline Research Initiative for Earth's New Defense, or FRIEND Industries, has been established by the remaining world powers on the outer rim of what has been dubbed the Umbra Zone, a 2,800-meter radius surrounding the lunar impact. Humans basically got all their eggs in the friend basket when it comes to the whole surviving as a species thing. By basically, I mean literally. All of the planet's resources, including probably eggs, are in the friend basket. Despite the fact that most of the people on the planet are starving and can't even get clean water. The man who we've taken the perspective of at this point then eats a rat that itself was eating what we will come to call moon juice, and looks back up at Jupiter. We then take the perspective of a probe sent to investigate the other living planets. They're about to fire something that they're non-specific about before Jupiter vomits up its moon Callisto to destroy one of the probes, and its moon Titan to destroy another. All of the probes have been destroyed, which proves how effective swallowing rocks to vomit them up later at your adversaries can be. Back to Earth in the perspective of 2 friend soldiers, and the rat eater from earlier looks like he's got a lot more to smile about as he jumps the bones of one of the guards. Cut from there to an establishing shot of the entire Earth so we don't forget where we are, and a man in what sounds like from the respirator a hazmat suit approaches the Umbra Zone. He sees an ominous shadow man in the distance. So that's pretty cool. Episode 4 begins with the lunar impact on Earth. Whoops, never mind, it's an Apple-style commercial for Friend Industries, where they use the destruction of civilization to make themselves look really cool. In their defense, they did look really cool. Evidently, over the past 15 years, Friend brought humanity back from the brink of destruction, and are now the largest and possibly only employer in the world. They got all sorts of jobs like weapon tester, hydrogenesis research, the Marines, research and development, a repopulation program where for some reason you have to have sex in your friend suit and it kind of looks like you're cosplaying as your own sperm, and the space program. Duh. They do a little more propagandizing before we cut to a group of soldiers named the Umbra Corps. That's essentially supposed to be the highest ranking squad. These characters are going to come back a few times in the series. We're introduced to our protagonist for the Umbra Corps arc, who's like half clanker, but it's in the service of humanity, so I'll let it slide. One of the Umbra Corps says he wants to smuggle some moon juice out of the Umbra Zone, cause he says it's pretty valuable. To which the old guy in the squad says, "Nuh-uh, because that's illegal." And then the first guy says, "Fuck you." And then the captain says, "Everyone put their mask on or you'll turn into a moon-fected." Yup, no notes, just best fucking name ever. We're moving on. The guy who wants to steal the moon juice says that no one knows why they turn into a moon-fected, but the reason that Friend puts out changes all the time, and he thinks it's the moon juice. They open the door to the armored van, and immediately a moon-fected comes and jumps on the captain, who says not to shoot, and is immediately shot by the thief, who I guess half followed instructions because he missed the zombie. Our clanker protagonist, who I guess I'll just call Tin Man, gives the zombie woman an equal left. And then the thief guy says they now don't have to worry anymore before getting sucked into the sky by a giant moon-fected, who then mounts our protagonist, preparing to give him the big suck. Suddenly, they're both distracted by a giant hand that grabbed Jupiter and sucked it through a wormhole. Are you following? No? That's okay. Don't worry. This is really convoluted. It'll all make sense in the end. Well, probably not, but I think I found at least like a through line. Episode 5 kicks off on a Friend Industries space station sometime after the moon collided with Earth. This is a Russian station that needs to dock with an American friend ship. Get it? Okay, I'll leave. In the midst of this, a giant hand scoops up Uranus, Saturn, and Jupiter into some strange void. This means for the time being, humanity has a lot less to worry about. But in general, they have a lot more to worry about. These astronauts got a lot to worry about right now, because the American tech got scrambled by the frequency of the giant hands or some shit, and they lost control and slammed into the Russian ship, causing what's known in the aerospace field as a big oopsie. No one on Earth really gave a fuck about those astronauts though, because of the whole giant hands stealing 3 planets thing. Kind of overshadowed it. 150 years later, the world's got futuristic cities and shit. And Friend Industries is like a dystopian world-controlling company almost rivaling the scale of modern-day Amazon. They've even managed to figure out how the giant hands punch holes in space, and meddled with those forces that humanity can totally understand and handle to create warp drives called Friend Gates. Cut to some mad scientist type in a lab, we see the pixelated penis of a guy who then falls out of a cryogenic tube. We're then informed by Mr. Science that moon juice has applications in robot-human augmentation for some reason. And then they slap a robo-arm on Pixel Penis. It's at this point that we learn our boy Tin Man from earlier was a super soldier engineered to take out the giant crater men. Also, Neptune woke up right after because the planetary dumbfuck forgot to set his alarm with the others or something. Episode 6 kicks off 150 years after the disappearance of Earth's cosmic neighbors, who looked like they wanted to eat it. Despite all the odds, humanity has continued to prosper, even finding a solution for the lack of protection from asteroids now that Jupiter's not here to gravitationally fling them into space. Not for the people on this ship. Not that Friend cares. They're all about the big picture, baby. To their credit, they did use advanced moon-cum technology to stabilize Earth's orbit, so one side doesn't freeze and one side doesn't burn like a giant celestial hot pocket. They also use the moon-cum to power everything from electric toothbrushes to other things that vibrate probably to space travel. You may be concerned about entirely depending on a substance we know nothing about and that seems to be greatly correlated with disaster and death. Thankfully, they said their good old friend the moon is providing them with an endless supply. What? You say colliding with Earth and killing billions of people with the initial force of the impact and subsequent monsterification of the species isn't what friends normally do? And we're putting all our eggs in a basket that has been blatantly and unceasingly hostile towards us? You don't sound like you're very good at forgiveness. You're no friend of mine. Not like the moon here. The moon was such a good friend. It allowed humans to use its cum them to make a big old Stargate like we talked about earlier. Hope no giant gray hands warp out of space and fucking grab them like now has proven to consistently happen. Cut to 2 astronauts strapping in to the cockpit of a ship about to be sent through the portal as guinea pigs. They moon jump through the portal, but the friend gate malfunctions. Everything seems normal on the inside until they see that Neptune has woken up and smashed into the friend gate from the backside and is now chasing them through the wormhole. It eats one of the ships, and the other one escapes to the other side of the wormhole to see what looks like a cross between an octopus, the moon, and a butthole. Gotta say, whatever it is, I think I'm in love. It then gives birth to a living planet, and they all lived happily ever after. At least I think they're smiling. Episode 7 starts out with 2 cave humans hunting a group of mammoths. The blurring is funny on its own. I want to know if he actually modeled it. Anyways, the guy who flashed us gets wrecked, and the other one actually takes the mammoth down. Fucking mad skills, bro. As the final man and mammoth square up, the sky begins to stir. In space, one of those octo sky anuses from earlier appears in the cosmos and backhands the moon into smithereens like Ike Turner. Then, the caveman got hit by a tidal wave and a meteor, so he went to live on a farm upstate. The octo sky anus takes this time and poops out an imposter moon, which is evidently the one humanity always knew. Zoom out, and this is happening for every one of the planets other than Earth. Why didn't this happen for you? I don't know. I guess you're just not like the other girls. Or you're ugly, or you smell. Actually, also you're pretty violent. I think maybe actually lots of reasons. Back on the ship from earlier, one guy comes out from taking a regular dump to ask for an exposition one. The computer says that the Octo Sky Anus is actually a cephalopodian lunar projector. Sure, buddy, let's see which name catches on. And that it's a Class 0 celestial entity with an unknown origin. One guy says it looks like his great aunt Patricia, and the computer confirms this as scientific fact. Aunt Patricia then promptly grabs Neptune before a giant hand appears out of the ether and takes it out of goddamn existence. The friendship Stargoose 4 follows the giant hand through the portal, and the ship we're currently on follows Patricia wherever the hell she goes on a girl's night out. Patricia is seemingly an independent woman as she poops out a bunch of living moons to eat the ship and stop the pursuit. They somehow survive and end up right next to an alien exoplanet with 2 moons collided into its surface. The plot thickens even more than it thickened the first time when we thickened it. One thick plot. Episode 8 starts with a Secret of the Umbra friend-sponsored television show. Before they play an ad for Viagra made out of the same moon juice they power rockets with. A man saw a space shuttle ad and said, "Do that to my penis." Turns out this guy was just watching TV and goofing off at work. An emergency transmission comes on, and one Dr. Chen is freaking out about something being inside, getting past some sort of automated defense net, half the team being dead, saw something like he's never seen, immediate evac, a lot of yapping in my opinion, did not ask how my day was. Then he does a big ol' cliffhanger about like maybe being dead, and we're straight back in Moon City with Robo Hand and his new friends, Girl with Sword Arms, Seemingly Normal Man, Joe Swanson, and Eve from Wall-E. What a squad. They head straight for Umbra Zone 4. And after a quick security check, Joe has a breakdown about how no one's allowed to look at his wheel, and then pulls a gun on Sword Girl, who cuts off his hand, leading to the best voice acting I've ever heard in my entire fucking life.
You Russian friend. You cut off my bloody hand.
Eve tells them both to get over it because it's mission time, and then they head towards the giant ominous door emanating monster groans. They get into the Umbra Zone, and apparently everything in here is moon-fected, so it's all guns blazing. They see 2 survivors, a mother and her son. The mom is feeling sick and starts to spasm and seize. Joe shoots her in the face, saying she was turning, and the son said she just had epilepsy. Whoops. Eve from Wall-E grabs the boy by his scruff like a cat and flies him out of the Umbra Zone, and the soldiers continue on. A large moon-fected then starts chasing the car, before Robo-Boy fires a laser and erases it. Then an even larger moon-fected comes out and does another big ol' cliffhanger. Wow. Part 9 starts with them ignoring the age-old saying,
"You can't just shoot a hole into the surface of Mars."
We then pop right out of a vagina, and we're told we're gonna do great things in the world. We go to an amusement park with our family, but then the amusement park blows up, and then our family blows up, and then our legs blows up. It turns out it's the wheelman's origin, and now I feel bad for him. No leg man tries to sign up for the friend program, and is told he needs legs. Then his mom dies, and then he tries to jump off a bridge and die, but the science man who made RoboArm grabs him at the last second and says, "No, wait, there is purpose to life if you let me glue you to a Roomba." And Wheelman was born. Back in action, they're surrounded by Moon Men. RoboArm shoots off one of their hands, and they climb onto one of the Moon Titans while Eve from WALL-E lures them towards Dr. Chen's lab. Tin Man blows their ride's head off the second he gets there, falling to the ground, and now they're at the lab, still trailed by Moon Titans. RoboArm's cannon seems to have broken upon impact, and Wheelman sacrifices himself to save the crew. Sword Girl and Robo Boy make it to the lab, where Dr. Chen says this was no random attack. He's uncovered an entire conspiracy. Apparently, anyone exposed to high levels of moon juice is harvested by Friend Industries for something called Project Phobos. There's a reason the entire planet runs on moon juice. It's not just an energy source, it's a fertilizer. After Dr. Chen says this, Eve proves you can never trust a clanker by shooting everyone in the face. RoboArm then wakes up on a dolly, and he's being brought into a nightmarish Matrix artificial hell machine. Their blood is a fertilizer, but a fertilizer for what? The frames in the beginning told us all we needed to know. Mars is awake, and humanity has awoken it. Okay, so what does this teach us? New systems that seize power during disasters are as unpredictable and dangerous as the disaster itself. Sign up for the repopulation program early. Don't trust the moon? Let's break down what we know. The Moon Woke Up paints a very different picture of the cosmos than most other sci-fi media, falling firmly in the ground of cosmic horror. This piece is obviously inspired by the classic Junji Ito writing Hellstar Ramina, in which a planet opens up a massive heretofore unknown eye and mouth, heads towards Earth, and begins consuming it bite by bite, to the horror of all its inhabitants. Stories such as this flip the scientific understanding of the cosmos on its head. These unthinking, unfeeling balls of rock, being conscious beings that need to consume, is unthinkable in our current realm of science. So, seeing one open its eyes and act with purpose completely unravels the human understanding of the universe in one fell swoop. No longer are these planets the natural landscape of the mostly barren cosmos, but instead are the inhabitants of its hidden ecosystem. I think I've been able to figure out how this said ecosystem works, so let's break it down. The living celestial bodies are replacements for actual celestial bodies that have been created by the cephalopods. Note that in the two cases with planets that had moons colliding with them, the planets had conscious beings capable of civilization. So this seems important. These giant cephalopod creatures are connected in some way, shape, or form to the hands that warp in and out of our universe intermittently. And I think these big hands are whatever conscious beings have evolved within that hyperdimensional space. They seem to be the most forward-thinking and intentional beings in this whole mess, and they also seem to be purposefully hiding themselves. So whatever's happening here, I'm guessing these beings are the ones putting it in motion. Using Earth as an example, the moon was replaced during a time when humanity was first developing a civilization, and then it did nothing for eons. It wasn't until 1 month after the moon landing that it woke up. This means that the catalyst for all of these planets waking up could be humanity first touching down on the moon. Whatever these beings are, they set the moon up as a trap for when we could finally reach it. The moon juice is likely an excretion created by the planetary creatures that operates as their lifeblood and assists in terraforming other celestial bodies and changing the beings on them to suit their needs. It stands to reason that with the moon attached to the Earth, Earth will begin to undergo the same transformation. We can see this working in the aftermath of what Friend seems to be doing with the farmed moon juice. The corporation is feeding people moon juice in order to use their bodies to grow more of it. After increasing their stores of moon juice using people's blood as a growth vector, they were eventually able to get enough moon juice to wake up Mars. These conscious giant hands we talked about earlier, I don't know if they'll be happy about that. This all leaves a few questions. What is the main purpose of the giant hands in doing all this? What is the end goal of Friend in waking up Mars? Does the moon crashing to Earth mean I don't gotta pay taxes? I don't think I have enough info to get any of this right, but I'll make a guess. 1, I believe the giant hands are in some way farming or guiding consciousness or sentient intelligent beings. How or why, I don't know, but this would make sense for why they replace celestial bodies around planets with intelligent life with their own strange living versions. 2, I think Friend is meddling in forces it doesn't understand, fueled by the ultimate human litmus test: horniness, greed. What Friend is doing is happening on a generational scale, and therefore I think any one human's goal would get lost in the tides of human nature. And 3, I think we just pay them to Friend now. While the series is labeled a cosmic horror, I feel like it's a horror piece in the same way that a lot of my favorite media is. It isn't. It's a comedy piece wearing the skin of a horror. It uses the tropes, ideas, and themes of the horror genre and extrudes them through a comedy setting. Pieces like Tucker and Dale vs. Evil, The Cabin in the Woods, Renfield, The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, hell, even my stuff, Azfk and Outsider Trading, follow the same format. And it's honestly one of my favorite genres. The tone is very tongue-in-cheek, definitely leans more to the comedy end of the horror comedy spectrum. I think this is the only way to go for a piece like this. The threat was kind of the maximum a human could be afraid of something in the first episode, so while the escalations are interesting for world building and sci-fi, I wouldn't call them super scary. It's like that meme where you're on a plane and then there's like a skeleton destroying New York City and the caption's like, "What you doing in this situation?" I mean, I guess dying by skeleton, bro. The difference between any old horror comedy piece and a good one is that any horror comedy can just take horror settings and ideas and express comedy through them. A great horror comedy takes the very thing that the horror audience finds scary and flips it on its head, to show how, in a different setting, it's kinda ridiculous. One core idea of cosmic horror is that humans are irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, because of a short lifespan and small cosmic reach. By the time anything relevant happens on a cosmic scale, your great-great-great-grandson will have no idea that he's 3.125% your sperm. We are helpless to the whims of the cosmos, and cosmic horror fears that. The Moon Woke Up takes this idea and runs with it. Half the time we see the hands, a human is on screen saying how they thought their grandfather was just full of shit, and they're shocked that there's actually a giant hand. This is just one example of how The Moon Woke Up does some great, good, spooky ha-has. I've seen some reviews of The Moon Woke Up that say they don't really find it all that scary, alternatively a little cheesy. Opinions aside, to the people who say it's to the detriment of the series, I think you're kind of a hater. If you're watching this and complaining about not being scared, you've missed that you're not the target audience. The media relishes in its own horror comedy camp, and I quite love that. No one here was really trying to scare you. Entertainment is filled with nebulous gray areas, and most of the enjoyment I got from this series was laughter and my interest in the sci-fi and cosmic horror concepts. The first one, the concept of the moon waking up, is really alien and spooky. Past that, fear opened the door, but the comedy walked through. I really enjoyed The Moon Woke Up. I give it 4 ominous, threatening, smiling moons out of 5 ominous, threatening, smiling moons. Wendigo, Skinwalker, Goat Man. Powerful names referring to 3 different horrific beings that strike fear into the hearts of men, reinforced by deep-seated traditions from the myths of Native American folklore. Okay, so that's not this. This one guy on 4chan took all that shit, combined it, and slapped it up on the /X forum with a new name. So that's what we're talking about today. The Fleshgate is a monster similar to Wendigos and Skinwalkers of lore, with a few key differences. They're also related to the Goatman cryptid, but much less so than the former 2 creatures. Real quick rundown for those who don't know. The Wendigo is an evil spirit said to be a human transformed into a monster by eating human flesh. Wendigos often represent greed, hunger, and isolation, and how they can turn almost any human being into a cannibalistic monster. A Skinwalker, on the other hand, is a person who becomes a shapeshifter using dark rituals, and takes the form of animals to cause harm to those around them. Those dark rituals include, but are not limited to, killing a family member, dishonoring spiritual traditions, fucking a dead body, or a baby, or a raccoon or something, or fucking the dead body of a baby raccoon or something. Credit where credit is due to the people who mix this up. Sometimes they can get this way with a dark ritual involving cannibalism. So it's, it's a little, there is gray area. I wonder if a Wendigo could become a skinwalker, or the other way around. I don't know, I'm just stupid white guys pretending to be a monster. Skinwalkers often represent rejection of tradition and misuse of power, either spiritual or otherwise. The Goat Man, as a horrific oversimplification, is a goat and a man, but together. The Goat Man is more situationally and behaviorally related to the Fleshgate rather than in technology, so we're just gonna get this one a quick recap and move on. While these monsters do have aspects that overlap and can represent similar themes and do similar things, and two are from Native American folklore, they are from different tribal lores and are all distinct monsters. One very big distinction here is that skinwalkers are more often associated with shapeshifting, cruelty, and trickery, like voice and face mimicry. Whereas traditional Wendigos are more often desperately hungry and animalistic. Go with the rhyme. If the goth mommy calls you in, it's a monster that'll walk in your skin. If it ravenously and without second thought eats your toe, it's likely it's a Wendigo. Holy fucking shit, that actually rhymed. I'm just drunk. Now, in pop culture, everyone gets this wrong, so these have tended to blend together to the point that if it's in a movie or show, you can bet it's an amalgamation of the two. In the next episode of my cartoon show, I'm even goofing about this idea by putting a Fleshgate-style monster as an episode antagonist, and having them all call it a Wendigo. I can already hear the comments calling me both prejudiced and slurs. Thanks for the engagement, boys! Because internet culture loves to be both racist and non-specific, these two monsters that share baseline similarity have over time and uncarefully researched storytelling congealed into one hodgepodge monster. In order to stop being racist when humans decided that wasn't cool anymore, many online horror enthusiasts decided to create a new name for the hodgepodge monster, and the Fleshgate was born. The name of the Fleshgate came because the author saw the word skin and changed it to flesh, and saw the word walk and changed it to gate. Yup, that's it. That's kind of why I feel okay making fun of the name. Because it was first documented on 4chan, the original discoverer of the creature is still a mystery, but I'm gonna go ahead and guess that he smells bad because I'm a dick. Like its parental monster, the Fleshlight lives and hunts in forests and other isolated natural areas. Hence, why the people who happen across it are typically explorers, campers, hikers, meth forest hobos, etc. If you had to pick which creature the Fleshgate was closer to, it'd likely be its mommy, the Skinwalker. Daddy Wendigo went to get milk and never came back. Like the Skinwalker, the Fleshgate can recreate the voices of those it's hunting. While it can mimic human speech and individual voices, it's not perfect, and the speech is often stunted. They can speak in any voice that they've heard, but stories say that they can only use words that they've heard before. Well, no shit. That's the same for everyone. How many words do you know that you don't know, idiot? Younger, more inexperienced Fleshgates are less effective at mimicking speech, as older ones have been around humans enough to develop a rich vocabulary and eloquent speaking patterns. It's thought that the younger Fleshgates repeat sayings, but have very little knowledge of what's being said. And as they age and learn more words, they begin to understand the meaning behind the language. The same goes for physical camouflage. The older the Fleshgate, the better the disguise. Aside from the mimicry, there's a few other sounds that the Fleshgates emit, most notable of which is their screech. This screech has been said to immediately activate fight or flight, and while the closest thing to it that witnesses describe is a mix between an eagle and a man in horrible pain, there's always an indescribable unnatural quality to it. Usually, it's heard from far away, but in instances where a Fleshgate is discovered, it will sometimes screech while sprinting away to dissuade its intended victims from tracking it. While the Fleshgate is incredibly strong, it doesn't really seem to be all that durable, as attacks that would dispatch just about any human can seem to take out a Fleshgate. That's probably why it runs away like a bitch. You may think of the Fleshgate as some sort of great value knockoff brand culture vulture Native American forest monster, but that's not the case. The Fleshgate is based on the Skinwalker and the Wendigo, but it has many discerning features that it developed all on its own. Some say that the Fleshgate is a skilled bioshifter, which means that it can distort its form to its whim. It can create artificial clothes and objects using parts of its body, and often creates fake outfits made of its skin and flesh to fool its prey. However, the powers of the Fleshgate aren't agreed upon in all its tellings. Many accounts say that it can only physically replicate a being once it kills them, because rather than using some sort of supernatural shape-shifting parakeet mimicry, it wears the literal skin and flesh of its victims as a costume. Honestly, that last part sounds like something a Fleshgate would make up to fool me into thinking it isn't a Fleshgate. Oh no, I can only pretend to be people who I've killed. Yeah, you're full of shit, man.
Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me want to burn off my own skin to prevent identity theft, but I don't know, man. Make a slug smoothie.
One thing that does tend to be consistent is that Fleshgates also twitch violently, like, quote, an epileptic at a rave. I just quoted it, I didn't say it. These movements can also cause strange and unnatural vocalizations. The main aspect that separates the Fleshgate from the Skinwalker, and any other monster for that matter, is its memory corruption. Fleshgates manipulate the memory of those they hunt. It can implant, remove, and change memories in people's minds. The mechanism of how it infiltrates the human mind is unknown, but one paranormal researcher, Dr. Volt, said in her notebook that it was likely a combination of these vocalizations, eye contact, and possibly physical touch. Usually, the Fleshgate will insert itself into a group, disguised as a previous victim, and begin mindfucking the rest of the members. The former victim will slip into the group like they've been friends with everyone there for years. Because of the false memories, the victims will think of the Fleshgate's form as a trusted friend. No one will be able to tell who the additional person is in the group, even that there is someone new, but something will feel off.
You know, as a white guy named Steve, some people would think it's strange that I have Tupac Shakur as my biological grandmother, but it's a good thing I have the clear memory of watching him give birth to my father to reassure me.
By the way, that's where Tupac went. He was eaten by a Fleshgate. He's not in Cuba. The monster will use the group's confusion to pick the victims off one by one and expand its arsenal of costumes. He's just a little fashionista, that guy. Fleshgates typically don't use brute force in mutilating individuals, but rather they try to separate the group from each other and dispatch them one by one. They're masters of emotional manipulation, often picking a family member that one would struggle to see as anything but loving and pure, or weaving a masterful backstory where it exists as the love of your life. Many campers have been talked down from putting a bullet between the Fleshgate's eyes because it was a smooth talker wearing a set of dead girl's heavy naturals. When discovered, rather than just going on a rampage, they'll try and find another group to target, or separate for a while and go back when the prey is less suspicious. The Fleshgate's method of killing isn't characterized in detail, but that's likely because the creature only strikes once it's able to lure them away into isolation, killing them, taking their form, and returning to the group to do it again. Fleshgates are rarely seen outside of another being's skin, but those who have seen Fleshgates in their natural appearance claim that they are extremely tall, thin, pale-skinned beings with elongated limbs and claws, and no hair. They have a skeletal humanoid face with sunken black holes for eyes, and a hole where a nose should be. Sometimes the eyes are described as glowing, but I'm pretty sure they stole that one from the Goat Man. The face isn't like a regular one, however, and it continually morphs and changes like a series of faces being pressed into a morph suit. The teeth are yellowed and sharp, and many descriptions note a smell of decay that follow the creature around. Some of you may mistake the Fleshgate for the Fleshlight, and if you're desperate or drunk enough, you may find that there is no difference at all. The Fleshgate may have stemmed from an unholy fusion dance of the Wendigo, the Skinwalker, and the Goatman, but what it became in the environment of the internet is entirely different. The Fleshgate is now a new version of the monsters that embodied the fears of the forest. We still deal with strange, inhuman threats on a daily basis. They just come at us more through the digital world now. Those fears reverberate through every human who looks out into the dark forest. The Fleshgate is a digital age mutation of those very same human fears. Now stay tuned for the VR/AI version of the Fleshgate, the Meat Stumble. It could be that on the internet, anyone can be anything. Because the barriers of online communities are ill-defined, there's really not that much of a difference between a stranger and a community member. People come and go at a rapid pace, to the point that you can't really get to know them or their intentions at all. If someone anonymous does something terrible, they can easily disappear into the void, like a skinwalker into the dark forest. They pretend to be someone with a grand opportunity, your only way to survive. They masquerade as your best friend, your lover. You might know someone's profile picture, what they post, even what they look like or where they live. Even if you know them in real life, you still don't know what lies beneath the surface, what monsters they may keep behind their eyes. The Fleshgate is a monster that plays on our emotions, our memories, our love, our pain, our fear, our nostalgia. Not only that, but the human tendency to create false, more palatable identities to fit in with society, hiding their demons below. The thing that makes a Fleshgate, any of these genre of monsters, scary is that if you're a human with connections, you aren't safe. You instinctively understand how this beast operates. It's unsettling. A monster designed to dismantle the very systems we use to keep ourselves alive, recognizing each other. There are probably those out there who would even knowingly follow a Fleshgate, given the right circumstances. Call me a dumbass if you want, but let me set the scene. Imagine you met someone who you thought was the love of your life. Didn't work out. That person moved on, and despite your best efforts, you didn't. Now, imagine that you're running from a monster for a few days. You're tired, you're hungry, you're scared, and want nothing more than comfort. Inexplicably, that person reappears. They say everything is different now. You can have the life that you wanted. You just need to follow them a little bit deeper into the woods. Logically, I wouldn't be stupid enough to follow the obvious monster trying to emotionally manipulate me, but shit, if I was in the wrong mind state, which a monster who fucks with your mind state could easily put you in, I might go in just to see her smile one last time, even if it killed me. Or something goofy like that. JR, aka @Jar's Drawings, is an artist that creates otherworldly and often nightmarish distortions of characters, mascots, icons, etc. from both common and pop culture. JR takes what is at the core of the character in question, and either distorts it or exaggerates it to extreme proportions. In doing so, he creates a perfect monster of the modern age. Without further ado, let's journey into the world of JR's work. Entry 1. Elongated Elmo, Domain Lord. The two brothers hid too well during their game of hide-and-seek. They found themselves in a bright, maze-like place, decorated with doodled-on furniture and drawn-on walls. A distant, high-pitched voice sang a lonesome la 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 la, which echoed against the whine of fluorescent light. Though uncanny, the notes rang familiar, a song from Saturday morning television. The brothers followed the sound, hoping to find their way back to their living room. They wandered winding halls until the tune drew near, and then turned one final corner, only to abruptly stop. Before them sprawled a writhing, red mass, a lengthy creature that extended into the distance with rows of arms straining to support its matted fur body. Gripped fingers frantically scribbled on the ground, and a hollow mouth set beneath wide eyes sang the melody the boys knew so dear. The creature paused its song and gazed curiously at the unexpected arrivals. He had been isolated in his domain for far too long, until now. Before him stood two new friends, lost and alone, feelings he knew all too well. But the boy's longing for home was eclipsed by the creature's craving for companionship. His mouth fell into a smile at his decision, knowing the brothers would never be lonely in their new home. He reached out a bony hand as he warmly proclaimed, "Welcome to Elmo's world," to his new friends. Their faces were clouded with confusion and uncertainty, when fears began to well in the younger brother's eyes as he softly cried for "Mama? Papa?" Staring at the boys triggered unexpected memories, stirring a deep melancholy he had long suppressed. It was faint. There was fondness. But then, it left him longing. Elmo was hit with a surge of empathy as he stared at the boys below. He gently offered a hand towards them. "Elmo will show you the way," he assured. But Elmo must stay. He grasped arms and elbows to create a ladder of limbs leading to his back, and the boys climbed on. Thus, they began their ascent. Elmo's elongated torso coiled upon itself, reaching higher and higher. The boys trudged through the tangle of red fur, each step motivated by a hope that they were moving closer to home. Elmo slightly slumped as he observed the boys vanish into the distant fog above. The feeling of their footstep and brief friendship was still lingering. Elmo's heart felt heavy, yet oddly full as he mused to himself, thinking of the brothers and their parents. What a sad, unfortunate burden to have someone worth missing. Now Elmo would have that too. Elongated Elmo, aka the Domain Lord, is a good introduction to JR's work for those who are unfamiliar with it. Even though the creature itself is unsettling, the Elmopede is quite friendly, as the only thing that it seemed to desire was companionship, and it even gave that up to help its new friends, even though it was painful. Unsettling creatures of benevolent nature are a recurring theme in JR's work. If these stories and art styles seem familiar to you, some viewers may remember JR from his other popular projects. One of which has seemingly benevolent but unsettling monsters, is Eldertubbies, a cosmic horror distortion of Teletubbies, which I've covered in the past. One also might know JR from his most famous series, Garfield, in which he takes Garfield comics and distorts and exaggerates the cat's mischievous and often mean-spirited nature to such an extent that the orange kitty becomes an unknowable dark god. Elongated Elmo is an art project of the same nature. JR took an incredibly popular children's mascot and distorted facets of it to create a new being. Rather than Elmo's world just being a reference to Sesame Street, he has not only a world, but a dimension. A spiraling maze of sprawling doodles, perfectly suited for a long, slender, many-limbed Elmo to climb through. While JR often exaggerates the nature of characters, he doesn't usually change them too much. Elmo, as a kind being in his real show, remains that way in his distortion. Even though he has become monstrous, he has not become a monster. He helps the children get back home, as it is his nature, regardless of the physical form one uses to represent him. JR doesn't just cram a popular intellectual property into a monster-shaped extrusion mold. He takes what makes the character work at its core and takes it to a monstrous place. Entry 2. Supersized Ronald, the McNourisher.
Have you eaten yet, child?
Ronald's numerous mouth smacked wetly as he spoke. The small girl shook her head, jittering and desperate for her next fix. She lifted her palms, anxious for whatever meal that Ronald could spare. He reached inward between sweaty folds of flesh and produced a red parcel. With swollen fingertips, he held it just barely out of her reach. Simply the sight of the smiling yellow logo was enough to dilate her pupils and make her body itch. Ronald gestured delicately with his other hands and taunted with a knowing grin.
Are you enjoying the seasonal apple pie, young miss?
Oh yes, sir. Wendy quickly nodded, mouth salivating. I'm loving it. Sorry if my voice acting kills the mood. I mostly do silly crap. Damn, McDonald's addiction hits real. I was almost gonna order it before this. In the second entry, we continue to see JR's method of monster making, and how it creates a creature that feels unnerving, but also true to the character it was based on. Supersized Ronald's grotesque form is almost entirely made of adipose, save for the multiple sets of mouths, as they curl into smiles, strings of saliva glistening with nodules of sugar, salt and fat welcome the girl to take the neatly folded red package, allowing the pre-digested contents to spike her dopamine for the time being, giving her satisfaction until she must visit the obesity clown for more. There's something goofy like that. I could see another artist taking these characters and just giving them sharp teeth in a distorted form, and while that might be worth a jump scare, it doesn't reach the same level of horror. Case in point, creating a monster that symbolizes the pain of fast food addiction is much more effective than just making a burger clown with sharp teeth. In modern horror, artists often take something not scary and make it scary. There's nothing wrong with doing just that and that alone, but JR elevates this by taking what was the appeal or the idea of the character in the first place, distorting it or exaggerating it to a scary extent, and then creating a monster by combining the character's identity with that concept. In doing so, JR creates a much more effective monster. Entry 2. Grafted Pinocchio, the Truth Keeper. A peculiar tree lies deep within the forests of the unknown, born from the desperation of a man trying to save his ailing son from death. Distressed and despondent, the father carried the boy through the darkness in search of the beast, a rumored wish-granter who dwells in the woods. The beast found the father, lost in shadow, and promptly offered promise of a cure. At the base of an edelwood tree, the father gently laid down his fragile son. Quickly, branches began to wrap around the boy's limbs, vines breaking skin, roots intertwining with muscle and bone. "What are you doing?" the father protested, fingers scraping at the edelwood, only to be met with pained wails from his son. It was too late. The grafting ran too deep.
"Your boy will live,"
the beast's low voice crackled. "My son," the father whispered. "Are you alive?" The son's wooden jaw creaked as it broke free from his bark-bound face. "Yes, father," he faintly spoke.
"Are you in pain, my son?"
"No, father." Then he whimpered as his nose ever so slightly grew longer. Pinocchio is about a man's obsession with becoming a father. He wishes for his wooden puppet to be a real boy, and it somewhat works, bringing it to life, but still in wooden form. This art piece views that obsession and its consequences differently, and shows it as a loving father's obsession for his son's safety. He can't bear to lose his child, so instead, tries anything he can to stop his son's encroaching fate. In his desperation, he didn't stop to think that, in some instances, maybe death is better. This reads as a reflection of the tragic tales of overextending life, keeping one alive to live an existence that only provides pain just because it would be too painful for those around them to let them go. Modern medicine is a miracle in every sense of the word, and allows people to live longer, happier, and healthier lives than the generations of humans that came before. The dark side of this, however, is that sometimes when nature says it's time to go, it's right, and extending life past then only stands to magnify the pain. Those who are being kept alive may recognize how much they mean to those who sustain them, and in this heartbreaking story, I see a reflection of how they may try to smile through the pain for those who cannot bear to let them go. Entry 4. Immovable Mojo Jojo, the Monolith Mind.
"Powerpuff Girls, no more,"
Mojo Jojo muttered in contempt after his latest defeat. This next master plan would be victorious. Surely. It would just require deeper planning, complex simulations, intricate calculations, more knowledge. The processing necessary for this endeavor would need to be supplemented by his own mutant intelligence, so he prepared for self-injected biotechnology. Fully connected, he initiated the system and information began to flow into his brain. Within seconds, Eureka, the master plan revealed. However, the information flow did not stop. His synapses pulsed swollen, his body paralyzed, changing. A bio-artificial intelligence was created, embedding deep within his cells. Tubes and wires sprouted from skin in search of more data, and his skull grew in an attempt to accommodate his growing brain. Soon he was rendered to a stationary monolith of knowledge, and remained that way for years. After an unprecedented era of peace, the Heroine team paid him a visit. What they discovered was a Mojo Jojo who was no longer a threat, but a slave. They gazed up at the blank stare of their once nemesis and could only feel a sadness and pity. Unbeknownst to them, this was the moment Mojo Jojo had been waiting for. Fighting the biotech which coursed through every muscle fiber in his being, he uncurled his finger to point at the far wall of the laboratory. The Powerpuff Girls turned to look and saw it, the power-off switch. Then, with strained vocal cords, Mojo Jojo uttered one final request.
"Powerpuff Girls, no more."
I could be wrong, but I feel as though this piece symbolizes obsession and how it can push individuals to unnatural lengths and actions. In an attempt to finally defeat his rival, Mojo Jojo augmented himself beyond the point of no return. His now further advanced intelligence quickly informed him of his mistake as his gray matter grew to overwhelm the strength of his now withering musculature. He knew then that he had one chance to be released from what would be a very long hell of his own creation. He knew they would be back, and he knew he could correct his final mistake. This is a good moment to go over the art itself. His drawings look like they would have a texture one could only describe as blackened ichor. Well, I guess you could describe it another way, but I want goth girls to like me, so. The art style is obviously inspired by manga paneling, and it does an amazing job of conveying the same inky weighted feel. Like how, even though these are made digitally, they still somehow look and feel like ink on canvas. Often using only exceptional detailing in black and white, the lack of color leads to a textured feeling. Entry 5. The Emboldened Squid. Two best friends had not seen their neighbor in months. Years and years of pouring his heart and soul into art, and he was still not recognized. Last they witnessed was the squid rambling manic and determined as he dragged his tentacles into his stone abode. One day, an invitation arrived to all those in town. the grand opening to an art premiere by the self-proclaimed savant. It was fabled to be the reveal of the century, and gathered a crowd worthy of such. They stood outside the squid's home and waited, but to no avail. The two friends volunteered to enter their neighbor's home and investigate. What greeted them was an oppressive sight. A gargantuan abstract sculpture towering over them in the likeness of their friend. Their initial awe turned to fear when the pair made a shocking realization. The sculpture was made of flesh. Born from the squid's regenerative tentacles, the artist spent the last many months amputating, regrowing, compacting, and molding his own limbs into the monolith. However, each regeneration grew less and less materials. Only one section remained unfilled, but the night before the unveiling, his tentacles refused to rejuvenate, so he crawled his way into the opening and embedded himself into the cavity like a puzzle. If not just his heart and soul, then his body would surely create the ultimate masterpiece worthy of a legacy. And so it was. The gasps, screams, and yells of the growing audience echoed in the squid's ears. He let himself rest one last time, at peace knowing his art was finally being seen. This art piece was based on one of the most famous pieces of fine art, that of Bold and Brash by the Renaissance artist Squidward Tentacles. A lot of people say that artists put themselves into their work. By this they mean taking their struggles, emotions, stories, and if they're political, angry opinions and putting it into their art. Personally, I do this as a way of processing my emotions, and putting things that happen to me into perspective, as seeing it take a different form, like an image or story, can give context that just thinking about it in one's mind often can't. Many find this practice helpful both for maintaining well-being and artistic inspiration. However, there is also a darker side to this process, as some may find themselves only able to express themselves this way after a while. What was once a set of tools an artist used to understand the world becomes an obsession. One can isolate themselves from others in their pursuits, and eventually this understanding of the world rots away, replaced by their lonely sense of the world they created in their own mind. The only thing left is an undying need to express something to those they are now hopelessly disconnected from. Or something goofy like that. This piece takes that process and puts it more literally. Unable to connect to others with ideas alone, he turned to his physical form. Squidward severed his own limbs over and over to build the fleshy monolith, and finally put what was left of his own body into the sculpture as a macabre signature for his final work. A man overtaken by his need to be appreciated, pushed by ego and hubris, decides that his art being seen is more valuable than his life. Anything for views. Ashes to ashes. Dust to dust. Entry 6. Patched Hobbs. The Perpetual. It started with a fad. The kids at school kept drawing some creepy house cat on the whiteboards. Calvin saw these and laughed. He too drew some of his own. Perhaps too much. Soon, the imagery began trickling into the recesses of his mind, permeating his waking thoughts and imagination. Even his beloved Hobbs wasn't safe from corruption. It's not denial. I'm just very selective about the reality I accept. Calvin's mantra now haunted him as he stumbled through the forest, trying to run from that thing. He found the familiar creek that he and his best friend traversed countless times before, when an unfamiliar wrinkle in the log caught his foot and sent him careening to his knees. In a panic, he collected himself, but felt a looming presence nearby. Askance, he dared turn around. There stood the beast, its body bursting at the seams and glistening innards barely confined by the sutures. What was once Hob greeted him with a wide, sardonic grin.
Don't worry,
it spoke with guttural assurance.
I'm not going anywhere, Calvin.
Days and nights spent sleepless, but Hobbs's words held true. Instead, he degenerated, sprouting extra limbs, innards spilling from unbound sutures, wounds weeping, shadowing relentlessly. This time, Calvin sought out sanctuary at their beloved maple tree, desperate for a nap like old times. Reality continues to ruin my life, Calvin whispered to himself, eyes heavy. He closed them for a second when he felt the sudden weight of an unblinking gaze on his back.
Things are never quite as scary when you have a best friend.
Hobbs tempted with a low growl. Desperate, browbeaten, Calvin couldn't fight it any longer. Bracing himself with the trunk of the maple, he stood to meet Hobbs' stare, and with a tentative hand, he reached out towards his friend. For those who somehow don't know the story of Calvin and Hobbes, the central premise is that a boy named Calvin has an imaginary friend tiger named Hobbes. In the original, this is played in a cute fashion and is a wholesome symbol of childhood imagination. In JR's distortion, the character of Hobbes hinges on the same idea, but this has a much more sinister approach. Rather than remaining an imaginary friend, Hobbes begins to degenerate into a disturbing, intrusive thought, an entirely separate entity. I don't know if I'm off base here, but this kind of reads to me like mental health issues. At the very least, it reads like some sort of inability to tell the difference between fantasy and reality, because he's gauging the giant imaginary tiger as the reality that's destroying his life. A lot of people make that joke about Calvin and Hobbes in general, because Calvin really believes in Hobbes to a degree where it can sometimes play like schizophrenia. And I believe JR may be playing on this notion, but again, I'm not sure. This could also be a demonic distortion of the character, in that JR is making Hobbes out to be some sort of dark entity that has latched onto Calvin. Either one seems like it could work here. Entry 7. Algorithmon. The Feed Fiend. Swipe. Swipe. Double tap. Save. Your thumb moves with practiced lethargy, scrolling through an endless feed of posts, memes, videos, and ads. What once began as a harmless pastime has gradually evolved into an addiction. Swipe. Swipe. Chuckle. Save. The deeper you scroll, the more restless and internal battle rages. Part of you longs to break free, but the constant dopamine hits keep you chained to the screen. The real world calls. But why confront the numbing gray of reality when bespoke entertainment is delivered directly to your fingertips, calculated to your every preference? That's right, a voice whispers. Stay, and I'll take care of you. Deep down, you know you should stop, but instead you hold on to the comforting lie. Just a few more minutes won't hurt. You release all inhibition and sink deeper into the pit, letting the algorithm tighten its grip. These art pieces have all been about media. For the final entry, I would like to present what JR has to say about the current medium we absorb the art through. Social media honestly does seem like the logical extreme when it comes to media being fed through addictive mediums. People used to call the ease of access to tens of television stations a danger of addiction, and oh boy if they could only see us now. The engagement features of social media are designed to be intentionally hard to stop using, and because of it, these companies have essentially become engineers of addiction, converting the unknowable horror of the algorithm into the unknowable horror algorithmon. The Feed Fiend, a personified beast meant to maintain control over your conscious mind for all eternity. A manipulative, intelligent force that will stop at nothing to find the right things to put in front of you to maintain your attention indefinitely, slowly stealing your life away from you as you rot in its gnarled hands. Or something goofy like that. Rampart Rapunzel, the Forlorn. She was cursed with everlasting life, to be isolated in a tower until true love came for her rescue. Nightly, her wailings could be heard in kingdoms afar, as she beckoned for her promised Prince Charming. She waited and waited, patience outlasting generations of kings and queens, but to no avail. Eventually, her cries became naught but the whistle of the wind and the makings of a legend. The forgotten princess, trapped in a cloud-bound tower. The passing years took its toll on her, and she grew as time-worn and decrepit as her broken, despondent heart. Then, one day, once upon a time, her call was answered. She craned her elongated neck downward to gaze below, spine stretched from the pull of gravity and the weight of her burdens. There, a figure stood atop a neighboring pillar, who loudly proclaimed words that brought tears to her eyes. Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair. As is typical for JR's work, he has taken aspects of the classic fairy tale Rapunzel and explores them in a new way that shows the monstrous nature of the story in question. If Rapunzel were actually isolated in a tower for that long of a time, she likely couldn't do the things that human beings need to do to take care of themselves, like exercise or see the sun. Her ass is not touching enough grass. Because she never had to see anyone, she likely stopped bathing or tending to herself in even the most basic of fashions. Her hair would grow unkempt, along with her nails. Depression would set in, and she could become fully sedentary, where she would gain weight, and her skin could develop lesions and bed sores from rotting away in one spot. Not only the body, but what happened to her mind is likely much worse. Without seeing a single human being, she would go mad, and it would be similar to the psychosis we see in inmates who are in extended solitary confinement. However, as is also a consistent theme to JR's work, the story ends on a positive note, as she was finally rescued by her Prince Charming. Hopefully, she still feels that way once she sees her raggedy-ass self.
Guardian Humpty Dumpty, the Unfallen. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty protected them all. Through war and calamity he guarded the gate. Millennium King Guard, a double-edged fate. Despite honor and glory, the role took its toll. They would mend his shell, but they could not his broke soul. He begged for respite, a release, his own end. One more war, the king promised, but did not intend. For all the king's horses and all the king's men would not stop putting Humpty together again.
In this piece, JR takes the popular Humpty Dumpty children's rhyme and flips the concept on its head. Rather than Humpty Dumpty climbing a great wall, having a great fall, and then not being able to be put back together again, this takes the opposite approach. And the king's men keep doing it over and over again until his cracked, broken form was barely held together, with a hollow shell of a being inside compared to that of who he once was. This iteration of Humpty Dumpty reminds me of the myth of Pet Sematary. In that story, one can bury their dead in a cursed cemetery that brings them back to life. However, when the being returns to the land of the living, the soul doesn't come back with the body, and the being is not the same. In Pet Sematary, it results in some gruesome mishaps, but in this case, it extends the pain and suffering of a noble guardian egg. Despite his fragmented soul, his zombified corporeal form still takes the noble path of protecting his home. In return, the king puts him back together, never letting his soul know true peace.
Or something goofy like that.
Tempest, the Time Eater. POV. An entity emerges from the folds of time, looming over your slumbering self. A mechanical ticking emanates from its clock face, lulling you into a deeper sleep. It extends an ephemeral appendage, fingertip delicately poised above your head. The ticking sound speeds up as the minute hand loops forward a full cycle, and a single hour of time is drained from you. Its hunger satiated, its life prolonged, the creature retreats in search of its next victim. Your alarm awakens you hours later, and you feel more groggy than usual. You look in the mirror and see what was once youthful glow now bears the marks of time. You cannot help but think of its inevitability, relentless and unforgiving in its forward march, uncaring and indifferent to your existence. There never seems to be enough time in the day, and today you have an hour less. You shake your head and begin brushing your teeth, silently cursing the mild inconvenience of daylight savings time.
Unless I'm missing some major details, which I often do, this one is more lighthearted and simplistic than the other entries. In this piece, JR creates a fun time-eating god to explain the man-made time change of daylight savings time. In this universe, daylight savings is not some sort of widely observed event where people change their clocks 1 hour in order to keep pace with the rest of the community, which it does for some reason that used to involve farmers but doesn't anymore. I don't know. But rather, the result of an extra-dimensional being that likes to steal time from you while you sleep. This creature simply uses daylight savings as a masquerade to hide its evil time-stealing deeds. Which begs the question, how do we know that this isn't what happens in real life? I don't know, I'm not retarded. Oracle Palm, the fortune feeder. It started with Myers-Briggs, introducing her to the slippery slope of personality tests and online quizzes. She quickly grew obsessed, spending late nights exhausting the internet's knowledge of enneagrams, Hogwarts houses, astrology, attachment style, anything she could find to aid her journey in self-discovery. Still, she hungered for more. The depths of the dark web rumored an ancient cave-dwelling being. It was blind in sight, but omniscient to one's past, present, and future. Her entire fortune, revealed and predestined, she would want it no other way. Pale pupils stared through her as she sat on the being's cold palm. Crowded overlapping fingers above muffled the cavern's echo. As yet more limbs reached toward her, a beckon. With one deep breath, she raised her hand to meet the oracle palm's knowing touch, and resigned to her fate as she spoke. BuzzFeed. What cheesecake am I? This is a really fun combination of those old BuzzFeed quizzes from back in the day, mixed with the horrible fate of knowing all that lies in one's own future. If you know what's coming in the future, you can't really grow from or enjoy the experiences in your life because you'll just be concerned with what they are leading to. TLDR, if you know how you die, you won't do anything except try to avoid your own death, which in the process will probably cause it. In this piece, the online personality quizzes take the form of an oracle rather than absolute bullshit, and it appears that their knowledge is actually worth something, and that too much of it is intoxicating, paralyzing, addicting. She fell victim to these quizzes and needed to know more and more, throwing information into a pit that will never be filled. In finding out what type of cheesecake she was, she then fell into a cycle where she did nothing but these quizzes, becoming a hollow shell of the cheesecake she once was. Side note, I always thought these BuzzFeed quizzes were stupid and narcissistic and not even good despite that, because I did not enjoy them and I am often stupid and narcissistic, so I am the target audience and they still kind of sucked every time. Kind of dumb for me to expect anything else from BuzzFeed though. Moving on. Colossal Luigi, the little brother. Luigi grew tired of living in his brother's shadow. It was time for a change. He downed a single one-up mushroom, then another, and another, and then he lost track. The effects were first delayed, and then suddenly compounded and spread fast. His body could not keep up with his own growth. Mushrooms pushed through the swollen skin and feathered his silhouette, and soon his eyes hollowed into sockets, pitted with regret. Yet, he was helpless to the will of the fungus, and continued to mindlessly consume. Mario found his way to the top of the staircase and stared past the finish flag. The castle was missing, and so were the guards. He gazed upward at his colossal little brother, dreading the confirmation of his suspicions. Luigi? Where's Toad?
Brother?
Luigi groaned with an exhale of spores.
Help us!
Oh, Luigi! I knew he liked the mushrooms, but I didn't know his mental health was this far gone. Mamma mia! Last time Luigi was this upset, the United Healthcare incident happened.
This piece takes a common joke on the internet, how Luigi must be mad about being in his brother's shadow, and uses the fantastical nature of the Mario Brothers world to give him a disturbing breakdown for it. The degrading feeling of constantly being second best led him to push himself to do something drastic, something permanent. He abused the mushrooms until his physical form was unrecognizable, even consuming his own fungal friends to get their growth properties. This piece reminds me of the steroid epidemic in the younger generations today. I know it sounds unrelated, but hear me out. Many people only get on performance-enhancing drugs because they feel like they can never get what they want naturally, and they see those around them far exceeding their own progress. Eventually, they give in. In some cases, they push the dial so far that they become monstrous in proportion, and the goal they once had falls to the wayside in favor of satiation of more and more. Or something goofy like that. Look, if you seriously lift weights, having the thought about doing steroids is like peeing in the shower. There's two types of people. Those who have and liars. I said having the thought, not doing it. The dense mists and heavy dark made navigating the dungeon a suffocating endeavor. It had been 2 days since Navi had fled this place, visibly upset after Link bottled 2 fairies at the dungeon's entrance. Penitent, he desperately searched for his companion. Even with the light of his fairy bottles, he could not see more than an arm's length ahead. Suddenly, a gust of wind shoved Link backwards, clearing away a large patch of fog. A massive presence loomed before him, silhouetted in the shadows. Link drew his sword as the entity began to flicker into a pulsating glow, revealing a fiendish fairy goddess, unlike any he had seen before. He braced himself to slay yet another dungeon boss, when his heart sank. The creature gestured contortedly towards an empty glass vessel in her arms. With a spiteful grin, she piercingly uttered 2 familiar words. Hey, listen. This is a classic tale of payback for who is usually the protagonist of the Zelda games, Link. He never quite thought about all those fairies he shoved into bottles. If you think about those creatures as conscious beings, the game takes a much more sinister undertone. Rather than Link just using a tool that he found, it's Link enslaving an intelligent creature, leaving it imprisoned in a glass bottle, essentially subjecting it to solitary confinement until he deems them no longer useful, or worse yet, forgets about them entirely, leaving them trapped there. The phrase, "Hey listen," is a catchphrase from the character Navi, a fairy that Link often uses to aid him in his adventures, and gives Link advice in the game. This is a good distortion of that character, since it reveals her to be bitter about Link's treatment towards her fellow fairy. And instead of just leaving her as a helpless tool of a side character, it gives her a spiteful agency that would likely be much more realistic to the relationship in question. It's just part of tradition, the villager rationalized against emotion as he stared at the glowing eyes ahead. Clanging chains and shackles rang loud with struggle as the voiceless beast shied away. Yes, the festival needs pumpkins. The villager broke gaze and gripped his blade tight, stepping forward with a whisper under his breath. Just one more. This piece depicts a contorted version of the time-honored tradition of gathering pumpkins to carve. But instead of them just being vegetables like a squash or Stephen Hawking, these are moving, conscious beings. The pumpkin patch has been personified into a massive being of its own, with pumpkin tumors that sprout and grow from its back. I can't imagine that harvesting these with a sword would be painless, or even allow the creature who sprouts them to survive. The art also calls into question tradition in general. Sure, carving pumpkins is harmless, but there are many harmful traditions that are continued just because that's the way it's always been. The villager looks up at the pained, suffering beast that he needs to kill to satisfy tradition, and he has a moment of empathy and regret before doing what is expected of him. Even though he feels it is wrong, he doesn't want to be the one to break the last link in the chain. After all, is he really smarter, better, or more moral than every one of his ancestors that worked to further this before him? I don't know, maybe. That's a good question. I'm not going to answer it.
Over the hills and far away.
Time for Teletubbies.
Teletubbies was a kids' TV series that premiered on cable in the late 90s and 2000s about a group of multicolored creatures with televisions implanted in their stomachs. This show also featured a living vacuum by the name of Myuu, and the disembodied head of a newborn baby, which takes the place of the sun. Hearing this summary, you may be wondering, what the actual fuck did I just say? But buckle up, folks, because this version, the version you're all familiar with, this is the more normal version. Introducing the Elder Tubbies. Created by One Jar Arts, an eldritch, nightmarish distortion of these nostalgic creatures from childhood. The Council of Elder Tubbies. The council gathers after a long night. Only one more viewer to collect before the break of dawn. Elder Tubby Tinky Winky, the greeter. Elder Tubby Dipsy, the curious. Elder Tubby Lala, the maternal. Elder Tubby Poe, the sovereign. Along the lines of Gorefield, another nightmarish distortion of a simple yet incredibly popular media franchise to an unknowable extent. This depiction reflects how truly otherworldly the concepts in the show actually are. It takes into account the questions the more seasoned viewer must have. What exactly are these creatures? Isn't it strange how happy the Teletubbies are to have a TV wired directly into their gut? How do you think you would truly react if you saw a pack of humanoid creatures with screens bored into the bare flesh of their stomachs? With joy? Is it me? Or is Elder Tubby Lala kinda hot for some fucked up reason? Why does the sun have a face? And why is it the face of a baby? Rather than just suspending disbelief and accepting that's how the Teletubbies world is, or answering these questions, Elder Tubbies weaves a sense of unknowability into this world. Instead of just ignoring the strange aspects of the series, and going on with a simple happy-go-lucky storyline, Elder Tubbies fixates on them, and exaggerates them. Nunu is a perfect example of this. In the regular Teletubbies show, he cleans up after any messes in the Teletubbies world. And he's happy. And that's it. Not so much the case in Elder Tubbies. Nunu's story goes a little something like this. Elder Nunu, the Vacant. They say the machine once lived coexistent with the Tubbies. However, as they grew older, larger, and wiser, the machine instead grew restless and jealous, for its stagnant shell had only served the same hollow purpose throughout the years. The machine left the group and wandered the forest in search of the vitality and life it so severely craved. Over time, it amassed pounds upon pounds of flesh, and it indeed began to grow larger. Yet, it felt empty all the same. Perhaps one more body, one more limb, one more lung, one more heart. Maybe then Nunu would feel alive. Well, that was creepy as shit. Anyways, vacuums are often metaphors for empty spaces, or endless hunger. Myuu, being a living vacuum, was ripe for symbolism about consumption and filling a void. And now having an existence that doesn't provide satisfaction can lead one to a destructive cycle revolving around filling said emptiness. Couldn't be me. The fallacy of looking for the answer to a spiritual problem with material means. This metaphor is taken one step further, with Myuu's endless consumption swelling him into a mass of flesh. As he grew, he didn't get any more satiated. His larger body only requires more and more to sustain itself. Myuu's story proves that throwing more into the bottomless pit doesn't shrink the hunger, but instead grows the appetite. I wonder if that's a heavy-handed commentary on any systems in any societies, wink wink. What the hell am I talking about again?
Elder Sun, baby. The Daymaker. Over the hills and far away, the Elder Tubby Council gathered with their collected viewers, unprepared for what awaited them beyond the horizon. Only the lucky few survived the long night of wandering through the woods, but it would be worth all the risk just to watch the sun rise. Normally obscured by the infinite maze of trees and mist, there exists a clearing where the sun shines unfiltered, the path to which is only known by the Elder Tubbies. Catching a glimpse of the Elder Tubby during the long night is a blessing in itself. Being a chosen viewer, an experience embedded in legend. There it was, the first signs of light breaking the horizon. Radiant beams rose in the distance with dancing rays. The previous distant chanting grew louder, echoes surrounding the viewer. The sky brightened, then became brighter still. The sounds deafening, the sun blinding. And then, a face.
Time for Teletubbies. Time for Teletubbies. Say hello.
This show primarily takes place during the day, or at least to my knowledge, because you're not gonna make me watch every fucking Teletubbies episode ever made. Therefore, the Sun Baby in the Eldritch depiction acts as the timekeeper for the entire world. Life only moves when the weird Sun Baby does, or some shit. The interesting thing about this fresh, weird, creepy-ass depiction of Teletubbies is that it's essentially the same show, but the art style and narration is just a bit different. If you look at any of the themes explored in Elder Tubbies, it's the same as in the original show. It just distorts it and takes it a bit further. I mean, if you take a look at the Teletubbies character descriptions next to the Elder Tubbies character descriptions, it perfectly corresponds. Tinky Winky is the Elder Greeter, and in Teletubbies, he always goes first. Myuu exists solely to consume refuse in both iterations. He's just a little bit more pissed about it in the new one. Consuming refuse might sound like a terrible existence, but it's important to remember that one man's hell is another man's fetish. The Sun Baby is technically still what he was before, a giant solar baby monster. It's almost as if they're in the exact same universe. We just have a better understanding of how the world works in the Elder Tubbies description. A creature with a television wired into its bowels doesn't seem natural. I've never seen a living vacuum in real life, and the world's sun is distinctly lacking in infants' faces. In both worlds, something else is going on. The only way to truly explain all that weird shit in a way that would make sense would be to acknowledge the ramifications behind what's presented. It really is true what they say. Ignorance is bliss, and I just stole that from you. What's more likely, that a creature would be born with a TV in its chest, or that some sort of monstrous interference would cause it to be engineered like that? That a vacuum, a machine made to consume refuse, when endowed with sentience would ever have enough to consume, or that it would consume and grow uncontained? That the sun would have the face of a human baby, even though there's no other documented humans in that universe just because it's fun, or that it's actually a part of a giant creature, and most of that creature's body looms just outside the visible spectrum of our atmosphere. Honestly, I'm not sure of the answer to any of those questions, but it makes you think, doesn't it? One thing that really stuck with me about this lore is the idea of collecting viewers. This is likely connected to the idea of the original source material being a TV show, and the fact that shows are created for viewers. Viewers being collected could refer to the kind of objectification that happens to the viewer when the view gets monetized. But hey, I'm a YouTube creator, and when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail.
Elder Moon Baby, the Dream Catcher. Through the fog and further beyond, the Elder Tubby Council heard its cry. It was a different cry, one not heard of for centuries. It was a whisper at first, but soon it waxed and waned with siren allure, guiding the council through the maze of mist to a new forest clearing. Could it be? The long-lost twin? There it was, a luminescent hum breaking over the trees, casting a cold light across the midnight sky. Brighter it grew as its hands spilled over with collected dreams and nightmares. Still more hands reached in towards its belly, fingers gripping tight. It began to pull, wider and wider, until its body gave way to reveal a vast opening, infinitely dark and impossibly deep. The melancholic cry then morphed into an inviting harmony as it perched steady, stomach wide, beckoning entry into the forbidden void.
Time for Teletubbies. Do you enter?
The eclipse of the elder babies. The forest was quiet, the sky cloudless and vastly deep. The spectacle above. This was anything but scheduled programming. It was a lost episode, forbidden footage, unscripted, redacted. The elder sun baby and elder moon baby were crossing paths in an unprecedented cosmic eclipse. The twins illuminated their halos with a faint, rhythmic blinking. Then brighter, with increasingly intense bloom, they raised their heads up high and opened their mouths, letting loose a haunting wail accompanied by rolling tears. Soon, galaxies far off began to twinkle in synchrony as distant alien elder children joined their desperate call. The earth was trembling, and the skies were blindingly bright, a signal that could be seen from across the universe. It was a cry for help that could be quelled by only one. Do not fret, children. Everything will be okay. Mother will be here soon.
Holy shit! Time for Teletubbies is right. It appears that the Elder Tubbies lore doesn't stop where the show does. Jar Arts, the author of Teletubbies, expanded upon this world with his own additions. His first edition, the mirror image of the sun baby, the moon baby. Oh, he can have a friend! The unexpected crossing of paths of which seems to have stirred the entire galaxy, which may reveal the deeper lore behind the Elder Tubbies. Anyone else wonder what's up with the giant astral baby collision, or is it just me? Evidently, the sun and moon baby had never come together before. When they finally met, they output some sort of signal into the universe. Responding to the Sky Baby signal, galaxies began to react as if they were receiving this message. Looks like the key to solving the Fermi paradox was just Teletubbies this whole time. Why does anybody even try? The text also alludes to alien elder children, and a mother figure. I believe that these paragraphs are huge major hints in the story of this world. The mother being, whatever it may be, gave birth to the astral babies and elder tubbies out of some giant sky pussy or something, and then left them across the universe. However, what other elder tubbies exist out there? What the signal means, or what the mother figure did this for, is still a mystery. Oh boy, I sure hope that there's more entries that elaborate on exactly what the fuck questions that I made up.
Elder Tubby Zoo, the pioneer. Rooted fingers braced deep into the soft, alien terrain. The alien Elder Tubby was one of many pioneers, sowed by Mother across seed planets scattered throughout space and time. The Elder Tubby subtly shifted its tunnel of antennae to amplify the faint, few signals which made it through the foreign planet's thick atmosphere. Meanwhile, alien Tubby nymphs gathered patiently below as rainbow waveform hues buzzed from the Elder's glowing belly. Finally, the static began to clear. The family tuned into scheduled programming as the misty morning was greeted by a familiar melody, the anthem of the universe. Time for Teletubbies. Elder Tubby Erd, the stone sword gatekeeper. Time was lost to the Tarnished Four as they navigated through a labyrinth maze of blades. It was a cemetery of weapons from fallen warriors of the land, amassed by the gatekeeper of these parts. Despite the high caliber of gear that adorned the terrain, the four dared not touch and risk disrupting their careful order. Finally, in the foggy distance, they spotted a lumbering mass. Its silhouette revealed innumerable hands pulling swords from the ground, only to shuffle them back with meticulous organization. The Tarnished Four approached the being with caution, but realized they could not break its fixation to the task. Only when they unsheathed their armaments did its attention peak. The gatekeeper stretched upright and turned to glare with piercing, beaded eyes. Outer limbs reached towards cataloged blades with blind familiarity and gripped tight, yet more hands beckoned a welcome toward the fog gate embedded in its belly.
taunting the Tarnished Four to try and enter. The four braced themselves for the strong foe ahead, as an eerie melody and chant pierced the night.
Time to Teletubbies.
Elder Tubby Snoo, the Placekeeper. Lines of fiber pulsated with information as signals from across the world transmitted into the Elder's system. The world gathered at its feet and stared up at the canvas displayed on its belly. It was a masterful collaboration effort from an unpredictable hive mind, each pixel placed in perfect chaos over the course of 4 days. It was beautiful. It was art. It was coming to an end. The Elder's body began to sparkle as pixels began floating off into the sky. The community watched with melancholy as their masterpiece inexorably faded into white. The Elder stared down with benevolent eyes, which conveyed one last message of hope to all. This will always be our place.
Well, that's a lot to unpack. Initially, I believed the alien Elder Tubbies to be some sort of deep space equivalent to the Earth ones. But there's 4 Earth Elder Tubbies and 3 aliens, so that doesn't really add up. It appears that Elder Tubby Zoo was taking care of a group of what were called Tubby Nymphs, providing them content to watch from his belly screen. The content may be coming from the very same signal that the Elder Babies were broadcasting. Nymphs, in nature, are usually a life cycle phase before adults and creatures that go through metamorphosis. So the content emanating from Elder Tubby Zoo is likely nurturing these creatures to mature, likely into Elder Tubbies themselves. It is at this point that I want to bring up a theory that my viewers angrily and repeatedly expressed in the comments of the last video. The Elder Tubbies are perhaps intended to be the Teletubbies as they aged. The Teletubbies were babies of some sort of eldritch species, and this is just what happened to them and the world as they grew up. In this world, the Teletubbies as we know them from the actual television series are actually Tubby Nymphs. We're seeing them in the future, when fully grown to their unknowable, otherworldly potential. The entire world is the same, it just got older. It's possible that 4 of these Tubby Nymphs became the quote-unquote Tarnished Four that fought to get into the stomach of Elder Tubby Erd. It may be that if not exposed to the holy Tubby signal, they could be developmentally stunted, resulting in a Tubby with evil intentions, or some shit. Elder Tubby Erd is likely the protector of whatever signal that Zoo is broadcasting. A tummy portal that could transport whoever crosses through to the source of the signal, potentially a gateway to the Mother Being. The Tarnished Four likely want to stamp out this signal. Finally, Elder Tubby Snoo, the Placekeeper. I believe that Snoo is the central terminal for the Tubby signal, whatever it may be, displaying it in grand fashion for all the Tubby Nymphs to see. This planet would be like a mass nursery for the Tubbies, allowing the species to grow and prosper untarnished. He was called the Placekeeper because he kept this grand signal alive in his holy spot. Until he didn't, because it died by turning into sparkles, like if Tom Holland's Spider-Man died during Pride Month. Without the display of the Tubby signal, more nymphs may be in danger of becoming tarnished. But that was about to change. The perpetual cries of the Elder Tubbies echoed through the vast empty space. Their cacophony turned into a sharp melody, and then became imperceptibly shrill until it was audible to the mortal ears. Instead, the cry of the eclipse was heard deep in the souls of all things living, sending the world into an era of existential dread. The unending colic could only be quelled by the arrival of Mother, prophesied to take away all pain. However, her promised advent went unanswered for what felt like millennia. Life went from daily anticipation, met with disappointment, to desperate clinging onto a rumor of relief, to despondent whispers of legend nearly long forgotten, until she arrived when the dread of the world was at its zenith. The visual feat was incredible. The heavens were illuminated by the ever-brilliant birth of stars, while simultaneously being swallowed by the inescapable gravity of voidal spheres, emerging from infinite fingertips of palms poised in prayer. An ornate crest of galaxies and ancient symbols danced delicately about the edge of her event horizon, orbiting a pitch-black void at its center. Her scale was beyond gargantuan, beyond cosmic, beyond words and time. It was her, in full, unending glory. Mother Void, the Maker. Beneath her crown and within the void peered outward the eyes of Mother down at her children below. The Elder Babies gazed upwards at the spectacle of their maker, pained faces yearning for respite, Fret not, children. Mother is here now, and all will be okay. In an instant, Mother pierced open the aura of her void, unleashing a vacuum that silenced the weeping children, absorbing not only light and sound, but also negativity, despair, doubt, anxiety, fear, loneliness, anger, sadness, all absorbed by Mother. Tears of burden rolled down her cheeks. All that remained was an intense quiet across the stars, and every living being stared up at the skies in anticipation. A melodious hum swelled into existence. It was a million angelic tones of lullaby, previously hindered by distance and muffled through static, but no longer. The song source now stood before them all, and she began her tune with an unbelievable symphony. The elder baby's cry was quelled, liberating the world. The melody rang resonant in the core of every being, persisting for millennia beyond, and bringing about an epoch of peace across the lands. It was the birth of a golden era. It was the age of tranquility. It was time for Teletubbies.
Well, that really ties a bow on all of it nicely. Let's break down that final piece of lore, shall we?
No? Fuck you, you sarcastic piece of shit.
Mother Void birthed these creatures and placed them all around the galaxy to broadcast her glorious holy signal through their torso screens, using their bodies as a vessel.
God, what I wouldn't do for a Mother Void to use my body as her vessel, if you know what I mean. 'Cause I don't.
She left her children, and they became forlorn without her.
Weird, that's usually the dad's job.
Even her holy signal was not enough to keep them pure in her absence. They grew larger, fearful looking, and lonelier, surrounding her ever-fading signal like moths to a flame, dreading the day that it would one day be gone, until she returned and ushered in a final age of peace between her subjects. No more tarnished ones, no more loneliness, no more horniness, no more hunger. All beings unified under the Mother Void's signal.
At the end of the day, it really is true what they say. It's time for Teletubbies. Whatever the fuck that means. Well, that's it. Except for one pattern that I noticed that I didn't quite know what to make of.
The repeated suggestion of crawling inside another creature's stomach. Like the Elder Moon Baby's gut. Or the Elder Tubby Erd's doorway tummy. Well, are you getting in the giant magical sky baby's horrifically stretched out belly button or not?
I don't know what to make of it. I just had it in my notes, and I'm putting in because I thought it was notable.
The Elder Tubbies. A nightmarish eldritch version of the children's TV series Teletubbies that delves into the mysterious and bizarre elements of the original show, raising questions about the nature of the world and other surreal elements of the program. Elder Tubbies shows what happens to the Tubbies as they grow up. And by grow up, I mean grow into massive creatures of unknowable scale. The creator of Elder Tubbies, Jar Arts, created these new depictions of the now older classic 4 Tubbies, but also expanded the world with 3 new additions: Elder Tubbies Zoo, Snoo, and Erd. While I initially thought this was just a bit of world building to flesh out the Tubby universe and expand upon the implications of a Tubby species, I now see that these 3 new Tubbies have a symbolic connection to the themes of the original Elder Tubbies, and the original TV show as well. Let's start with Zoo, obviously named for the iconic Denzel Curry album.
Zoo.
Elder Tubby Zoo represents the invention and integration of the internet, hence why he is the pioneer. This might sound a bit far-fetched, but bear with me here. Teletubbies had televisions in their bodies, and television was a very popular way that most people would consume video media at that time. If the world were to age, there would likely be Tubby forms that represent other ways to consume video media. Elder Tubby Zoo amplifies faint signals from faraway places to show new content alien to anything these new Tubby nymphs have seen. It even specifies that his weird collection of curved back penises is actually a tunnel of antennae, tools that receive or send out signals. This is why he also comes before the 2 new Tubbies. You'll see why, but the existence of Snoo and Erd could not be relevant without first establishing Elder Tubby Zoo. Elder Tubby Snoo, as many of my viewers pointed out in the comments of the other Elder Tubbies videos, is a reference to Reddit. You can see from his weird little head dongle that Snoo is based off the Reddit mascot, who is also named Snoo, so that's enough proof for me. Elder Tubby Snoo is more specifically a reference to the subreddit r/place. Abridged from the Wikipedia article on the subject, r/place is a recurring collaborative project hosted on Reddit. Originally launched on April Fool's Day 2017, the experiment involved an online canvas located at a subreddit called r/place. Users could edit the canvas by changing the color of a single pixel with a replacement from a 16-color palette.
After each pixel was placed, a timer prevented the user from placing any more pixels for a period of time. It was ended by Reddit administrators 72 hours after its creation. Over 1 million users edited the canvas, placing a total of 16 million pixels. And, at the time of the experiment ending, over 90,000 users were actively viewing or editing the canvas. The parallels to the writing about Elder Tubby Snoo are palpable. The belly screen was the subreddit canvas. The users watching were the viewers staring up at his belly. And the Reddit administrators shutting the program down is when Snoo's belly turned into a bunch of sparkles and went away. I would be remiss if I did not mention that many viewers expressed a dislike for this concept in the comments. And I can understand where they're coming from. I even thought the same thing at first. Oh boy, another Redditor inflating the importance of an already pompous message board where people mostly just butt-actually each other. If you bear with me to the end, I think I can piece together what the author is saying by including these references, and why, after looking deeply into the source material, I think it really improves the story. I don't even like Reddit. Eldon Tubby Erd, the Gatekeeper. He represents a challenge. To get through his tummy to the other side. To see something that is very hard to obtain access to. Eldon Tubby Erd represents the video game Elden Ring. He has the logo for the game as his little head dongle, and he's the only Tubby in the story that has Elden as his name prefix rather than Elder. Elden Ring, for those who don't know, is an RPG game notorious for its intense difficulty. The game all but requires you to temporarily turn into a basement dweller and spend days of your life without natural light to figure it out. People who are shit at video games, like myself, complain about this because you cannot change the difficulty setting like other games. So it means that not everybody who buys it can enjoy the full experience. Some people say that this enhances the experience because you have to work for it and learn about the game and its mechanics more deeply by spending hours dying. Personally, I wouldn't charge someone with no legs for a bus ticket and tell them they have to use the stairs to get on or they can't ride. I think that's actually a fucking crime, but sure, sell my dumbass Elden Ring with no easy mode. I'm not salty. As I mentioned earlier, all three of these Elder Tubbies are connected to each other by their symbolic representation. Reddit could not exist without the internet. You could make the argument that a form of non-downloadable, disc-only version of the Dark Souls franchise could exist, but the community around the game and the consensus on its gatekeeping style of difficulty would not be nearly as popular without the internet. It's the place that both of those communities were built upon. You might be saying, sure, they all connect with each other, but what the hell does all this have to do with the concept of Teletubbies in the first place? I got an answer for all your questions, smartass, so you might as well save them to the end. Elder Tubbies is about how TV and video media in general grew up. Not only did the Tubbies grow up, but what they represented, media viewership, grew up too. Not only did it grow up, but it distorted and changed into forms that would be unknowable to those who were watching TV when the Tubbies first came on. Like if someone showed a 2000s person TikTok, they'd be convinced that the world really did end in 2012. The new Elder Tubbies, Zoo, Erd, and Snoo, represent the new age of consuming media. If the Tubbies grew up, it would make sense that the landscape around them would update with the times. The Teletubbies fostered a community of fans when it was on TV. r/place fostered a community of fans when it's on the internet. And so did Elden Ring. I'm not sure if I would have picked the exact same examples, but I still think it's a really interesting and well-constructed way to develop this concept. Also, I'm literally extrapolating, so Jar Arts, if you see this, I'm sorry. I love your work. I'm an idiot. I might have gotten all this wrong. Who fucking knows? There are still some things I'm confused about in this lore. Mostly Mother Void, and who is the dad? It's not me.
Have you ever seen an ambush predator that masquerades as a train in the subway to devour and digest unsuspecting travelers? What about a monster that uses a retail store as a front to consume its customers? A humanoid beast that decapitates your neighbor, puts their face up to your peephole, and uses it to speak through their voice to convince you to come outside? What about a parasite that invades an animal's body and deforms them into a monstrosity of nightmarish proportions? While this may sound like the paranoid delusional rantings of a man desperately trying to convert you to a new religion, they're actually stories based off of the artwork of Leo Vincible, an incredibly talented artist who blends found footage, cryptozoology, and the supernatural into an alternate dimension containing untold horrors. In this video, we'll be delving into that world and discussing these creatures. Without further ado, let's journey into the nightmarish alternate reality that is Leo Vincible's work. Should we do something about that?
Why do you care? Neither of us work here. I'm stealing from the register, and you apparently have just been filling all the condoms up with SpaghettiOs.
Oh yeah. These images are the only known pieces of evidence of a novel anomalous creature. This entity has been dubbed the Last Customer by its discoverer Leo Vincible, who against all Foundation protests decided that this sensitive paranormal information belonged on his very notable Twitter account. Someone's gotta take the SCP Foundation behind the bar and face it towards the sun and shoot it in the back of the head. There's no quality of life anymore. The Last Customer has been documented in a few different locations, but without fail, this creature appears consistently in retail stores. While the exact pattern of its appearances is yet unknown, this creature usually appears in stores that feel especially liminal, like large nationwide retail brands or particularly highway gas stops. You know the ones where they always look exactly the same regardless of where you are, and you're always there high as balls at 3 a.m. and you don't even know how the fuck you got there, but you really hope you didn't drive yourself. This critter has appeared in several different scenarios in these stores, but it's most likely to appear at the end of the last shift, when the final customer is browsing the aisles, or the last employee is closing the doors for the night. All those who have had an experience with the Last Customer disappear soon afterwards. While there's no direct evidence connecting the cryptid to these disappearances, come on, idiot. I mean, that sounds kinda sus, but in my opinion, he's pretty cool. He didn't say shit when he saw me pocket that gum. It's not stealing if it's a big corporation or an old lady on the street, that's what I always say. To understand a bit more about this creature, we can examine its physical characteristics. The first very notable feature is its humanoid face. You got pretty close to looking like a person, but honestly, I think you crossed over into Uncanny Valley Clown a few steps back. Other than that, this pineapple-looking ass has a large amorphous blob of a body, with a variable amount of arms that all connect to it somewhere conveniently located off-screen. No telling what the hell this thing's body actually looks like. It's almost as if it is intentionally designed that way. But we're gonna ignore that. In some more detailed depictions of this monstrosity, we can see that the flesh around its face and extremities are raw and red, as if they've been somehow damaged. Perhaps in an altercation. The creature is often tangled in between the shelves. Spaghetti noodle-ass arms in and out of every hole. It looks like it doesn't have any bones in its entire body, which could lead to our next theory about what this is. While the prevailing theory that I just made up is that this guy is just like any other big dumb animal and he just loves Doritos, others have a different theory. Some believe that this creature is connected to the stores that it lives in, living in between the pipes, vents, and shelves. I think that each of these creatures is a separate entity, that at some point found a store to graft onto. This creature is a species that remains connected to this retail store its entire life, like a snail protected by its shell. See, the thing is, the store is a snail shell, but it's also a spider web. The chip dust and snack cakes lure obese clients to the Last Customer like flies flies like snack food too, so. In summation, I view you all as pests. This entity likely remains dormant in the vents and pipes of a store before finding a sole victim in a dark part of the store late at night, at which point it uncoils its horrible flesh pile from inside the vents to entirely consume its confused victims. Or something goofy like that. To be entirely honest with you, I don't care what he is. He didn't say shit when I bought a bunch of zip ties, a pocket knife, a rag, some chemicals, and also a Snickers bar, which I appreciate because I'm self-conscious about my weight, but I still like to treat myself.
Hey, dumbass, there's nothing left. Let's go.
Yeah, one sec. I just gotta get done covering our tracks. Entertaining the wonderful fans back home. I'm gonna take a sip of water. My mouth feels all craggly. The Neighbor is a pseudo-humanoid entity first reported upon by anomalous investigator Leo Vincible. Leo posted an image of this creature on the internet displaying its strange form in detail. It has 3 arms, 2 where a human would normally have them, and 1 on top of its head. These 3 arms all rotate around the central point of its vacant slack-jaw mouth. This mouth is lined with large human-like teeth all dripping with snotty saliva. You know this man is both a mouth breather and doesn't brush. These teeth aren't sharp, but are rather used for mastication, similar to how a human eats. In the center of this mouth is a face, rendered immobile and held in place by the incredibly strong muscles in the creature's throat. The face inside the Neighbor is not actually a part of its original biology. That face is of its last human victim. The victim only exists from the voice box up now, as the rest has been entirely digested. The Neighbor has an anomalous evolutionary adaptation where it can manipulate the nervous system of the decapitated head through rudimentary electrical stimulation. The heads are technically still alive and conscious, but not in control of any of its actions. It's like I have no mouth and I must scream, but also really gross and nothing like that. All they can do is wait helplessly for the creature to find another victim and swallow their head to digest and then replace them. Through its manipulation methods, it can move the face and even speak through the mouth of the victim.
It can do other things with that mouth too, but I can't show you that on YouTube.
The voice sounds similar to that of the original humans, but because the methods of manipulation are simplistic, there are a lot of discrepancies. The neighbor will often use this ability to get humans out of their house. It knocks on the door of its intended prey and places the face of its former victim up to the peephole, obscuring the rest of its monstrous figure. You might think this wouldn't work. What?
Hello!
What do you want?
Hello, I am your real human neighbor and not a man-eating creature keeping your neighbor's head alive as a flesh puppet in my gullet. May I come in for a cup of sandwich? Ow, my nose!
Humans, even the smart ones, will believe almost anything you tell them. If you are dumb enough to open that door, you'll be in more trouble than I was when I replied to my teacher's end-of-class Kahoot by saying I wanted to Kahoot myself. Upon the human opening the door, the creature will seize one of the victim's arms in each of its torso arm's hands, and the head of the victim in its top hand. It will then swallow its current decapitated meat puppet and force the new victim legs first down into its gullet, securing its face in the back of its throat, and digesting the rest of its body. It then hooks itself into the nervous system of its new head. As is the life cycle of the neighbor, the only trail it leaves is an entirely intact, shitted out human skeleton.
Nature is just so beautiful. I mean, not right now. This is an affront to life itself, but I don't know, go look at a spider web.
The older one of these entities becomes, the more skilled it becomes at manipulating the human head's speech patterns and facial expressions. Over a short period, it can jump in language skills, starting along the lines of a child with fetal alcohol syndrome, and ending with something indistinguishable from the original human speech patterns. If not killed by a few years of age, it will progress at this neural manipulation from the proficiency level of a man attempting to put on a sock puppet play using only his penis, to a skilled marionette performer pulling the strings of its victim to perfectly imitate its voice. One of these creatures got so advanced that it actually rose through the ranks of corporate America and is now an executive at Papa John's.
I don't know how many bones you have, but if you don't stop, that number's gonna double.
Dude, we just met. You know I only eat humans. This is about the no smoking code in the building.
If you call the cops, I'll tell them you eat people. The shelf life of a decapitated human head is very limited.
I learned that from Paula Deen.
As the head rots inside of the entity's gullet, the brain will get less and less functional, and the neighbor's speech patterns will decay along with it. Eventually, the creature will get desperate and become more and more bold in its attempts to capture a human, which sometimes leads to its death by the fatal condition of getting f***ing shot.
She awoke in the dark, feeling cold, and scratched a new sore spot on her side. It was wet. In her confusion, she grabbed her phone and shined its flashlight at her side, revealing an incredibly shallow bite mark and the elongated fingers of something that quickly recoiled into the dark and disappeared without a trace. This image was the only evidence posted of this novel uncategorized entity, uploaded by investigator Leo Vincible, alongside the phrase, "Don't let the bedbugs bite." This is the latest, and many independent investigators telling the Foundation exactly where they can stick their rules for distribution of anomalous media. Seriously, every time some bureaucracy tells me exactly how I have to walk through their red tape, I just want to strangle them with it. While an image and a phrase isn't a lot of information, it's still enough to get a baseline understanding of the creature in front of us. As always, on the AZFK show, we start by judging a book by its cover and examining the anomaly's physical characteristics. Its two giant red eyes alongside its scattered assemblage of smaller ones look primed for night vision. Giant pigmented pupils to catch as much scarce light as possible. While at first glance, with this creature's stark white, unnaturally smooth skin and two little slit holes for a nose, it resembles a gray alien. However, this would be an oversimplification of the monster's true nature based on appearance alone. Let's take a closer look. It has a set of jet black gums around a perfectly maintained set of human teeth.
Looks like this guy's been brushing.
While this entity looks humanoid in shape from the shoulders up, based on the other anomalies that we've covered, it would be naive to assume that means it has a humanoid lower half. If it does, it looks like it might be straddling whoever it's on top of, suggesting that if we want to learn more about this creature, we should check the state's sex offender registry. All jokes aside, we can likely gauge a deeper understanding of this creature and how it operates by examining its namesake, the bedbug. The bedbug, as many know, is a blood-sucking parasite that makes its nest in fabrics of human homes. Most often in the bed, because that's where it gets the easiest access to the most blood. Yours!
They crawl on you while you sleep.
These creatures are most active during the spookiest hours of the night, midnight to 3 a.m. They can sense body heat and carbon dioxide using their antenna, and use these signals to locate their prey.
Bedbugs can also live without feeding for 3 to 6 months, even up to 300 days in colder climates. They have flat torsos until they feed, at which point they blow up like balloons. Bedbugs also don't carry any diseases, which serves as an evolutionary advantage. Don't want to kill off your food source, or give them any more reason to get rid of you. I know what you're saying. Why are you spouting off about a random species of bug? What are you, some sort of bug fucker? That has nothing to do with the situation. That brings me to what my theory about the original creature really is. I believe that this is an anomalous parasitic creature that lives in the dwellings of humans, feeding off of them for sustenance. Leo Vincible likely wrote, "Don't let the bedbugs bite," as a fun wink to the audience. But it could also signify that this monstrosity shares traits with the everyday pest. Like a bedbug, it takes root in someone's home and begins to feed while they sleep at night. It's almost impossible to drive away, staying with the prey, consuming their blood, slowly making them weaker and weaker until they wither away. Or something goofy like that. When it only has a few people to feed off of, such as an individual or a family, it sucks them dry quickly and needs to relocate. When it lives in a larger group, it can sustain itself for longer. In complexes, dorms, apartments, it can live unnoticed for years. In this one frat house, they put it through hazing. It's a member now. All the pledges have to get sucked off by it, and I guess that's better because they used to use a person for that. It isn't the goal of the bedbug to kill an individual, only to feed. But if it's hungry enough, it won't care for the fate of its food. This isn't malicious, it's just an animal, like any other. Like regular bedbugs, this creature can go long periods without feeding, and can reactivate from its inactive state upon detecting body heat or carbon dioxide from blood-having animals such as yourself. If it drank mine, I think it would just straight up die. Most creatures do. Game got really drunk, but that was a rare exception. The idea that this creature may be related to bedbugs make me guess again for what the red dots on the face might be. While I still think the two large ones, as well as some of the others, are solely sight organs, I believe that some of the red sense organs may be responsible for sensing things like carbon dioxide and body heat. This creature could use these like bedbugs, but take it one step further, and attempts to locate the largest populations of humans for the most assured supply of meals. I wonder if we put this guy in a crack house, would he get really high and then addicted? If we put him in a brothel, would he get an STD? What about if we put him in Wisconsin? Would he get diabetes? I ask the questions that really matter. Now let's say this critter is really close to bedbugs in nature. Like really close. Fun fact, bedbugs mate through a method known as traumatic insemination. Translation, the guy bedbug has a really sharp penis and stabs the ass of the girl bedbug and then nuts into her bloodstream. That wasn't very fun, but it was a fact.
Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not this. This makes me want to turn the entire earth into a fucking parking lot, but I don't know, go drink some ocean or something.
The photo in question was likely taken when this bedbug had completely filled itself. Like a regular bedbug, it has a lower half that's just kinda like an empty balloon when it hasn't fed, and then it fills this stupid sack until it's bursting at the seams with other people's blood. Then it drags its fat ass away on its two front limbs. It may have been too overzealous in feeding in a large apartment complex, and got too obese to waddle away before someone pulled out their iPhone, or some shit like that. See? I told you! A real megahorn! But what does it mean?
It means you're too high and need to go to bed. Or give me some of whatever it is.
Megahorn, the destroyer of the Siren Heads. A nickname he insists that he did not give to himself. As the name implies, Megahorn is the primary and only predator of the Siren Head species. It is not only the consumer of Siren Heads, but in fact related to them as well. Ew. The Megahorn evolved from a lineage of Siren Head that consumed larger fauna than humans such as cows or other cattle. And we're also not opposed to cannibalism. Over time, this sect of Siren Heads diversified enough that they were considered a separate species from the original. Larger, hungrier, and more aggressive, they began to stop consuming their own in favor of hunting their smaller, weaker cousins. They took a new form as their physiology changed with evolution. The Megahorn has a massive singular horn in the dead center of its head. It has a body similar to that of a typical Siren Head, but instead of the iconic shriveled horror physique, it has a flap-like beer gut used to store the consumed bodies of its former ancestors. It also has an additional pair of arms to help it both walk and accost its prey. This, along with its stubby torso, gives the Megahorn an arachnid-like appearance. Some of you may be confused about the nature of Siren Heads and Megahorns, but allow me to dispel any misinformation spread by the Siren Head news networks. Siren Heads are actually an evolutionary tree of life, not one sole immortal supernatural entity. In fact, there are many different species of Siren Head.
There are lamppost heads, traffic light heads, even vibrator heads, which, for some inexplicable reason, are the most popular variety. They populate the entire planet, as humans do, but in significantly fewer numbers. They are a cognitohazardous species, meaning that the trademark sirens and signals that the siren heads broadcast can manipulate the cognition and overall psyche of humans that hear it. While it is quite scary of a concept, some humans can become immune to cognitohazards through controlled exposure. Like that guy who tried to vaccinate himself against snake bites using snake venom and then survived, I'm pretty sure. I don't know, I didn't finish the YouTube video. Like all species, they are limited by their food source, which for siren heads is you, and for megahorns is siren heads, and you. Hence why the megahorn is encountered in far fewer numbers than the siren head. While some state that the act of a siren head consuming another siren head causes the megahorn mutation to occur like some skinwalker shit, this isn't actually the case. The megahorn is simply a much rarer creature that's encountered less often. They just look like siren heads because they evolved from them. And humans love to make shit up. But don't take that away from them. They have such fun lying to each other. For example, some religious organizations said that the megahorn is a god protecting them from Siren Head. The reality is, the megahorn couldn't give less of a shit about him. He's just hungry. He'll eat him as a snack if he doesn't have to get up from the couch to reach them. Such idiots running up to worship megahorns and getting gulped have been documented by many horrified bystanders, and one furiously masturbating vorophile. The impact of the megahorn's existence primarily means that there are fewer siren heads, which is a net positive for humanity. Because of this, the Foundation has ranked them low priority. Although, this guy is definitely not friendly to humans. The megahorn's range of its siren is vast compared to that of a siren head, and the power of its blasts outweigh its shrimpy little cousin too. It can pop a human head like a testicle that's been shot by a BB gun. This powerful sound is actually meant for disabling other siren heads, but because the power needed for that is immense, it causes extreme damage to both property and anything living. Unlike the siren head, megahorn has no biological limit in its growth, meaning that like some reptiles like alligators, snapping turtles, and Komodo dragons, they can get as big as their food abundance allows. No, I meant it as a good thing. Like, people think you're buff and stuff. No one is calling you fat! It consumes all. Those who seek it leave with nothing. It is desire. It is greed. The manifestation of a constant need to consume in physical form. This was the last recorded communication from a man who made a deal with an entity named the Black Crown. His corpse was found barricaded inside of his home, all of his valuables missing. He had taken the coward's way out. The Black Crown was first documented by Leo Vincible, and then subsequently documented by Clark Tidor, two paranormal investigators who decided the best way to respond to the Foundation's sanctions on anomalous evidence was a nice hard flick direct to the center of the scrotum. Classic. This entity not only embodies greed, it's the actual concept of greed. The creature has an obsidian-toned skeletal form and stands slightly above 7 feet in height. Its emaciated stature signifies an unending hunger. The entity's skull ends in 3 points that resemble a crown. Under this is an unmoving, unnerving grin that would go from ear to ear if he had ears. It has no visible sense organs save for a jaw full of perfectly white, manicured teeth. While it can still seemingly sense the world unhindered by this, he did say that he felt left out when all his old Wall Street buddies started snorting coke. The Black Crown reportedly speaks every human language at once, and whoever encountered it reports that they heard it speaking the language they were most familiar with, but with a touch of an unplaceable accent. The creature has an insatiable appetite for things deemed valuable. Gemstones, gold, priceless artwork, exotic cars, champagne, expensive escorts, you know, the high life. It'll do anything in its power to obtain something it desires, anything short of giving something up. This often spells the death of the original owner of the item in question. He will ask once politely, and if the person refuses, he'll take it anyway. If the person tries to stop him, he will proceed to beat them the fuck to death. From his interview with Clark Tidor, he wrote, "It's that person's fault for not complying with a reasonable request." Well, when he explains it like that, I kinda get it. Yo, free my boy, he didn't do nothing. In the past, he wore gold to shine above the rest, but he has updated his fashion with the times for the thousands of years that he's been alive. During the Renaissance, he wore the most expensive garments dyed with the rarest pigments. For most of the 20th century, he wore only the finest of suits and jewelry. Since his idea of what is good is based so much on greed and value, his brain recently kinda got tricked by the Supreme types, and he now has since switched to a more neurodivergent 12-year-old hypebeast aesthetic.
His greed is not restricted to material things. On some occasions, the Black Crown will recognize something special in an individual with greed in their heart. Something money cannot buy. Unique skills, emotions, memories, experiences, anything that he deems valuable. Thank God I don't have any of those things. He will offer the individual a deal, and offer more in response to them refusing, until they basically can't, granting them the life they want, luxuries, powers, health for the rest of their natural life, in exchange for what he wants. Sometimes this ends in ironic circumstances. For example, the Black Crown granted an artist the professional life and respect that he wanted. However, what the Black Crown wanted was his artistic ability. And as the artist slowly began to lose that, he lost his career as well. Way to read the fine print, dumbass. While the Black Crown is preternaturally physically capable, he is not immortal. Enough firepower will turn the fucker to dust. Literally, when he sustains enough damage, he dissolves into dust like Tom Holland's Spider-Man. I don't want to die, Mr. Stark. Thing is, you can't really kill the concept of greed. The dust is swept away by the wind, but the spirit still lingers, and it immediately begins its search for a human with a heart completely corrupted by greed. Whether it's a narcissistic influencer or that guy from BP who busted all over the ocean or some shit, eventually a perfect target is found. The spirit latches onto the individual and influences it to lean full tilt into its greed. Over time, the greed completely overtakes every aspect of their personality. Eventually, the bones in the individual's head and body elongate and change. Their skin hardens into a dark exoskeleton, and they lose all sensory organs, except that with which they can consume. Or something goofy like that. Not only does the Black Crown have a significant stake in every world economy, he also sells courses that falsely claim he can get you to his economic status.
Get rich immediately. No effort or action required. For 9 easy payments of $29.95, I'll send you 14 unlisted YouTube videos with the concept of visualization.
Results not guaranteed nor likely. Entering your credit card may cause all of your money to be wired directly to a shell corporation in Mumbai.
Some of those traits might sound similar to another entity that's commonly discussed on the internet. That's because I based that part off Andrew Tate. But don't worry, the Black Crown is not a sex trafficker. Sometimes people will edit wiki pages with shit that I make up, and I really hope this is gonna be one of those times. By the way, none of this is canon, I made it all up. An anomalous apex predator has recently been reported stalking remote towns in southern Africa. A stark bone-white faceplate, jagged razor-edged teeth, a virus-shaped body with 4 legs, the front ending in finger-like extensions, and the back ending in cloven hooves. In the center of the torso, an open gash containing a writhing pile of human heads. A cacophony of pained, desperate moans escape the pulsing maw.
He told me they were still alive with Cletus, and I believed him.
This creature was first documented by preternatural investigator Leo Vinciple, who instead of submitting it to the Foundation for approval, decided to submit it to Twitter for likes without a single shit given for what the Foundation labels due process. What can I say? He's built different. He didn't really give it a name, so I will be dubbing this beastie the Cacophony. The first thing about this creature that instantly grabs the eye is the collection of heads inside of its split chest cavity. These heads inside are not its own. This predator targets humans and steals heads from its victims, inserting them into the center of its chest cavity. It integrates these heads into its own neurology, keeping them alive and preserving the consciousness inside the brain, trapping the human with barely enough processing power in their brain to know their own suffering. This allows it to access the head's memories, and it can even use it as a meaty biological processor. The more heads the Cacophony has, the more cunning it becomes, using more and more advanced hunting techniques, and even constructing complex tools like traps to catch its victims. Keep in mind, if it has like 4 McDonald's employees, it still might function on a capacity lower than if it has 2 CEOs, and nowhere near as skilled as if it had 1 YouTuber. The classic Cacophony quality-quantity quandary. The Cacophony's top head often screams a range of vocalizations at the victim it's attempting to decapitate. While it's fully capable of communicating with humans, it most often doesn't even bother to. The vocalizations include voices and sayings from former victims in their lives. These will often come off as nonsensical shrieks, as the things the creature is saying don't really make sense to say when attacking someone.
My self-esteem's so low, I don't know how to process it. She never loved me. Because my mother, she loved my brother Tommy. She didn't even say, you're my little schmeckle. I know I'm a schmeckle.
Another notable feature of this entity is its white mask. No one knows what its face looks like beyond the mask. Some say it has low self-esteem and doesn't like its face. Some people say it just thinks the mask looks cool. I say, if you're wondering about a mask as this thing approaches you to rip off your head and put it in titty purgatory, you have dumb priorities. You deserve to die, idiot.
I think it's you.
I think you're the problem.
Just beneath the mask lies an agape mouth with a set of razor-sharp teeth. This jaw is used to hold the victim in place while removing the head with its 2 front limbs, and then it takes bites out of the resulting corpse for sustenance. The creature's back 2 legs are hooves, and the front 2 are a cross between human hands and gorilla feet. Unlike traditional quadruped movement, this creature has a bodily structure that has a center of gravity in the direct center of all 4 of its legs, like a tripod, but with 4 legs. So, like a quad pod, it can make incredibly quick turns and dexterous maneuvers. Side note, I've been saying quadruped a lot, and it reminded me of the time I had to message a biology professor about gorillas, and I made a misspelling. Instead of saying, when the gorilla knuckle walks, it's a quadruped, I messaged that it was quadruped. Because quadruped is 1 letter off from quadruped. Dumbest disciplinary hearing ever. What the hell am I talking about again? The combination of hoofed legs and the quadpod structure makes it so that in close quarters, the cacophony is deadly.
At the end of the day, if you're happy and you love yourself, do good. Do good, children.
Hey dude, I'm kind of like doing something right now. The cacophony's flap can open and close. The primary function of this is thought to be ambush predation. It disguises itself as a smelly pile of dead animals by laying flat on its side with its flap closed. After something approaches it, it will proceed to kill and eat the animal. It hunts anything that moves, but only gathers the heads of humans. All this means that it's too dangerous to be in the environment, which is why I sent it to be safe and happy and frolic at a farm upstate.
Hello? Hello? It's dark in here.
Guys, everybody, AZFK, he locks me in the locker, he locks me in there, and he makes me do drugs.
You just like fucked that man's whole world up, bro. Like he thought that darkness was forever, and then you gave him light again and put it right back in.
Wait, who's in the cage? A novel anomalous force has been affecting wildlife worldwide. While the specifics of the effects on these animals are borderline unpredictable, there are some recurring symptoms. The morphology of the animal twists and distorts into a nightmarish, seemingly random visage. The creature can lose or sprout additional limbs, sense organs, teeth, anything. Not only that, but it appears some pieces of their morphology can split open, revealing new structures like a giant maw. The process takes place slowly over time, and is evidently incredibly painful for the animal in question, as they shriek a constant dull moan that does nothing to drown out the horrific snapping and creaking of their bones like old hardwood floors as they reshape in nonsensical ways. So far, the phenomena has been documented affecting giraffes, birds, deer, bear, sheep, rhino, dog, and various sea animals. Not only does the morphology of the animal change, but the behavior as well. The condition changes every animal it affects into a reckless and aggressive carnivore. These photographs of the anomalous wildlife event were taken by investigator Leo Vincible, who decided that the Anomalous Containment Foundation's rules and regulations work better as fireplace material than reading material. Giving the finger to the paranormal government is a dirty job, but someone's gotta do it. While the cause of this plague upon the fauna of Earth is yet unknown, we can still theorize on what the possible cause might be. I initially believed that this might be the work of somebody supernaturally talented, representing humanity's sins against the natural world by using animals as a living canvas. Maybe as some sort of protest piece against environmental damage. I know what you're thinking. Doesn't disfiguring animals as a symbolic statement for ecosystem destruction go against the very reason they'd been doing it? Yeah, but like, have you ever talked to a human? They're walking contradictions. Half of them tweet about how bad child labor is from their smartphones the second they get them hot off the child labor factory line. Sure, we could guess it's some sort of curse, or a metaphysical manipulation from a supernatural source, or perhaps some energy leaking in from another dimension, but there's little to no evidence for those ideas. Aside from just suspension of disbelief. So, I guess it's back to the drawing board. While information about this phenomena on the internet is scarce to say the least, there is a popular theory floating around about what's making these animals into literal fucking monsters. The theory is that this is caused by a virus making rapid zoonotic shifts between species. This virus causes genetic sequence disturbances in the form of virus-induced gene mutations. These virus-induced mutations are not fully understood by human scientists, and are probably due to the insertions of fragments of viral DNA into the host chromosomes. Essentially, the virus corrupts the DNA of the animal, and for some reason that we don't fully understand yet, the animal's body begins to act as some sort of horrific physiology randomizer, morphing the poor creature's form to look like some sort of Cronenberg Mr. Potato Head for limbs and sense organs. Question is, if it is a virus, what happens when the virus makes the shift to mankind?
While the virus theory is all well and good, if you're a fan of my show for some reason, first off, get therapy. And second, you may have noticed a parallel between these dumb broken animals and some other dumb broken animals documented by a different investigator. Anomalous investigator Trevor Henderson has posted numerous examples of different creatures with their morphology severely affected by a parasitic worm. This worm wiggles its way inside of an animal and then hollows them out, using them as a puppet to hunt other prey and reproduce. This parasite would make sense as the cause for this new unnatural habitat phenomena, as it severely affects both the morphology and the behavior of its host. Although its favorite target is bird, it's gone after larger animals like deer and even people. I believe that Leo's documentation of these unnatural animals may be further examples of different forms of this lamprey parasite. I know what you're saying. You don't make no gosh darn sense, eyeball man. That doesn't explain the growth in limbs and the entire body rearrangement of many of these types of animals. Well, you stupid fuck, that's where the virus theory comes back into play. If this lamprey were to carry pathogens of its own, it's possible that these pathogens could also make the same zoonotic shift just as rapidly, if not more rapidly than the worms. It looks as though the invasive species of lamprey hasn't been wearing its condoms, and if it tries to worm its way inside of humans again, that virus sounds like your problem too. See, we can both win. Both theories can be right, except they're not. They're both wrong, because none of this was canon and I made it all up. Except for the parts that I stole.
Train Eater. The Train Eater was first reported upon by anomalous investigator Leo Vincible in the New York subway. Leo somehow managed to snap a picture of this creature in its non-camouflage state, an incredibly rare sight. In its resting state, the Train Eater resembles a long flesh-colored worm with the length of its body dotted with eyes. Like many creatures, if you poke it in the eye, it screams. In the front, this creature has a large mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth. Its mouth is usually agape, with a muscular structure in the front that looks like a trapped humanoid being. Scientists are unsure of what purpose this serves, but one theory is that it is a vestigial organ that ancestors of the Train Eater used to lure humans into its massive maw, which is why many of these lures have humongous tits. When in the presence of human beings, this entity is usually unrecognizable. It modifies parts of its body, bio-shifting to perfectly mimic man-made vehicles such as trains, buses, hot tub stripper limos, etc. This appears to be an incredibly advanced anomalous form of camouflage, like a stick bug in a tree, or a leaf bug in a tree, or you at a clown convention. Indistinguishable. The train often shows up at vorophile conventions or busy subways during rush hour in order to have the largest potential meal. This entity gathers as many victims inside of itself as possible and then shifts its physiology to trap its victims inside, removing the doors they enter from. It will then speed off to an abandoned section of the tracks before filling its gut with corrosive digestive juices, digesting the entirety of the contents of its stomach. After this, it promptly enters a hibernation state before waking up a few weeks later with a renewed appetite. It operates like a regular train until full to the brim with passengers, so some people actually ride the Train Eater home from work being none the wiser that they were almost worm food. The Train Eater acts in a similar capacity to natural ambush predators. This is becoming a trope. We've covered a whole lot of anomalous ambush predators recently. Come on guys, get a new shtick. Paranormal researcher Clark Tidor has theorized that the Train Eater is actually an incredibly large insect capable of modifying itself in its physiology, but upon further investigation, this creature shares more in common with worms, and also somehow a lot with legless lizards. While some theorize that this is some sort of genetic amalgamation with DNA from the two, some always theorize that, so who the hell knows really? Some speculate that the Train Eater could be used as a fleshlight for a giant and that someone is me. The Train Eater is also capable of sprouting legs across its entire body, coming to resemble a monstrous fleshy centipede. It uses these legs to burrow under the ground, creating a nest to lay clutches of eggs. It also uses these legs to traverse between subways in the streets to avoid suspicion from human authorities. The FBI even occasionally catches really disturbed Train Eaters that masquerade as school buses. Fortunately, these Train Eaters are always the first to get murdered in Train Eater jail by the other criminal Train Eaters. Maybe karma is real. Human researchers are astounded at the level of intelligence that Train Eaters display. I don't know why your species is always so shocked when another animal is smart. Oh sure, fill your oceans to the brim with plastic bottles and be surprised when the collected microplastic amounts to you eating 1 credit card a week, but they're the idiots. While train eaters typically remain in one area and nest, there have been cases of nomadic train eaters. One of these entities masqueraded as a Greyhound bus, traveling around the entire country multiple times. This particular train eater was much larger than the average for its species, and contrary to their typical behavior, on occasion displayed aggression and active hunting rather than its typical sneaky behavior. Before its termination that many anomalous enforcement agencies claimed credit for, it left a trail of chaos in its wake. It imitated a travel van for a band before massacring and consuming the entire concert, transformed into a yacht before eating an entire cartel. It even had a travel vlog. The Primary Color Man. The Primary Color Man is a humanoid entity with a complexion of various patches split between the 3 primary colors. Preternatural investigator Leo Vincible has documented this creature numerous times in both picture and video format. The origin of this entity is still a mystery, although many horror YouTubers list finding him in the backrooms at 3 a.m. This creature only attacks the colorblind and idiots who don't know the 3 names of the primary colors. At least that's the only pattern I can gauge thus far from this inhuman monstrosity with a kindergarten level of education. Before anyone goes and calls this creature ableist, it knows. It's an inhuman monster that enjoys murdering people. I agree with you, I'm just saying it's a weird hill to die on. The Primary Color Man is able to manipulate various facets of sensory perception. For example, it's able to distort a human's visual processing center in the brain. It can make it impossible for them to focus their eyes, remove their perception of color, or increase their saturation and contrast until they're living in a deep-fried version of their own reality. It can also give its victims incredibly intense synesthesia. This synesthesia is reported as tasting, smelling, and hearing the colors in such an overwhelming sense that it leads to total sensory overload and sometimes insanity. Some even report feeling the colors as temperature or pain. One of the Primary Color Man's victims began writhing in pain and begging for death when shown the color red, profusely vomiting when shown the color green, and was banned from school zones and had to go door to door whenever he moved following his actions after being shown the color pink.
Did you learn your colors?
Dude, step back. Your breath smells like you hit a bong filled with pee. The Primary Color Man is also capable of shifting his skin's pigmentation in order to camouflage against any surface like a chameleon. It uses this ability to stay hidden and stalk its victims, sometimes for years. It enjoys altering the human senses at a rate so gradual that they don't even know they're being changed. Slowly but surely, the human adjusts to what they think was always their reality. The Primary Color Man camouflaged right behind them, snickering to himself silently as it relishes their anguish. Eventually, this will leave them completely dissociated with reality and will begin to act erratically and develop ludicrous beliefs. This entity is also capable of shifting its skin pigmentation to recreate any pattern consciously, not just one that it's in front of. It often disguises itself as a bloody, defiled corpse with streaks of red and tan and lies in wait for a passerby to see them. When the victim gets close enough, the entity will grab the sides of their head, holding it in place and lock eyes with them. It will then completely distort their senses so severely that it leaves them unable to process any sensory information from the world without descending into complete insanity. Anomalous Foundations have recently seized all evidence relating to a police case believed to be connected to several brutal homicides. The reason behind it remained mysterious, until recently. Leo Vincible released this image depicting an entity, alongside the caption, Rag Boy. While these might seem unrelated at first, it's the nature of the murders and the caption of the evidence that prove their connection. The bodies of the deceased were all found displayed in unique, strange, and horrific art house manners. However, there are some consistencies in each case. Sewing needles and thread used to manipulate the poses of the body and mutilate the body parts. The eyes, mouth, nostrils, ears, even both front and back naughty holes were found either sewn open or closed. The body is either suspended in the air or sewn into furniture, onto walls, to the ceiling, everything in the kitchen sink. And I don't just mean the saying, he sewed one guy to a kitchen sink. Wherever they're found, the victim's body and limbs are posed in lifelike stances, all held in place by sewing thread. The police and media alike were stunned at the intricacy of the scenes, and noted that almost superhuman care and skill must have gone into this almost artistic horror show. The media was following the alleged serial killings, and the local presses had given the perpetrator a name, Rag Boy. I don't know why they named the serial killer that, but at least they didn't give him a cool serial killer name like the Iceman or the Salami Strangler. I feel like if we want people to stop serial killing, we have to give them embarrassing names in the media. Like Wet the Bed Until He Was 17, the Ripper.
Statistically true, by the way. Serial killers pee the bed for way too long. Look it up. As the cases piled up and got more attention, the Foundation took notice and monitored the town where this was occurring closely. Eventually, they found their man, rag, boy, critter thing. A security camera captured the entity murdering and then carefully setting up his victim in the final frame of a Fortnite dance. With this information, the Foundation moved to observe the entity in its natural habitat before moving to containment. It's totally not that they couldn't get their supernatural DMV asses in gear to put this pointy dish rag in a box. That's for sure. Leo may have gotten this image from the same security leak, and it brings vital information in understanding this creature's physiology. At first glance, he may appear to be a being made entirely out of cloth and thread. Patchwork burlap skin held together by frayed gray threads, two bright orange button eyes stitched in with a crisscross pattern, and fingers webbed together by string, dangling a litany of sharp needles. Upon further examination, it's clear that he has a set of human teeth and gums, meaning that he's at least partially biological in nature. It's possible that the burlap and thread is only skin deep, leaving a possibility that what's under it was human. From the Foundation's observation, it became clear that this entity was violent, but perhaps not inherently malicious. While Ragboy is murdering individuals in horrific manners and using needles and string to pose them like action figures on a chubby kid's desk, evidently, he's only doing it to people who have done some fucked up things. The majority of his victims have abusive tendencies, violent felonies, or at least littered or something. We can only hope that Ragboy's idea of good and bad line up with your own. Everyone thinks they're the good guy, especially the bad guy. I'm fairly sure that Kim Jong-un thinks he's the best guy. So, just saying. Sometimes, the body display is clearly a message specifically for the individual victim. For example, Ragboy once visited a politician who lied to an entire town about the safety of a mining structure, only to have the structure collapse, killing over 100 men, famously and gruesomely decapitating one on camera. This politician was found hanging upside down by the legs from the rubble of the very same structure, his head sloppily sawed off at the neck, but suspended from the stub by several threads, his mouth sewn shut, his eyes sewn open, peering directly down at his crimes. Another of Ragboy's victims was this creep who would grope people on the subway. He was found with his hands sewn around his dick and balls in a masturbatory pose, bringing a whole new meaning to the phrase, "go fuck yourself." This one time, and I have no idea what the guy did, but he sewed a deaf guy's ears shut. And then he got taken off Twitter. Elon put him back on though, and then everyone kind of forgot about it when we all rightfully told Mr. Beast how terrible he was for making that child no longer blind. Oh wait, shit. I think Ragboy also sewed that kid's eyes shut. You know, maybe the Foundation is wrong. I think he might just be doing this at random. By the way, none of this was canon, I made it all up. Have you ever seen a megalithic humanoid entity with a warning siren in place of its head? What about an ambush predator that waits for cars to drive under bridges to rip out the passengers and consume them? A parasitic worm that invades the bodies of common birds and transforms them into ravenous pack-hunting beasts? How about a creature that feeds by replacing the entrances to regular rooms with the maw to its frighteningly human-like mouth? While this may sound like the delusional ramblings of a man wearing a tinfoil hat and holding a sign that says the end is nigh, they're actually stories based off the artwork of Trevor Henderson, an incredibly talented artist who blends found footage, creature design, and the supernatural into a nightmarish catalog of works depicting a plethora of monstrosities. In this video, we'll be delving into that world and discussing these creations. Without further ado, let's journey into the world of Trevor Henderson's work. Siren Head. Bullhorn Slenderman. Speaker Face. A monstrosity known by many names. Siren Head is a tall skeletal humanoid creature with a long pole and multiple sirens in place of a head and neck. No shit. These sirens have a set of gums and teeth on the inside of them. Its skin is tightly wrapped around its bones like a kid in a trash bag with a vacuum. Siren Head has dry, papery skin like the leaf of a backwoods. Speaking of, am I the only one that thinks that loose shredded tobacco looks like a bunch of collected pubic hairs? Just me? Okay. It's thought that like a stick bug, the Siren Head has evolved to look exactly like telephone wire poles in order to blend into the environment. Siren Heads are apex predators in both forests and any environment with plentiful human
human infrastructure, consuming every creature they come across, like that fisherman guy that catches random ocean fish and then eats them raw to test if they're poisonous, even if they've already been established as poisonous. That's real, and it's called this. You're welcome. There's this myth going around that Siren Head doesn't eat. It's actually that he doesn't need to eat. He eats humans and animals just because he's a sick fuck and thinks it's pretty funny. Siren Head has no eyes, and while some claim that he can still see, like the common bat or Stevie Wonder, this creature moves and locates prey using echolocation, sending out indetectable pulses of sound constantly and receiving accurate feedback as to where your dumbass is hiding. The two sirens on its head will often speak in unison and throw out seemingly random words and numbers in a static-filled, echoey electronic hum. This creature is also capable of replicating any noise that it hears, including human speech, animal calls, and of course, sirens, digital, and other mechanical noises.
Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet-ass pure.
Siren Head seems to be more intelligent than your average human. You gotta be smart to get a human out of their house if you look like the result of someone tripping balls on mushrooms on Halloween night and seeing an especially creepy telephone pole. The noises that he uses to lure victims will change from person to person. Similar to a skinwalker, Siren Head often uses the voices or screams for help of a loved one or any other voice that it thinks could manipulate a victim into leaving safety. It will also specialize the noises by stalking a victim for a series of weeks to understand its behavior. Many paranormal researchers theorize that the Siren Head belongs to a larger collection of similar humanoid creatures. There have been documentations of lamppost heads, telephone pole heads, and 5G cell station heads, just to name a few. That's right, that crazy swamp lady that burnt down the 5G tower was actually defending you from Siren Heads, and you all just went and put her in jail. Now look at all the places that he has to hide. Siren Head's rise to fame mirrors another internet horror celebrity, Slenderman. Often being called the new Slenderman, this has made the actual Slenderman quite bitter. He was already behaving erratically, as he had slid into alcoholism as so many former child stars do. In a blind drunken rage, Slenderman attempted to run down Siren Head in his car, which was documented by a bunch of 10-year-olds writing Slenderman vs. Siren Head fanfics.
Open the door or I'm gonna throw rocks through your windows, you dumb whore.
Hey Satana, add polycephalic human skeletons to my shopping list.
I've added polycephalic human skeleton to your shopping list.
A strange handmade automaton found in the hidden back room of the Church of the Benevolent Sound in Claremont, Ohio. Discovered by two teenage urban explorers in 1986. Both claimed to have heard it sing in their presence. While both claim its sound was like, quote, nothing I've ever heard, both suffered from extreme insomnia, difficulty concentrating, and a desperate need to go back to the clergyman to hear it sing again. This was the only information posted alongside images of this newly discovered entity dubbed the Singing Clergyman. This entity was discovered by paranormal investigator Trevor Henderson, and in his usual MO, he just posted it dicks out on social media. Never gets old. While this is the only information that we have on this anomalous creature so far, it can still tell us quite a bit about this entity. For starters, we know it was found in a hidden back room of a church in 1986 by two urban explorers in, Ohio. Go back to covering creatures in hell, why don't we? The location it was found, in combination with its clothing and its name, suggest a heavy religious association between this creature and possibly Christianity. God damn it, I hate these ones. I get a mild skin irritation whenever I walk past the threshold of a church. What do you think this humanoid doll with a leaking open mouth could be used for? That's incorrect. You are gross and banned from participating from the rest of the episode. Because of the religious association, the first idea that comes to mind about what this thing is for would be religious purposes. But what specifically? I can see one of two options. Either humans assembled this purely out of hubris and curiosity without knowing what would happen, or they've designed it with a clear idea in mind. Knowing humans, it's likely the former. Whether or not this creature's paranormal abilities after construction were intentional is impossible to know. But if it was on purpose, we can potentially get an understanding of its use by looking at its effects. The teenagers claimed it was like nothing they'd ever heard before, but they provided no more information about what it sounded like specifically. Some eyewitness you are, dumb shit. It looks from the evidence to be pleasurable, and even seems to have a cognitohazard-like effect on the human mind, making any victim desperate to go back to hear them sing again. Not only this, but all human victims suffer from extreme insomnia and difficulty concentrating. As someone who's a bad focus boy, that last part just sounds like ADHD.
One victim of this creature also blames it for his piss kink, but I'm not so sure about that.
Loving you is easy 'cause you're beautiful.
Trevor claims that at the time of him writing the description of this entity, the machine's location is unknown. I don't have it. Why would you even suggest something like that? I see two possibilities for where it could be. It could be that someone who became addicted to this machine's songs grabbed it and brought it home, making a jerk-off shrine to it. It could also be possible that someone learned of this machine's power, slipped in some earplugs, and grabbed it to be used for various nefarious and likely hilarious purposes. Using this creature as some sort of god figure could allow you to control the minds of the masses, holding the machine from them until they bend to your will so they can finally hear its sweet song again. I got $500 on this being invented to create some sort of sex cult. This is all the information I can decipher about this machine from Trevor's initial message. I will be keeping an eye out for any other updates about this creature and many others from Trevor's lore and other supernatural investigators.
Rojo.
Disclaimer, this is possibly the most up monster I've ever covered. This video contains imagery and descriptions relating to pregnancy and childbirth that some may find unsettling. Viewer discretion is advised. The Forgotten Baby is a man-sized fetus-looking creature with pinkish slime-covered translucent veiny skin, no teeth, and eyes that are disproportionately large, even for its already disproportionately large head. The Forgotten Baby was rumored to have been a believed miscarriage. When the doctors informed the expecting couple of this situation, the couple opted to remove the mass of cells that they believed to be dead from the woman's uterus, and placed it aside to be discarded in a medical waste receptacle. However, the doctor noticed it barely moving, and out of morbid curiosity, hid the being and only claimed to get rid of it. He took it home and began using everything in the kitchen sink to get it to grow. I'm talking growth hormones, steroids, insect testosterone, something that only has research about it written in Russian. He even buried it legs deep in plant fertilizer. I'm so sorry to all the little boys and girls lifting hard in the weight room that look up to Forgotten Baby because he transformed his body, but the Forgotten Baby is a fake natty. He was just lying to sell his patented brand of birth canal creatine. The doctor never really thought to restrain the man-sized fetus that he kept in his basement. Seriously, how the hell did this one get through human medical school? It means nothing. I like how our species does it. We just let anyone do surgery. Same as owning guns and driveways. So anyways, like any responsible, self-respecting physician, one day this doctor blacks out after taking a lot of horse tranquilizer that he prescribed to himself, thought the man-sized fetus scream gurgling in his living room was his dog barking to get outside, which he didn't have a dog, and proceeds to let it outside. The huge problem here, aside from everything else that's beyond belief about this entire situation, this being never acquired a brain past the point of a barely developed fetus, leading to strange and horrific consequences for its behavioral psychology. Immediately upon being let outside, this being began to look in the windows of every house it encountered until it found an expectant mother. This being would then wait until everyone in the house was asleep and compress itself into an impossibly small size to squeeze through any crack in the structure of the house. It will then attempt to put its hand on the belly of the pregnant woman, causing the woman to miscarry. After making contact, it will leave the house. Before too long, the Forgotten Baby will return to the house with much more sinister intentions. It enters the bedroom of the sleeping woman and attempts to compress itself and crawl the up inside of her. The slime its skin secretes puts the woman in a sedative state when this happens, so she doesn't freak the out about the horrific things that are happening to her. Sometimes it re-expands on the way in by accident. This usually kills the woman in an explosion of viscera, as, you know, there's basically the entire body of a full-grown f***ing man up there. This reminds me of that one porn of that lady who had a giant vagina and stuck the entire head of a bald man in there. Do you know that one? No? Okay, then me neither then. The most f***ed up part is if it actually gets inside of the womb. From here, the Forgotten Baby hooks can somehow override the mother's normal behavior to essentially brainwash them into protecting it. Like how that wasp who shits eggs in caterpillars makes the caterpillar love the worms growing inside of them. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This is fucking awful, but I don't know, touch some grass. She will forget that she lost her baby and refuse any attempts to convince her otherwise. Even if shown evidence, she will reject the notion and protect the monstrosity at all costs, even isolating herself from all those who used to be closest to her. This monster never grows or comes to term, just leeching nutrients off the mother until she slowly withers away. A slow, painful death. Her skin begins to pale, her energy levels drop, along with, you know, bone density. Nails, hair, and teeth fall out. F it, the eyes fall out too. That's one hell of a tapeworm you got there, baby. Maybe just a shit ton of vodka and cigarettes then? Don't pussy out halfway through or you'll end up something like our resident human, the eye prophet.
Fucking asshole.
I really hope I didn't just lose the entire female section of my audience with this one. Don't look at me like that. I didn't write the concept. I just based it off of Clark Titor's video, extrapolated the science, and wrote some jokes. This is a really disturbing one, even for me. I feel like someone's gonna use this video as evidence for their Huffington Post listicle about why unbirth porn is problematic.
The stink of old meat on the wind, rotten and cloying. Something moves through the long grass. It sees you through holes in ancient skin like leather, breaking into a sprint while it mumbles and croons through the wound where a head should be. Heed the cries of the rot-walker. It never sleeps, forever wandering restlessly, searching for a face it remembers but can never have. Every witness spurs the beast with mistaken hope until it realizes that the new face doesn't feel right. This was the only information posted alongside photographic documentation of what looks to be a novel anomalous creature. This entity, dubbed the Rotwalker, was first documented by Trevor Henderson, and described further in detail in a comment by paranormal investigator Heavenly Aesthetic. This creature resembles a decapitated cow with 5 large rebars shoved down its neck hole. A detached human face hangs from the top pole, speared directly through the forehead. This is a creature that forever seeks the one thing it's missing: acceptance. Its fucking head! Has this idiot tried a cow head yet? No? Of course he hasn't. I feel like that might legitimately solve his problem if he got it stuck on in the right orientation. Even though this guy looks quite mysterious, like most animals, its behavior is actually quite predictable. The Rotwalker typically appears in agricultural regions, most often nearby slaughterhouses, but it's been spotted on the outskirts of just about any populated area that's far enough removed from high-traffic regions. The creature roams aimlessly, letting out an agonizing, guttural wail mixed with a cacophonous metal scraping. The entity will continue this pattern until it locates a human, at which point the wail will turn into an angry, almost frenzied screech. The Rotwalker runs full speed at its intended target with the rebar protruding from its neck aimed directly at the forehead of the victim. After the entity kills the prey, the face that hangs from its top bar changes to that of the person that it just killed.
Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me feel like all national parks should be replaced with Walmarts, but I don't know, put your hand in a dog's mouth or something.
If the corpse of the individual is located, the face of the victim is removed with surgical precision, leaving the muscles of the facial structure exposed. Since the Rotwalker doesn't have any sharp teeth or claws, or damn thumbs to hold things, how exactly it cuts off the face so perfectly baffles researchers at the Bureau of Anomalous Containment, as they were already struggling to figure out how a cow without a damn head would be able to function biologically. Thing is, I'm pretty sure this creature isn't of a biological nature at all. While this entity's body initially appears bovine in nature, upon closer examination, one can see that its front legs have more segments and joints than a regular cow's. The skeletal structure of this animal looks as though if it tried to run, it would have a worse top speed than an overweight toddler in Crocs. But all the dead people with no fucking faces could probably run faster than that, so where do we go from here? Simple. I believe that there are fundamentally different factors animating this abomination of what looks to be alien carrion and industrial scaffolding materials. Preternatural forces. This brings us back to the whole ripping off people's faces and wearing them thing. It's all fun and games when you do it once or twice, but I think this guy's starting to get addicted. The reason why this creature hunts individuals for their faces is yet unknown, but theorizing the reason may lead one to a better understanding of the nature of the entity. Some researchers believe that the Rotwalker is symbolic of a loss of an animal's identity and farming's humanity associated with the meat industry. A lumbering abomination of bovine flesh brutalized by industrial steel, given a hollow human facade. This begs the question,
Where did the Rotwalker come from? A scientific abomination made by a vegan genetics doctorate with a loose understanding of their own morals and diet? An aggressive marketing campaign from the Chick-fil-A Corporation gone wrong? Maybe it's just Cow God saying fuck you. The universe is pretty weird. The answer is often stupider than you think.
The tangled mass of fly-blown, putrefying corpses shifts and moves ever so slightly. One body tumbles off another, and a lone, decrepit figure slowly rises from the carrion. This image was recently posted to social media, depicting what appears to be a novel anomalous creature. This was posted by paranormal investigator Trevor Henderson, who basically pulled the equivalent of responding to the Foundation's cease and desist by sending back the first dick pic on Google Images. Absolute savagery in the first degree. It was also given a label, or perhaps a name, by its discoverer, Flyblown. Now looking at this creature, we have to mention the obvious. Looks like the worst blowjob ever. Braces aren't fixing this one, buddy. Jesus Christ, it's like she's triple British. The horrific set of chompers she got aside, perhaps we can learn more about this monstrosity if we take a look at its name. Flyblown is defined as dirty or contaminated, especially through contact with flies and their eggs or larvae. It usually refers to food, carrion, aka dead animals, or rotting meat. In the most gruesome cases, living, but you know, probably dying, animals can get fly eggs laid in them, slowly being consumed by the creature that takes the crown for symbolic embodiment of things that are fucking disgusting. The fly. This brings me to my theory about what I think this creature may be. I think that this was perhaps a regular woman at one point. Fun fact, did you know that many species of parasitic wasps lay their eggs inside of other insects? When the eggs hatch, the larvae can then release chemicals that change the insect's behavior to make them act in a manner that produces the ideal environment for the growth of the larva. Well, that wasn't very fun, but it was a fact. I believe that this woman may have fallen victim to a species of anomalous insect that physiologically resembles a housefly. She may or may not have turned into a corpse by other means before this happened, but potential suffering with fly eggs and eye sockets aside, she has now rebranded herself as Fly Lady or some shit. The flies slowly consumed and laid eggs in the woman's brain. Somehow, when the flies replaced her brain, they began to act as some sort of pseudo-neural structure, controlling the woman's husk. She essentially becomes a mobile nursery and hive for this species of anomalous fly. The creature was obsessed with consuming filth, which was often whatever decaying animal she happened to shamble across, feeding the growing brood that overtakes more and more of her lifeless body each day. After stuffing herself to the brim with rotting carrion, she would shamble off, searching for a warm, damp place with filth to nestle in, providing for her children with the ideal place to gestate.
Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me want to fill my shoes with fucking vomit, but I don't know, stare directly into the sun.
As the flies overtook more and more of her body, they ate the muscles that allowed her to move, slowly reducing her to a skeleton. Each of the flies produced, as nature does, intend to reproduce in another host, just as their ancestors did. We were never told where this picture was taken. These flies could be anywhere. How sure are you of what that pest on your food really is?
That's why they begged me repeatedly not to put the dead bird in my mouth.
So, the obvious question, would you stick your dick in it? Where'd the extra teeth come from if this is the case? Sometimes, a parasite can change not only the behavior, but also the physiology of the host. If the anomalous fly laid eggs in her head, chances are there would be holes and lesions from where the eggs hatch. Some of them would be eaten out of her by the flies as a snack. That sounds wrong, I need to re-say that. And some of them would be eaten out of her flesh as a snack. If these holes happen to take place near the face, it's possible that the flies manipulated her behavior in order for her to mutilate her own face, snapping her jaw in several places, widening it as much as possible, and putting in more teeth from other consumed corpses so she can most efficiently provide for the brood. Or something silly like that. But hey, I'm just looking at an image and making wild extrapolations based on absolutely nothing just because I wanted to write a horror story about whatever the motherfuck of this thing is. Something scuttling and quick, writhing and clicking under a sheet. White linen slowly stained black with blooming spots of ichor. This was the only information posted accompanying this image of what looks to be a novel anomalous creature. This file was posted by Trevor Henderson, alongside all of the other paranormal evidence on his Instagram, that he slaps up there to make the fat bags of dick at the Foundation suck a fat bag of dick. The man simply never quits. It has 4 sets of legs, making for 8 total appendages, or at least the ones that are visible. This means that this is likely some sort of arachnid, as the amount of legs combined with their insectoid appearance would suggest some sort of relation to a spider. The creature has an upright posture, suggesting that it's some sort of virus-shaped entity, or a pseudo-humanoid. Like my mattress after a fun night, over its entire upper body is draped what I'm assuming used to be a pristine white sheet. Now, the sheet is leaking blooming spots of ichor. Ichor is defined as a watery discharge from a wound. This could mean a few things. Either A, the thing is injured, B, it's some sort of harbinger of health misfortune, hence it being in a hospital, or C, he's just a leaky dude who likes to spread his bodily fluids around. Who can say they haven't been there? Whatever the stains are, like the rule of thumb with most bedsheet stains, you should make sure to promptly lick it off because you will not get a disease. It also looks like the ichor is dripping and trailing behind the entity. Now, when looking at this creature, I have to try and answer the obvious question. Would you stick your dick in it? What's under the sheet? Obviously, this creature roots uncannily in the human mind based on the fear of the unknown. If you don't know anything about me, it's that the unknown doesn't scare me, it turns me on. So in order for me to stop being so horny, we have to figure out more about this thing before I get sent back to inhuman resources. The yellowish lighting, wallpapers, and floors look very familiar. This may suggest that whoever has taken the image may have unknowingly clipped into the back rooms. I wanted to mention this because I knew if I don't, someone else will. I could go with this explanation, but seeing as how I made most of this crap up anyways, going with this would feel lazy to me. My theory about this creature is that it is a symbol of disease and death, as I mentioned earlier. These harbingers are quite common in folklore, and it seems that this one may be specifically tailored to situations in modern medicine. The sickly, filth-ridden creature sloppily hidden away from the rest of the world, under a sheet that its disease continues to stain through. Whoever's covering something up did a poor job, as the roach-like appendages imprint an image of decay and pestilence upon all those who cross its path. I believe this creature is a symbol of humanity's current understanding of medicine and death. The morbid is to be hidden away from the rest of the world, but it cannot be, since the morbid is the reason for the medical system in the first place. Death is a part of life, and when we hide it in the shadows, the very same darkness can allow monsters to rise. I don't know, whenever I take myself seriously for too long, I start cringing, but if I was someone who took things seriously, that's what I would say. Okay, so if you believed anything in the past video, you have failed anomalous diversity training and are fired. He's actually just a very strange looking patient with hyperspecific insectoid disease-based disabilities. His name is Jeff, he has feelings, and you should feel terrible. If there is a hell, you are going straight the f*** to it. Just because someone's ugly doesn't mean they're evil, just most of the time. Only I'm allowed to assume that. Of course, none of this information past the first 2 sentences of the video actually came from Trevor Henderson. This video is more than nonsensical ramblings of an oddball eyeball and his weird blue dog drinking buddy protege son thing that I'm still not quite sure what he is, but that's besides the point. You know how many bodies turn up down there? Think about how many we don't find. Miles and miles of tunnels under there. Huge cisterns and open rooms where all those bodies might end up. Tangling together. Rotting together. Now, son, let me ask you this. Ever hear of a rat king? This was the only information posted alongside evidence of seemingly anomalous phenomenon known as the Rat King. Trevor Henderson slapped this sensitive material on Instagram alongside all the Brazilian butt lifts on my feed. God, finally something I can finish to. Even though this is the only information we have to go off of, Trevor reveals quite a lot in this short paragraph. To understand the human equivalent of a rat king, we have to understand the original concept of the rat king. Rat kings are a collection of rats, usually all dead, whose tails are stuck together in knots, sometimes bound with hair or a sticky substance such as tree sap or semen. Historically, this phenomena is related with Germany, and sometimes the plague. In mythology, there is an elder rat which controls the entirety of the mass, and therefore is the king. There has also been reported squirrel kings, but that's less horrific and more ridiculous. Let's play a fun game. I want you to vote for what animal you think would make the funniest rat king in the comments, and I'll pick the one with the most likes to make in real life. There is an ongoing debate between biologists as to whether or not a group of rats can survive becoming a rat king, or whether or not they would either perish due to infighting or starve and die. Am I the only one who wants to stick this whole thing in a deep fryer, battered up with some beer and flour? A delicious family meal in one convenient package.
Now, I'm sure this group of scientists are incredibly intelligent, and I'd like to see their explanation for why this giant human rat king is not alive as it hobbles towards them on its still screaming legs. This creature is likely a rat king made up of a combination of both living and dead bodies. The bodies were likely crammed into close quarters somewhere in the sewers. The flesh around their bone became soft and rotten, and as their limbs began to tangle, their weakened, brittle bones cracked and contorted, acting like supports holding them together.
Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now, this is an unholy abomination, but I don't know, go pet a kitten.
Rancid piss and shit from the sewers would act as tainted glue, sealing both their limbs together and their fate as it crusts over. This would mean that the anomalous animal would have a putrid smell with an intensity on par with Joe Rogan talking about grizzly bears. While this might sound disgusting to you, some internet pervert would probably pay big bucks for that smelly fluid. We can also gauge some information from direct observation of the creature. First, we can see that it's in a crouched position. This means that its muscles are functioning, and this creature is most certainly alive, despite the current scientific consensus that rat kings could not survive in the wild. If you're wondering why science is so often wrong, I'd like to remind you that there are people with doctorates that think the Earth is flat. It looks as if it lumbers around, using entire human bodies as limbs to clumsily maneuver around the poo-poo tunnels. I find that creatures like this raise a lot of questions. For instance, I have no idea what my own asshole looks like, and sometimes I wonder. Also, since this creature is alive, would it need some form of sustenance? It's likely that it subsists on the waste of the populace of a human metropolis, and probably sewer rats and shit. Since some of the bodies on the Rat King likely die and rot away eventually, it would eventually need to replace its parts. That's where your species comes in. It's likely that the Rat King collects sewer dwellers, urban explorers, and subterranean hobos in order to replenish its decaying limbs. While at first glance the Rat King might look intimidating, I'm sure all those teardrop tattoos just mean that he's an emotionally sensitive and in-touch individual.
Charlie was first documented when someone snapped a photo of his initial escape from a meat processing plant. Now, you're probably wondering, what even is a Big Charlie? This creature's DNA analysis revealed that it is a man-made genetic hybrid of both chicken and cow, the ultimate meat product abomination. No longer will my McGangbang have to come from two different animals. Its body resembles that of an emaciated cow with its ribcage tightly encased by leathery skin. This creature can reach up to 30 feet or 9 meters tall. Its legs are structured like those of a chicken, and its head has a cow skull shape with a beak-like protrusion for a mouth. Big Chunkus's eyes are cloudy and milky white, like those of your friend's really old dog that he insists can still actually stand up, but you're not so sure. These hybrids are still in production around the United States, and their meat as well as other products like milk and eggs are being sold to consumers in America and overseas as well. You can't tell me you didn't already have a suspicion that something was up about your food. Take a bite of a McDonald's hamburger and tell me it tastes anything like a hamburger you make at home. Yeah, I still bought this, f*** you.
Oat milk? Yeah, okay. Show me the nipple on an oat.
You f***ers have been consuming Big Charlies this whole time.
I'm telling you though, the meat is delicious when you actually prepare it right instead of just mixing it with dog food ingredients like your fast food places.
Despite its totally radical entire body mohawk, this entity has never displayed aggressive tendencies towards humans. While he might seem frightening due to his appearance, think about how smart a cow is, and then think about how smart a chicken is. This guy is somewhere in between there. This thing's primary concern is eating things off the ground. I bet you feel about as dumb as him for being scared now, don't you? It's not really all that threatening of a creature compared to the rest of the crap that I drag y'all to. Although, cows do consistently kill humans on a scale that outweighs pretty much any other animal. This creature has one more unexplainable ability, that of fleshy asexual reproduction. This creature drops flesh blobs that will develop into one of multiple forms. If you were Big Charlie, your left boob would fall off and grow legs and become its own sentient creature while you rapidly grew the left boob back. The first of these three forms is a perfect clone of Big Charlie, the second of which is called Lil Nugget. I'm not talking about that vertically challenged Atlanta rapper that fell into a deep fryer. I'm talking about a small amorphously shaped creature with 4 nubbins it uses to walk around on and 2 comically large oval eyes. Lil Nuggets act like cockroaches or rats and survive inside human settlements by stealing their food and resources and nesting in their walls. I'd nest in your walls. Aside from the destruction to environments that regular pests create, these are basically harmless, and they can even be domesticated if you feed and take care of them. The lamb is a different story. The lamb is a monstrosity that looks to be made from veins and other vascular structures. Okay, so you know those bodybuilders that have skin so tight that all of their skin looks like veiny dick skin? It's like that big pile of veins, but without the skin. It levitates in the air using some form of telekinesis, but this is just the tip of the iceberg of what it is capable of. It can cause psychic damage to the brains of any creature in its vicinity. This includes psychological/emotional damage, but it can also just literally burst your gray matter. Make your head go. It's also capable of causing all the blood in a creature to instantly clot, causing the veins in its body to explode under the pressure of gelatinous blood, causing the skin to become reddish in hue. This creature, like any other cool, unknowable horror, is worshipped by a cult of followers. There's also triple question mark Nugget, but when people pressed lead paranormal researcher Trevor Henderson for information regarding this new discovery, he kept saying, "We don't talk about him." I know what that means. It's either that he's buried in Trevor Henderson's backyard, or he traumatized Trevor to a point he can never recover, and his brain made up a bunch of random monsters as a defense mechanism. The faint sound of a powerful heartbeat coming from above. You tilt your head towards the source of the pulsation and see a swollen mass of what looks like hamburger meat dripping an unknown viscous black fluid. It fixates its empty eye sockets on you and makes a garbled, pained screech before releasing its grasp and plummeting towards you. Paranormal investigator Trevor Henderson has yet again uploaded anomalous evidence to Twitter despite all Foundation protests. A swift kick to the balls to their supernatural level of bureaucracy is always welcome in my opinion. This evidence takes the form of 2 images of seemingly related entities, and the caption, meaty. It's very likely that these are just 2 entities that Trevor encountered and wanted to document, and without much field observations about them otherwise, just said meaty is a fun little wink to the audience, which is pretty ableist because some people can't wink. These creatures have faces resembling human skulls, seemingly made out of a combination of bone, teeth, and skinless red flesh tendrils. The second documented creature also displays an open ribcage, which means that there's likely more complex structures in both of them that aren't just earthworm-looking hamburger meat. Their shape, while amorphous, is consistent in a few key aspects. They seem to be suspended in the air by a variable amount of slender limbs, and unless those entities are stationary, it could be surmised that they would move via suspensory movement, similar to species of non-anomalous primates, tracking prey from power lines, trees, rooftops, 5G towers, parking lights, that bridge that I took a dump under before taking the perfect opportunity to strike. It could also, as previously mentioned, be a stationary ambush predator. This would mean that it would wait above human settlements, suspended along their own structures for an unsuspecting individual to cross under them. At that moment, they would let go and drop onto the victim, subsequently latching on and rappelling back up to safety, ensnaring the prey in a web of flesh, consuming them slowly from the comfort of their meaty spider web. The creature from the first image looks to be swollen, which could suggest that it is in the midst of actively digesting a prey item. I wouldn't want to be under that thing when it takes a supernatural human-sized shit all over the sidewalk. I assume these things are dangerous just based on how creepy they look, but I have no concrete evidence. He could just eat plants or like fucking gravel too, I guess. Hell, he could be a used car salesman for all I know. I have 2 fucking pictures. The first one kind of reminds me of a living cut-off bull testicle. You guys ever have Rocky Mountain oysters? I haven't, but they're on the list. Also, some may note that the pictures look as though they fit together, and while I'm not ruling that possibility out, some key factors lead me to believe otherwise. First off, they have different tones in their flesh, and key differing factors in their morphology, suggesting that they are unique individuals. Also, I put one on top of the other and it didn't fit, so I don't know, man. You try it. If any researcher watching has any ideas about how these creatures are related more than just being the same species, leave your findings below. One may also question the text that looks as if it reads A1 behind the second creature, and how the background of these images look as though they could be in some sort of metal room. While I initially thought it was just a cloudy backdrop, this could suggest something else. This may lead some to believe that it's being contained at a facility, seeing as how they usually label and categorize their anomalies. And that may be correct. Some may think it's the SCP Foundation, some may think it's some other shadow government. Everyone's got one nowadays. I don't think so, though. We've uncovered something much more devious. I believe that we now know an integral piece in the mystery of how they make A1 steak sauce.
The Smile Room was discovered on July 27, 2006, when 3 teenagers found an abandoned amusement park in Canada, also known as America's Hat. In proper form, 2 broke in while 1 kept lookout. Or maybe he was just afraid. Foreshadowing, being a puss served him well. Eventually, he stopped being a baby and made his way inside the complex. There was not a single sign of his friends, but he did manage to find one of his buddy's phones outside a crappy-looking locked door covered in some sort of clear goo. Testing revealed this goo to be eerily similar to human saliva, suggesting possible sloppy topping. Upon opening this friend's phone, he found this photo. The authorities got involved after seeing this image, and an investigation was launched to find the missing people. Like the majority of the times that I shamelessly slide into DMs of random alt girls on TikTok, this was destined to fail from the beginning, as when they got to the location and opened the door, there was just a brick wall behind it. The biology of the Smile Room remains mysterious. Some believe it's a large mollusk-like creature that takes root inside of buildings, only to shift locations when it gathers too much attention or prey becomes too scarce. Whereas others believe it's capable of warping the fabric of reality to create a gateway at the doorframe, creating a fake room of sorts. The obvious question, would you fuck it? What the fuck is a Smile Room? Side note, it's really hot in here and I'm completely naked while recording this. The Smile Room is a creature that takes root inside of ramshackle buildings. It places the front of its maw on the inside of the doorframe. This mouth looks strikingly similar to a pair of human teeth and gums, only rotated so that it operates vertically. The teeth look weirdly perfectly maintained. Hey, I mean, this is one hell of a first impression. Just saying, if my face looked like that shit, you know I'd fucking floss. Behind these chompers is a fleshy room that looks similar to the inside of a human mouth. Now, the majority of humans in this situation would be like, oh, that room has large teeth and a cavernous throat. I'm gonna go away from it. But there's also the section that would go, oh, that room has large teeth and a cavernous throat. I'm gonna go directly inside of it. If an idiot enters this room, a few seconds following this, the jaw will snap shut and the victim will be trapped inside and swallowed by the floor into a system of intestines. These intestines are filled with a weak digestive acid that will dissolve the prey over a series of days. I think it'd actually just die of boredom. The interior of the room is basically a fleshy escape room, complete with puzzles. For some reason, if the victim can solve all the puzzles before being digested, they'll get to leave. This would be like if you swallowed that Mousetrap board game and then a bunch of spiders, and if they got it to work, you'd vomit them all up. What the hell am I talking about again? Some claim that this entity is capable of snagging victims with its tongue and bringing it inside, acquiring both a human victim and a sexual misconduct charge in one fell swoop. The rabbit hole goes deeper, however, as lead paranormal researcher Trevor Henderson revealed more about the Smile Room. He released an image called Smile Room Host, which was a humanoid entity with a vertical row of teeth spanning the entirety of the height of its body. Some theorize that this Smile Room Host is a juvenile form of the creature going through its awkward teenage phase, whereas others believe the Smile Room is capable of infecting humans and using them as hosts as a hunting strategy. Since the room does not immediately eat these humans, it suggests that it has intelligence enough to understand delayed gratification over instant satisfaction. That means that it's smarter than me most of the time, and probably you as well. As more and more evidence began to surface about the Smile Room, a group of people created a vorophile cult where they sacrificed themselves and sometimes unwilling victims to the Smile Room as a tribute, but mostly because they get off to it. This isn't just me slandering them. They won't shut the hell up about it regardless of who they're around. I don't let my cult talk to them. Not because of the sacrificing people thing, just because they're fucking weird. What me and John found on the beach that summer, July 15th, 1995. This was the only information posted alongside this image depicting what looks to be a possibly anomalous creature. This image was uploaded to Twitter by anomalous investigator Trevor Henderson, who basically just takes a big steamy dump on the Foundation's rules and regulations as part of his morning routine at this point. While this isn't a ton of information, we can still gauge a lot about the nature of this creature by examining the photo and caption presented. It looks as though this evidence was taken from a family photo album, and the writer of the photo's caption seems to be completely unaware that they've stumbled upon a possibly preternatural creature. Just another Tuesday, finding a demonic sea cucumber for this oblivious fuck? The creature's anatomy looks almost nonsensical. From what we can see, it has 2 mouths, one on its side, and one on its head where it's supposed to be, 2 eyes, and what appears to be an additional sensory organ that might be used for smell, but it could also detect electrical signals like some species of shark. It's important to note that this creature may have the same setup on the other side of its body, if it's bilaterally symmetrical, meaning that it would have 3 total mouths, 4 total eyes, and an additional receptor. Although, this goober looks like a Cronenberg Build-A-Bear, so chances are, all rules go out the window with Lovecraft's platypus over here. The photo is blurry, but it looks like on the tail end of the body, it has a long flipper. The creature's corpse is obviously not in great condition, waterlogged to shit and gored beyond belief. Chances are, there are aspects of this creature's anatomy that were lost to these processes. You know, I've actually heard that opening up your midsection just like a little bit is actually good for you. It's nice to feel the breeze on your bare organs. Really let your insides breathe, you feel me? Because it looks like it went through the garbage disposal, we can't know if it had something on its side, like a flipper or an arm or a dick. Although, we know it has bones now, I guess. I was just going to assume that anyway. One theory that may make sense for this organism is that it could lay flat like one of those stupid pancake fishes. While the multiple mouth holes might look pointless and stupid, and they might be, they also could suggest a generalist lifestyle adaptation. It could use its side mouth to feed on particles and critters from above like an ambush predator, but still have the option to chase down, kill, and consume faster moving or smarter prey because of its forward-facing set of jaws.
Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me want to kill the last remaining member of a critically endangered species out of spite, but I don't know, make 2 bugs fight or something.
Now, I know we're all concerned with what this creature is, but I think we're asking the wrong questions. If this life follows the same rules as all known Earth life, it would be the product of evolution by natural selection. Question is, what kind of environment would lead to the evolution of a creature such as this? Whatever the hell kind of selective pressures bred this thing looked to be incredibly intense. Snakes didn't evolve venom that can kill creatures 10 times their size to fend off mice. Sharks didn't evolve multiple rows of jagged teeth to eat and defend themselves from guppies. And whatever the fuck this phallic thing is, didn't evolve 2 mouths full of razor blades to eat shrimp, damn it. You think this washed up sea dildo is scary? Imagine the creatures this thing needs to defend itself from. This brings up my next question. Look at the large wound on its body. I can't spot another wound on the creature's body, and that's not how natural decomposition works. This means that this was likely an injury sustained while this creature was alive. Something as frightening as this would be an apex predator, right? You'd think, but if you look at the gash on its torso, not that one, for long enough, you may notice that it resembles a bite mark. If those are the size of the jaws, what took the bite? Stepping out of the bar onto the dimly lit street, you notice a man walking with a strange, jerky motion, his body twisted and deformed. You approach the seemingly drunken stranger and pipe up a concerned, "Hello?" The man whips around, his face a writhing mass of angry hornets, buzzing and swarming in a frenzied dance. You stumble backward, but it's too late. Paranormal investigator Trevor Henderson has recently uploaded an image depicting what looks to be a novel anomalous entity. This image was the only information posted about this creature, other than the caption, "Wasp breath." Usually people submit paranormal evidence to the Foundation for approval, but I prefer it much more when Trevor submits it to Instagram so a spook can pop up in between all of the butts.
Scary and horny, the 2 original human emotions.
Even though the information alongside this creature was minimal, we can still find out quite a lot about it by examining its physiology. What should we start with? Oh, maybe the massive wasp nest it has instead of a face. The hoodie and disembodied lower jaw seem to signify that this at one point was a human being. But the giant fucking wasp's nest it has instead of a head signifies that this has something to do with wasps. Wasps are split up into 2 groups, social wasps and solitary wasps. Social wasps are likely the ones that have taken root inside this poor young man's cranium, feeding off of his brain like an old man slurping the brainstem out of a succulent fish head, or some shit. More specifically, the nest structure, which sats where his thinky meat once sat, signifies that this is a new anomalous species of paper wasp. Anyone who spends enough time around wasp nests can tell you that emergency room visits are expensive. Like what happens when you call an exterminator and
Ohio. You're the one who gets exterminated. Fun fact, did you know that many species of parasitic wasps lay their eggs inside of other insects? The larvae can then release chemicals that change the insect's behavior to make them act in a manner that produces the ideal environment for the growth of the larva. Well, that wasn't very fun, but it was a fact. I believe that this man may have fallen victim to a species of anomalous insect that physiologically resembles a regular paper wasp, and builds a similar style of nest, slowly consuming and subsequently replacing the head of their host. Oh god, I'm gonna come! How this human pistachio shell moves is a mystery, but I have a theory that this is a specific type of anomalous wasp with the ability to replace the neural network provided by a brain with a nest in order to pilot the corpse like a sock puppet. In this system, the nest and its occupants would act as the brain, conveying information to one another, bringing a whole new meaning to the concept of a hive mind. After his whole entire brain got eaten by a wasp nest, he was less concerned with human things like purpose and family, and more concerned with wasp things like chewing up wood pulp to make hexagons and shitting eggs in other living beings. While at this point, I feel like I'm pointing at everything and saying anomalous mind-controlling parasite, there's literally a fucking beehive where his head should be. I mean, come on, how obvious does it need to be? This is not only a coincidence stemming from my own lazy writing, but in fact, it may be tipping us off to a larger scale happening. It may be that a genus of anomalous mind-controlling insects has found a new host, humanity. Paper wasps usually construct their nest out of a mix of wood pulp and saliva. Since they're usually constructing it in trees, there's plentiful wood to go around. When you're constructing your nest in a human face, however, wood pulp isn't as plentiful. Chances are, something heretofore unknown about this species allows them to take bone, and possibly flesh, and combine it with their saliva in order to produce a similar substance.
Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now, this makes me want a Kermit sewer slide. I don't know, lick a slug.
As is consistent with Trevor's research, there's no indication of where this insect species resides. Not in the photo, not in the post itself. So I don't know, I guess you all have to be afraid. Sucks to suck. But hey, I'm just looking at an image and making wild extrapolations because I wanted to make a spooky video. It's a fucking wasp nest, man. Screw you, I know I'm right about this disgusting monster.
Please stop making fun of me. I have a skin condition.
New evidence of an anomalous insect species has been making the rounds on the internet. This image was first uploaded to social media platforms by anomalous investigator Trevor Henderson, alongside the phrase, wasp nest. I like how when Trevor runs out of toilet paper, he uses the rules the Foundation established for sharing paranormal evidence, cause that shit ain't worth the paper it's printed on. While this might not seem like a lot to go on, we can use this photo in combination with the caption and other evidence we've seen previously to paint a more complete picture of the beastie we see here. I believe that this may be the same species of anomalous parasitic wasp that Trevor documented in the piece, Wasp Breath. Wasp Breath depicted an individual that had their entire head replaced by a wasp nest, save for his lower jaw. He was infected by an anomalous species of parasitic wasps that use biological material like meat and bone, as well as regular wood pulp, to make wasp nests. One of these wasps laid eggs in his brain. As the eggs hatched, they secreted chemicals to make the man behave in a manner ideal for the construction of a nest, and the wasps slowly overtook the function of his brain. The man began to change. Rather than caring about human things like finding and fulfilling a life's purpose, he started thinking about bug monster things like hunting and killing humans in order to provide more biomass for the wasps to expand the nest structure. As for the individual depicted in Wasp's Nest, the infestation is in a much more advanced stage. Atop the figure's spindly neck lies multiple large wasp nest structures combined in a brain coral-like mass. This person likely fell victim to the same insect species, but had a more severe infection for a much longer time, and had more biomass to build a larger nest. Using the flesh and bone of the initial victim, and then others it encountered and subsequently consumed, it created a network of nests much larger than any other documented case of this preternatural parasitoid wasp. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now, this makes me want to burn down the last remaining rainforest, but I don't know, snort a worm or something. The entity's body below the head has almost completely atrophied, many of the organs and bones likely recycled into the large tumor-like mass that appears in place of the head. The creature's torso appears to be suspended in the air by the nest. While the mechanism of flight is still unconfirmed, it's possible that thousands of wasps are grasping onto the top of the massive nest, using their little legs and all working together to keep it aloft. You could learn a thing or two from those wasps, I tell you. A wasp nest is basically paper, so even one made out of flesh and bone paper probably wouldn't be that heavy. Alongside looking like an overfilled dumpling, the structure on its head affords this entity some some new abilities. For starters, the nest is at least 5 times the size of the original example of this infestation, and because of this, it has 5 times more wasps. Rather than a painful deterrent to anything that would fuck with the hosts, the wasps are now an active hunting tool in accosting new prey from a distance, swarming a victim and overwhelming their system with enough venom to kill even the fattest of men. It also boasts an advanced intelligence in comparison to its one-nest cousin, as the wasp nest structure replacing its neurology has more space and drones to process information. Or some shit. Also, all the other insect monster ladies find his bulbous, unkempt wasp nest-filled head sexy. Oh, so when I flirt while my head swells to the point of almost bursting and leaks a honey consistency liquid as bugs crawl out of my eyes, nose, and mouth, I get pepper sprayed and then jailed. But when he does it, he's hot. Double standards. Multiple of these wasp nest network humanoids have been seen congregating in forested areas with a low density of animals. Some anomalous investigators theorize that they may be attempting to combine these colonies into a megastructure made of multiple humanoids. Putting their heads together. Huh? Huh? Fuck all of you, I don't care, you're still watching. The possible ramifications of this anomalous wasp megastructure and the probable hyper-intelligent hive mind sentience that would emerge from the nest and its army are unknown. But I don't know, maybe they'll be friendly. You were a good sport listening to this cocaine-fueled rambling, so I'm going to ignore that big old problem and take you out for ice cream. Yup, really.
Recently, new evidence of what looks to be a novel supernatural creature has been posted on the internet. This image was recently posted on multiple social media platforms, alongside the phrase, "stunned in the headlights." This anomalous evidence was uploaded by one Trevor Henderson, a paranormal investigator who tends to wipe his ass with the rules and regulation the Foundation establishes for the sharing of anomalous media. Gotta love it. Even though there's very limited information about this critter, we can still use the uploaded media to gauge some ideas about what exactly the fuck it is. Let's start with what we can clearly see, its physical characteristics. On the front of its head are 4 visible eyes and 3 visible noses. Its eyes are a milky white, like your friend's cat that they have to put like a weird paste in its eyeballs every day or they'll dry up and fall out. It has one long slit of a mouth, with what looks to be multiple points that would be a philtrum in the human being. It's possible that these sensory organs loop around the back of its distended soup dumpling looking ass head, so it may have much more than 4 eyes and 3 noses. Now I want soup dumplings. Please, one viewer at home, put soup dumplings in an envelope and send it to me in the mail. The skin on its face looks clammy and pale, almost like a wet, greasy clay. I feel like if I threw a heavy object at it, it would make like a squelchy dent and just kind of stick inside. Long story short, this thing looks gross and slimy, and I both don't want to touch it and am curious as to if I could fuck it. Cognitive dissonance is a real and powerful thing. Its body looks to be a shadow, or some sort of ghostly figure, with the ends of its legs disappearing before they would supposedly end in feet. Jesus, I can't even say the fucking word without you weirdos frothing at the mouth. The lack of a physical form on its body suggests that this creature is some sort of apparition. By apparition, I don't necessarily mean ghosts, although this could be the case. I mean that this creature may not interact with the physical plane as you do. It may be capable of phasing through surfaces or objects, or disappearing completely. I don't know, dude, I'm making this up based only on a photo, so your guess is as good as mine. It actually is quite possible that this creature is some sort of ghost. It has a ghostly tail that looks similar to that of a white-tailed buck. Side note, y'all ever hear the story of Tail Girl? Anyways, this person was a weirdo, and they wore a tail in public, like a lot. That's not the weird part, though. It is the weird part, but it's not the weird part. This one time, someone ran up behind her and pulled the tail out, and she screamed as if she was in terrible pain, like someone hit her leg with a baseball bat. I saw the shiny metal glint of an egg-shaped ball at the end of the tail. At that moment, everyone knew why she always sat so weird. I don't know why I brought that up, but I was cursed with this information, so now you are too. Ignorance is bliss, and I just stole that from you. If this creature was some sort of ghost, why would it be wandering the earth? And why would it appear here? The 4-legged structure of this critter, and how it's appearing in front of a car, suggests that it has some sort of relation to roadkill. Perhaps this is a mauled and distended representation of an animal that met its fate on the side of the road. One may wonder if it's related to the god of roadkill, another Trevor Henderson creation. And to that I say, maybe, but not everything is the goddamn Marvel Cinematic Universe, so shut up. The name Stunned in the Headlights also suggests a relation to roadkill. A common phrase for someone who looks scared or doesn't know their next move is looking like a deer in headlights.
It is with this that I state my hypothesis about this creature is that it's either the ghost of Christmas past of a deer that got all smushed up by a semi-truck, or some sort of Kirkland brand god of roadkill. Without more information, all we can do is guess. I take that liberty to guess to make up a bunch of shit that removes the whole fear of the unknown from this beautiful work.
That's right, Weirdy. You're just a big dumb animal to me.
Guess I shouldn't have been hitting so many deer and toddlers with my car for fun. I regret nothing. It's the drunk crashers who get caught that get us in trouble. The Fetid King is a cognitohazard image that manifests an aggressive skeletal entity of the same name. This entity has a few strands of hair that it desperately combs over in a sad attempt to claim that it's under 30,000 years old. He also wears a crown that seemingly rises out of the bone on top of the skull itself. This image was originally a painting. When someone would view this art, the Fetid King entity would emerge from the canvas, grabbing the victim and dragging them into a pocket-sized dimension within the artwork. In this fun-sized hell, the victim will be submerged into a sea of maggots until there is nothing left but bone. If there is any flesh left, it looks like the skin on the knee of that kid that won't let his injuries heal because he keeps picking the scabs off to eat them. Some researchers believe that the Fetid King just wants more skeleton friends. While he sounds fearsome, you can just avoid him by staying out of arm's reach or not looking at him at all. When someone, whether it was a deranged lunatic looking to end humanity or an idiot that just didn't get close enough to die and posted it on Instagram, took a photo and uploaded it to the internet, the properties followed. This turned what was a vaguely threatening piece of canvas that you could incapacitate by facing towards the wall into an omnipotent being capable of tracing down and destroying any human with any semblance of connection to the modern world. It started to spread itself in numerous newly created social media accounts and even edit the files and settings on devices to turn the image into the home screen, signifying that this entity was conscious and wanted to kill as many people as possible. I actually have the original image saved on my hard drive, as it's a lot easier to send an email than it is to put a hit out on someone. Just remember, if you f with me, I'll kill you with only a meme. The image I am using to depict this entity in the video has been modified for your safety. I'd show the real one to you, but then who would watch my videos? See, it's a lot less easy to keep this spooky skeleton man at arm's reach when he can occupy a device that's designed for use in your hands. The one hilarious thing about the Fetid King is that it manifests with size in respect to the device that it comes from. So if it does happen to come from your phone, it's gonna be a teeny tiny little guy trying to murder you. Adorable. However, the Fetid King is always incredibly strong regardless of its size, and is able to pull a full-grown man through a computer monitor via brute force, even if limbs need to be severed in the process. If some psycho rents an electronic billboard in Town Hall, things are gonna get real messy real fast, and I will be watching one giant arm's distance away with popcorn and beer. Bridgeworms are mysterious ambush predators located across the majority of the North American continent. These worms are often discovered by unlucky urban explorers that stick their nose inside the wrong place at the wrong time, like that one incident with the butthole. These creatures have a long worm-like body covered in a layer of sickly-looking gray skin with a waxy shine to it. They have two large arms protruding from each side, which they use for dragging themselves along using walls of tunnels like a lubed-up man crawling quickly across a slip-and-slide. They also use these arms to secure prey and bring it inside their face holes for consumption. The bridgeworm usually resides in bridges, tunnels, sewers, subways, abandoned buildings, and rarely in natural caves. Like you and I, this creature very much enjoys slippery holes. This creature preys upon the majority of large North American fauna, but has a tendency to reside in man-made areas and target humans. It's theorized that this predator not only targets humans, but has evolved over millions of years to favor humans as prey. It's thought that this creature needs the large mass of gray matter that is most present in human brains. Evidence for this evolutionary relationship can be seen in its false face adaptation. Kinda like dealing with someone on the street handing out their quote-unquote free mixtape, or a girl who's only on Tinder to promote her OnlyFans. You shouldn't be fooled by this false face. Its gray skin opens up just under the chin of the creature, creating a retractable flap. This flap has a fake, vaguely humanoid face on it. When ambushing its prey, it retracts this flap to reveal its true face, which is a blood-red skeletal face eerily similar in bone structure to a human human skull. While it was theorized that this was designed to fool humans as a manipulation of their hard-coded facial recognition patterns in their brains, this theory falls apart when you realize that most humans are smart enough to know it's not a person if it's a giant worm with an uncanny valley face. Keyword: most. Instead, I theorize that it is not designed to trick humans, but instead to pique their curiosity, taking advantage of the human's natural proclivity to seek knowledge even if it puts them in danger. What's that saying? Curiosity killed the cat? And also that transient, that taxi driver, that paranormal investigator. As they age, their faces get more and more human-like, and some of them attach themselves inside of their habitat like some sort of horrible roadway snail. Another adaptation that suggests the bridgeworm specializes in human hunting is that it oozes a thick slime. This not only lubricates its body to slide through tunnels, but it also serves to make the road incredibly slippery, causing many more accidents. Numerous corporations have captured and farmed these worms to milk them of their lubricant and sell them as intercourse aids worldwide. When the slime freezes in the winter, this accident rate skyrockets. After causing a car crash, this creature will rip the doors from the vehicle and pull the prey out of the car and devour it like my rabbi did with my foreskin after I was circumcised. The largest recorded bridgeworm on record was over 1,500 feet, and was the culprit responsible for some of the numerous New York railway transit disappearances from 1994 to 1998. Bridgeworms usually keep to isolated areas to avoid detection by human masses. Nothing on your planet is more dangerous than a big group of humans under groupthink. Although, when food is scarce, the worms will sometimes relocate in search of more, sometimes across vast distances. There have been a few rare instances of bridgeworms entering cities and large towns. For example, the most infamous incident in 1998 in which a bridgeworm followed the train tracks from rural New York directly into Grand Central, consuming railway workers, drunken humans, and homeless street performers in the subway, only to be cut in half by an express train from Connecticut before it could reach the high population transit center. I actually witnessed this, but in the moment, after the night I had, I wasn't sure if I actually saw a train cut a giant worm with human arms in half, or I was just a bit too gone and needed some sleep. What is strange is that there are no evolutionary trees which the bridgeworm would fit into, as it has no known species relatives. How the bridgeworm came into existence is a complete mystery. Some say it's related to snakes or worms, some say it was created in a laboratory, some, as humans always do, say it's got something to do with the occult or the paranormal. Examining its genetic lineage is like going on TikTok. Rarely have I opened TikTok and I was like, yeah, that was a valuable use of my time. Most of the time I just open it to post and spend like 15 minutes and I'm staring at memes and thirst traps and I'm like, shit, I've been tricked. What the hell am I talking about again? I would advise against searching for the bridgeworm due to the fact that you're their primary source of food, that millions of years of evolution have bred them to be the perfect ambush predator for you, idiot. I decided to message my associate and take this investigation into my own hands. The following is the message log leading up to the expedition. Yo, where's the abandoned house? In the woods. I need some footage. We need to find the bridgeworm, motherfucker. This guy. Where? Oh, you're asking me? I'm down to do that tonight. Blair Witch Project. Yeah, I'm asking you, lol. We need to find the bridgeworms. Redacted. If we believe hard enough and get high enough, it will be real. Hey man, you don't gotta tell me twice. Live today. I'm glad you understand the importance of this matter. Also down. Live today, dinner, vodka, wander into the woods. The sea eater is an eyeless, ocean-dwelling creature of unknown length. While the sea eater is far too large to fit into any body of water other than the deep ocean, this still doesn't mean that you should feel safe on the toilet. On each side, there are massive limbs that resemble arms, except with webbed extremities. This creature navigates on sonar alone, and it's thought that it's responsible for the famous yet unidentified bloop recording. Shut the fuck up, Animal Planet. It's not fucking mermaids. Anyways, if humans were smart, they'd just nuke this big stupid fucker with sonar and get it over with. Get rid of all the whales too while you're at it. This creature consumes anything it comes across, including but not limited to small to large sea fauna ranging from clouds of plankton to pods of whales, ocean vessels such as boats, cruise ships, aircraft carriers, and submarines, and other ocean megafauna such as the Marianas Trench megalodon population. The tip of this creature's gaping maw is just above 32,000 feet high when it rarely breaches approaches the surface. This trait gets even more unsettling when one realizes that airplanes fly at around 30,000 feet. One of the rare direct surface encounters with this creature was found in the black box of an airplane that was swallowed and found full of skeletons in a giant legendary undersea turd. It's thought that this creature moves by dragging itself along the seafloor with its giant uncanny valley arms. While this behemoth seems like it would be slow if it was dragging its belly across the floor like a morbidly obese slug, it can actually reach speeds of up to 575 miles per hour. The probably 10-year-old on the fandom writes that it's faster, but how am I supposed to make this that stupidly overpowered when the document reads, Sea Eater once fought Slithering Doom and Sea Eater won. It eats anything even large size, which helps it to catch flying creatures like manta and flying vehicles. Undersea, it eats creatures, plankton, and even feed on vertebrates and invertebrates. He can eat every ocean ever.
You dare question my flawlessly written lore? I am the Sea Eater, consumer of the deep.
Nice to meet you, C-Cup. I'm Azfk, consumer of Red Bull vodkas.
Why aren't you freaking out?
Sea Eater, if you saw my search history and learned what I got off to, you'd have nightmares for weeks. Amazon makes it like way too easy to buy like a literal machete as a child, and I know because I did it. If you thought the Sea Eater was powerful, the World Eater is so powerful that by comparison, it makes the Sea Eater look like that daddy long legs that I pulled all the legs off as a kid and then cried when I realized what I had done to that poor vibrating gray ball. The World Eater is a gargantuan mass consisting of a main body and face and an uncountable amount of tendrils and insectoid limbs stemming from it. At the front of this body, there is a human-like mouth with insect-like mandibles stemming from each side. Look at this big smile. Such a happy guy when it's his snack time. Just above this gaping maw, the surface of the face is dotted with dozens of milky white eyes of various sizes. The body segment also extends backwards into a tail-like structure for what looks to be eternity, but is likely just a few thousand miles. The World Eater, as its name suggests, eats worlds. Idiot. This creature will feast on an entire planet, leaving nothing behind, and then it will simply move on to the next. Its endless appetite has consumed many solar systems, and will consume many more as it drifts throughout the cosmic void searching for its next meal. It's likely that the World Eater will eventually encounter and devour the Sea Eater.
What is this? A crossover episode?
And also you and everyone you know. This one kind of reminds me of the Junji Ito manga. What's it called? Hellstar Ramina. Yeah, this whole creature gives me a lot of Lovecraft vibes too. You know what's weird? A lot of people think that Lovecraft was squeamish towards sex, and you can see this in his work. Like how he made a fertility god, the equivalent to a horrific sentient fleshy termite egg sac hive full of gods. If you're a true literary scholar, you can look past this and realize that H.P. Lovecraft definitely had a fetish for sticking his penis into random insect hives and getting it all bit up and shit. What the hell is it talking about again? This is the cum eater. It eats cum, the end. Cartoon Cat is a tall, slender, anthropomorphic black cat-like creature with cartoonish proportions and features. It has white, soulless eyes with black pupils and white gloves similar to that of Control the Entire World Mouse. Like fans of FNAF, furries that want to fuck slashers are the most common victims of Cartoon Cat. Some believe that Cartoon Cat was sent as punishment for humanity's anthropomorphic sexualized cartoon representations of animals. Oh yeah, and his teeth are consistently stained with blood. When pressed as to why, he said don't worry about it. So I'm not gonna worry about it. The creature does not usually display typical feet, instead having sharp points at the ends of their legs. Finally, a solution for those who have both feet and knife fetishes. Cartoon Cat can change his form, size, and body at will. Its arms and legs can extend almost indefinitely, allowing it to reach high windows where you sleep with ease. The creature's limbs can squash and stretch like that of a typical 1930s rubber hose era cartoon, except without all the racist parts that make everybody uncomfortable. His entire body seems to be malleable, as if it were made of some sort of solidified goo. The creature seems to be emulating Felix the Cat, a cartoon that ended around the 1930s. In the Felix the Cat Wikipedia article, it details the struggles and decline of the show's creator, which is incredibly sad, right? At the time of Googling Felix the Cat, I had not read this article, and I scrolled down to why did Felix the Cat end, and it said, he slumped into an alcoholic depression, his health rapidly declined, and his memory began to fade. He could not even cash checks to Mesmer because his signature was reduced to a mere scribble. He died in 1933. But my dumbass thought it was referring to Felix the Cat, and I was like, they wrote that in the show? On a drunk AMA Trevor did on his Twitter, he revealed that Cartoon Cat loves to commit violent atrocities. Oh, to be drunk on an AMA. Trevor's doing
doing it right. He has not revealed much about Cartoon Cat, likely because he knows the truest fear is fear of the unknown. Cartoon Cat is considered to be so dangerous that other monsters avoid areas that he tends to frequent. Not me though, this cat is just a big pussy just like every other. It's theorized that Cartoon Cat has unknown metaphysical abilities that allow him such power. Cartoon Cat, and any other cartoon monster for that matter, can take the distorted form of almost any animal. But since dogs, mice, and cats are the animals that usually come to mind when cartoons are mentioned, these are the forms that are most often used. Cartoon Cat used to take the form of Cartoon Mouse, before the only entity more powerful than itself threatened litigation. This brings us to the entity of Cartoon Dog. While some believe that Cartoon Dog is a separate entity completely different from Cartoon Cat, others are convinced that they are the same creature, and that it just changes forms very often. Since their traits are all basically the same as far as I see it, the answer is very obviously that it doesn't fucking matter. If the majority of the population focuses on a new cartoon character, Cartoon Cat may take their form. And if it makes Cartoon AZFK, I'll see it the fucking court. Based on this info, it's likely that Cartoon Cat took its form around the 30s, and looked quite different before the advent and popularization of animation. Trevor has gone so far as to say that these creatures understand morality and quite enjoy doing the most horrific of things they possibly can. So basically, it's like that kid that's edgy for edginess sake. Oh, you don't like that?
I am the aberration, the absence of all light, the warping and bending of your reality to make you question everything you ever thought was real.
You wanna go, Bendy the Ink Machine's house cat? I'll have you fucking neutered. Oh wait, I don't even have to, because the quote-unquote family-friendly channels have already done that for me.
Okay, ouch man. That one actually cut too deep and did unsavory things just to survive. I'm done participating in your terrible video.
Invasive species. Alien apex aggressors able to outcompete any native animal in the ecosystem. Recently, there has been a rash of sightings of strange and uncanny birds. Anomalous researcher Trevor Henderson has uploaded several images depicting this new invasive species that's been devastating the continental United States. Usually, anomalous evidence is confiscated for approval, but Trevor just sticks them up on Instagram. You gotta respect the absolute balls on this man. These creatures resemble regular birds, usually owls, but with no eyes or beak and instead a frighteningly large human-like smile and a set of unkempt teeth. Instead of the owl, it has a range of speech patterns, many of which sound like human vocalizations. Words, moans, and the screams of a person being ripped apart by several owls with human teeth are among the wide range of noises this species is capable of making. Unlike other species who just repeat what they've been told like parrots or political news anchors, it seems like these birds actually understand the meaning of the human language they sometimes vocalize, using it to communicate or frighten hikers.
Your mother was a hamster, and your father smelt of elderberry.
While this invasive species typically hunts in a similar fashion to owls, tracking prey solo and capturing it on its own, they also display a social strategy unique to their own species. These creatures will gather together in groups of 5 to 20 and swarm larger animals, overwhelming them with sheer numbers and stripping them down to the bone as quickly as a school of piranha. Everyone's gotta stay in shape to run from the piranha birds. I know I'm healthy because the doctor took my blood and my pee and then switched them. When I was a kid, I always wondered why the doctors needed my pee, and a small part of me thought they drank it. Large collections of bones, both belonging to humans and animals, have been found in abnormally large clusters of owl pellet droppings in the area of these creatures. This may be enough evidence to show that they all poop together as friends. In areas where these invasive species appear, the regular bird variety of this species quickly decline in number, almost as if these creatures target the species they're meant to emulate. This is also backed up by the significantly disproportionate amount of owl bones found in the pellet piles. While this species is most commonly reported mimicking owls, if there are none native to the area, they will select another bird. After clearing every potential suspect for bird bestiality, an investigation was launched into the genetics of this strange specimen. As suspected, there was a combination of both human and avian DNA in each sample found. Even stranger than a human breastfeeding a squirrel. It is unknown where these hybrids have been coming from, but some other phenomena could shed light on the situation. Trevor uploaded another strange avian sample with 2 beaks and no eyes on his Instagram page as well. This provides further evidence to the theory that these creatures come from some sort of man-made source.
A prototype, if you will. Even though human scientists are consistently ready, willing, able, and mentally unstable, the man-made theory is not universally accepted. Some believe that these creatures came from natural, or potentially preternatural, anomalous evolutionary processes. These are not the only strange avian varieties that Trevor has cataloged. For example, he recently posted a picture of this bird-like specimen called the mocking nightfisher, displaying a miniature human face. These photos are the only evidence of this specific species, and little is known about them other than the fact that it likely has human DNA and probably came from the same source as the toothy birds. There is one more piece that looks as if it fits into this weird bird mouth puzzle, but it still leaves questions unanswered. For example, would you stick your dick in it? Trevor posted an image depicting an owl-like creature with two lamprey mouths for eyes. He titled it Pacific Northwestern Forest Lamprey, stating that it uses carrion as an ambulatory host to propagate and feed. Translation: this worm-like creature hijacks dead owls to fly around, make sexy times, and hunt. Just know if your partner dies and you want one last time with them, go with the rhyme. Shove lampreys in their eyes and brains to say goodbye with a bedsheet stain. What the hell am I talking about again? It is unconfirmed whether or not the invasive species are related to these creatures or if they occurred naturally. But what is certain from the evidence he presents is that there is an increasing number of anomalous avian predators cropping up in multiple ecosystems.
Hey, don't throw your garbage down here.
Locals call her the hag, which she hates, though she can see why. She's a humanoid hagfish that looks like a decayed, waterlogged corpse. She's been around for a long time. She wasn't always like this. She floats face down and waits for people to jump in her pond to drown. This was the only information posted alongside these two images of this newly discovered entity dubbed the Hag. This creature was first reported by the preternatural investigator Trevor Henderson, and in his trademark style, he posted full, uncensored, anomalous evidence just spread eagle on Twitter. What a badass. While this is the only info we have to draw off, it does still illuminate quite a bit about this mysterious entity. She's described as a humanoid hagfish, so we can take a look at the non-humanoid analog to understand more about the hag's physiology. I feel bad calling her a hag. You look like an Agatha. I'm calling you Agatha. The hagfish is one of the oldest living fish on the planet. It has a skull but no spine, and tiny holes run the length of its body for breathing and secreting a thick, mucus-like slime. Its face sports a jawless mouth lined with rows of razor-sharp, jagged teeth, which it uses for slicing through dead fish. These teeth are attached to two bony plates that it can manipulate to tear into corpses. Yummy! The hagfish also has a single nostril which it uses to find dead animals to feed on. You know, if you get past the eating dead bodies and being covered in a viscous slime, she's pretty chill. Makes a mean moonshine out of dead raccoons too. We can also draw on the physical attributes visible in the photo. She seems to have two mouths, one skeletal mouth that looks to be humanoid in structure, and below it, a hagfish-like mouth protruding from the neck. Her skin is obsidian-colored and coated in a thick slime. Again, like a hagfish. Gushy hagfussy. Okay, I'm sorry, I'll leave. From Trevor's description, the woman that the hagfish is puppeting seems to be alive. I mean, it says that she hates locals calling her the hag. Dead people can't hate things. They're busy being dead, idiot. Agatha's consciousness is still functioning, and trapped in her decaying body that now serves as a shell for one of the most f***ed up snotworm hermit crabs ever. If you're a huge fan of the Mans like I am, it would be impossible to see this creature and not notice a thematic similarity to other oddities reported by Trevor Henderson. The phrasing, "she was not always like this," leads one to believe that she was once a human with regular, non-slimy skin and not a neck mouth. In a different video, I covered another phenomenon that Trevor reported on: the invasive species of anomalous birds appearing in the forest ecosystems. One of these creatures, the Pacific Northwestern Forest lamprey, reportedly used dead animals as a host by turduckening themselves inside of their holes and worming their way inside their nervous system. It is my theory that some sort of a hagfish-like abomination crawled up inside this lady's guts, but not in the fun way, and now uses her body as a captive meat puppet to feed on the people curious about the bloated corpse. Some anomalous researchers have theorized that this species uses humans to make it seem like they're drowning and attract passerbys, scavengers, and curious kids that want to poke it with a stick. Be honest, wouldn't you try to go help if you saw a body in the water? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why these f***ers are extinct in NYC. This is the second example of an alarming pattern of these body-snatching parasites. It seems as if this is a subsection of a different species of jawless fish that have been able to manipulate the bodies of living, decaying, and already dead matter through an unknown means. Don't ask me what it is, I didn't know. There have been numerous other alleged sightings of these or similar creatures, but none of them come from as reputable of a source. And some of them look faked, even like an AI made them. I can never get a thing straight because of humans. Can't go anywhere with you f***ers asking the cashier how many feet pics is equivalent to $1 US ass, playing which pill is laced with fentanyl for fun, phone screen primate bitch.
I looked back and the figure stood outside the main entrance. I felt its eyes on us as the growths sprouting from its head waved and twisted, as if they were caught in some invisible undersea current. This was the only information posted alongside this photograph of what appears to be an anomalous creature. This entity was documented by Trevor Henderson, who rightfully took a dump all over the Foundation's anomaly report process. Who has time for it? It's like going to the DMV. While this might not seem like a lot of information, there are just enough clues in this post to theorize on what this creature could possibly be. One theory I have is that this is an animal in some way related to undersea worms. That sounds a bit far-fetched, but just bear with me here. The head of this person bears a striking resemblance to a few species of undersea worms, and while not a perfect fit, when you take into account the few sentences that Trevor left alongside this image, it begins to make more sense. More specifically, I believe that this entity is an undocumented and possibly anomalous species of Ossidax worm. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but I'm banking that you don't either. Ossidax worms are worms that typically survive by burrowing into whale bones. They have no mouth or internal digestive system, which is refreshing because most of these critters are just full of gross red stuff. These worms rely on a symbiotic bacteria to digest the fats and oils in the bones for them. I believe that this image depicts an Ossidax worm that, through either anomalous or evolutionary means, made the adaptation to prey on humans rather than whales. Of course, this is just one theory, but all I'm saying is, unless I'm mistaken, human heads ain't supposed to look like that, man. Whereas a whale carcass can sustain a micro-ecosystem for years due to its large size, human bodies are not as well endowed. I'm not referring to the fact that whale dicks are 8 to 10 feet on average, and you can Google that. I'm referring to the fact that when an Ossidax worm gets into a human's neck, it tends to suck them dry like a fat kid with a Capri Sun. Hence, a human Ossidax infestation would likely be fatal. It's unknown how these worm eggs infect their hosts, but similar to the oceanic species of Ossidax, it's likely that they have larvae that can latch onto the human head, feasting on the brain of the person first, incapacitating them, and proceeding to use acids to dissolve the rest of the human skeleton in meaty bits. In the water, these larvae move with the current. I see no reason they couldn't use air currents on land as well, floating en masse along the wind until one happens to get in contact with a human, after which they burrow under the skin and make their way to the brain to begin the infestation process. If you're a fan of Trevor Henderson, or of my show for some godforsaken reason, it would be hard to look at this entity and not notice a thematic similarity to several other Trevor Henderson creatures. Previously, I documented another anomaly that Trevor reported on, the invasive species of anomalous birds appearing in forest ecosystems. These creatures were controlled by the Pacific Northwestern forest lamprey, an anomaly that reportedly used dead animals as hosts by sliding in one of their orifices and puppeting their head meatball. In a later installment, a similar creature showed that these entities had made the leap to controlling humans. I believe that undersea current is a different species of parasite that functions similarly to those two entities, although this is a new third style of feeding that is yet to be seen. Whereas the bird and human variants were predatory and scavengers in strategy, using their host to hunt other creatures, this variety has no mouthparts or attacky bits of any kind. It rather acts as a predator in a different fashion. Rather than using its host to feed on other animals, it uses its host like a typical disease does, as an infection transmission vector. Like some sort of STD-based vigilante giving HIV to sex criminals who escape jail time through legal loopholes. Who is my original OC, by the way. Seriously, if you take my idea for the AIDS Avenger, consider yourself a dead man. What the hell am I talking about again? The worm drives its host to go to high population areas, or when that isn't possible, follow individuals. It releases hormones like cortisol and adrenaline to put the individual under stress, and then through unknown means, the worm compels the host to pursue hyperpopulated areas of humanity. The goal of the worm is to get the host in close proximity to as many potential new hosts as possible before its consumption of the human leads it to falling apart. Upon the host's death, the worm can actually continue to move the body, but eventually, feeding on the muscles and bones of the host will limit its mobility. When the human juice box runs out, the worm has no food left, and since it can't move of its own accord, it has one final trick up its foreskin. Like a water balloon, or the condom that led to your creation, the worm-ridden human head will burst. releasing a thick gooey cloud of larvae into the air. Physical contact or inhalation of the worm cum will lead to subsequent infestation.
Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me want to warm the globe faster, but I don't know, eat some fucking tree bark or something.
A recurring dream of a cramped hallway bleached with white light from no perceivable source. You know that the only way out of this space is past the surreal figure blocking the way forward. Every night, the figure takes one ungainly step toward you, right before you wake up. This was the only information posted alongside a new anomalous creature discovered by paranormal investigator Trevor Henderson. I have no idea how this man hasn't been contained by some foundation with the amount of preternatural cheeks the Mad Lad leaks on Instagram. While this information leaves most of this creature in the dark, there are still a few things we can derive from this initial description. For starters, we know that the hallway is anomalous in some capacity, as the light filling it seemingly has no source. Although this is a dream, so all bets are kinda off on the whole rules of reality thing. The creature appears to get closer in every recurring dream, taking a step at the end of each one. Whatever happens when the creature gets to its host is unknown. Some anomalous researchers think you just wake up, or die, but you should assume the worst possible thing that you can imagine, +1. What's worse, apparently the only way out of this space is passing by this big old goober. Good luck. We can also infer some information from the image of the creature attached to the post. An armless, tall, gangly monstrosity with smooth, pale skin. Long, skinny legs that look impossible to balance its elongated frame on. A twisted midsection with interlocking folds of distorted flesh. And a featureless face that somehow still stares you in the face despite the lack of eyes. Seeing how this entity always manifests in a reoccurring dream, I decided to research psychology on reoccurring dreams.
I love human psychology because the entire field is about a monkey that fails to understand itself, and for some reason the founder of it did massive amounts of cocaine and wants to bang his own mom. He was also just like wrong about a lot of this but he's the only psychologist any humans can name. What the hell am I talking about again? Some researchers believe that recurring dreams reflect themes in one's life, such as past trauma, neglected or unmet needs, or current severe psychological stresses in the waking life. My theory is that this monster is a manifestation of an entity that could be unique to the psychology of the person that sees it in their recurring dream. Either that, or it's just some sort of regular demon that appears in dreams, and I'm an idiot that drank maybe a tad too much airplane glue. This guy kinda looks like a mangled dong. If this creature is based on the fears or needs of the person's internal psyche, it's very likely that the crampedness of the corridors, along with the massive creature, suggests something about the nature of this recurring dream. Of course, this is all speculation from half-assed research in the initial description, but just like putting metal in the microwave, there's only one way to find out. The country road creature is a vaguely humanoid-shaped quadruped creature that walks high off the road using its long, disproportionate arms. The entire body is emaciated, skin gripping tightly to the bone. There is not a single strand of hair stemming from its pale, slender body. It has an extremity structure similar to a chimpanzee or ape, meaning that its toes are opposable and almost as dexterous as their fingers. In addition, all of these creatures' joints are a ball and socket joint, meaning that it can move any part of itself in any direction. It's able to move at staggering speeds in a series of unnatural manners. It can also seemingly climb any surface and contort itself through spaces much smaller than its own body. This creature's head looks like a bald old man with gleaming white pupilless eyes and razor-sharp teeth. Now we can't even feel safe when we see a smiling naked old man in the middle of the forest at night. Is nothing sacred anymore? The country road creature frequents country roads. Idiot. It's an intriguing paranormal version of an ambush predator, disguising itself as a human by contorting its body to fit into items of clothing from its previous victims while obscuring its distended limbs. While some say it can shapeshift, it actually can just contort into a variety of forms. It is fully capable of overpowering a human on its own if the person is out in the middle of a backcountry road on foot, but in a car they move far too fast to catch up to and capture. From here, it has one of several strategies. It sometimes attempts to hitchhike, showing that it's either intelligent or can at least mimic behaviors that it has seen
seen humans undertake. Other times, it will make its way to remote rest stops and wait in the shadows for someone to get gas, slipping underneath the car and holding on until the human pulls away, at which point it smashes open the window, attacking the human and causing a car wreck. It quickly consumes the victim and disappears back into the wilderness. Some have even speculated that this creature disguises itself as truck stop hookers in order to get the fattest of truckers to make sure it gets all its nutrients, and that someone who speculated it was me. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, I wouldn't get tricked by this. It would take some sort of dumb idiot to get fooled by this goober. That confidence is usually what kills your species in the first place. Just saying. I'm willing to bet there are more people alive that think the Earth is flat now than back then in the 3rd century BC. You're not getting smarter, there are just more of you.
Foolish, delicious human. Wait, what the f*** are you? Did you just pull a me on myself?
You are, without a doubt, the ugliest truck stop prostitute I have ever seen in my entire life. Long horse. Long horse is a creature that has a jawless horse skull for a head and a long flexible neck that extends seemingly infinitely. It has a black mane cropping out of its pale skin that runs from its head along its entire body and neck. This creature can extend and add more joints to its neck at will, making a sound as if it's actually just snapping the bone rather than creating another joint. Although the long horse looks creepy as shit, it's actually a benevolent entity that protects humans and watches over them from a distance, only contacting them to warn them of tragedies to come. We had to talk to it about the watching from a distance part, but he swears it's only to protect you and not to watch you eat off. The cracking noise and the amount of joints its neck displays is actually a system of communication. The louder the cracks and the more joints it has, the more horrific the event that is about to come. If you were to communicate like a long horse, you would be able to say I love you in a series of sickening crunches and pops. I know what Long Horse is trying to do, and it's noble, but there's one huge flaw in the entire plan here. Most humans don't speak dislocated jaw bendy straw noises. Even if they get it's a warning, it's not like they'll know what the f Long Horse is trying to tell them anyways. Long horses can appear to humans both in real life and also in dreams. When a long horse appears in a dream, it means it's slightly less of a grave situation than appearing in real life. Or is it more? I don't know. I just know that it means something. Probably. In one incident, a man reported seeing a long horse in a wet dream, and that's why we don't talk to him anymore. See, I'm not always one for the supernatural, and I'm here to tell you, if you see long horse in your dreams, there is a scientific explanation. Are you ever in school or work in your dreams, or someone from your life is in your dreams, or someone tells you something and then it's in your dreams? Is it possible that maybe you saw a YouTube video and human brains are suggestible as hell? No, it's not possible. That's f***ing ridiculous. The scientific explanation is that Long Horse is real and you should be incredibly Long Horse has actually appeared to me in a dream, except I was naked in a school and I hadn't studied for my test for my being chased by a monster class, but Long Horse was actually my elementary school teacher who I thought was really hot, and then all my teeth fell out. I woke up that day and stubbed my toe on my neighbor's new car that he just got hit by, just as the Long Horse predicted. He has seemingly been around as long as humanity has had sentient thought, or longer, as he was noted in cave paintings from prehistoric humanity. Long Horse has been depicted in every human society since your species had the tools and brain capacity to document things. Even now, Long Horse sets the trends, absolutely killing it on his meme page, and even appealing to horny boomers by appearing on Maxim's top 10 sexiest abominations. Long Horse apparently has a quite curious nature, and will examine the humans he is warning with a perplexed and interested expression. He sometimes scares people when he wanders curiously, even to the point of having a heart attack. Long Horse is a quick thinker though, and he said that he was just warning them of heart attacks to get away with it. He enjoys, but does not require, offerings such as apples or sugar cubes. The Long Horse for some reason smells like cinnamon. No one really knows why. Some think it's to calm the person that the Long Horse has come to warn, and others think that the Long Horse is just kinda into the cologne because he thinks it makes him smell sexy. Scientists have concluded that he is right. Emergency storm warning. All residents, please remain indoors and wait for further dispatches.
August 6th, 2018. This EAS warning was the only information posted alongside an image of what looks to be a novel anomalous behemoth. Well, that info, and the fact that its founder named it, the Wandering Faith. This big old critter was discovered by Trevor Henderson, who decided it belonged on social media rather than locked away in the Foundation files. Good on ya! Ignorance is bliss, and we gotta steal that from you. Let's start with what's inherently obvious. Its physiology. It has 4 tree stalks of legs. It looks as though it's not affected by the laws of gravity in the same capacity that humans are. I mean, there's no way this fat fuck wouldn't collapse under the massive weight of its own body. This behemoth extends into the sky, with several small tendrils drooping downwards below its neck. Perhaps for use in food collection or tugging on its nub. It's likely that even a step from this creature would cause earthquakes. Not to mention what happens to whatever the hell he's stepping on. What's really intriguing about the Wandering Faith is that it appears that its neck extends off-screen, meaning that its head is still obscured, and at this point, unknown. While it's entirely likely that Trevor took this picture with the fear of the unknown in mind, we're gonna miss the point entirely, but on purpose. Alright, Amoeba, let's find out who this really is. What? That's the most disappointing thing ever. That's like taking a bunch of shrooms, expecting to think about your problems and introspect on your life, and you just come out ashamed that you have to wipe better. The name Wandering Faith may signify some sort of connection to religious imagery. It's also referred to as Day 17, but Trevor himself has never confirmed the same. We learned some new information about this creature on August 8th, 2018. A new photo posted by Trevor of what looks to be a similar type of critter, with an additional one in the background. These could be younger forms of the creatures, a juvenile, if you will. On July 30th, we get an example of what may actually be at the top of its head. It bears the same tentacles as the other creatures, only this time it seems to be bipedal. There's a caption alongside the creature.
It's amazing what people can and will adapt to, if given enough time. They've had the evacuations down to a science by now. And even with an emergence, the fields kept them from doing any real damage. They didn't even have to stop the trains this time. It wouldn't be late after all.
Once humanity looked at this thing for 20 minutes and realized that it didn't start immediately killing everyone, they just assumed it was a big dumb animal, and responded accordingly by doing fucking nothing. Well, some tried to eat it, I guess. Classic humans. Of course, I'm putting these 3 images together and making some of these assumptions on only their shared similarities, and this video on ancient horror that I'm stealing, fair using, the canon from. What? Don't look at me like that. I've learned from the most successful comedians that you just steal all your stuff from Twitter so you have someone else to blame when you get canceled.
Storm warning. Please stay inside until further notice, unless you or a loved one has been pre-chosen.
Posted on August 20th, 2019. I wonder if he's pre-chosen by, like, the critter, or pre-chosen by a person. Like, they all just get in a room, and they have a big raffle, and whoever draws the shortest straw gets sucked up into the sky beast pussy. By the way, pre-chosen definitely just means for eating. Like, yeah, this could be a holy rapture thing, but I got $500 on us just eating them. Now the obvious question, would you stick your dick in it? These creatures all share the same skin texture and similar skin tones, the same tentacle appendages, but they all have variable morphology. They also seem to be, quote-unquote, choosing people. For what? I'm not sure. Some people believe that in the end times before the apocalypse, those without sin will rise to heaven. I'm not one of those fucking people. Maybe being shoved up into this thing's mouth is that kind of deal. Who knows? Probably not. I don't know, maybe they're just choosing who looks tastiest. Also, they tend to bring a storm with them. This could be an effect that the creature has on weather patterns, or maybe it exudes some sort of fog-like steam from its pores to surround it or something. Maybe he's just a big fan of the movie The Mist, or maybe it's like a fart or something, I don't know. Maybe we can learn more about them by thinking about where the hell this critter came from. Some people thought this creature was made in a lab, and then grew to uncontainable proportions. If I find out that this was man-made, the creator is going to scientist jail, alongside that guy who tried to selectively breed pitcher plants to suck him off. Others believe that the Wandering Faith is holy in nature, and signifies the coming of the end, or something. Thing is, when anything this big and possibly world-ending comes by, people start screaming, "Repent! End of days!"
So you kinda gotta take all that with a grain of salt. I have one theory about this creature that is yet to be discussed. I don't think it's some sort of weird giant horse raptor, but instead a sort of mass-scale filter feeder, like a baleen whale. It could use these weird little tentacles, as well as other organs on its massive body, to catch airborne bacteria or birds like their little plankton. Maybe there is airborne plankton, I don't know, I'm banking on the fact that you don't either. Unless we get some sort of update, it doesn't seem like we'll be able to piece together what these things are, where they came from, or what being chosen means. The God of Chickens. The God of Chickens is a tall, skinny, white humanoid chicken. Similar to chickens, instead of having both a front hole and a back hole, it has only one hole. Its face sports a pair of giant red eyes with minuscule black dots for pupils. You're probably wondering why the hell this weird thing exists, and it's to punish those who eat poultry or abuse chickens. Fun fact, did you know that chickens recognize up to 100 faces, feel emotions, dream when they sleep at night, and can also be fried with up to 11 different herbs and spices? Well, the God of Chicken knows, and now he also knows that you know. The God of Chickens is seemingly intelligent, as it likes to psychologically torture its victims before going in for the final kill. Any eggs the victim has in their house will begin to rot and crack, making the room smell like a North American neckbeard nest. Any unrotten eggs that the target attempts to crack open will have an unborn chicken fetus inside. Consuming this stillborn chicken fetus leads to infertility, if you were thinking about doing that for some f***ed up reason. If the household has any poultry animals, these will all become incredibly violent, seemingly working as a team to attack any humans or other domestic animals in the vicinity. The God of Chicken also seems to have a strange venom of sorts. After a target is pecked, they begin to feel sick, sluggish, nauseous, and they gain an excess of weight. When examined at the doctors, the physician expressed that it's almost as if the victim had been pumped full of steroids and antibiotics, just like a chicken on the factory line. The God of Chickens will eventually appear after enough Chick-fil-A themed torture, murdering the victim with a well-placed and incredibly deep peck to the center of the heart. The body is usually found later being fed upon by chickens. You can tell if the God of Chickens is nearby because all chickens in the area will go completely silent before going batshit insane and clucking repeatedly as loud as they can. It can command all poultry in the area, often spurring them to violence. It can be hard to tell if the God of Chickens is nearby because lots of chickens are just naturally loud dickheads. In some egg farms with cruel practices, there have been mysterious cases of all of the chickens in the farm somehow getting outside of the property and wandering together in large groups away from the facility. Upon inspection of the building, it was found that the workers of the factory were crammed into the cages that are considered much too small for even a chicken. Their bones and joints distended and cracked to fit them into these boxes like a jigsaw puzzle. Despite these injuries, every worker was somehow alive and responsive upon discovery. One worker was quoted as saying, "Oh God, why?" In other reports of factories where the chickens have escaped in a similar manner, investigators found the human workers clogging the grinder they used to kill the baby male chickens to turn them into dog food. Fortunately, this did not interrupt the supply chain, and even more dog food was shipped out on time the next day. Unconfirmed accounts of the God of Chicken shoving eggs up into people's asses has also been reported. To keep our resident human safe, we've begun feeding him a diet of raw red meat and microplastics only. Side note, this one time I was in a Whole Foods, and I remember the line was taking an incredibly long time. This kind of annoyed me, so I peeked my head out to the front to see what the issue was, and there was this woman just screaming at the poor dude behind the registers because the Whole Foods was apparently out of grass-fed chicken. I don't think I've ever seen anything funnier than the expression of the checkout man on the brink of tears trying to explain to this Karen that chickens don't eat grass. This chicken monster also carries a special chicken egg, which is often seen levitating between both of its strange chicken feet hands. It lays this egg to gain control over poultry, manipulate other eggs in the area, or cause any dead poultry products to move as if they were still live muscle. It often unlays this egg back up into its weird one waist/egg hole to protect it, but you can easily just stomp really hard on its stomach to get it to shit it out so you can crush it. I have not had a single lucid thought in the past 2.5 years. If you can smash this egg, the God of Chickens will lose its higher cognition and the rest of its abilities, becoming a regular human-shaped bipedal chicken, also known as delicious. I know what some of you are going to say. Isn't that the same image you used for your basis of the stalker in the back rooms? The answer is yes. There could be a simple explanation of me not knowing the God of Chicken's existence at the time of making that video, but since I definitely know all and would never make a mistake, I now suspect that they are the same person. Think about it. Have you ever seen the God of Chickens and the backroom stalker in the same room at the same time? Coincidence? I think not. Highway worms are incredibly large animals that resemble dark yellow worms. They have glowing eyes, leathery rough skin, and a mouth with an uncannily similar structure to that of a human's. Similar to an eel, it can bend and contort itself in any direction, and squeeze into tight spaces like tunnels and under freeway overpasses, either to wait for prey or to go dormant and remain hidden when inactive. These creatures hunt entirely at night, since it'd be impossible for them to remain hidden during the day, as individual instances have been reported at up to 65 feet long. Some paranormal researchers have theorized that the highway worm is actually the next stage in the bridge worm's metamorphic life cycle, but none of these claims have been substantiated, and are likely false due to the many differences between the two species. Also, if this were true, because of the bridge worm versus highway worm videos, highway worm would go to jail for beating his son, but because he's just physically assaulting a random stranger to the point of death, no harm done. While highway worm seems fearsome, he's thought of among other monstrosities as not threatening since he was rendered irrelevant after getting banned from most socials due to his controversial comedy special.
Raising a child is about discipline. You gotta hit them just the right amount. Too much and they become a serial killer, but too little and they become a serial killer.
Whoa! You suck. The highway worm frequents highways, dipshit. These worms have been spotted all around the world, but are more concentrated in highly developed countries with numerous roadways. The highway worm is a solitary ambush predator, waiting for cars to cross its path, then accosting its human prey, similar to the bridge worm. Unlike the bridge worm, however, only the smallest of highway worms have to tear people out of their cars, as large ones can just swallow cars whole, and digest not only the animals inside, but somehow the entire car itself. This worm will not only eat humans, but literally any living creature in sight.
Is this okay? I'm touching your worms. Is it cool? We cool? You're not supposed to touch someone's worms without asking. This is what's going to be going into our food later.
Highway worms are worms in name alone, as they are actually more closely related to moray eels. It's thought that the highway worm is a distant relative of the moray eel that resides in caverns on land rather than holes in coral reefs. Nature has proven that wherever there is a hole, there will be many, many worms to fill it. If you want proof, just check your intestines. While the highway worm can reproduce by laying eggs, it also has a defense mechanism that allows it to clone itself. Although it's more similar to a moray eel in behavior and general anatomy, it shares an ability with many worms to regenerate lost body parts. The first reports of this ability came when an interstate transport driver attempted to kill the highway worm by hitting it with her truck. She successfully bisected the worm, and then in true human fashion, left the truck and started celebrating as the worm's head grew a new body, and its body grew a new head. Both highway worms proceeded to fight over the transport worker's limbs. You're probably wondering where I got all this information about this creature that hasn't been stated by Trevor or isn't on any of the wikis or videos.
Why don't you back it up with a source? My source is that I made it the f up.
So this is that highway worm everyone's been talking about. Well, I like it. As you walk down the dark hallway, you hear the sound of your own footsteps echo on the hard linoleum floor. Suddenly, you notice that the timing of the footsteps don't match your own, almost like there's two sets of feet moving. You stop and hear a distant patter of feet, a different sounding set of steps, a series of unnaturally fast squelches. You turn around to see nothing but a set of legs sprinting towards you. Honestly, if I saw this thing coming towards me, I think I'd start laughing. Like, yeah, it's horrifying and all, but there's just an inherent level of ridiculous with this one. I don't know why you're worried about this one in the first place. Like, what is he gonna do? Kick us? This image was posted by preternatural investigator Trevor Henderson alongside the phrase, Ghost of the Runner. Even though this isn't a ton of info to go off of, we can still learn quite a bit about this creature if we look at its physical characteristics. Starting with the obvious, if we look at the cut where the top of the legs end, it definitely doesn't look clean or precise. This isn't just a set of legs existing in a vacuum. It looks as if they were ripped from the top half of a body. Come on, walk it off, kid. Get it? What's that? You do get it, but it's still not funny? You can also see a little bit of bone poking out of the top. A little bit of a wardrobe malfunction. How embarrassing. This suggests that whatever this anomaly is likely had a top half at one point, and maybe it was even human. If it's one of those humans that couldn't shut the hell up about how great running is, I'm kinda glad his top half got chomped by a T-Rex or some shit. For those who believe in the whole ooky spooky ghost stuff, it's possible that he had some goal related to running that wasn't satisfied before he got violently bisected, and that's why he's still around. This would make sense especially in the context of the name Trevor gave him, Ghost of the Runner. You may be wondering how I know it's a he. Trevor neglected to draw its genitalia, again, so now I'm gonna be referring to it as an it. It's also very possible that this is human carrion being animated by a heretofore unknown source. One of the main culprits for animated carrion in Trevor's studies has been the anomalous invasive species of lamprey-like monsters, using humans and animals as hosts for their consumption of prey. It's possible that this is a new iteration of those little critters that got their hands on some Legos. If this is the case, it's an unprecedented strategy for the family of parasites. I don't want to brush over the fact that Froggy over here has no skin, but I don't know how it relates, so I'm just gonna info dump it. We may also be able to draw clues about this creature based on its environment. What's strange is that many of the critters that Trevor encounters occur in spaces that humans would consider liminal. These creatures may survive in spaces considered liminal because of how their uncanny effects puts humans on edge. These elevated levels of fear would likely make humans exude more fear-signaling chemicals in their sweat. If these things are invasive species like I suspect, chances are they're equipped with sense organs to smell these chemicals. Here's the thing though, that operates on the assumption that this thing is biological rather than supernatural. Maybe it exists for no reason other than to scare the shit out of people. I don't know, turns out God is real and like super bored maybe. The floor upon which the creature is running also appears to be caked in blood. While one might assume that a skinless pair of legs running down a hall would leave some blood trails, careful observation of the ground reveals that it is stained both behind and in front of the creature. And by careful observation, I mean looking at the fucking floor. While this might mean the blood came from someone else, it's also possible he's just running in a big circle. Its physiology in combination with its surroundings provide very little info for what this thing is or how it operates. It's almost like this was an art piece not meant to be hyperanalyzed in this manner. But it isn't. It's a real monster. I would never lie to you. As for a final verdict on what the hell this thing is, I don't know. We thought he was chasing us originally, but then he passed us, and he just kind of kept going like some bottom half only Forrest Gump. Look, if he's gone, I say we stop worrying about it. Out of sight, out of mind. He's probably fine. I'm in my childhood bedroom. In my old bed. I'm grown up, though. My feet hang over the far edge of the mattress. I can hear someone in my kitchen, bumping into things, knocking things over. I don't want to go downstairs, but I have to. I know I'll see something awful when I do. This paragraph was the only information accompanying an image of an anomalous entity posted to Twitter by paranormal investigator Trevor Henderson. Still kicking and yet again letting a middle finger fly to the Foundation. Love to see it. In another post with the same image, for some reason captioned like some sort of internet horror dating sim, we find that this little creature's name is Hollowhead, suggesting that it is, in fact, an idiot. Even though this isn't a ton of information, we can still gauge quite a bit about this creature from the image and context provided. Let's start with his... wait a minute. Yep, his physical characteristics. The monster's most dominating feature is its massive balloon head, complete with uncanny valley human features. Its eye sockets appear to be empty, which is strange because I'm still getting the sense that this motherfucker is staring at me with his ominous, distended grin. Its nose looks kinda normal, so we're gonna skip that part. Its dental structure looks vaguely similar to that of Homo sapiens, and the mouth itself looks like it could fit roughly one Homo sapien. One can only imagine the horrific stench emanating from that filthy, unkempt maw.
Oi, that was proper nasty. What'd I ever do to the likes of yous?
Oh my god, I am so sorry. You're just a regular British person.
The creature's body looks skinny and frail. Look at those stick arms. Do you even lift, bro? There's no way that this skeletal frame could feasibly hold up that enormous watermelon of a head. Also, I just realized that this motherfucker has no neck. There's no way in hell he even has the coordination to balance standing up.
I want to see this guy try to run, because it would be impossible for him and hilarious for me.
It's also notable that this creature doesn't look like it has much space for internal organs in its torso. This, plus my 20-some-odd years experience as an epic pro gamer, tells me that its head is the weak spot. If you gotta fight him, try to pop it like a pimple. The paragraph provided along with this image gives context for what Hollowhead may represent. The primal fear one felt as a child when needing to leave the safety of their room at night and venture into a pitch-black house. So familiar in the day, but when corrupted by the shadows, it becomes uncanny. Of course, there isn't usually any danger. Not this time. though. Evidently, the experiencer of this has grown, reappearing in their own childhood bedroom seemingly out of the blue. And this time, the danger is very real. The distorted monster that once was only in the darkest pits of your imagination now takes a physical form. Real. Live. In the flesh. You'll have to leave the room eventually, or maybe he'll find his way up to you. Or I don't know, something goofy like that. Okay, so here's what I propose we do about all this. We take a bunch of big old my 600-pound life people and a bunch of starving children from a third world country. And then we switch them for like a year and just document all of it. I'm fairly sure it would result in good content and maybe some deaths. I have no idea how that deals with whatever critter boy we're talking about over here, but if we get TLC on the phone, I'm sure whatever money they'd give us would be good enough to throw at this problem to make it go away. What's the problem again? Hollow head? Something about a head? You want head? Oh, if you're an incel, money should definitely fix that problem. Look at Andrew Tate. A gore-spattered set of antlers, viscera blurring the line between its own body and that of its victims, from the tip of its red-stained horns to what should be the top of its head. Instead of a face, an empty black pit. A ring of raw red flesh reminiscent of esophageal tissue stares back at you impossibly. You swear you can almost hear the sound of flies buzzing as a rotten stench of decay wafts from the black hole. Anomalous expert Trevor Henderson has recently posted classified images of this unexplained entity to his Instagram page. Never stops flipping the bird to a certain foundation. You gotta respect it. For the most part, this creature looks like a regular deer. When I say for the most part, I mean if you never see its goddamn face. And by face, I mean lack thereof. Instead of the traditional eyes, nose, and mouth setup a deer usually has, this guy has opted for the alternative look of just a big f***ing hole. I'm fairly sure that's a mouth, but I'm going off one picture, so you're gonna need to deal with it. This anomalous deer was most likely photographed somewhere in the northeast United States. One of the main habitats of this species of white-tailed buck. This beef jerky deer was first thought to be a symbol of death, decay, and hard times to come. Neat! Interestingly, the fauna in the photograph looks consistent with that of the deciduous forests that hyperpopulate the East Coast. Cross-referencing this information with the statistics on the amount of hunters that have been left gored directly in the stomach by deer antlers reveals that it's likely these creatures are roaming somewhere around Delaware. Strangely, it seems that the deer populations in this area have taken a recent hit, just as this new variety of deer has appeared. After a quick drive to the 7-Eleven, where my lawyer advised me to say that we weren't drinking heavily, we happened across a physical sample. It's the drunk crashers that get us in trouble. I mean, I totally did this on purpose. Analysis of what looks to be carrion on the deer's head and horns revealed that while part of this red fleshy crap is part of the deer's body, much of this flesh is actually rotting meat ripped from various hunters and other deer. Some instances of this megafauna have entire skewered squirrels stuck up there. I love me a good shish kebab. This would mean that megafauna have higher rates of aggression than regular deer. This would explain his criminal record and assault charges. That's probably why he can't get a job, hence why he lives in the woods like an idiot. Further analysis of the foreign dead flesh on the megafauna's antlers revealed that the majority of the carrion comes from other white-tailed deers. This revelation led anomalous researchers to their next theory. Some paranormal theorists believe that the megafauna is a deer afflicted by the same or similar parasites to those afflicting the invasive species birds and the hagfish woman. This genus of parasitic jawless fish-like creatures has had several recent zoonotic shift events, in which the entity adapted to new and different species as hosts. First, through many avian species, and recently to various species of mammals. If you're unfamiliar with this family of anomalous parasites, I have 2 videos documenting separate cases of animals infected with these organisms. Why was I just documenting it rather than helping? They may call it blatant incompetence in combination with unapologetic abuse of platform. I call it having that dog in me. In these cases, the parasite has taken control over the nervous system, the movement, the behavior, and all other functions of this host animal. Unlike most parasites, this one kills its victim and uses its carrion as an ambulatory host, rather than manipulating it while it's alive. Translation from nerd speak to normal talk, it worms its way up another creature's booty hole, kills them, and then manipulates them like a meaty sock puppet. It uses this host to hunt other creatures in the ecosystem, and likely also to reproduce and spread the parasitic infection further. One thing that's important to note here is that these parasites often target the same animal it uses as its host for prey, behavior consistent with the phenomena of the megafauna. Megafauna's potential infection case differs from other previous cases, however, in that rather than working around the current sensory organs and nervous system framework, it looks as if the parasite has completely removed these structures in favor of a big hole. Absolutely flawless design, so simple, so elegant. Minimalism really is all the rage right now. This may be due to the size of a full-grown buck, as it's the largest creature on record infected with the parasitic lamprey-like organisms. A buck has a small mouth, but a comparably large head to the other infected organisms, so the parasite may have removed the face structures to more effectively hunt and consume biomass. I don't know, I just pulled that out of my ass. What do you want from me? There's also the possibility of that maybe I'm entirely wrong, and all of these animals are suffering from different things that I know nothing about. I'm not a doctor. What can I say? When you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. To be fair, I think a hammer would also be useful in this situation. Yo, I gotta show you something while you're driving. Check out this sick disclaimer, dude. The God of Roadkill. The God of Roadkill is an entity that manifests either just before or shortly after animals are killed by a vehicle. Through an unknown method, this being causes humans to have car accidents, either to protect an animal from an oncoming vehicle or to avenge their death by flipping an inattentive motorist into the nearest ditch. This entity is theorized to be a spiritual one rather than a biological one. It's rumored to help the souls of dead animals cross over to the other side after their lives ended tragically and violently, subsequently consuming their physical form as a reward. Some researchers suspect that the God of Roadkill is actually just some sort of freak engaging in necrophilia and bestiality at the same time. And by some researchers, I mean me. It has a human-like upper body that looks as if it's had its lower half severed just above the hips on the spine, almost as if it was cut in half by a car. Because of this, it moves around by using its disproportionately long arms to crawl. Reports of the creature have ranged in size from 20 to 35 feet tall. It has no skin, only ragged and torn musculature with jagged bones piercing through. Its head looks like a vulture's, except a much longer and distended beak and many human-like eyes placed seemingly at random about the skull. His form can vary depending on the severity of the creature's demise. If it was quick and painless, the entity usually has minimal flesh and stark white bleached bones. If the animal were to have a gruesome demise, the God of Roadkill appears caked in dried blood, with organs trailing behind, leaving a trail of blood and viscera as it drags itself along the road. This is kind of messed up, but that actually made me kind of hungry. The creature looks, and especially smells, to be in a state of constant decay, although it never actually decays. Maggots, fungus, and other decomposers call this creature's rotting body home, making it a harbinger for various diseases. If a human makes contact with this creature after surviving the car crash, they are very likely to develop a fatal infection in the days to come. This infection mimics how dead matter decomposes to the letter. The only caveat is the person is alive to watch themselves fall apart. While it is not fully understood how the God of Roadkill causes these accidents, there are a few hints in the reports that help paint a picture. For starters, the cars always look as if they've been hit by something incredibly large and heavy, like a tree, but the patterns look more similar to an accident where the motorist struck flesh and bone rather than a plant. Human authorities know of few animals large enough for this, and the regions that have these unexplainable car wrecks can't really blame it on elephants. It's thought that the God of Roadkill either manifests immediately in front of a car or leaps out in front of it at a great pace. It's like the classic movie scene where the friend jumps in front of a bullet for another friend, except the friends are the animal and the God of Roadkill, and your car is the bullet. Now, some of you might consider the God of Roadkill evil for murdering humans for a bunch of squirrels, but from the God of Roadkill's perspective, he just saw you murder a squirrel because you wanted to order chicken nuggets from the highway so you wouldn't have to wait 35 minutes when you got home. He's kinda got a better reason than you. Fun fact, there is a vertebrate animal run over by a car around every 11.5 seconds in the United States. What a waste of life, but more importantly, what a waste of food. In an attempt to avoid the God of Roadkill opening up my nutsack at the seam with some other dingus's windshield, we're gonna go ahead and try to repurpose some of this meat that is left on the road every day. It is my hope that if we eat this rotting meat, we can lie to the horrific monsters that we as humans actually respect animals. I've heard from the reviews that the quality kind of varies. I mean, you kind of got to expect that. It's either venison or raccoon meat, so it's a mixed bag. Now, it's not that I think the average American is lacking food. To be honest, it's just the opposite. But you know, I think maybe a few tapeworms or intestinal parasites might be good for us. We're thinking outside the box.
Okay, so here it is. As you can see, the outside is noticeably more purple than most meat I am accustomed to. Also, it seems to be, you can see here, fairly torn up. Yeah, nothing tenderizes a good steak like busting the front axle on a Toyota Prius. If you're wondering what type of meat this is, I can assure you that I am as well. I feel like ordinary sausage. Hey there, folks. Welcome back. I wonder how you're supposed to cook this. Okay, so, it says not to. So let's get into it. All right, so I think what we're gonna do is just get some salt. Some salt, yeah. Because that's what, this is meat, I think. That's what you put on meat. Nice and salty. Oh, wow, the backside is quite purple. I don't know what's wrong with me, man. I got this shit all in my hands. I gotta pour the salt like that. Oh, no, it's too much.
Welcome to Asthma with meat. This is concluded Asthma with meat.
Okay, I think the meat is salty enough. I don't know, man. I'm gonna wash my hands now and put it in, I guess, the oven. I don't even know what this shit. Okay, 400 degrees. Start. And into the oven it goes. Well, that's not a good sign. Yo, is my oven on fire? Oh, no!
We're just gonna ignore it. I'm gonna wait for the timer to be done. I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna hope for all the problems to go away. Two things I don't. Think things through and know where the oven mitts are.
All right then. Let's this is a bad idea. What the fuck?
Oh! Ah! It's fine. We're just gonna grab the meat and then... Oh no. Okay. Pick it up. Yeah. Okay. So, here's our weird meat. Alright, so let's see. Let's see about this. Let's cut it open. Interesting.
Alright, moment of truth. Not bad.
The flesh fields. A biome where the landscape consists entirely of human parts. A continuous carpet of living, twitching skin, meat, and bones, with a community of people and a collection of fauna equally strange to match. The flesh fields, for the longest time, were seen as an unexploitable and inhospitable wasteland. Many humans still settled there, forming what was known for centuries as the poorest principality of the Holy Infernal Empire, Minoros. Humans will see an island made of crap and still go stick a flag in it just to say it's theirs. Many of these new inhabitants ended up leaving to find new jobs. Any job was better than living in the miasma-ridden fleshscape, so Minorans accepted the most menial occupations, becoming a synonym for the derelict and desperate. However, in the past half-century, new scientific and magic advancements have made it possible to not only improve their living conditions on what's basically a giant desert of tumors, but also to turn the source of their struggle into economic windfall. Fat, leather, and anything that the fields can fruit can now be harvested, altered, and traded. In one generation, Minorans went from having their slurs be about them being derelicts capable of only menial work, to being greedy and rich. They kick you when you're down and flip you off on the way up. People still can't live in the middle of the flesh fields. There isn't solid ground. It's much more of a continuous layer of skin and body parts of various sizes and shapes melted together with no logic nor reason kinda deal. I'll explain. Just come meet me on the gigantic Tit Hill, down by the finger grasslands. Oh, those aren't fingers. You know what? This spot is gross. Let's meet by that giant nostril. It's past the stretch of thoraxes. Go left when it ends in a giant mouth. If you see the huge ear that leads to long and convoluted organic tunnel cave systems, you've gone too far. Nothing in the middle of the fields is still. The muscles underneath the skin twitch and cramp constantly. The organs and limbs have an aimless, often disgusting functionality. There are no plants here. Patches of hair may look like a bush. Some extrusions of bones may look like trees. But
Everything here is flesh and bone. The land may look like one continuous organism, but the parts seem to have a relative autonomy. Patches of the flesh field often become ill and die, but it doesn't spread like a disease through a singular body. It stays contained to the region afflicted. When the region passes, it leaves behind skeletal remains, limb trees, femoral monoliths, rib domes, spinal paths. The land will eventually reclaim the dead region, regrowing over it. Venture far enough into the flesh fields, and you may encounter the Bones Coast. Where the flesh fields meet the sea is a mostly dead region. Massive bones breach miles above the surface of the ocean, but none show signs of reclamation. Some deep-sea divers report there are stretches of so-called Triton skin on the seafloor, with gills deep as chasms and fields of fins. The atmosphere of the flesh fields is noxious, as the body parts that constitute this organic landscape are alive and functioning, with all of the unpleasantness that it entails. The skin sweats, the many mouths breathe and vomit, orifices spew wastes and repugnant fecal swamps. I'd talk about what the dicks do, but it would include getting me demonetized. Various infections and ailments cause the formation of hazardous pools of pus and blisters ready to burst. The flesh fields display features of every humanoid species, but has a clear preponderance for humans. The reason for this is still unclear. Rarer are features belonging to the beast races, but valleys covered in fur, lines of feathers flowing like rivers, and other animalistic body parts have been documented. You're probably wondering what kind of glue I've been huffing, but that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. To understand the flesh fields, you first have to understand the world that they come from. Codex Inversus, a masterful world-building project by the artist and author Luca Vanzella. In the world of Codex Inversus, the rules of biology, physics, and even the nature of reality are entirely different from our own. This happened after an extra-dimensional event known as the Collapse, in which the otherworldly planes of existence, what you may know as heaven, hell, and a plethora of other bizarre dimensions, crashed into material reality. Part of these realms dissipated into pure energy, becoming what is now known as the mana field. Evolution and magic have since gone hand in hand, with creatures evolving to harness the mana field's energy to cast spells. Humans soon followed suit by studying the animals. Not all of these regions dissipated, however. Some areas, like the flesh fields, can be found intact. These places were coined the Shards of the Beyond. The denizens of the flesh fields have had many unpleasant stereotypes attached to them by other infernal nations. Some slurs, too. They're thought of as gross, easily conned out of their money, and obsessed with sex.
My god, she's perfect.
There's also one positive stereotype. Minorans are really sexy. People from Minoris tend to be tall, toned, and with harmonious bodies. Men sport large shoulders and arms, and women have generous curves. The main reason for this diffuse prettiness is a diet rich in meats and fats, so commonplace that even the lowest of peasant is as well fed as the fattest of fat fuck nobles. The flesh fields, regarding its resources, is not always an easy place to exploit. The first problem, as always, is the ethical conundrum. The big question is, are the flesh fields a people? Saint Moloch, the archdevil that ruled the land, he's like a pretty big deal, clearly and definitively stated that the fields have no soul or mind, and nobody would dare to question such a high authority. Probably because a man that has the title of archdevil that lives in a place called the flesh fields is likely very fair with his punishments. Sounds like an understanding guy. While the fields aren't believed to have a soul or mind, after much debate, it was agreed that the meat and parts from the fields is in fact considered human, and therefore, eating it was considered a cannibalism and a big no-no. Time makes fools of us all, especially if we're a big flesh carpet, because the question was questioned until it no longer was a question because the people wanted to make money. Eventually, there were exceptions and caveats to the use of the flesh fields, in part result of genuine theological reasonings, and other parts out of bribery. That's okay though. Whatever the reason, I want to try a fried floor sandwich. But unfortunately, the official rules are, people cannot eat the flesh of the fields if it is a recognizable part of the human body. If the meat comes from an undefined area without apparent correspondence to a body part, then it's edible. Still, it can't be directly ingested and is consequently used to make things like broth, where the meat itself is not actually eaten. Fat can be used to fry, as it's categorized as a medium for cooking and not a food in itself. Side note, sometimes when I get fat, I wonder if I got liposuction, if the doctor would let me take it home so I could make a me-fried steak. A crucial exception has been made for the carnations, the flowers of the flesh fields. As areas of the flesh fields die in some zones, the flesh rots away, and what remains are the skeletal trees and other bone structures. The land will regrow onto these skeletal ruins. Blood vessels come out of the skin,
crawling on the bones like vines. These vines then bloom into flowers of flesh, the carnations, folds of meat made of undifferentiated tissue that eventually will become a limb or an organ. Since they are not human flesh, yet, just the prototype of flesh, they are permitted as food. They are also delicious and nutritious, a real delicacy.
Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me want to check all my vital organs for tumors, but I don't know, man. Enjoy a cloud.
The second big problem with living in the flesh fields is the constant motion associated with inhabiting a living creature. The flesh has reflexes, cramps, and spasms. All I'm saying is, if a little man tried to build a small house on my thigh, even if I wasn't actively trying to stop him, which I probably would be, I doubt it would work out all that well. Some areas like skeletal ruins or more solid parts of cranial bones are stable enough for structures, and are usually big enough for a cabin of denizens, provisional shelters for travelers, or unsold Home Depot sheds for meth addicts. People who work in the flesh fields usually live on the border of it, the scar lands, aka the scar, are named as such because they've been reclaimed from the flesh fields and have strips of scar tissue lining the settlements. Despite the distance from the flesh fields, the people living on the scar still have to bear the unpleasantness of the area, with clouds of foul smells and buzzing insects a constant. With the right wind, the scent can reach for hundreds of miles away, especially in the summer, when all the land sweats. Could you imagine if you spent your entire life covered in flies, only breathing in a cloud of sweat, vomit, and fart? What do you mean you want that? How, and how quickly you decide to extract resources in the flesh fields can be the decider between success and failure. Carnations have to be picked before they can become a definite organ, and have to be consumed quickly as they spoil rather fast. Extracting too much fat and other tissues may cause the zone to die, and you'll need to frantically accelerate your operations to get all you can before it rots. Sometimes, the land will change shape, stretch, contract, or unfold, as if it's getting more comfortable. A hill may contain an articulation making it rise or lower. Other places change in substance. If a zone dies, it can regrow as a different tissue or organ, with dead rib cages starting to grow fingers or eyes. Once you have the goods, you now have the difficulty of finding some freak who would actually want to buy it. Goods made from human body parts are not very marketable. Take it from an expert, me. Shocking, I know. Skin is tanned for leather, hair becomes ropes, teeth are as ivory, blood, bones, and wastes are rendered into fertilizers. Organs and fluids are sold to alchemists, wizards, and that one weird guy. Fat becomes soap, cooking oil, or lamp fuel. The occasional patch of animal land can be strip mined for fur. There's never a lack of product coming from the fields, although quality swings wildly year by year. Winters in the region can be brutal, leading to the deaths of several regions of the fields. This leaves the landscape unrecognizable by summer, brand new tissue inching along the skeletal obelisks. Things don't stay the way they are for long here. That means that while businesses can form in the flesh fields, they can't really specialize. The territories near the scar need to be able to process whatever the fields are gestating or shitting out. This means that scaling enterprises can, and often are, halted by a couple of bad seasons in a row. This also means that availability, quality, and the prices of flesh field goods vary. Minoros is thought of as a place to come for bargain and occasions, but not as a place for stable trade relationships. This has led to a somewhat closed economy, with most trading happening between insiders. Except for prostitutes. This place is famous for its legendary red light district that I only know about because my friend told me. International commerce is also hampered by cultural and psychological factors. Flesh fields products are unnerving for most people. Even if the scale of some parts is unnatural, knowing the origin triggers a sense of disgust in most. Would you wear armor made of human skin, even if clearly thick like the hide of an ox? Would you wear a shirt of hair if the threads are long and thick like silk? Would you use a fork that has a miniature femur for a handle? I mean, I would, but from the tone of the question, it sounds like you wouldn't. Like all products, the uncomfortable realities of what it takes to make them are quickly and easily ignorable if it's cool, shiny, pretty, or useful enough. Like how the phone you're holding to watch this was definitely made by a kid in a foreign country. But you don't care. To make people use the products of the flesh fields, they had to be convenient and high quality enough to make their origin an afterthought, which only happened in recent times. A good deal can make you forget quite a lot. The ecosystem of the flesh fields is as fucked up and disgusting as the environment itself. Without any plants, the ecosystem completely leapfrogs the herbivore class of life. Since the ground really has no mechanism to defend itself, The life saw no point in chasing anything else. Most of the field's animals are a mix of parasites, scavengers, and what has been called carnivorous grazers. Food is plentiful, but what these critters fight over is territory. In a land that twitches, shivers, contracts, and spasms, a place that's solid and still is crucial to rest and nest, and therefore a commodity. In addition, in an inordinate portion of the fields, the skin can be thick and almost impenetrable, therefore inedible. Because of this, animals gather in human-inhabited areas or dying zones, where the decomposition makes even gargantuan meat soft and chewable. The stabbing cranes are a common carnivorous grazer in the flesh fields. A flock, or murder, of stabbing cranes don't wait for an area to die off naturally, but rather actively murder it. Once the murder finds a tender spot, they'll swarm and stab it repeatedly with their rock-hard razor-sharp beaks. When they break the skin, they'll drink the blood and bodily fluids, but as the zone dies off, they'll consume anything they can get from the meat hole. These creatures like to nest in abdominal areas, establishing colonies under gigantic rib cages. The natural enemy of the stabbing crane is the scare vulture. Their loud screech and aggressive tail displays are usually enough to scare cranes, or any other flesh-field creature, away from their freshly exposed meal. But if it isn't, the vultures are more than willing to fight for their food if the flesh hole is large enough. These creatures have an incredible sense of smell and can pick up the scent of decaying meat from miles away. They like to nest on high ridges, like the knee on the summit of a leg hill. Scare vultures have also been observed evicting other animals from their nests if they deem it desirable. Another flesh-field avian native, the Eros macaw, has a set of antennae that, like some insects, act as a sense of smell. These antennae are adapted to pick up bodily humors as they transpire from the skin, and it allows the Eros macaw to sense lust, arousal, and sexual desire. This bird can't pierce the thick skin of the flesh fields. Instead, it looks for freshly formed tissues, like the flesh that webs the bone trees and the meat carnations. Evidently, a blossoming carnation has the same smell as an aroused humanoid, likely due to some similar pheromones or some shit. As such, they've become a mascot to the brothels of Minoros, with some domesticated breeds becoming prized for their looks. People who live in the Scarland are used to seeing the macaws and don't really pay attention to them. But if one of these birds arrives in a town far from the Scar, people will start to wonder about who's horny enough for the fuckbird to show up. Shit, wait, this bird's just like a literal Megan's Law. Rather than consume the landscape from above, the gnawing hyenas prefer to eat the flesh field from the inside out. These creatures find orifices in the ground, and thanks to their short legs and long bodies, they can crawl within the skin of the fields, scouring the meat tunnels for nutritious membranes and organs. They're often spotted near overproportioned ears and nostrils, as they've developed a taste for brain tissues. Hollowed-out skulls breaching the surface of the flesh fields can often host multi-generational cackles of hyenas, ruled by a matriarch. The hilariously named mosquitop has a remarkable size and an impressive sucking capacity. Nice. Oh god. This mosquito has traded the ability to fly in favor of a walking and jumping form of locomotion, showing convergent evolution with crickets and grasshoppers. This allows them to collect even more blood without worrying about if they weigh too much to fly. Like a rascal for a fat man. The mosquitops lay their eggs in pools of sweat that form in the summer. Their chirps, described as a nail-scratching glass, are the dominant sound of that season. Yet another giant insect grazes the skin, the settling tick. These massive mites have a strange life cycle. While they are true hermaphrodites, they mate for life. If you were a settling tick, rather than download Tinder, you would scuttle across the land in search of a perfect spot, somewhere sheltered by the elements and thin enough to easily pierce and suck blood. You'd then begin to eat and grow fat, until another tick comes along, at which point you'd seal the deal, and you two would have sex forever until you meld together in a sessile form. I mean, it's not my thing, but I'm sure it's someone's thing. The ticks become like a plant, with the mouths acting as roots and the legs dying off, but remaining on the structure, resembling branches. Settling ticks produce a foam of eggs at regular intervals. This caviar is, by all accounts, delicious, but only the strongest of stomach brings themselves to try it after knowing where it comes from. Would you eat it? I would eat it. The white ooze is an unfortunately named amorphous blob of a creature. The leading theory is that these cum stains are massive amoeba-like creatures created from an offshoot evolution of a white blood cell. These blobs exist on both the surface and the underground, acting as decomposers of the ecosystem. They'll engulf and digest anything in their path if they can catch it. Fortunately for you, but unfortunately for the ooze, white oozes will split into two once they reach a certain size, which means they'll never grow enough to be a threat to people. The Tania worm is a massive flatworm similar to intestinal parasites found in humans. These animals live a stationary life, attached to the intestinal tissue of the flesh fields. They reproduce through spores released in the field's bloodstream. These worms remain motionless for years, feeding on the nutrients from the intestines, and growing to lengths of up to hundreds of feet long. When the zone they're attached to dies, worms will surface from sphincters, mouths, just about any orifice, frantically looking for a new living hole to slither on into. Boy, do I feel that! Tania worms don't attack living beings on purpose. Although, in their desperate attempts to find new food sources, they do run over people and animals, crushing them. Sometimes, a worm is so deep into the bellows of the land that it digs its way up into another area with its horn claws. This may cause intense spasms in vast areas of the fields, and sometimes extended death. If a zone dies in the deep, there may eventually be wide-range collapses on the surface. All these creepy critters are real gross and slimy, but just wait until you hear about the grossest and slimiest ones of the bunch. Demons are another subspecies of intelligent humanoids that inhabit the flesh fields. They don't use wood or metal, but instead solely rely on the materials offered by the fields. They reject civilization and morals, consuming every part of the flesh fields and becoming one with it. They build living villages using bones and tendons as tools. Sometimes, their children will purposefully fuse themselves with the ground in order to control a small area of the flesh fields. If you were a demon, you'd build your house out of a scooped out eyelid and then plant your infant in the ground like a tree in order to open and close your lid door. 2-in-1, child and garage door opener. Pretty good. That's not the only way these demons become one with the fields, cause they'll actually fuck the ground like a schizophrenic man sticking his penis into an anthill. The demons get the land pregnant, or the land gets the demon pregnant. This is why you always use a condom when you fuck the ground. The result of this terrible ground pregnancy is a monster with extra or sometimes missing limbs or organs, erratic thoughts fueled by ever-boiling rage, and hallucinated senses, all mixing together to create a mental state similar to that one time I smoked my own toenail out of a bong. These demons accept the maddened creature as one of their own, adding their warped bloodline to the family. Why is that showing more humanity than some of the humans in the story? Fuck. These demons were a thorn in the side of the Holy Infernal Empire in its earlier eras. Demons had this real annoying habit of raiding human settlements, then kidnapping, killing, robbing, and the other R word. The one that means you're a bad person that needs to stay away from schools, not the one that means you're bad at tying your shoes and need some extra time at school. However, one time after the demons did a whole big old grape and pillage on an important city named Goetia, the Holy Infernal Empire got together and said, "No more, gosh darn it," and then they did a big old genocide on the demons, and they all lived happily ever after, except for the fact that none of them did. In modern times, only small enclaves of demon populations remain, with the largest at the center of the flesh fields. The biology of the flesh fields themselves remind me of siphonophores, highly complex colonies of specialized individuals that form a single organism, like the Portuguese man-o'-war. The flesh field is like one of these creature colonies, but taken to a logical extreme of being an entire ecosystem. The flesh fields are a fascinating ecosystem from the incredibly detailed Codex Inversus by Luca Vanzella. If you enjoyed me slaughtering the intricacies of the world with my dumbass mockumentary format, please give the OG media a look. It's well worth it.
When on an assignment in the town of Oro, New Mexico, journalist Andrea Butcher suddenly ceased all communications with her employer. After 48 hours of no one in her life being able to contact her, Andrea's significant other filed a missing persons report. Prior to going missing, Miss Butcher had reported to her boss that several features about the town and its inhabitants were unnerving to her. The town of Oro, New Mexico is the place in which the company Ouroboros was founded and operates to this day. Ouroboros is a multifaceted corporation that primarily operates in two markets: food, namely the hyper-processed variety, and medicine, namely organ and drug research. The spur of the investigation was that Ouroboros food products had recently been linked to several severe side effects, both physiological and psychological. All of these they vehemently deny, despite the fact that after a period of time without consuming OF products, individuals who consume them regularly experience withdrawal symptoms. Shortly after this news,
The head researcher of the Ouroboros medical branch contacted the media for a public interview and quit in distress. He died before the interview could take place. The local authorities of Oro, New Mexico, ruled that he died by his own hand. Those who visited report similar experiences with natives to Miss Butcher, the more sensationalist of the bunch calling them pigmen. All of the food served in and around the town and complex are Ouroboros Farms brand products. As one gets closer to the center of the town, the scenery becomes noticeably unkempt, and the townspeople become increasingly erratic, almost animalistic. At the center of this town lies a massive, heavily guarded compound warehouse facility. Miss Butcher reported that she was going to investigate this structure shortly before going missing. Andrea's disappearance marked the first time in which authorities were able to obtain a warrant to search the grounds of the town of Oro and the facilities that lie inside and around it. Despite the company's consistent attempts to contest the warrant, the New Mexico State Troopers began its formal investigation in the compound on May 11th, 2024, at midnight. The authorities first searched the most outlying warehouse, finding that it was what appeared to be a regular pig factory farm. While this certainly wasn't the pinnacle of animal rights, it wasn't unlike what happens elsewhere in the country. They went to the second most outlying warehouse. This, while still a factory pig farm, was anything but regular. One officer noted that the pigs were fattened to the point that they were unable to move, but upon closer inspection, this wasn't only fat. As the officer moved down the row of animals, they began to look less like pigs and more like a nonsensical mess of sense organs, lumps, limbs, open sores, and leaking orifices. A large, amorphous, living, pained, pulsating tumor created for the purpose of maximizing the amount of edible meat. Several officers stayed back to examine more. Most moved on to the next warehouse. This warehouse was labeled Organ Research and Storage. This building, unlike the last two, were separated by dividers into 3 rooms. The paper-thin divider did very little to muffle the sounds of squelching, groaning, and pained breathing that lay deeper within the building. The first room looked like a standard biological research laboratory. The next room, labeled Production Line, did not. On the other side of the door was what could only be described as a Cronenberg Chimera factory farm, a nightmarish slaughterhouse containing nonsensical abominations made from living matter, blobs that only function as organ factories. One was a skin carpet, latent with beating hearts. Another was just a tangled mass of intestines, veins, teeth, and eyes. A tree made of bones with forearms for branches from which sprouted what looked like at first to be pulsating wet slugs, but at closer examination were functioning human livers. A nearby filing cabinet detailed how the workers would harvest the fruits of the chimera's labor while they remained alive. They were instructed to, quote, ignore what may appear to be the sound of its suffering. DNA samples were taken from each of the creatures, and they were promptly dispatched. From here, the officers moved into the last room, labeled Drug Research. In these rooms were living pigs, with the top section of their skull removed. One of these officers was quite well versed in anatomy and biology, and upon a cursory examination of the brain of a deceased pig, he noted that these brains were far too large and complex to be that of a typical sow, and looked to be more human than swine. Next to each pig was a metal table with syringes and different vials of psychoactive compounds. An MRI machine sat in the corner, stained brown with aged gore. Several samples from each pig's brain were taken, and they were dispatched. At this point, the team had made it from the outer warehouse facilities towards the town. The last warehouse between them and Central Oro was labeled Food Effect Research. This warehouse was filled end to end with filing cabinets. In each of the cabinets were folders containing information relating to various studies. One of the most pressing files was labeled the cattle process. These pages detailed the addictive nature and side effects of their food. It describes how consumption of Ouroboros products leads to sluggishness, weight gain, brain fog, decreased mental aptitude, suggestibility, apathy, and overall decrease in health and autonomy. It describes how Ouroboros products have a high addiction rate among consumers, as well as detailing the method of influencing heavy consumers to seek employment at Ouroboros in the boarding program. Finally, it details how unrestrained consumption of these products leads to irreversible physiological and psychological changes, and how implantation of the modified chimera organs leads to a craving for Ouroboros products. This file, along with several case files, were confiscated and sent back to the authorities' HQ for further examination. After gathering the information, the team reconvened at the edge of town and sent all samples and information back in a state vehicle for study and analysis. The team informed dispatch that they were moving into the town itself. No update was heard for about 5 minutes, at which point they stated, "They're awake." This was the last confirmed communication from the team. Case study 40001. Name, Andrea Butcher. Status, offending journalist. Age, 28. Sex, female. Weight, 330 pounds. Behavior, enraged and aggressive. Physiology, a toughened skin, distorted jawbones, and a rapid and extreme increase in muscular and fat storage alongside a white matter decay. The patient's skin is now leathery and rough, comparable to that of a boar's hide. Butcher's disappearance has caused an influx of attention to our corporation, and efforts are currently underway to determine if there is a way to reverse this condition in order to make sure she is releasable without question.
Do you love eating at the Oro Diner, where the taste is so unique, it's literally impossible to get anything remotely like it anywhere else? I love me an Oro burger, a good Oro wrap, or maybe I'll even get fancy and get a premium meat cylinder. Might even get me a flavor slab, now with 30% more flavor. If you're a fat fuck like me, I bet you feel like you need to eat it every day. Well, now you can. Introducing frozen Oro meals. Classics like Flavor Slab at home. And now, all new offerings like Pig Sack, pork-flavored pulled meat sandwich, and block of chili. Oro, you are what's eating you.
In early 2024, journalist Andrea Butcher went missing in the town of Oro, New Mexico, and in response, a search and rescue team was sent to locate and recover her. Miss Butcher was documenting the strange phenomena taking place in the town after the establishment of the Ouroboros Corporation headquarters and infrastructure. Ouroboros is a multifaceted company that operates in 2 markets: food, namely the hyper-processed variety, and medicine, namely organ and drug research. Of the 3 members that made up the recovery team, none returned from the expedition. After losing contact with the search and rescue team, the authorities of the state of New Mexico decided to contact the FBI, who subsequently sent in a specialist. The specialist, Agent Silverstein, was equipped with a dossier brief of everything that happened and was discovered in the last endeavor to Oro, New Mexico. A silenced pistol with 6 rounds and a second ammunition magazine, and a walkie-talkie, which connected him to an extraction squad on the outskirts of town. He was instructed to camp out inside and search the town for the missing people. The agent was told to ignore any facilities that had already been explored and head straight for the area in which the incident occurred. From there, he was instructed to follow and report any traces of evidence that could shed light on what happened during and after the last moments of communication between the team and headquarters. August 2nd, 2024, 11 p.m. Agent Silverstein approaches the outskirts of Oro, New Mexico, and begins making his way to the last known location of the MIA search and rescue team. Upon arrival, Silverstein noted that there was sign of a struggle. Patches of the desert sand were stained a rusty brown hue in a pattern that resembled a splatter. From one of these splatters led a trail of smaller drips leading to a cul-de-sac of 5 identical, small 1-story ranch houses. The trail of blood stopped at the mouth of the little village. Seeing this, Agent Silverstein decided to sweep the cul-de-sac from right to left. Entering the first home, I noted that not only was it unlocked, there was no lock on the door to begin with. Taking great care not to make a sound, I cleared each room, noticing that I was alone in the house. The first thing that hit me was the smell. I had to stop myself from gagging when I first entered in case there was an occupant. The place reeked of excreted waste and rotting food. House was not the right word for the place I was in. From the outside, it was designed to look like a house, but from the inside, it looked more like where a horse might sleep. The floors were dirt, with hay and sawdust caked over the top. The structure itself had 3 rooms, an entry room / hall that connected them all, a sleeping quarters, and a bathroom. The sleeping quarters were more of a closet containing a large wooden box filled with hay, and the bathroom was just a small tiled room with a singular appliance that resembled a combination between an industrial toilet and a trough sink. Other than the fixtures I described, there were no other furnishings in this dwelling. After noting all I could find about the building, I moved on to the second house. The second barn was identical to the first. I approached the front door and opened it. The door creaked, followed by a squeal. The squeal got louder, dangerously close to a volume that would carry for some distance and possibly alert whatever the fuck lived in these things. I pushed open the door and was face to face with something that dwarfed me. Sunken eyes, thick, leathery skin. It hulked over me, breathing a rotten breath that I could smell from across the room. It squealed even louder and lurched for my neck. I fired all 6 rounds into it, and it collapsed in a heap in front of me. The momentum with which it was moving carried its dead body far enough that it almost knocked me over. I stepped over the colossal body and began to clear the rest of the house. All the houses smelled like death, but this one much more so, and it had a particular reason why. I opened the door to the bathroom, and on the floor were 2 bodies, one stacked on top of the other. The arms and legs of each were crushed. Bones must have been nothing but fragments at this point. The faces were caved in, and all identifiable structures had been chewed off. Several other areas of the body showed signs of consumption. Although the remains were in such a mangled state that the identities of the individuals could not be discerned at first glance, cursory search of each body confirmed these to be the agents of the search and rescue team. 2 of them, anyway. I cleared the rest of the house, barricaded the door with the bed box, and began studying whatever the hell I just killed. It was substantially fatter than any man I'd seen, but carried a lot more muscle too. The legs were thick and stocky, and even with both hands I couldn't fit my fingers completely around the creature's wrists. The beast's face was elongated, ending in a pronounced ovaloid snout. The mouth had a thick, slimy tongue, and after counting, I noticed that it had 44 teeth, rather than the average man's 32. The brain case looked substantially smaller than the average human's as well. The only problem with the monster theory being that this thing had the remains of clothes and a name tag stapled on the torn up shirt. Seeing as this dwelling was no longer occupied, and I had done 2/3 of the job already, after studying the creature, I set a vibration alarm for 5 a.m. before sleeping. A quick pattern of buzzes between my chest and the floor stirred me. 5 a.m. I rose to my feet to see the town still largely asleep. In around 20 minutes, the residents began to stir. Each one of them exited their house and absent-mindedly trudged towards a green warehouse building with red neon lighting. Oro Diner. One even stumbled out of the first home I examined. Luckily, it didn't decide it was bedtime while I was exploring. I waited for the entirety of them in my line of sight to be inside before reporting that I was going inside to get more data. I slowly made my way to the large building, taking care to be unseen, and slipped in through an industrial vent on the side of the warehouse. I crawled through the ducts, looking for a vent I could get a look inside the compound with. The entire building reeked of wet dog food, even leaking into the vents. I saw a light around 15 feet down the vent. As I got closer, the smell intensified greatly, and I began to hear a wet, sloshing, squishing noise. Chewing. Even from 10 feet away from the opening, a cacophonous chorus of wet, breathy eating echoed into the vents. As I got closer, the sounds only got louder, more visceral, like it was wetting the inside of my ears. My eyes reached the slits that let the light in, the sound at this point overwhelming, moist mastication pressing hard outward against the inside of my skull. This place was more an industrial mess hall than a diner. The colors inside, nauseating. A puke green wall paint with rows upon rows of bright piss yellow stained cushions. The tiles were stained with various reds, greens, browns, and yellows, but certain patches showed that they were once white. Filling the booths completely were those things, completely transfixed with the monotonous action of filling their maws with their heaping plates of red viscous slop. There were more bodies than booths. They just kept piling in. I had to stifle myself from vomiting. I thought the fucking houses were bad. I retched and clasped my hands over my face, attempting to make an airtight seal. My mouth was full. I retched again and it began to drip through my fingers slowly. I needed to get out of here or I would make my presence known with my sickness leaking through the vent. I shimmied back down and emptied my digestive system outside. We know where they get their food now, if you could call it that, other than the search and rescue squads. Despite how much I pleaded with dispatch, I couldn't leave yet. There was one man unattended for, until I could 100% prove that this guy's face was turning to shit in one of those behemoth's guts. I was trapped with them. Out of concern for my sanity, I decided I had all the info I needed about the mess hall, and decided to explore the rest of the cul-de-sac while they were occupied. The small village was cleared and confirmed empty of all missing within the next hour, and I made my way deeper into the town, towards the guarded warehouse facility that lay at the center. This facility was much larger than any other, and had a cube protrusion in the middle of it with a large curtain window. As I looked at the window, it was suddenly pulled to the side, and I saw the unmistakable glint of an eye staring right into mine. The curtain reeled shut. I immediately heard a stampeding, squealing crowd approaching rapidly behind me. I was able to shut myself in a house, but they're looking for me. The town of Oro, New Mexico has recently become a hotspot for missing persons cases. These cases began with one Andrea Butcher, a journalist sent to investigate the company Ouroboros, which has its base of operations in the small town. Ouroboros is a corporation that operates primarily in the food and medical markets. The company has recently come under scrutiny, both for health, safety, and quality control issues relating to their products, and for the fact that since their establishment in the small New Mexico town, it has been irreparably altered. Following Miss Butcher's disappearance, the New Mexico state authorities sent a search and rescue team to locate her. Following the search and rescue team's disappearance, the Federal Bureau of Investigation took over and sent in an agent. The agent could confirm that 2 out of the 3 initial members had been killed in action by a large, heretofore undocumented, aggressive humanoid creature. One of these team members is still missing. Following the FBI agent's death, the Federal Bureau of Investigation stepped back, and it was since undertaken by the Bureau of Anomalous Containment. Rather than send in another man to play hungry hippos with the town of mutant pigmen, the agent assigned to the case, one Dr. Volt, decided to use a remotely operated drone. A Bureau transport vehicle placed the drone on the edge of town and then promptly left, abandoning its robotic child in Swineland. The operator piloted the rover towards the warehouse that took up the entire center of town. It almost got halfway through the city before it encountered the first of what must have been the killer of the Bureau agent and 2 of the search and rescue members. The operator stopped the drone as the pig-like ears of the bacon ogre perked up, and it swiveled its head to fixate a pair of dark, beady eyes at the camera. It sloppily lumbered over to the machine, bent over, and picked it up. It sniffed the drone for a moment, licked it, and then, after confirming it wasn't edible, dropped it face down into the mud. Cursing under his breath, the operator used the small manipulation arm to flip the now brown-stained rover back into position and continued towards the warehouse. Aside from the rare curious one, the pigmen seemed to barely even notice the robotic intruder to their land, despite acting with hostility to almost any other living thing that crossed their path other than themselves. The operator piloted the drone to the front door of the warehouse without a hitch, and then followed one of those pork gremlins inside. As the drone crossed the threshold of the door, the operator saw a long, orderly line of the porkers. These individuals were much larger than the pigs that wandered the town, looking as if they were struggling to even stand under their own weight. Some couldn't even walk, and just crawled, more like slid like slugs. It seemed to go on forever inside of this building that was notably larger on the inside. On the left wall of the entrance hall was a small door. The door was around double the height of the drone, which was strange, seeing as the pigmen were at least 15 drones high. There was no way they could possibly squeeze themselves through this. There was no door handle, just a small flap like on dog doors. The drone pushed under the thin plastic to reveal another expansive room. Each of the rooms alone looked too big to fit into the warehouse, but together, it was impossible. It looked like a maze of office cubicles, with what looked like small little gremlins running back and forth between the cubes. At closer inspection, they had skin similar to the morbidly obese morbid beasts, although much softer, and they had the same snouts too. Their faces looked notably more conscious, fearful, and anxious, sprinting from one task to the next with a fervor that showed they might not be around for long if they weren't quick. In their panicked fury, they didn't even notice the drone. The rover breached the interior of one of these cubicles, and on a grease-laden desk was an old 90s computer with what appeared to be language on the screen. The drone sent screenshots of the language, and Bureau databases confirmed that there were no known matching dialects. From here, the drone swept each of the walls to determine the actual size of the room. This took much longer than anticipated, and after it was finally complete, the calculation based on the information gathered by the rover signified that this room was not only bigger than the warehouse could hold, but it was bigger than the town of Oro entirely.
There was one abnormality on the edge of the room, a door with a set of stairs that, after initial exploration, seemed to go on forever. Next to this door was an elevator, but upon repeated pressing of the button, the drone operator deemed that it was defective. After this sweep, the operator was instructed to reorient the drone to the line of swinemen. Miles and miles of repeating cubicles later, the drone was back at the beginning of the swine line. The operator followed the line for what felt like forever yet again, but he stopped the drone for a moment once he heard something. A faint humming. He moved the drone forward slowly and steadily to hear the sound get louder. It was recognizably from a machine, which, to the operator, was strangely relieving. At the very least, these things didn't get any bigger. It was after a few minutes that he began to hear another sound, a ripping and tearing. Sounded like ham going through a deli slicer. The sounds got louder and more visceral until the camera picked up what was happening. This was a culling line. A circular saw stood affixed at the end of the miles-long tunnel. The creatures would simply walk into the blade. The pigs kept walking until the head was completely severed, and then a few steps after. Ever heard of the saying, running like a chicken with its head cut off? It was nothing like that. They calmly walked into a room filled with bodies in front of them, and then collapsed into the heap. After 2 or 3 more went through this, the room was almost full. A set of heavy metal doors shut, revealing a label, Transportation Room. The door was only closed for one silent moment, but as it reopened, the drone camera showed that it was completely empty of bodies. There wasn't even any blood. The operator was instructed to drive the drone into the transportation room, and did as he was told. The view of the camera showed as the pigmen's headless torsos piled onto the rover, before the latches of the metal door were heard, and the monitor displayed only a connection lost screen. The operator went to report his findings to Dr. Volt, who relayed that in the past 2 minutes, there had been an update in the case he hadn't yet been privy to. She changed the monitor feed to the front gate security camera of the BAC compound. Standing in front of the chain link fence was a lumbering swine mass, wearing the uniform of the last remaining member of the search and rescue team. BAC Autopsy Report 1331. Subject of dissection, Oro Dennison. Variety 1. Notes. The specimen has an anthropomorphic body plan, but a comparably thicker skeletal structure to that of an average human being. It also boasts hyper-developed musculature and excessively large fat stores. The internal organs of this creature are identical to that of a typical human, save for the fact that its digestive system has 4 separate stomach compartments like that of a ruminant. The head of the subject has an unusual bone structure. The jaw bones are elongated, and the cranium is substantially smaller than that of the average human being. It also contains a shriveled and simplistic brain. The mouth of this being has 44 teeth, rather than the average man's 32. Its anatomy and biology are undeniably quite divergent from that of the average human being. And while many researchers initially reasoned that the creature had simply eaten the rescue member and donned his outfit, DNA testing confirmed this to be the same man still missing from the search and rescue team. The only thing that the autopsy of the pig did was raise more questions. How did they do this? What kind of technology, or natural/supernatural phenomena, would be capable of mutilating a man so heinously? Why would they even want a being like this in the first place? Most confounding, why would they send it here? Whoever was behind this wanted us to get a good, long look. Confusing as this all was, it was pushed to the back of every single mind in the room when the monitor for the drone emitted a high-pitched ding, showing that the connection was active once more. At first, although the drone was transmitting a live video feed, the screen remained an obsidian black that was no different than a lost connection, save for the faint sound of shifting flesh. Eventually, the view was stained with a red hue as the wrinkly fold of a headless pigman rolled off the lens. The monitor speakers crackled to life with the constant, overwhelming chorus of pained digestion, struggling heartbeats, and mucosal labored breathing that filled the entire room. The decapitated corpses were once more animated, standing and moving on their own. They filed back into an orderly line. The operator of the drone took the controls once more, and, under the direction of Dr. Volt, was assigned to follow the flow of the line. The room resembled the earlier slaughterhouse, save for the red-tinted lighting and the strange material that made up the surfaces. It was thick, wet, almost adhesive.
The treads of the rover seemed to stick to the ground as it moved. Angling the camera towards the floor showed that the ground was awash with patterns. On initial glance, the operator had assumed the surfaces were red due to the lighting, but upon closer examination, it was clear that the lighting had nothing to do with it. The rover was sliding over a semblance of wet, squishy crimson blobs held together by sinewy white spiderwebs. Marbling, white streaks of fat and tendons holding together living muscle, sparsely lining the floor, walls, and ceilings were pulsating cords. The plumbing of this living room, no pun intended, was a vast network of veins, arteries, and hearts, with what must have been the sewage lines taking the form of intestines, pushing unknown writhing masses through themselves, like a snake swallowing a living mouse. At the front of the line was a stark white door frame that looks like it was constructed from a turkey's wishbone. Maneuvering the bot under the legs of the giants showed that beyond this door, the swine split into two separate lines. The more muscularly defined of the group went to the left, and the thicker ones to the right. The latter portly creatures walked off an edge of a steep drop, leaving them plummeting into a shredder below. The machine fed into a conveyor belt that transported a consistent carpet of ground meat into the distance. A paving machine leaving behind a road of pink slime. On the left, the pigs were mounting themselves onto large trays, on top of another conveyor belt, and being carved into steaks by a meticulous set of scalpel-topped thin metal rods. It almost looked like a metallic arachnid lowered down from the ceiling, made quick work of every connection holding the being together, and then reascended, waiting for its next task. The body fell apart quickly, and all at once after the aluminum hand retracted, like it was a cartoon of a man getting sliced in half at the waist. Physics hadn't quite realized that that corpse shouldn't be together anymore. The machine was too fast. After each body was converted to slabs, the tray it was laid on shot down the conveyor belt, quickly being consumed by the darkness that filled the hall behind it. The operator piloted the drone onto the conveyor belt in place of one of the trays, and was sent careening after the freshly carved corpse. There were no lights illuminating this hall. The red hue of the lamps of the processing center slowly faded away, and it was followed by several minutes in inky black silence. The first sensory stimulation that the drone relayed was the sound of an intense mechanical suction on a thin membrane, like a trash bag being compressed inside a vacuum, sealing something inside. A white light began to illuminate the tunnel. As it became brighter and brighter, the source of the noise came into view. The steaks were being vacuum sealed. 2 more corpses went through, and then the drone was under the nozzle. The feed displayed as a thin sheet of plastic was wrapped over the top of the camera and sealed tightly. The drone could no longer move, but was still fully operational as a label was placed over the top of the bag. Dr. Volt read the label aloud to the room. It was facing backwards as she was reading from inside the bag. Oro. Exotic foods with otherworldly flavors. The drone was dropped off the conveyor belt into a pile, and an additional mass of plastic-wrapped steaks fell on top of the camera, obscuring the view.
Porkin' across America. A complete and utter pork-based body horror fever dream that would make even the most devout kosher man sweat. Today, we're talking about a horror comedy series from The Onion titled Porkin' Across America. For those who somehow don't know what The Onion is, they're a parody media channel and television network. They've had a variety of shows on YouTube and social media, they write articles, they're basically fake news that's funny instead of terrifying. Well, usually. This series follows Jim Haggerty, the former host of The Onion's morning talk show parody titled Today Now, on his own food travel show that features exclusively pork. This series, aptly titled Porkin' Across America, which has no chance of being misconstrued as sexual whatsoever, shows Jim traveling across all 50 states and tasting one famous pork dish from a restaurant in each. While this seems like a strange premise for The Onion to parody, it gets a whole lot stranger. This video will cover the entirety of the 8-part series, Porkin' Across America, so spoilers for Porkin' Across America, no shit.
Let's set a course for pork.
Episode 1 starts typical of the type of food show that this series is parodying, complete with a goofy intro and theme song. Jim explains that he's going to be driving across the country and trying pork in every state in America.
After this intro, his wife calls him to inform him that a pipe has burst in their home and murky water is flooding their basement. She says that he has to come home immediately to deal with it. In response, he tells his wife that she either has to wait 8 weeks for him to get back, or she can just deal with it herself because he has the pork show to do, and hangs up on her before arriving at a barbecue restaurant in the first state, Kentucky. Jim meets the chef, and we quickly see that every conversation in this series will be latent with the same strange deadpan onion humor that they're famous for.
Well, most important is we make everything from scratch using fresh local meats.
That's good, right?
Well, yes.
Yeah, I thought it was, yeah.
Jim gets continually interrupted by calls from his wife, informing him of the worsening situation at his home. At this point, his house is completely flooded with poo water, and his wife and 2 daughters are screaming in terror. But he hangs up to continue talking with this man about pulled pork sandwiches. Ultimate Sigma move right there. He gets toured around the kitchen, and then there's this joke where Jim hits a pipe and references his possibly drowning family, and the chef is just shocked.
Nice sturdy pipes. Probably should have had this kind.
He also continues to joke about his wife's missed calls to the camera and audience at home.
18 missed calls. Sorry, honey. The only number I'm not screening is porks. Let's eat.
He sits down with the chef and starts to eat the sandwich, and his wife calls again. This time, he decides to pick up, and she tells him that his neighbor's house is now flooded. To which his wife says she's tired of him neglecting his family and wants a divorce, then hangs up on him. I ad-libbed some of that, but you get the gist. He calls back with his dick between his legs and shallowly apologizes, and then returns to eat the rest of his sandwich like a rabid animal. A true American. After the chef asks if he would like their famous raspberry pie from dessert, he drops the fact that he's only allowed to eat pork for the whole trip. He finishes, pays, and leaves. Side note, this is the first time we see this bit where he just throws money around. Like, he gives the guy $100 in 20s for a pulled pork sandwich, and he's like, our food doesn't cost that much. Just noting it, because this will happen a lot throughout the series.
Don't you call me an idiot on my TV show.
Episode 2. The next state is Indiana, specifically Indianapolis. They show the restaurant, but then immediately cut to a cold open of Jim getting a call, informing him that his wife put his dog in a shelter. The employee says that the dog killed another dog at the shelter the previous night, and they have to put him down. Jim pleads with them not to, but they say by law they have to. And then Jim listens to his dog being put down on the phone. It dies, making the actual soundbite from the Minecraft wolf death noise.
Nathan?
And then he just gets up and goes,
Who's ready for pork?
Say what you want about Jim Haggerty. The man is a performer. Upon sitting down at the restaurant, he's given some pig's blood from the proprietor, stating that it's a traditional drink, but Jim doesn't realize it's pig's blood at first, and he loves it. He then again leaves the table to take a call from his neighbor, who tells him that the pipe burst because someone was flushing garbage down the toilet, and Jim lets it slip that he apparently flushes all of his trash down the toilet. Jim didn't know that you couldn't do that. The neighbor rages about this, and then Jim just hangs up on him and goes back to the table. While eating the next serving of his pork, Jim asks for more pig blood, and the proprietor informs him that the drink is in fact pig's blood. Jim freaks out because he likes it. While he's doing so, a man approaches him and asks if he's Jim Haggerty. When he confirms this, he gets divorce papers served directly on top of his pork.
Let's get some pork.
Episode 3 starts in a Mexican restaurant in North Carolina. This time, Jim's not just eating the pork, he's cooking it. Immediately after the intro, Jim gets another call, this time from a parking structure, informing him that the structure is about to be demolished, and if he does not move his car, it will be destroyed. This part seems a bit unrealistic, as Jim could just call a tow truck, but we're gonna let it slide because I think they're just trying to be as cartoonish as possible while they show his life falling apart. You might also say that this food review show weirdly features a lot about the personal troubles of the host, and while this might be true, hey, I'm just saying, Jim Haggerty did it way before Nikocado. He tries calling several friends to see if anyone can move his car, but then he remembers that he doesn't have any friends because he never bothered to keep in touch with them. A common theme is that Jim never really engages with or cares about people. He's half in, half out basically everything he does. He doesn't even pay attention to his show or the fact that his life is falling apart. He kinda just throws money at people when he wants something, or when they disagree with him, or piss him off, or basically anything.
Eventually, Jim realizes he hasn't kept in touch with any of his friends, and he gives his house and car keys and $1,000 to a random production assistant and instructs him to fly back to his home state and move his car to a safe spot. After returning to the kitchen, he asks the chef if they have any pig's blood, and they confusedly say no. As cooking starts, he proceeds to laughably fuck up the entirety of the meal, to the point that there are sharp bone fragments in his burrito. He takes a bite, and you hear a meat squelch and a sickening crunch. Then, Jim begins bleeding profusely from the mouth. This is the first time the darker, more unsettling aspects of the series start to come through, and to be honest, this show feels genuinely uncomfortable to watch in some parts. This is the least of it, trust me. He ends up in the hospital, where he's informed that the palate at the roof of his mouth has been punctured severely by a pig bone, and has been surgically replaced with the palate of a pig. Because animal grafts were the cheapest option, and he doesn't have insurance. Evidently, his wife took him off the family insurance. He tries to pay the doctor in cash before being told he'll be billed by mail. Shortly after, he gets a call informing him that his car has been destroyed. My man can't catch a break. Upon asking his producer about the PA, Jim learns that he was a local hire, and literally no one knew him.
There's nothing more important than family.
Episode 4 is in Pennsylvania, and in the intro, we're informed that country music singer Miranda Lambert will be joining Jim for this episode. I didn't know who the fuck she was either. Apparently 10 years ago she was famous. Before heading to the restaurant, Jim decides to visit his niece Hannah, and discovers that she has taken up a new pastime of smoking crack, and is living with a random shirtless junkie. Jim gives the junkie $1,000 and tells him to never come back. The junkie has the gall to ask for $50 extra for gas money, and Jim has the lack of brain cells and balls to give it to him. Jim then drives Hannah to a random rehab, the cheapest one he can find on Google, drops her off, and shows up to a strange Uncanny Valley barbecue truck, where the people inside won't speak to him. His crew drives in his trailer and brings him a big bucket of pig's blood. He makes himself a nice cup and uses the energy that brings him to sign his divorce papers. The strange blue Backrooms vibe truck hands him a bowl full of lettuce, yellow bile, and hooves and snouts. This is another part where the series gets particularly disgusting. Jim almost pukes the whole time while eating the entire gut-wrenching dish, before being informed that they're at the wrong restaurant, and he missed Miranda Lambert. They redirect and go to the right restaurant, and Jim is given pork chops. He can't stomach the pork because of what he had to endure just beforehand. He struggles through a few bites before taking a call from his wife, who tells him that a strange man somehow got the keys to their house, entered, beat her up, and robbed the home of all their valuables. Jim confusedly admits to giving the PA $1,000 and the keys, and his wife now thinks that he put a hit out on her. Before he gets hung up on, Jim's response to this is priceless.
But if I wanted to put a hit on you, you'd be dead by now. I like my sausages al dente.
Episode 5 begins with the rehab center calling Jim and informing him that Hannah is now in the hospital because she's been stabbed by another patient with a shard of glass. Jim then announces to the audience that his goal for this episode is to get through 6 states in one day, making a big circle and ending at Hannah's hospital. Jim rushes his way through each visit. He first visits an Amish pie stand in Monticello, New York, where he scarfs down a pie as quickly as possible and moves on. Then he's in Connecticut at a Mexican restaurant, where he rushes the cook to finish cooking his pork sausage, and eventually just steals it raw right off the grill before consuming. He says that since hot dogs come pre-cooked, he assumes sausages are too. Foreshadowing. They get back in the truck and head to Rhode Island, where his producer almost spills his giant bucket of pig's blood, and he reacts more violently than when he was told his wife was divorcing him. Also foreshadowing. In Rhode Island, they stop at a diner where he eats one bite of this random lady's sausage, and then rudely cuts her off whenever she tries to talk about her restaurant. He walks back outside, vomits up whatever bacteria raw pork carries from the previous random man's sausage in full view of said lady, and then drives to Boston, where a sudden stop spills the blood bucket and Jim panics. No! He stops the bus and orders everyone on staff to mop up the blood with washcloths and then wring them out into the bucket so he doesn't go through pig blood withdrawals probably.
I'm not addicted now.
In Boston, they stop at a Chinese restaurant, where the chef informs Jim that he has blood on his face. Then Jim says,
It's not mine. It's not important.
After taking a call from his neighbor, where he tries to lie about the pipes, Jim drops the phone in boiling water and sticks both of his fucking arms in elbow deep as an attempt to retrieve it. He wakes up in the hospital, where he's informed that not only does he have third-degree burns on his arms, but he fell backwards onto the grill, so he has them on the entirety of his back as well. They did an emergency skin graft, Since he still doesn't have insurance, they use the cheapest possible option. I'm gonna give you one guess what kind of skin that is. Oink oink. Some of you can probably see where this is going. They do this bit that makes me laugh. I'm just gonna play it.
Is that?
It's your blood transfusion.
Never mind then.
He drives from the hospital to New Hampshire, where he accidentally spills pig's blood on a woman and gets kicked out. He then says fuck it, decides to get pork jerky from a gas station, call it a restaurant, and move on to the next state. Just then, Jim gets a call from Hannah's father, aka his brother-in-law. Hannah's father informs him that she's passed away from complications following her crack stabbing. Jim laments how this wasn't fair because he was quote-unquote almost done. Without skipping a beat, Jim delivers the outro and dedicates this episode of Porkin' Across America to his dead niece-in-law recently once removed, Hannah.
And as soon as I'm finished with the funeral here, we're gonna drink copious mead.
Episode 6 takes place in New Jersey. One of the best bits in this series is how ridiculous the intros get, so I'm just gonna let Jim take this one.
After the tragic deaths of my dog and my crack-addicted niece Hannah, and the graft of pig skin onto my burnt hands, and the pig palate transplant into my mouth, as well as my divorce and the subsequent misunderstanding that led to my wife being attacked by one of this show's PAs, it's no surprise that I was ready for a lot of pork.
This episode, Jim is eating at a medieval-themed dinner theater restaurant, and continuing in the theme of always being distracted, he goes outside and calls his brother-in-law and demands to be Skyped in for Hannah's funeral, which is taking place during his scheduled TV shoot of the meal. He also drops that he paid for the funeral, which was nice of him, but he also kinda killed Hannah well before Crack had the chance, so that's kind of a moot point. After a bit of pestering, Hannah's dad agrees. The employees dress Jim up as a king, as is the theme, and he begins drinking pig's blood out of a royal chalice, which freaks no one out for some reason. He sits at his table as the play starts, whips out his laptop, and Skypes into his niece's-in-law's funeral. The medieval show going on in the background is insanely obnoxious on its own, but Jim also yells at people in the funeral for a better view, and tries to tell his wife that he didn't put a hit out on her on purpose.
I didn't know that PA was going to attack you.
He has no idea how to mute his side of the audio, and since the king is a part of the show, people are directly talking to him loudly so the whole audience can hear right in front of the computer. People in the audience of the show start to get angry about the loud laptop, which is so loud because it's full of people at the funeral screaming at Jim about blasting a medieval play through the laptop speakers. We call that a vicious cycle. Jim then screams at the audience, declaring himself king of all of them, and then has a fucking heart attack right then and there. He wakes up in the hospital yet again, as is recurring at this point, and is told that he had a massive coronary and his heart had to be replaced with a pig heart. The doctors claim they were astounded that there was zero resistance to the pig heart from his immune system, which Jim attributes to all the pig's blood he's been drinking. There's only one problem. His immune system began attacking most of his human organs. To keep him alive, they replaced many of his internal organs with pig organs, leading to Jim uttering the funniest line of the entire series.
I am pig?
Side note, the acting in this series is amazing, by the way. It's so much better than what you'd expect from The Onion. Like the world-class performer that he is, despite now being mostly pig, he stands up and gives one hell of an outro for episode 6 before closing out on a wild shot of him looking at his own heart in the trash. I wonder if that's symbolic of anything.
See, this one's a hot one. You can see the fumes coming right off it.
Episode 7 has another absolute banger of an intro from Jim, so we're just gonna let him start us off.
My body may still be recovering from several draining pig organ transplants after I had my heart attack when I was Skyping my way into my murdered niece's funeral, but I'm only 1/5 of the way through my pig odyssey.
His next stop is the Cleveland Hog Festival in Ohio, where he has been awarded the Pigmaster General, which comes with a sash and a fake pig nose. It basically means he gets to judge the hogs entered in the competition. There's a funny part where the announcer of the festival calls him Pig Haggerty instead of Jim.
It's Jim Haggerty.
What'd I say?
Pig.
I just thought that was notable. So, if you think this series has been weird thus far, you're right, but not really. Because by episode 7, the show devolves into utter fucking madness. Jim heads over to the family grill section to make some pork sausages he was given, and takes a swig of his pig's blood. But this time it tastes different, and he spits it out in disgust. This may be due to the fact that most of his biology is pig now, but who knows? I know weird girls who like to drink blood. He then shouts loudly about how there's something wrong with his pig's blood next to a family.
Is this my pig's blood? There's something wrong with it. I can't drink this anymore. It's disgusting. Here, take it away.
The dad gets aggro and points to a sign like, "Families only, bro." Jim tries to bribe the dad with $3 to get him to stay, but the dad makes him leave. Jim finds another sketchy-looking grill and tries to light it. This goes horribly wrong, and the grill shoots fire in his face. When Jim stands up, his nose is now fused to the fake pig snout. He takes it like a champ, though, and gets back up and wanders off to the carnival. Not only is he beginning to resemble a pig in physiology and biology, but when he goes back to the fair, he says,
"Time to go be the best, pick the best hog,
And he now refers to himself as
Pigmaster General Pig Haggerty.
He even gets a call saying his condo has collapsed, probably because of all the flooding damage, and at this point he's just like,
"Fine, I don't care."
After his horrible accident that he brushes off like a champ, he goes and says hi to the pigs to find his favorite. The farmer remarks that,
"They're treating you like you was part of the family."
"Yes.
Ain't that something?"
He then sees a pig named Jim and begins to cry hysterically.
There's a pig named Jim. We cut to Jim getting up on stage to finally judge the competition, and no one seems to notice that he is basically almost full pig now. He proceeds to trauma dump about the last few weeks of his life to the audience, of mostly children, before announcing his pick for the winner. Jim as King Pig. Nepotism much? Pig Haggerty is then informed that he has to slaughter Jim, which he was unaware of before, and it makes him incredibly distressed. In this moment, the audience shifts from being a friendly, fair-like atmosphere to a ravenous crowd. The mob cheers and demand that Jim slice the pig's throat in front of all of them, and when Jim refuses, they begin angrily shouting and booing. Jim tries to reason with the audience and humanize Jim the pig, but they aren't having it, and become increasingly hostile.
This show is over. I'm going home.
Jim the human runs off as the crowd almost breaks into riots, and to quell them, the farmer slits Jim the pig's throat off camera as we hear it take its last squeal. We then cut to Jim driving in his van, oinking, snorting, and sobbing his way to his destination. He shows up at his ex-brother-in-law's house and bangs on the door, demanding his family back. He has this really funny line in the sequence. I'll play it for you here.
"I promise I'll never put pork above my family again."
To this, his wife tells him to fuck off, and he sadly does so, but not before he attacks his cameraman and runs off into the distance, ending episode 7.
This little guy's DNA is all pig.
Episode 8, the final episode, breaks the mold and starts off as a regular Today Now morning show parody segment. Except this time, there's a new host named Brad instead of Jim, who Tracy seems to want to screw. The host introduced the first segment about a farmer who has found a real-life human-pig hybrid, as it mysteriously showed up on his farm one night. Jim Haggerty. The segment shows some pigs before cutting to the human pig, or as we know him, Jim. The segment explains that no one knows where he came from or why he looks the way he does. Apparently, he just showed up at the farm one day, and the farmer decided to keep him. The segment then brings on a doctor, who says that a sample of his DNA showed that he was 100% biologically pig. Evidently, we now have evidence that in every facet, including physical, Jim is a pig.
I am become pig, destroyer of pork.
The farmer treats him like any other pig. He says apparently the other pigs bully him. The farmer also calls him the most well-behaved and submissive animal on the farm, so I don't know if we need to examine that relationship any further. The hosts of the show are then brought on live video chat with the human pig. The farmer remarks on the live feed that the human pig cannot talk, and it doesn't like people much. He apparently much prefers the company of pigs, and the farmer states that the pigs are his family now. Tracy remarks that something about the human pig looks really familiar to her. It's almost like they hosted the show she's currently on together. Brad states that he looks like the child molester that they caught in Florida last week, before asking if the farmer intends to slaughter and eat the human pig. He says no, but he has tried to interbreed it with the sows. This has been difficult, as he doesn't have a corkscrew penis like all the pigs do. But the farmer says it's not for lack of trying. Tracy then calls out to the human pig, and Jim looks back at the camera, almost like he recognizes her voice. He walks up to the gate and looks directly at her. Tracy asks if he understands her. He then stands up straight for the first time in the episode, and looks her directly in the eyes. before Tracy asks if there's anything the human pig wants to say. Jim stares into the camera and moves his mouth around like he's about to say something, but then returns to crawling on all fours in the mud. The segment closes and it cuts to the farm, where the farmer is talking to the show's producer. The producer offers the farmer a deal to give the human pig a show, and the farmer leaves it up to Jim, asking if he wants to be a big star or stay here with his new pig family. It took 8 episodes, several states, and physically transforming into a pig through brutal deformation and surgery, but Jim finally learned the importance of family and walked back into the pig pen. And they all lived happily ever after, unless Jim wanted to not be a pig man. The end. So, what is the lesson here? Family comes first. Value the people in your life. Eat pork always. This series starts as a strange but pretty regular food and travel review show interrupted by Jim's various personal nightmares, but ends up as a fever dream about a man who is broken spiritually after being gruesomely disfigured in several accidents and having the majority of his biomass being replaced with swine flesh, until he is all but a pig both mentally and physically. Well, the reason that I chose to highlight this series is because that I feel it is an underappreciated piece of art that supersedes the medium it has been posted on. I think that in this series, The Onion presents a premise and execution that resembles many horror comedies that I personally love. It gives me vibes like Cabin in the Woods, Tucker and Dale vs. Evil, and Renfield, towing the line between horrible and laughable in a way that is both hilarious and dark, but even still dually presents as a new style of shock comedy. This is the feeling that I strive to create in my own media. The horror comedy film genre is one that I think is incredibly underrated, and these videos put into a compilation could make a short found footage film that would easily fit amongst this genre. This is a rare time I see a YouTube series with an idea that would work better as a movie. This series specifically reminds me of a film called Tusk, in which a man turns another man into a walrus using surgery. Because of something that is very obviously wrong with my brain, this is one of my favorite movies. Both stories center heavily on not only the changing physiology of the victim, but also the excruciating journey the person goes through that breaks them mentally enough to believe they are the very species they've been deformed into. These stories are about a loss of humanity. In 8 clips less than 10 minutes each, we see this show host completely lose every aspect that made him human. His family, his livelihood, everything he owned, his face, his skin, his internal organs, and his mind. From what was once a minor celebrity to a literal pig, confirmable with DNA evidence. Just goes to show, you are what you eat.
Boo! You suck! I'm unsubscribing! At least it's not another smash or pass.
I had no idea what I was walking into until I clicked on the first episode. I was just binge watching The Onion and had run out of videos because I have an unhealthy obsession with them. This series is the exact type of story I would be obsessed with and harass all of my friends to watch. But for some reason, despite my interest in this fucked up subject matter, and my fandom of those who had created it, I've never seen it. This is strange to me, as I actively seek out this niche style of media. If someone like me isn't going to find this, I don't know who will. I made this video to change that. I'm not saying I'm the most influential person on the planet, but I do tend to reach the type of person that would really love this. This show came out in 2012 from an established production team like The Onion, who has wide-reaching success. Many parts of this series have well under 500,000 views on YouTube upon writing this script, which I think is a shame, because I've seen lots of stuff that is a lot less well made with a lot more views. I'm not saying they don't deserve it, I'm just saying this one does. It's been over 11 years since this series has been released, and many uploads sit at around 300k views as of more than a decade later. I feel as though this series is amazing, and deserves a whole lot more than that. If you enjoyed my fever dream of a rant, go check it out. I don't think you'll be disappointed.
Eduardo Valdez Evia is a horror artist that has recently documented several anomalous diseases. These afflictions are incredibly unordinary, even to the point that some doctors and patients believe the causes to be of supernatural origin. In this video, we'll be investigating these strange diseases and interviewing the attending physician who witnessed and documented them firsthand, Eduardo Valdez Evia. Without further ado, let's journey into the nightmarish medical afflictions contained within the Valdevia. Entry 1. Chiroptera infant. Alterations of small areas of the human genome can have drastic effects. Inducing the expression of the BAR116 region of the HOXD genes induces body differentiation
only seen in the highly specialized mammal limbs of bats and colugios. Examples like this one are rare but notable. This is the transcription that sits beside the image of a genetically modified human baby born in the New Dunwich Medical Center. The father was nowhere to be found during delivery. The mother died during childbirth. Only after the mother had passed away did the physicians realize the incredible condition of the newborn. As a result, no one at the facility was able to garner any information about why, how, or who genetically modified this fetus. When parts from different species are mixed, rarely do they result in offspring with such cleanly arranged and functional anatomy. Usually, the combination of several different beings results in a haphazardly assembled organism that yearns only for death. Trust me, been there, done that. However, in this case, it led to a living, viable, and kind of adorable offspring. As is always the case for editing DNA, the effects of inducing the expression of this region of the gene resulted in more than one change to the subsequent being. The ears are pointed like that of a bat, or sexy elf girl, and the teeth are pointed like that of a bat, or sexy possum girl. Alright, I'm sorry, I'll stop. To tell us more about this future superhero/circus freak, depending on how hot they become in adulthood, is the physician who delivered the freak baby, Eduardo Valdez Evia. What other instances do you think a modification of a similar gene would cause something similar to this?
To make it functional and living would have to be like a really big coincidence, first of all. But I could see the modifications of similar genes causing like other specialized structures that you wouldn't see in humans. Fin-like structures, different configuration of limbs, digitigrade limbs, that sort of thing.
What do the typical examples of these gene modifications look like?
Typical examples would probably look a lot more tame. You don't see that many changes all at once, but if you get really unlucky and you get that many changes all at once, well, bat baby.
You know, other than the obvious symptoms like you just mentioned, like the fucking bat baby, are there any other symptoms that this child might have?
That would be hard to tell just as a baby. You could see some other bat-like things appearing. Maybe if it screeches really hard, you might see in the dark.
Do you think like a human that was structured like this would actually be able to fly?
Most likely not. You would need enormous wings to be able to fly at our weight, especially an adult's weight. Or this kid would need hollow bones, which I don't know. I don't know if he came with hollow bones. We'd have to check.
I feel like that would have other issues. You ever see a bird fly into a window? I feel like that'd be bad if it was a person.
You know, in humans, we call that osteoporosis. If that kid grows up to be really old and have a bunch of osteoporosis, maybe then it can fly.
That sounds like a really depressing Marvel movie, but I would watch it. Where would you see this being fitting in society?
It's either a sensational thing where everybody goes see the marvelous bat baby and it kind of becomes a circus freak, or guy has so much complex with his weird wings that he just goes off to live in a cave. Eat bugs, maybe?
Sounds like a nice life for anyone.
Yeah, I'd do that.
Follow-up question. We got the world's governments to agree to this. You have the sole ability to determine whether or not this thing has rights, or if we just call it a dirty animal. So...
I think we can give it some rights.
Some rights, so not completely.
As a treat.
Entry 2. Bone molars. Calcium hyperproficiency is a rare complication of vitamin D deficiency, where excess calcium from bone resorption forms complex structures resembling primary teeth. Neoformed teeth grow on different bones, such as this patient's hands, causing fractures and joint dysfunction. A patient was admitted to the New Dunwich Medical Center with complaints of irregular hand lumps growing around his body and extreme pain. Upon initial examination, these lumps were thought to be aggressive bone growth. Following admission, the doctors noticed that several of the newly grown bones were protruding from the skin. An X-ray revealed that rather than being an overgrowth of already existing bone, these were teeth that had taken root in various places along the patient's skeleton. I'm no dentist, but I don't think that's where teeth are supposed to be. Drink lots of milk, they said. You'll get big, strong bones, they said. I'm far too stupid to possibly know the ramifications of any of this, so we have one doctor that claims the tooth fairy isn't real, but insists on keeping all the extra teeth. What would the treatments be for this condition?
I mean, the first treatment would be correcting the vitamin deficiency. That's pretty easy. The hard treatment is getting all those teeth out. Probably a lot of surgeries. Not great for the bones who've been affected, so you can imagine a lot of screws.
Are the teeth in any way distinct, other than they're in different bones, from ones that grow in the mouth?
They would be less perfectly formed. They're not formed according to a very specific pattern like we got in the mouth. More like maybe tiled teeth, a little more frail, a little bit shittier.
Are there any other warning signs or risk factors for the condition that we know of?
It always starts with weird itching. By the time you notice, there's teeth that are starting to poke out from your skin. Something's growing from the inside, and it's too late. It's too late. You already got it.
What do the extreme late stages of bone molars look like?
It can get pretty bad. I don't think we've seen any case where the entirety of a body is covered, because it's usually more localized to a specific part of the body. But you could see something like a good chunk of a limb, a big patch like in the chest, an entire leg maybe. That's when it gets really bad.
If I get this, do I go to a bone doctor or a dentist?
You need both in the room. They need to collaborate on this. They don't see eye to eye, so you might see some fights in the OR.
You claim the tooth fairy is not real, and yet you keep all the teeth.
Hey, it's a collection, okay? It's a serious collection.
Where's the collection? All I see is a pile of coins.
I won't show you.
Okay. Would you rather have teeth instead of hair, or hair instead of teeth?
Both awful. I think teeth instead of hair, because you don't have to cut it. So you just get a big brush, clean it up. Hair in my mouth is the most horrible sensation, so I choose the big head of teeth.
Entry 3. Watermelon parasitism. 2 cases of watermelon seeds sprouting inside human intestines were reported in a recent article. Both resulted in a serious bowel obstruction that had to be cleared with surgery. It is unknown how the plants were able to survive and thrive inside the digestive tract, with the authors suggesting a previously unknown facultative parasitism in watermelon plants. A patient was admitted to the New Dunwich Medical Center with a distended abdomen, complaining of gastrointestinal pain. What was initially believed to be a buildup of waste or gas was anything but, shocking the staff upon initial x-ray. Okay, whoever told me that a watermelon wouldn't grow in my tummy if I swallowed the seed is a damn dirty liar. It appears that these fruits have a more insidious strategy than the typical grow in the ground thing that plants typically do. The watermelon grew inside this patient, likely using both their flesh and blood, as well as their waste as fertilizer to grow. The environment of a human body, while somewhat hostile, has a plethora of nutrients and vitamins, so if the seed could avoid digestion and somehow take root, it would have plenty to grow with.
Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me want to eliminate all natural foods from my diet and survive only on McNuggets and plastic, but I don't know, lick a rock or something.
It's unknown if other fruits have a similar strategy of occasional parasitic reproduction, because just now thinking about it, I'm fairly confident I could shit out a strawberry, maybe even an apple, but when it's time to shit out a watermelon, that's definitely when it's hospital time. Maybe people just don't know most of the time, because most fruits are easy to shit out. Also, next time someone says they grew the fruit themselves, just be extra sure you know what that means, because they could have just shit that thing out. For more information on this, I'm gonna go harass the correspondent.
Before we get started, would you like some watermelon? I grew it myself.
Pretty full actually. Maybe later.
Do you believe that a watermelon grown inside a human would be different in any way from one grown in the ground?
It's eating something different. It's getting its nutrients from a different source. So probably be redder. I think it would taste a little bit fleshy. Not that I've tried.
Oh god. All right. Are there any recorded instances of this happening with any other fruits, or are like watermelons kind of evil?
It's just the watermelons. The watermelons are specifically evil and they want to mess with people. Yeah.
What are the consequences of growing a watermelon inside the human body?
Imagine a pregnancy, but it's like way higher up, and at the end, you got a nice ripe fruit. Isn't that nice? Oh yeah, you can't get it out the normal way, so it either blows through your intestines or you need to get it out the surgical way. So it would be a C-section, definitely.
Do I get to keep the C-section melon?
Yeah, I mean, it's yours, you grew it. I don't think they can legally take it away from you.
What's the biggest fruit you think you could shit out in one piece without surgery?
Maybe up to an apple, not a really big apple though.
Are you sure he didn't just kind of shove it up in there and he's like, oh, I swallowed a watermelon seed. I don't know how this happened.
A guy would need some powerful intestines to get it all the way up to near the stomach. So if that were the case, I would applaud the guy because got some guts.
Entry 4. Hyperaculia. Hyperaculia is a condition where stem cells in the eyes reactivate, producing a series of smaller, false eyes inside the vitreous body. The pseudo-ocular structures accumulate over time, leading to blindness. Eventually, the pressure created by their growth can be enough to burst through the iris and cornea. The latter was the description coinciding with the recent case of the anomalous disease, hyperaculia. The patient in question had ignored the pain and symptoms with this affliction, even past the point that it caused him to go blind in the afflicted eye. Only after the flesh in his pupil began to burst did he go to the emergency room. In the following operation, surgeons were not able to save his eye. 17 fully formed pseudo-eyes of various sizes were removed from the patient. Unfortunately, none of which could be fitted to replace his actual eye. The patient had been placed quite low on the donor list.
But don't worry, he's got his eye on it. Huh? Okay, I'll leave.
For more information about this case, we go to one doctor who I was able to bribe with half a pack of cigarettes.
What are the treatments, if any, for this condition?
You need to get those eyes out before they multiply too much. And you need to do that when it's pretty early, because those eyes will have essentially taken over so much of the space within the eye that there's just not enough fluid in there. So even if you remove them, the eye is going to be deflated, so you don't have any pressure inside. If you don't catch it really early, it's probably blindness.
Are there any warning signs or risk factors for this condition? Or is this a horrifying thing completely random?
Pretty random. You need to be really unlucky. If you start seeing strange bubbles in your vision, that's probably a good sign to get it checked.
I'm okay. Could one potentially grow one of the pseudo-eyes to be a replacement for the one destroyed by the condition, or are they completely vestigial?
They're pretty much vestigial. They don't have a connection to the ocular nerve, which is pretty vital for an eye. And it's not like you can remove an eye up to the nerve and just connect it to a new one, because, you know, it's like pre-made circuitry. You can't just like slap on some new cables and expect it to work. The retina is part of the nerve, so you can't just plug in a new eye, unfortunately.
Could it just continue to leak eyeballs if you didn't treat it?
I mean, after it bursts, it's kind of a countdown until it gets infected and some bacteria gets in there and eats all of it. I don't think we've seen any case that it's gotten that far.
If an eye came out of your eye, would you eat it?
Maybe one. Out of curiosity.
Entry 5.
What?
How do I say this? Verrucous carcinoma retrovirus. VCRV is a virus that uses reverse transcription to insert its genome into the host cells. In rare cases, this process is unclean, and the resulting viruses may carry fragments of the host's DNA, passing it on to the next animal they infect. In the next host, the foreign DNA is inserted into the genome, which can end up causing a cancer that expresses genes from a completely different species. VCRV usually creates similar cancers to papillomavirus around the mouth and throat. In this case, a dog was infected by its human owners, leading the carcinoma to express human Hox genes that regulate the growth of fingers. An anomalous disease similar to HPV first popped up in the New Dunwich Medical Center. Strangely, someone had decided to bring their dog to the human emergency room, but due to the additional fingers on its face, the doctors decided to admit it on the basis that it had at least some human parts. The physicians examined the animal, but unfortunately, the finger tumor that was on its face was the least of its worries. Even with the removal of this and other finger tumors along with chemotherapy treatment, the cancer was too aggressive, too rapidly developing. Unfortunately, with no cure, the dog would be entirely fingers soon. Or something goofy like that.
I kept telling people, next week I'm gonna make my fursona live on stream. And everybody was like going crazy, thinking I was gonna make a fursona. And that was my fursona. It was the dog with a human finger tumor. They were very disappointed.
I think that it's a great fursona.
And technically the fursona is a virus itself, but you know.
I've heard a lot of people on message boards say the same thing, but then they said stuff that concerned me. What are the treatments, if any, for this condition?
It's just like any other tumor. And in most cases, it will just look like a regular tumor. It has to be a really specific and rare set of circumstances where the virus captures a bit of foreign DNA and inputs it into the target's genome, essentially, to create these weird foreign structures. And in those cases, if it's creating foreign structures that aren't part of the body, those tumors would actually have a harder time growing because the immune system will target them more because it's seeing those are human fingers. That doesn't make sense in a dog. So it will target that as a foreign body. That will give it less chances to grow, but it can still grow. And yeah, treatments as any of these tumors, you need to remove them. You might need radiation, you might need chemotherapy, depending on how bad it gets.
Does the dog have any control over the new digits that are grown in its face, or are these completely vestigial?
I feel like there would be some muscle movement, but not something that can really be controlled. It would be more like twitching.
This example is human and dog. Can any two animals that can get this kind of cancer transfer one gene to the other?
Basically, yeah. It's free gene therapy.
Could they be implanted onto a human hypothetically if they got lost a finger? And if they do that, is that essentially just trading cancer for a finger?
Not really. In that specific case, what we get is the Hox genes, which are the genes that essentially instruct the body to create certain structures. In this case, a finger. But we also saw it on the bat baby. The bat baby is also a modification of the Hox genes. Okay, in that case, it creates a wing. The cells inside the fingers are still pretty much entirely dog cells, except for that little bit of human DNA that was put into them. They're basically dog cells that have been instructed to create a finger with whatever they got. So if you put that in a human, it would be recognized as different animals, so that the immune system would target it. You might be able to, but you would need like to have this person on like really strong immunosuppressants, just like when you put things like a pig heart as a heart transplant, which has been done.
If I ate the finger ball, would it be cannibalism or eating a dog?
It would be eating a dog with a 0.01% of cannibalism.
I can live with that. Or is it worse?
It's slightly worse than eating a dog, but not as bad as full cannibalism, I would say. You would need St. Peter or whoever judges these to put that in the sin tier list.
I'm okay. I'm Jewish. I'll escape.
Entry 6. Angioradiculoma.
Oh wow, I could say that one.
Angioradiculoma is a rare type of cancer in the blood vessels, which grow and harden in root-like formations. The growths will often pierce the skin or surrounding organs, leading to bleeding, infections, and other complications that further impact its deadly prognosis. This disease, often unkindly called Groot syndrome, is a fatal anomalous affliction that was also first discovered at New Dunwich Hospital. The disease only begins with slight discomfort, sometimes associated with certain movements. The pain will increase in the afflicted area indefinitely. Oftentimes, the victims don't know the root cause of the pain is a cancer until they go in for examination, as the sharp pains involved mimic many other chronic pain conditions. The hardened blood vessels will slice through the skin and vital organs, and since the source of the blood flow is what's causing the injury, there's nothing that can be done to aid the patient surviving this process.
What would be the treatments, if any, for this condition?
You need to remove those, and you need to go early, because if you don't, they'll just keep growing and spreading, and it'll get real bad, because those are your blood vessels, and if your blood vessels hardens into a solid structure, the blood can't go in there anymore. So your nutrients and oxygen can't get to your actual healthy tissue, which will start rotting, and you will slowly just lose your circulation. If it starts in your hand, fingers will soon start falling off. Soon that'll spread to the rest of your hands. You might need amputation if it gets bad enough.
So it's usually localized to one area and then spreads?
Usually starts in one area, yes. Depends on your area. The symptoms might be quite different, so if we talk about a limb, worst thing that can happen is, yeah, it'll start rotting and you'll start losing the limb. If it's like near your vital organs, you know, those hard structures might start piercing stuff, and then you might start getting like real bad prognosis all of a sudden.
Have there ever been any instances of this condition in which it pierces the skin and because it's a blood vessel, like it just leaks out from there?
Oh, yeah, it can definitely happen. If you're talking about like a bigger blood vessel, because a smaller one will easily just like harden entirely and just become essentially like a tiny little spear. A larger one, to fully like fuse it would need to grow a ton. If you imagine like a bigger blood vessel, which transports a lot more blood, has a harder time like fully closing up like that. If it pierces the skin and just opens up, it can start spurting a bunch of blood, which can be really bad.
Entry 7. Monodontia. Monodontia, commonly known as tombstone teeth, is a rare condition where adult teeth grow fused into a single block. No cure exists apart from complete excision and replacement with dentures, which this patient is undergoing. The causes of monodontia are unknown, but it is thought to be the result of a combined effect of susceptible genetics and infections happening at an early age, affecting the growth of the teeth. Monodontia is another affliction discovered within the halls of the New Dunwich Medical Center. The strange condition causes all of the teeth in the patient's mouth to combine into a single chip clip-like monstrosity. While the root cause of this affliction is yet unknown, why it's an issue is the thing that's yet unknown to me. Like, what exactly is the problem with having one big tooth? I know it's weird, but I bet it can chew good. Seems like it's better than a bunch of little ones. You'd never have to floss, and you only have to brush one tooth. Why have many Cheez-Its when you can have just one Cheez-Them? I get it for aesthetic reasons. I'm just asking the questions that the insurance companies will to try and weasel out of coverage. To answer my many stupid questions, I have kidnapped the same doctor.
Is it possible to live with untreated monodontia?
Imagine you get a cavity or a tooth infection. That's going to affect the whole thing. Your two options are, I'm just going to remove it entirely, get dentures, and forget about the problem, or I got to take extremely good care of my teeth, because if anything happens to your one big tooth, the entire row is fucked up forever.
So is the one big tooth held in place by a lot of little gum holes, or one big gum hole?
At first, it'll still keep the shape of the individual teeth, but eventually over time, those gums would simplify into just one big gum hole.
I liked that sentence. So when pulling one big tooth, are there any precautions that you would take that you wouldn't take when pulling a bunch of little teeth?
Yeah. Have you ever had like a retainer, one of those plastic things? You need to put it tight. Yeah.
Did not like it.
Yeah, you know how you got to pull it from both sides at once? Because if you pull it from one side, it just kind of gets stuck and it hurts.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, imagine that, but with your entire mono tooth. You got to pull it at the same distance on both sides. Otherwise, it can just mess up the entire bones.
How does monodontia affect the speech of the patient?
It doesn't affect it much. The biggest consequence socially is that this guy now has anime teeth. Everybody will point and laugh. We've had patients that come in and paint like little lines in between their teeth so that, you know, it's not that noticeable.
I thought like that you couldn't pronounce T's, and I was laughing to myself like tombstone teeth is such like a cruel name for like somebody who can't pronounce T's, like tombstone teeth.
Entry 8, nail matrix metaplasia. Nail matrix metaplasia is a cryptogenic disease where the nail bed starts growing, transforming the surrounding skin into multiple matrices that produce their own complete nails. Though its origin is uncertain, it appears to be more common in people who bite their hangnails. Nail matrix was first discovered during a routine checkup at the New Dunwich Medical Center. The patient didn't even remark on the strange state of his left finger, and was more interested in trying to convince the doctor that drinking was in fact okay, even though he had a liver condition. The patient seemed astounded that the physicians were interested in the strange growth on his finger at all. When asked if he knew anything about his condition, he said no, but he did remark that he likes to chew his nails, including the new ones. He laughed and said it gave him a lot more to do when he was anxious. The only new development that the patient reported was that he's never been more satisfied with his ability to scratch himself. For more information on nail matrix metaplasia, we go to our field expert, who I'm not holding at gunpoint.
Is the generation of new nail matrices painful in any way?
It's not painful at first. The nail bed before the nail starts growing would definitely be like more sensitive than your regular skin. A bit sore and annoying, but not quite painful. When the nails start growing though, and they start breaking skin and creating hangnails, that is where it gets annoying and painful.
Are there any other warning signs or risk factors other than just chewing your hangnails?
Not that we know, since it's quite rare. We only know that there's this correlation with biting your hangnails, but we don't quite know how one influences the other. It's a cryptogenic disease. That means the origin is cryptic.
Are there any other side effects to this disease other than just growing more fingernails around your fingers?
Imagine I have a bunch of fingernails that are growing in different directions. Imagine just getting that caught in a door and pulling one of those fingernails back. That would be extremely painful, first of all. High risk for infection. You need to take really good care of your little fingernail pineapple so that it doesn't get a bunch of gunk under the nails. If that finger gets infected, it's probably gonna have to go.
Are the treatments just pulling the nails out? Or would that make it a lot worse?
Oh no, pulling them out would make it so much worse. If for aesthetic purposes, you do want to remove them, yes, you would need to pull them out as they come out, but that wouldn't remove the fact that underneath it's just a bunch of nail matrices. So the finger's gonna look messed up no matter what you do.
Would you rather have fingernails for teeth or teeth for fingernails?
Teeth for fingernails. Teeth for fingernails. It'll go great with my hair teeth as well.
It's true, you could tap them against each other and make a nice...
Oh, imagine the sound, yeah.
Entry 9. JPEG compression. JPEG compression is a serious disease that impacts thousands every year. To avoid the risk of infection, refrain from touching heavily compressed images with your bare hands. What can at first seem like a minor loss of detail in your fingers can quickly spread to the rest of your body and become life-threatening. JPEG compression was discovered when one of the nurses at the New Dunwich Medical Center made the mistake of sharing a low-resolution meme. The meme, Freak Bob, a classic which will never go out of style, was compressed even further when she texted it to another associate at the hospital. And after she touched the meme with her bare hands, the compression infected the tips of her fingers. It was very minor at first, and she didn't even notice the compression itself. The next day at work, the staff noticed that she was distinctly less detailed. The nurse protested that she was fine, until she was shown her own reflection, and she couldn't make out her own facial features due to lost resolution. She was rushed to the OR, but within hours, she was nothing but muddy pixels. Pixels to pixels. Data to dust. To understand more about this affliction, we go to a guy who has also seen a Freak Bob meme.
Does touching any compressed image cause this, or does it have to be within a certain format?
It has to be a specifically compressed JPEG image at a low quality that you touch directly. If it's been transformed to PNG, it lessens the effect. It's like a protective cover over the image.
What are the complications of intense detail loss in a patient?
One of the biggest things you'll start seeing is that the structures in the body that are really small and complex will start blending together into globs. So the easiest way to see this is with your hair. You know, your hair will stop being individual strands and it'll become a sort of block. In your intestines, there are incredibly small folds. Those will be affected, and we need those folds because it increases the surface of your intestine so you can absorb more nutrients. They can end up having like pretty big like nutrient deficits. That would be one of the first things you'd notice with JPEG compression.
Are there any treatments for JPEG compression?
Actually, never thought about this. There are no known treatments for JPEG compression. There are some experimental treatments that are being tried, basically locking you into a chamber, listening to really, really clean audio, only being exposed to like really crisp, high quality screens. That can at least lessen it, but you know, it's still too early to tell.
Sounds like a Scientology torture chamber, but you're the doctor here, so. Was there any example of anything like this before the modern era, or is this a relatively modern disease?
There's been some scattered reports back in the 1850s about people with these really early photographies. The damage these pictures would get is different. They would get things like scratches, and through the exposures, they would lose detail and essentially get more blurry as you try to copy the image, and the small defects would get amplified, eventually get pictures that are essentially blobs of black and white. This is what has been described to happen to some photographers who work with a lot of photos.
Entry 10. Crystalline conjunctival hypertrophy. Crystalline conjunctival hypertrophy is a rare symptom of cadmium buildup in the blood. Small deposits in the conjunctiva eventually grow into large relapsing crystals that protrude out of the eye. The first sign is usually an excess of floaters in your vision. I wonder if having a cadmium crystal poke out through your eye hurts. Probably. This disease was, again, first found in the New Dunwich Medical Center. The only symptom that the patient expressed before the extreme result was having an excess of eye floaters. This is concerning, because eye floaters are usually a casual and benign part of the human experience. But now, according to that lady, it means you're about to get stabbed in the eye from the inside. It's unknown what, if anything, differentiates a regular eye floater from one that can develop into a crystalline structure, nor what can lead to the excess cadmium buildup in the blood. I'd say, if you're eating a lot of cadmium for any reason, this is probably a good time to stop that. For more information on this disease, we go to our resident expert, Dr. Eduardo Valdez Evia.
What do the most severe cases of this disease look like when untreated?
You can imagine the entire eye being covered in crystals of different sizes, to the point where obviously this person can't see. It's pierced or covered the entirety of your iris and your pupil, so you can't even see the structures of the eye. It's just like a big crystal.
Is there any way to tell the difference between a regular eye floater and like one that means I'm gonna get stabbed in the eye?
These floaters are crystals. They're not clumps of proteins. They're not rounded or little squiggly worms. They're more like crystalline structures. They look like little squares or hexagons.
Is it painful?
It is not painful at first. The crystals themselves growing don't cause much pain, but blinking when you have a crystal in your eye, you can imagine it'll cause a lot of damage to your eyelids, and you'll still need to blink.
Are there any treatments for this condition, or is it just kind of pulling it out?
So you need to do something called chelation, where you take the specific compound, what causes the crystals, right? You need to take that out of your blood, which is essentially like taking your blood out, passing it through a filter to specifically remove this, and then putting it back in.
Entry 11. Bone pearls. Post-mortem cross-section of a femur affected with bone pearls, also known as osteoperlomas. While initially harmless, these shimmering benign tumors can lead to major fractures. Despite this, bone pearls have been prized throughout history, leading some to induce their formation for later harvesting. Bone pearls are usually induced by injecting small calcium carbonate impurities into the bloodstream. They become embedded in the bone tissue and cause abnormal osteoblast growth, leading to osteoperlomas. Surgical induction may also be performed to obtain pearls of the desired shapes. At first, it was believed that only certain species of mollusks produce pearls. But once little Timmy's shin bone fucking exploded with what would become the new family fortune, science has had to adapt to the new reality. Bone pearls were one of the first anomalous diseases discovered in the New Dunwich Medical Center, and this affliction has existed in the public knowledge for so long that it isn't even considered anomalous anymore. Bone pearls are still used around the world in jewelry, and while it is taboo to create them artificially, many people will sell any pearls that form in their own body as a way to pay for the medical procedure that it took to remove them. Either that, or they wear them on their form as a mark of how they survived the trauma. It's like getting your teeth pulled and then keeping them in a jar on your desk, which is a normal thing to do. Bone pearls, if left untreated, can lead to paralysis and infection. To learn more about bone pearls, here's our doctor who just got done injecting a patient with what he insists isn't a calcium carbonate impurity and is just medicine. Are bone pearls only an occurrence in humans, or do they come in other animals too?
It can happen in other animals, mammals specifically. The difference for us is that the human ones are the most valuable ones. The other ones are kind of like fakes. There's definitely been, throughout history, a bunch of attempts of passing off horse bone pearls as humans. People will try to fake anything if it's valuable. The real ones will always keep their value despite that.
Describe the process of removing a bone pearl in early history.
In early history, you would need to essentially remove the bone first, because the process of removing a bone pearl without harming the bone too much would be inconceivable at that time. If you were to induce it, or if it just happened and you wanted to remove it, you would have to, for example, remove that leg, and then you open the bone and fish it out.
How do they do it nowadays?
I mean, nowadays there's better surgery. You will essentially locate the bone pearl, remove the pearl itself and a little bit of the tissue around it, fill that in with some cement.
Is bone pearl induction still legal?
No, it's very legal. People will still do it. It's valuable, so people will do it to themselves and then attempt to get a lot of money by selling your bone pearls if you get any good ones, or pay other people to get bone pearls if you're especially evil.
Dude, that first thing you just mentioned is like a Lovecraftian version of someone faking slipping on a puddle of pee at Walmart. Do you have any bone pearls yourself?
I can't comment on that. You know, having bone pearls.
Did you get them from injecting calcium into the underprivileged?
Who told you that?
Can I have some? I'll be quiet.
We'll talk after this call.
Entry 12. Argilosis. Argilosis is a rare autoimmune disorder. The soft tissues of those affected degenerate through saponification, progressively rendering them into a malleable texture, similar to clay. It ultimately leads to infectious complications that may become fatal. I don't know why you guys are complaining. Imagine if you had Play-Doh for skin. You'd never be bored again. You could build a castle out of your right man boob, and your left man boob can be the moat. In reality, this disease destroys the tissue's ability to maintain structure in any meaningful way, shape, or form. It reduces the patient to nothing but biomass. This affliction was again discovered in the New Dunwich Medical Center. The patient was admitted to the emergency room with the unknown anomalous affliction, and within 30 minutes, her flesh had shifted to the point that she no longer even resembled a human shape. Instead, a lump of flesh-colored clay with a skeleton inside. Fortunately, this was not in vain, as she has been moved to the toy chest of the pediatric wing waiting room. To understand more about the causes and effects of this disease, we go to our resident expert, who just got done making some really cool pink thing out of the weird smelly clay.
What do the most extreme cases of this condition look like?
So imagine like an entire section of your body that is essentially turned into Play-Doh. All the structures inside have become non-viable as they slowly merge into each other and become this blob. So you better hope that the section it affected wasn't any vital organs. You better hope it was something like a limb. It would be fun to play with at least.
Fun to play with, not to eat? Maybe to eat. Are there any warning signs for this condition?
It would definitely start with a slow like softening of tissue. You know how you can like pull your skin a little bit? Slowly it would just start getting worse and worse. And eventually it wouldn't like bounce back. You would pull on that skin and it would stay there.
What are the other complications for having Play-Doh for skin?
Your skin, fat, muscle, eventually even like the bone will start blending into each other. Like it removes the distinction between different tissues. They all become this one single tissue. So any function that was there gets broken down and disappears. Let's say you got your arm, your muscles will slowly start working, so your arm will just fall limp as it just turns into more and more of a blob.
If you had this disease, would you draw any sort of shapes on yourself?
Let me not draw shapes, but I definitely would make some cool sculptures with it. If I had it in my head, I would definitely make some cool hairdos.
Saponification is the process used to turn animal fats into soap. Does this have anything to do with your shop on Etsy?
No comments.
I just noticed you're selling a lot of soap.
No comments.
Because of the frequency and amount of anomalous diseases that pop up at New Dunwich, some have come to believe that the hospital itself has a tendency to create or attract otherworldly afflictions. Stranger still, these afflictions are entirely unheard of until their discovery at New Dunwich, at which point, cases start popping up all over the world. To get a better understanding of these diseases in the context of the documentation, we call on the hospital's resident expert, Eduardo Valdez Evia, one more time.
Which of these diseases has been the most threatening to humanity on a large scale?
I mean, it's all hypothetical, right? But when I made it, I was thinking
What do you mean hypothetical? What do you mean when you made it?
I mean, it's not real. You know that, right?
I set up this whole interview. What do you mean it's not real? We've been talking for an hour.
You
made me look like a fool in front of all these people. Why are the macabre areas of medical study inspiring to your art?
I mean, I studied medicine, so for me, it's part of my background, and I feel like through studying medicine, seeing really gross images in my textbooks, and then going on to see, you know, what it's actually like with patients and stuff, I cured myself of most like icks. It makes it easier for me to actually like think about it in a more detached way where I can try to make horror with it. The icks I didn't get cured of. Things like parasites to me are a good example of this. As much as I studied parasites, there's still like something deeply upsetting about them to me. So I like to explore those things.
Why would you say the area of like medical hoaxes in specific are fascinating?
In society, the role of a doctor is a little bit sacred, quote unquote. We place a special trust on doctors and on medicine that when that trust is broken makes for some like really interesting stories. And using the language of medicine, you can also like get people into a state where they will trust what you're saying and they will trust this fake thing that you're presenting, this horror story. They will fully believe it's real until they're done and they think about it for a minute. That moment when they're reading it, they believe it's real, and that's like a way to directly inject horror into your brain through the skeptic part of it.
On the topic, what would you say is the most important part to making like an effective, realistic, and believable artistic hoax piece?
You need to have a little bit of reality injected into it. If it's fully made up, it's not gonna like pass through that skeptical filter that we have in our brains. You need to have like some sort of base in reality or some comparison to real things that people might have heard of to make it feel more believable. For example, bone teeth is obviously fake, but a lot of people have heard of teratomas, which is a type of tumor that will develop things like hair and teeth. That already has people primed to thinking like, yeah, teeth growing where they shouldn't be is a thing. You can use that implicit trust as a way of getting people to believe the horror for a second.
What is it about these fears that you think makes them universal?
I think everybody's afraid of bad health. Everybody's afraid of their bodies changing in ways that they can't control. I feel like that's a primal, universal sort of fear.
If you had to catch one of these diseases yourself, which would you pick?
Oh, that's a hard one. I feel like monodontia is the least threatening
take good
one.
care of it, you know?
Brush your big tooth. Simple as that. All my art has been propaganda for dental hygiene. Brush your teeth, folks. Oh God.
You had that.
I had that. I have props.
So if you had to choose one of these diseases you'd want to catch least, what would it be?
I would say, I don't know catch any of these, but probably argilosis. It is, or argilosis. I don't know how to pronounce my own words. It's kind of a gross thing to have, your own body just becoming Play-Doh.
I would definitely eat some of me just to see real quick.
Just a little pinch.
Which one of these diseases would you say is closest to reality?
Either the crystalline conjunctival hypertrophy or bone pearls. Weird crystals growing in your body due to the accumulation of bad stuff in your blood. It already happens. It's called gout. Kidney stones. Having that growing in a different part of your body, I could see that.
Has there ever been an instance where someone believed your work to the extent that it was a little bit of like an issue?
Not to the point where people have believed it for a really, really long time. I tend to get like several types of reactions. The first one, a sort of intended reaction is, oh my God, I nearly believed this. Or for a second, I thought this was real. You really scared me. But then there's a few different ways to come off of that realization. There's people who will say, oh, you scared me. That was good art. Good job. Most people will do that. Some people will get angry at being tricked. I've had some guy replying to me on social media and to people who like quote tweeted me, angrily replying like, this guy's a fake, he's spreading misinformation. He said the words, he's eroding the trust of a rational society.
You gotta love those guys because they think that everybody else 100% believes it.
Yeah. And then there's also like the longer con where the x-ray with the teeth growing from the bones. Somebody posted that to Facebook years ago. This image is from 2021, so it's been years. Slowly got spread through Facebook. At some point, I saw a dentist page on Facebook posting it like, do you think this is real? And the comments were saying like, oh, I don't think so. I think that's Photoshop. But through that, it got to like a circle of like medical influencer types. And the other day, I saw this image reposted to Threads of all places with the username something MD, an actual doctor who's just reposting a bunch of these sorts of images without checking them. And it's like, what do you think the diagnosis is? And people in the comments are taking it seriously. I'm like, oh God, this image has escaped me. I can't do anything anymore. So sometimes an image will, like, through this process, will eventually reach the Instagram account of a guy who claims to be a doctor. I don't know if he really is, because if he really was, he would have a little bit of critical thinking, but it's all kinds of doctors.
If he's a doctor, I don't want him to be my doctor. I want to live.
Me neither.
Are you planning on inventing any new strange horrific diseases in the future?
I'm on it right now. I'm doing a piece. It's called Pathologic Pareidolia. You know pareidolia?
No.
When you see, like, let's say a house that has 2 windows and a garage door, and it kind of looks like a face, that's pareidolia. That's when you see things that look like faces. The reason for that is your brain is so good at recognizing and categorizing faces. We have an entire part of our brain that's dedicated pretty much entirely to that. Sometimes it'll see things that aren't faces, and just through pattern recognition, it'll recognize it as a face. So I thought it would be fun if there was like a version of this that was so extreme that you saw faces everywhere. Like all you see is faces.
I would never recommend anybody take drugs, but like if you're looking for inspiration for this one specific thing, I gotta say acid. Like Eduardo Valdez Evia is a horror artist that has recently documented several novel parasites. These creatures are unordinary and disturbing, even to the point that some doctors believe the causes to be of anomalous origin. In this video, we'll be investigating these strange parasites and interviewing the attending physician who witnessed and documented them firsthand, Eduardo Valdez Evia. Without further ado, let's journey into the nightmarish medical afflictions contained within the Valdevia. Entry 1. Sacculina spinalis. Sacculina spinalis is a bizarre parasitic barnacle that targets almost all vertebrates, including humans. When the larva pierces the skin near the spine, it loses most identifiable organs, becoming a network of root-like threads that grows to envelop the spinal cord. When its brood pouch is mature, it guides its host to seek water, where it can release its larvae. The mechanisms for this influence are thought to be a combination of direct movements of the spine and electrical signals sent to the spinal cord. This bizarre parasitic barnacle was first discovered on a patient who was brought to the ER of the New Dunwich Medical Center after being saved from drowning. The victim didn't report any fear of the drowning incident, nor any memory of it. The only thing that the patient would respond to, more than a nod or a grunt, was any notion of water. She would gulp down any that was brought to her the moment it arrived, and a particularly burly nurse had to save her from drowning herself in a clogged hospital toilet. Later that night, staff had to subdue her several times to keep her from jumping from a 4-story window that oversaw the lake across from the hospital. Upon a full physical, it was determined that the giant fucking pulsating tumor on her back was obviously the cause. While many facets of this creature's reproduction remain mysterious, researchers at New Dunwich can't help but draw comparisons between this parasite's method of reproduction and the horsehair worm. The horsehair worm is a parasite that can only reproduce in water. They typically infect crickets, and leads them to drown themselves in water so that the worms can find a suitable mate. To find out more about how these barnacles fuck, I accosted the lead scientist credited with their discovery.
Does the fact that this parasite makes its host seek water denote similar evolution to the horsehair worm?
It's one of the things parasites will do. Control their hosts to continue their life cycles. If their life cycle involves water, like many parasites, they will try very hard to make their hosts seek water, and this is no exception.
Does the human infected with this parasite make up a conscious reasoning as to why they're seeking water, or is this just a compulsion?
Humans will always rationalize things that are unconscious. If your brain parasite is telling you, seek water, you'll say, oh god, I'm so thirsty. Where's a river? I'm dirty as hell. I need to clean up in this ocean right now.
Does the barnacle's close proximity to the spinal cord ever cause complications?
The barnacle has to be careful, has to have a bit of a gentle touch. Across the spinal cord, it can lead to paralysis. The fact that it's entering from the outside into the spine, creating a sort of connection from your soft tissues into your nervous system, creates a pretty big risk for infection. That's definitely a risk that the barnacle will try to avoid, but can happen.
How does one typically contract this parasite?
You would need to get in contact with the larvae for this thing. It will pierce its way inside, and once it gets inside, it will shed away all of its exoskeleton because now it wants to be blob. Blob is the ideal form of parasite, just little tendrils that crawl all over and mess with things.
Are there any treatments for this blob?
You gotta kill it. That's the first thing. If you manage to kill it, you then have to remove all the little tendrils that it put everywhere, which might be really hard if it's really extended.
After the host enters the water, paint me a nice little word picture about this barnacle's reproduction from that point.
So you see the image, how it has a big blob near the skin? That's full of eggs. It's getting ready to release them out into the ocean. As you enter the water, something will burst out of your back. Tiny little larvae will start hatching and escaping through the water.
Happy Mother's Day. Yay.
Entry 2. Cymathoa linguophagia. Cymathoa linguophagia is a parasite that targets mammals, including rare cases in humans. The infection starts with inhalation of the egg. The juvenile travels to the mouth, where it cuts the tongue's blood vessels, causing necrosis. The isopod then takes the place of the tongue. The louse will attach to the tongue stub and coordinate with its muscle movements to imitate the actions the tongue performed. With enough training, someone infected can regain a way to speak. The tongue louse was first discovered when a patient was admitted to the New Dunwich Medical Center for an inability to speak and a loss of his taste. When he opened his mouth, physicians knew immediately what the prognosis was. A small grayish arthropod that resembled a pillbug, only much larger, took the place of his tongue. While the patient couldn't speak in a traditional sense, he could get close to certain words by manipulating the position of the louse. It almost looked as if the louse knew what he was trying to say, and moved to aid him. It was obvious that the louse was its own conscious creature, but it seemed like it was on some level cooperating with its host. While the staff said they could remove it with surgery, it would leave him completely mute, rather than his current condition. The physician sent him home, taking no action to remove the louse, instead recommending the patient learn to bond with his new tongue, and giving him an unlimited free refill of oxycodone. Besides, the doctor said, some girls might be into that kind of thing.
When you say, with enough training, someone infected can regain a way to speak, does it sound anything like normal human speech, or is it painfully obvious that they're garbling nonsense with a parasitic louch?
It definitely feels garbled. It doesn't have the full range of motion that a tongue does. So you're definitely limited. But most of all, you don't have to train yourself. You have to train this animal to do your bidding. Definitely a big learning process. It needs a lot of treats. You need treats for that thing.
Are there any benefits to having this louse? I feel like it could maybe floss you.
It would definitely clean up the inside of your mouth, because it needs to eat whatever leftover bits from your food. It would definitely act as floss, for sure.
If I use the little limbs on my tongue louse on my girlfriend to perform cunnilingus, is that bestiality and will I be going to jail?
Only if they catch you, first of all. Second of all, you need to have a really good relation with your louse for that. You gotta do some training sessions.
It's a lot of treats.
Yeah, you need to clicker train that beast.
Do you think that if someone gets this louse, anyone will ever kiss them again?
Some people are gonna be into that. You know it. You've been online.
My other question. So does the louse ever need to poop?
Yeah, of course. Like any animal.
So it just does that in the mouth.
Yeah. Down the throat. Down the hatchet it goes.
You can't really taste it, so it's okay. Well, I mean, I guess that doesn't mean it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not okay, but you won't really get the poop taste. So.
Entry 3, Cuscuta amyotrophica. Cuscuta amyotrophica, commonly known as leechweed, is the only parasitic plant known to target animals. The plant burrows under the skin using modified roots known as hystrophia. It does not produce leaves or chlorophyll to photosynthesize, as it consumes nutrients through the host's blood. Infestation in humans rarely progresses to the blooming stage, when it becomes dangerous and potentially lethal. A patient infected with leechweed was admitted to the New Dunwich Medical Center. He complained of muscular weakness and fatigue, but because the plant was not in the blooming phase yet, physicians didn't know the cause until they ran an initial blood test. Samples were taken from the patient, after which he was sent home. Unfortunately, when the blood test came back, staff at New Dunwich Medical knew what happened before the news reported a massive leechweed infestation in the neighborhood of the patient the following day.
What's the danger associated with the blooming stage? Is it infectious?
Yes, the blooming stage is when it tries to get new hosts. Definitely got to be careful with exposure at that time. But most of all, the blooming stage is when it exits the skin. It'll break through the skin in many places. High risk of secondary infection. The bacteria in your skin going like, hey, it's a new real estate down here. Let's go have a party. It's already kind of weakened by having that first infection. So it can definitely lead to some like pretty nasty soft tissue sort of infections that can become the more life-threatening thing.
Describe the infection process for a new victim of this disease.
The seeds for this plant are very small, airborne. They have a sort of mechanism. You can imagine like a tiny little drill. They will attach to your skin and then pierce its way inside. It's small enough that you won't feel it like a pinch. It's more like a mosquito bite where you're probably not noticing it. It will try to get the important bit of the seed inside. The rest will fall off.
What are the treatments, if any, for this condition?
If you catch it early and you know there are some seeds somewhere under your skin, the seed fell in here, it burrowed in, you have this little pimple-like thing, but imagine you have like 100 of these all over your arm because of where the seeds fell. You need to go with a tiny little scalpel, cut, pull, cut, pull and remove all of them individually and hope you don't miss any. If it's later than this, the plant has taken roots, you basically can only hope that you don't infect more people, hope that it doesn't cause any more major damage, but other than that, nothing else to do.
What are the major complications that come from a plant burrowing under your skin with modified roots?
Those roots can do some damage. They can get into your soft tissues. If they get deep enough, get into the muscle or even down to bone. Big risk of infection there every time you pierce through the bone, especially with something that comes from the outside that maybe brought in some bacteria. The roots themselves can cause damage, but they mostly open up like doors for other infections to come in and do the real damage there.
Entry 4. Human parasitoid wasp. Human host infected by the parasitoid wasp, uterus cephalophaga. The wasp lays its egg under the skull. The larvae then eats the brain tissue over years, mimicking its nerve signals to keep the host alive. Once it replaces the brain, it molts into its final form, ready to hatch. The most recent case of parasitoid wasp infection at the New Dunwich Medical Center stirred up quite a commotion. Staff was again unaware that the patient was infected with a brain bug at the time of admittance. It was during a routine medical checkup. A man came in with his wife, who, when interviewed after the commotion, said that despite what was discovered, her husband didn't seem all that different as of late, maybe a bit duller. Although, she said he didn't really do all that much of note normally anyways. Well, fuck you, marry him. The incident happened when a nurse left the room to get equipment to take blood. When she returned, the patient was collapsed on the ground, and a giant wasp covered in chunks of brain viscera flew from the room, out an open window, and up into the sky.
Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me want to fill a hornet's nest with hot lead, but I don't know, man. Rub your lizard.
To get info on how much we should worry about this sky wasp, here's a guy that promises it was not his job to catch it. Does the host have any idea that its brain is slowly being eaten and replaced by a wasp?
Not really. You'll get things like headaches, the typical symptoms of something growing in your brain, but it's not really causing a ton of pressure like, let's say, a cancer would, where it starts growing and causing pressure, and that can lead to all sorts of symptoms. In this case, it's eating through, and it's growing at the same rate it's eating, so it's not creating a massive imbalance in pressure, unless you happen to have an X-ray or an MRI or something done while the process is happening. You probably don't know.
We could be wasps right now. Does the host's friends or family notice any change in personality, or is the wasp effective at mimicking the personality of the patient?
It's pretty effective. It'll essentially learn as it eats and is in contact with the part of the brain that's been eaten. It will like mimic the patterns of electrical impulses that used to be there. So it'll communicate with the rest of the brain in a really sophisticated way where it's like learning as it grows. It might cause some differences because the mimicking is not going to be 100% perfect. Friends and family might start noticing some like behavioral changes, perhaps. This morning person became a night person. Things like this that not necessarily like change in personality, but changes in habits and stuff.
Are there any people out there that you think might be, just a bit smarter with a wasp brain instead? Maybe this is an improvement.
Definitely. I know some people that could benefit from a little wasp.
All right. I mean, it's not all bad. Are there any risk factors for this condition other than like having a thin skull or...
The way it enters through the roof of the mouth or through the nose. So this little wasp will pierce through the thinner part of your skull. Just don't live where they live. Don't sleep too hard because you might not notice.
Are they that big, like when they get out of the skull? So you just have like a wasp straddling your face, the size of your face?
Yeah.
Just like deep humping into you. That's not a good image in my mind.
No, it's not very pleasant.
When the wasp hatches, paint another pleasant little word picture of what exactly happens in this hellscape.
When it hatches, it has, as through eating, damaged the structure of the skull a little bit, enough that it's just a little bit weak. It'll use the sutures that already exist in the skull to break those open and act as its egg, usually the top here. And
Happy Mother's Day, everyone. I really hope I could get one of these out, like around there. Entry 5, the Devil Mask. The Devil Mask, Catacanthus diabolus, is a species of shield bug that uses humans as intermediate hosts for their larvae. A devil mask will latch onto its victim's face, injecting them with a psychoactive compound. This makes the host blissfully unaware of the insect as they swallow its eggs. The egg-laying process is short, only taking a few minutes before the devil mask flies off, leaving the host with no recollection of the event. Eggs have an acid-resistant coat to survive the stomach. They then hatch in the intestine, traveling down as they feed and grow. A recent host of the devil mask larvae has begun treatment after her entrance to the New Dunwich Medical Emergency Room. The patient complained of an intense stomach pain, as if she had a buildup of gas that she couldn't expel, despite how much her OnlyFans patrons tipped her. The physician attending her case asked if she could recall anything that could have caused this. She said that the only thing of note she could remember is that her friends lied and said she briefly had a giant bug scuttling around on her face. She remarked that they were just jealous. They're always up my ass about something. After doing imaging of her lower intestines, it appears that her friends were not the ones up her ass at all.
What happens when the devil mask larvae are done feeding and growing?
They just go through the intestines. As they're done feeding and growing, they'll go through different stages of larvae to adults. When they're done, they'll go out the other side.
Oh, so you just shit them out? That's not too bad.
I mean, it's a living.
It's not the best thing I've shat out.
It happens.
It does? I feel like it shouldn't. Does the devil mask use any other animal as its host, or is it solely adapted to humans?
It's mostly adapted to humans. As with most parasites, it evolved along with us. It can definitely also target closely aligned species like chimpanzees and bonobos.
What are the treatments, if any, for this condition?
I mean, if you already got them inside, you gotta get a big dose of bug killer down your throat. Hopefully that gets all of them. Otherwise, you just wait and they'll get out on their own.
Is it painful to poop them out?
I mean, you don't poop them out consciously, right? They get out. They gotta push their way out.
I would feel like maybe when I'm pushing something else out, they would just fall out too.
I mean, yeah, they might just hitch a ride, but they're pretty big, right? So they would be their own payload.
I like how the poop beetle has spawned the most side conversation. What does the injection administered by the devil mask feel like? Has anybody ever harvested the psychoactive compound from the devil mask and used it as a drug?
It's something pretty similar to DMT. It's more of a cocktail. There's several things in there. I don't know if anybody has tried to harvest it, but it would definitely be a pretty good psychoactive compound. I bet someone is trying to mash up some devil masks and snort that in, see what it feels like.
People leaving the devil mask, if it's like DMT, maybe they're having just full-on religious experiences. Shit, that'd be a good way to be like, I can't get rid of this. This is my bug baby.
It's
God
my bug
gave
baby.
It to me.
Exactly.
This devil mask has got game. That came out wrong, but for the video, it's right. Do the larvae just eat your poop?
I mean, when they're low enough and what's in there is poop, yeah, that's what they got to eat.
Would you have to poop less?
Depending on how many eggs this thing got into you in the time it had, how many survived through the stomach acid and stuff, you'd probably poop less over time.
Entry 6. The cavity weevil. The cavity weevil, Curculio dentalis, is a parasite of mammalian teeth. It drills through the enamel with its long rostrum, depositing eggs in the soft pulp. The larvae eat through the supporting tissues of the tooth, making them rot to leave an opening for the adult to exit. Their name comes from the belief that these weasels use pre-existing weaknesses, like cavities, to help them break through the enamel. Despite that, C. dentalis has been observed puncturing fully healthy teeth. Studies show that their jaws are reinforced with iron and copper, making them into effective drills. Cavity weevils were first documented in a shocking turn of events when a physician at New Dunwich asked for a patient to simply say ah. The doctor aimed his light into the patient's mouth and was shocked and disgusted as thousands of sets of minuscule compound eyes turned to face the light. When she opened her maw, a cacophony of clicking and scuttling filled the room for only a moment and was silenced by the occurrence of a new light. An army of insects dissecting and feeding on her molars. Her mouth was a hive. The physician asked if the condition was painful, to which she scoffed and said, "Of course." When asked why she didn't relay her pain to the doctor initially, she said, and I quote, "You're a doctor, not a dentist. I don't have insurance, nor do I know how it works, so I'll be damned if I let you pill jockeys scam me." The doctor was just as confused as you are probably hearing this right now.
So I was doing some tooth surgery shit. I told everybody about these surgeries, but I didn't tell a lot of people why. And I was really tired of just getting bombarded by work. So I just sent your art piece to a few people. And then I just like went dark for a day. And then I was like, oh no, I'm just getting veneers. That's just related to a project I'm doing. How do cavity weevils get from one mouth to another? Is it kissing?
Definitely sharing drinks, kissing, anything that would port directly or indirectly your mouth next to someone else's mouth. But there are also beetles that can fly. They can fly, they can climb around, so they can try to get in on their own. If they catch you unaware, if they catch you sleeping, they might try to like force their way in and munch on some teeth.
What do the most extreme cases of this infection look like?
Let's say you got just a couple teeth infected, right? Not too bad, you lost a couple teeth. But those weevils, as they leave, one is male, one is female, might just reproduce, have a bunch more babies, infect the rest of your teeth, and just create a sort of wave of tooth infections where they get all your mouth, or most of it. No teeth at all.
What are the treatments for this condition? Don't tell me to brush my teeth because I won't do it.
Sorry, you gotta brush your teeth. The smell of a dirty mouth would definitely attract these little guys. That would be preventive. If you already got it, you're kinda screwed. You might try to drill a hole in your tooth, get one out, but I'm not a dentist. I'm a doctor, so I don't know what dentists would do. That's their problem, not mine.
Have any cavity weevils ever been tamed or domesticated for their natural drilling abilities?
I don't know, what would you use them for though? Oh, for dental surgery?
Yeah.
I don't know if you could train a weevil out of its natural instincts to put an egg in whatever hole it drills.
We just take the egg out, but then why not just use a regular drill? That's a good point. I feel like the weevil is an extra step.
The weevil's an extra step. It would definitely be cool to train a few of them like a flea circus to get in your mouth and just do all the surgery by themselves. I would trust that more than a dentist.
If I got cavity weevils and a tongue louse, do you think they'd be friends or do you think they'd fight?
I don't think the tongue louse would like to have the cavity weevils there. The teeth are its house. It's protection from the outside. Imagine you're living in your house, which is someone's mouth, but that's beside the point. A bunch of little guys come in and start having babies in your walls and destroying them. Would you kick them out? Yeah, I would kick them out. I'd eat them. It's food for the louse, which is bigger.
I would eat the wall babies.
I would eat the wall babies.
How can someone tell, other than seeing a beetle in your mouth, that this is a disease that is not just related to general hygiene and decay? Because if they are inside your teeth, like drilling within, you might not be able to see them immediately.
No, you wouldn't see them for a while. You'd pretty much only see them when they're ready to get out. So when they're already like pupated and have become the adult weevil. Either that, or as we can see in the image, there's one tooth that decayed a bit too fast. We can still see the larva in there.
Because of the frequency and amount of anomalous parasites that pop up at New Dunwich, some have come to believe that the hospital itself has a tendency to create or attract otherworldly infestations. Stranger still, most of these afflictions are entirely unheard of until their discovery at New Dunwich, at which point, cases start popping up all over the world. To get a better understanding of these diseases in the context of the documentation, we call on the hospital's resident expert, Eduardo Valdez Evia.
When did you first discover the cavity weevil?
I mean, I didn't discover it, but when I made it and when I created this image...
Fool me once, Eduardo! Why are parasites, in specific, so fascinating to you?
When studying medicine, the only thing that still, after 6 years of studying every gross thing in existence, it's the only thing that still grosses me out. I think there's like a base fear that's behind it. Loss of control, like something taking over your body or part of it. Parasites perfectly embody this sort of body horror of something taking control of your body.
What is the most important part of creating a realistic fake parasite?
Same reasons that create a good medical horror story in general. There has to be a bit of a half-truth behind it, maybe some real-world comparisons that would make you trust this inherently a bit more. It also involves a biology side, because you're not only dealing with disease or health, you're also dealing with an animal that would exist in the world. When you give it something like a life cycle that makes sense from beginning to end, I think that makes it a lot more believable.
Have you yourself ever caught a parasite?
When I was a kid, I had this really common parasite in kids, like tiny little worms that come on in your poop. I'm sorry if that's TMI. Pretty common in kids. You need to take like anti-parasites for it, and they gross me out so much.
I like that story.
You ever had those? They're like, a lot of kids have these.
I didn't get those, but I did when I was also a child, similar, where they didn't come out in my poop, but they lived in my butt. They might have been the same worm, I just might have not shit them out. Yeah, we're ass parasite buddies.
Ass parasite buddies?
It's just like Eskimo buddies, but, you know, you were infected by the same parasite as a child. I noticed that many of these were either based on real parasites or were already real parasites that you adapted to use humans as a host. What's the scariest real-world parasite, in your opinion?
Oh, so many. The fish world and the insect world have the worst parasites, to me, as in the body horror sense. Wasps, parasitoid wasps, are some of the freakiest stuff in the animal kingdom. There's so many of them. They're usually adapted to a very specific species, and they only infect them, so that it's like some sort of creature made specifically to hurt you. And they're parasitoids, not parasites, which is a good distinction. A parasite tries to keep you alive. A parasite is interested in you living as long as possible because it's leeching off your resources. It's not interested in killing you. A parasitoid doesn't care if you die. It actually will probably accelerate that death in order to get more resources out of you. The parasitoid wasps are the most insane one of these. They will inject you with the venom that will paralyze you and then fill you with a bunch of their larvae. And they kill things like tarantulas. Like, they kill pretty big things. The larvae will just feast on this poor paralyzed thing that is alive and is sort of awake. It just can't move. So there's a bunch of larvae eating you from the inside out while you're conscious. It's so messed up.
Why do you think nature is so effective at taking advantage of our fears?
We used to live in nature not that long ago, evolutionarily. It's all still in our genes in a way. In cases of some people with like arachnophobia, for example, you'll have a tailored fear to this one specific creature because our brain has it innately. So I think our brains still remember a lot of the pains of living in nature and being affected by things like parasites.
If you had to choose one of these parasites to get yourself, which would you pick?
Realistically, maybe the tongue louse, where it's only affecting a part of your body. Cavity weevil, pretty messed up, but you only lose your teeth, right? In a more poetic way, I would choose the brain wasp because at least it just gets to be you. Your brain is still stored in that bug. It'll go off to its own thing. Can't imagine the conscious experience of the wasp itself, because as it's eaten your brain and imitated it, it's creating sort of a copy of your consciousness, which then becomes a wasp and flies off. What must it feel to this copy of you that still thinks it's a human to suddenly burst out of your own head and be a wasp just flying around? It must be so scary.
Fuck, I never thought of it like that. You just still think you're Eduardo, but you're a wasp and you're flying around. You're like, what is this is a weird day. So if you had to choose one of these parasites that you'd least like to catch yourself, which would you pick?
I would say the leechweed. There's this horrible thing growing and taking root under your skin. Pretty much no way to remove it because it's so entangled with you. You can't do anything about it. At least it's pretty, so we'll give it that.
What's the funniest, strangest, or most notable response you've ever gotten to your work featuring parasites?
We've mentioned this, but I know that there's some people that are into the devil mask and the whole laying eggs thing. It's a whole like fetish, right? Like alien egg type of stuff. It's reached some people that like it. I've avoided engaging with that.
Is there Rule 34 of this?
I don't think so. If there is, I hope I never see it.
Guys, don't send it to him. Don't do it.
Do not DM me Rule 34 of Devil Mask, please.
Is there any parasite that you're planning for the future that you're particularly excited about releasing on the populace?
There's one I recently did. I don't know if you've seen it. The jellyfish that live in your eyeball.
Oh yeah, I did see that. He's right in my eyeball.
Another eyeball horror one. And there's the one I just did, and it's just a parasite thing I've been most excited about in a while. It's the parasitic encephalization theory.
Oh, the brain?
Yeah, the brain that escapes. Someone sent me this weird like fringe theory that basically says that the brain is sort of a parasite, not in name, not like literally, but in the way it acts in the body. It takes control of the resources of the body. it can reroute nutrients and stuff to itself rather than the rest. It's sort of selfish in many ways. It's also like separate from the immune system. It has its own protective cover. It kind of acts like a parasite that wants to control you and also take all the resources away from you, which I found really interesting. I said, let me think of a literal way of making this a reality. Thinking back to the earliest ancestors of every vertebrate, the chordates more specifically. So every animal that has a spinal cord, and the earliest chordates just had a very simple like string of nerves going down their back, which became the spinal cord through evolution. But they were just like very simple creatures where the larvae had this, and then they would just become sponge-looking things. But that's our ancestors. What if the spinal cord itself was a parasite that got into this very early ancestor and just started controlling it from the inside, and they got so tied together that you can't separate them, essentially? I thought, what's a good way of representing that with an image? It's the brain and spine escaping from a dead person, flailing reflex of like, oh, I need to find a new host, because it still has this like ancient reflex in it. I've done so many parasites. What if we are the parasites? You are the parasite and the host is the rest of the meat in your body. Maybe the parasites were the friends we made along the way. Folks, stay critical on the internet. I'm saying this as a person who professionally lies online. People will lie to you online. So if you see something, take a second, think, okay, is this realistic? Especially in the age of AI, if you see something that you doubt, try Googling it. Don't believe the Google AI answers. Now I'll tell you about a lot of bullshit. Critically investigate it a little bit.
You heard it here first, folks. Everything you see is true.
I got an image I made that you can show in this part. It's a whole story where I was scam baiting some guy. I got this scam message on Tumblr. I get this guy who's like trying to buy the rights to my images to sell to companies. I asked examples of companies, and he said Samsung, Oxford, like the university, I guess, and iPhones, which is, I guess, a company. iPhone's the company. Anyway, I started messing with the guy. I was like, okay, what kind of images do you want to license for iPhones? I guess he saw one of like the last thing I had posted, which was the hummingbird that drinks your eye fluid. So I guess he just saw the hummingbird while scrolling. I was like, oh, any natural art photographs that you have. So he assumed I was like a bird photographer or something. So I just started sending him examples. Oh, how about this? Like weirder and weirder examples, like the flesh stone. And the guy was like, yeah, I love that. Yeah, I can definitely sell that. I wasn't replying to him for a few days. I was like pestering me. I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. You know, I was on call yesterday. You see, I'm a doctor, so, you know, I was on call. So I have been really busy. Oh, we had this weird case last night. This guy came in and had teeth growing from his bones. Can you believe that? And he sent him the image. And the guy's like, oh my God, that's crazy, all caps. He tries to keep going, like keep the scam going, but I don't let him. Next day I reply, it was really tragic. He died on the operating table last night. It's like, oh my God, my condolences to the family. I just had him going for quite a while. And I'm like, oh, I don't think I can talk to you right now. I feel a little bit sick. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. Talk to me when you can. I replied to him like next day. I made a bespoke edit for the guy of a hand full of teeth growing, like from the outside this time. Like a really gross blackened hand full of teeth growing. I'm like, oh, I don't feel so good, like all mistyped. I'm so sorry. I don't think I can continue this. And I send him this image and he just replies, oh my God. He didn't say anything like until a couple days later. It's like, Eduardo, are you okay?
Imagine if that motherfucker was like, so you can't go to Western Union for me?
You know, generally I feel bad lying to people. With my work, I will let them have the story, but after I'll make sure they know it's not real. If this guy's trying to steal my money, it's a mosquito. You can slap a mosquito. It's trying to steal your blood.
Bigfoot is real.
You gotta show the big ass Bigfoot image I made.
Have you ever seen a parasitic roundworm that masquerades as a fetus in a woman's womb? What about the skeleton of a human being that evolved to resemble a crab? A planet made from living, breathing meat and bone that feeds on other worlds? Or a mosquito-human hybrid capable of controlling people's minds? While this sounds like the rantings of someone on enough acid to make any man see God, it is actually the work of Eduardo Valdez Evia, an incredibly talented artist who blends found footage, the paranormal, and alternate history into otherworldly worlds and stories.
In this video, we'll be delving into the worlds and exploring these stories, as well as hearing about the pieces from the artist himself. Without further ado, let's journey into the nightmarish alternate dimension that is the Valdevia. July 23rd, 2006, when the MV Cougar Ace transport ship capsized. An unidentified liquid leaked into the water. It formed a perfect Mandelbrot's fractal pattern. In the following months, strange fish were reported in the area. September 2006, Hurricane Julia approaches the US East Coast. Its strange fractal patterns and iridescence can't be explained by meteorologists. Organisms put in contact with it would begin developing odd symptoms in the following days. As the fractal spreads throughout the atmosphere, its effects first start to be seen in nature, from plants to flocks of birds. The patterns would infect anything they touched, changing their growth and behavior. The longer the contact, the stronger the effect. December 2006. The first signs of fractal infection appear in humans. Strains of Rothia dentocariosa, bacteria otherwise normal in the mouth biome, start growing in strange patterns. Their rapid spread would prove hard to control with antibiotics. Fractal syndrome is first defined as a new entity by the WHO in 2007. First, symptoms appear in growth areas, such as the skin, nails, and intestinal lining. It slowly spreads to the iris, teeth, and eventually limbs. Transmission occurs through unknown mechanisms. No treatment exists. When the fractal syndrome eventually takes hold in the brain, strange behaviors start to occur. Though the changes are unconscious at first, they are visible when crowds spontaneously form into self-repeating patterns. Children start showing fractal conducts earlier than adults. The fractal communion is established as a major religion in 2007. As their numbers explode in the millions, congregants voluntarily expose themselves to the Hasdorf DF 2.5, the substance causing fractal syndrome. They see it as an elixir capable of miracles, such as curing blindness. July 23rd, 2011, Hasdorf D 2.5. The fractal is released as a vapor over major world cities in synchronized attacks. As it rains down, it coats every surface. The attacks are planned by a radical religious collective known as the Branch. Tens of millions fall to the fractal. As major population centers across the world are affected by the fractal, authorities react by quarantining entire cities to avoid its spread. The struggle escalates into riots and open conflict against government forces. The fractal is being used as a weapon by the besieged fighters. To be continued.
Holy shit! Some sort of substance that morphs anything it comes into contact with into a form that repeats infinitely into itself in a perfect fractal pattern. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Let's take some acid and just pour buckets of this crap into the street. This story plays with the idea of fractal infinity, and also humanity's impact on the environment around them. It explores how human impact on the environment has a much more wide-reaching implication than they could ever know. The effects on the environment have infinite spread potential and go all the way from the largest interconnected system to the smallest singular cell. Like a fractal!
He said it! He said it!
The catalyst of the story, the shipwreck, reminds me of the BP oil spill. The results are just as disastrous, just a little bit more Lovecraftian here. As the spill of the fractal chemical seeped into the ocean, it permeated each and every fiber of the life forms around it. The plankton began to develop fractal patterns, as did the fish who eat the plankton, and plants, as do the birds who eat the fish. Through the water, through the air, and through the food chain, this fractal chemistry insidiously worked its way into every fiber of nature until it reached the obvious logical extreme. Walrus man! As of December 2006, the fractal pathogen now afflicts bacteria which take root in the human mouth, spreading from that bacterium to the human itself in no time flat. And the plaguey for the fastest zoonotic shift goes too! This created a new disease by the name of fractal syndrome. Fractal syndrome starts in areas like the skin, nails, and testicles, and slowly takes over the entire body. There is no known treatment for this disease, but it also seemingly isn't fatal, like herpes. It does, however, have unparalleled psychological effects. The human brain always does the goofiest shit when you really shake it up good. The syndrome causes people to arrange themselves with others in fractal patterned crowds, continuously acting in repetitive patterned behaviors, and drawing fractals constantly. Eventually, enough people have their brains altered by the fractal syndrome that they begin to develop some sort of groupthink. Fractal syndrome eventually transitioned into the fractal communion, using the very same chemical that started the outbreak as their sacrament, like it's their holy water. Of course, This religion did what every religion does, and they minded their own business without jamming their tenets and practices violently down everyone's throat. Until they did not that. So basically, Fractal Al-Qaeda made a big old cloud of fractal juice and used it as a bioweapon to convert as much of the world as possible to their religion and body structure. And they all lived happily ever after, unless they happened to not want to be a forever repeating shape. The end. Some of you might be wondering exactly what this fractal chemical is. The Hasdorf D2.5 is a reference to Hasdorf dimensions. This chemical exists in between the second and third dimensions. After making contact with something in the third dimension, it sticks to it, and pulls the third dimensional object along with it between dimensions. The things it touches get fractalized at their natural rate of change. Clouds manifest and disappear rapidly, so it quickly gets turned into fractal shapes. A human would get fractalized over years. This means that because children have faster growth rates, they would fractalize faster. This is why the Earth itself looks relatively unaffected, as a mountain would turn into a fractal over millions of years. Real talk though, I love how this work uses so many disparate elements of cycles and combines them to show how easily things can get out of hand. The fractal is a perfect symbol for forever repeating intensifying cycles, as that's exactly what a fractal is. Hence, it can be used to perfectly symbolize, I don't know, the layers of damage humans can do to the environment without even realizing it by taking action on what looks like the surface levels. Or the functions of an ecosystem and how overlapping systems are actually interconnected on scales of size and intricacies. Or maybe the gradual morphing of a religion intended to bring people together based on sameness and how that's actually the same as dividing other groups based on difference. Or some random goofy examples like that. I don't know. I'm a firm believer that explaining a concept is like dissecting a frog. You understand it better, but it dies in the process. Even though I'm butchering Eduardo's symbolism with my words, I feel as though the message of this story still shows through. You never know how far one teeny tiny catastrophic oil spill can go. TLDR, even the smallest of actions can have far-reaching consequences, like when a butterfly flaps its wings. And you're gay now.
What would you say would your inspiration behind fractals be?
Fractals also, like the first part was also born of one of these prompt challenges. If I recall correctly, the prompt was like Mandelbrot's leak. So I was like, wouldn't it be fun if like there was something came out of the, like something was spilled into the ocean and then the fish started turning into Mandelbrots too. Didn't think that much more about it. Then like I think a year later, I had recently read Uzumaki. Uzumaki is like this town gets taken over by the idea of a spiral, and I love that story. Like it's one of my favorite, it's my favorite manga and one of my favorite Junji Ito things. I was like, what if we took this fractal contagion idea and this idea of Uzumaki, which is Uzumaki's kind of an apocalyptic story, even though it's like only one town. You know, it has all the structure of an apocalypse story. What if I took those two things and mixed them together, had the fractal take over, but like at a global scale? It just takes over the world, and it can act as a cool metaphor for like a pandemic, which back when I was making that, we were living through like a more active phase of it. It can act as like a commentary on like humans and nature, because fractal kind of in a way represents like nature getting revenge in a way as for what humans have done to it. An interesting thing that I've listened to Mandelbrot himself do a talk on fractals before he passed away, and he mentioned something really interesting, that is, there's something you can calculate called the fractal dimension. An object can be in 2 dimensions, 3 dimensions, but they can be in fractal dimensions where they're not quite one or the other. If you draw the Sierpinski triangles, they have 0 area because they can it just keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So the area becomes 0, but like if you draw the perimeter, it becomes infinite. It's like, is it a 1-dimensional object even though it looks 2-dimensional? No. Is it 2-dimensional? No, it doesn't have any area. It's just like a weird squiggly line. All this to say that things in nature, as Mandelbrot himself explains, are way more fractal than things that humanity makes. I don't know. I just really like that concept, and the concept of like, the fractal is nature. It'll eventually like destroy humanity, and nature will just adapt to it and keep living, while we won't, because we won't we weren't able to adapt.
Like, let's say this was a real thing. How long until there's the fractal fetish?
Pretty much immediately with some people. If it takes over your brain and makes you obsessed with fractals, I think it would probably be like an obvious stepping stone into between when people start getting infected and when they go completely mad.
I just imagined a fractalized penis. Is that going to be in the next installment, please?
only for the Patreons. Getting an OnlyFans only for that.
A skeleton recovered from the Leyland-Chon experiments on human evolution. In these tests, volunteers were subjected to procedures to accelerate the development of mankind. No subject is recorded to have survived. Their crab-like form is thought to be an instance of carcinization.
Yup, that's me. Evolved into some sort of crab man, died, and then put on display in a children's museum. You're probably wondering how I got here. Well, it all started with a team of scientists.
These scientists wanted to create the most advanced human specimen known to mankind. They thought that since evolution led to the rise of human intelligence, that if the process were accelerated, it would eventually create the ultimate specimen representing the pinnacle of human advancement. Stronger, faster, and of course, more intelligent, with a brain more powerful than any living Homo sapien. So unfathomably pure that they would have to be classified as a new species. One look at Krabby, and you can see that they were only right about the new species part. While these scientists were seemingly smart enough to invent a machine that accelerates evolution, they weren't smart enough to understand the mechanisms behind evolution in the first place. Evolution is not a system that has some sort of start and end. It also doesn't really have a goal in mind. It's just doing trial and error. The organisms who gain the advantageous adaptations survive over the organisms that gain the stupid ones. Different adaptations will be more or less useful or detrimental in different environments. Organisms gain these adaptations via mutation and are filtered out with natural selection. And the less successful organisms get to be food for the more successful organisms. So everyone gets to participate. The key here is the environment. Case in point, lungs are great for breathing air, not for breathing water. Since humans change the environment around them rather than just having more kids until they die less immediately, they've seemingly removed themselves from the selective pressures of evolution. Now, I know what you're thinking. How the fuck does that add up to crab?
Hey, get that camera out of my face.
And I got a theory about that too. Evolutionary biologist L.A. Borodale coined the term carcinization in 1916 to describe the convergent evolution process in which a crustacean evolves into a crab-like form from a non-crab-like form. He didn't just coin this incredibly stupid process for no reason. It's actually very common. There are two schools of thought as to why everything always turns into crab. It turns out, hilariously, that the most efficient and adaptable body plan is the crab. And therefore, if given enough time, any being will eventually evolve into it. I don't know, maybe being crab is fun. Don't knock it till you try it. A machine such as the one needed to accelerate evolution would likely just accelerate mutations. Large-scale mutations in one generation would lead to unstable organisms. These organisms may have organs or limbs that cannot function properly, making them future dog food, to use the scientific term. But there's likely one form hardy and adaptable enough to survive for just a little bit, even with a bunch of mutant tumors in its body, the crab. Being the most adaptable body plan, an organism that somehow survived having its evolution accelerated would come to resemble a hybrid of their former physiology and a crab. While the crab is undeniably the most effective body plan, a bipedal mammalian body would have to go through a complete restructuring to even slightly resemble one. For one, humans have 4 limbs, and most crabs have 10. To have a gait at all similar to crabs, we would need to have 3 limbs used as legs, and 1 used as a pincer. This would result in a hilariously clumsy tripod style of walking. Evolution can't magically make us sprout new limbs, so only one arm would be available to be turned into a pincer. This gives the crab man a strange, asymmetrical appearance. The shell is quite similar to a turtle's, essentially being a modified ribcage that the head and neck receded into. The bones in the man's face have cracked and reshaped to resemble the jaws of a crab. Finally, one of the hands lost all but 2 fingers, and its nails grew longer and sharper to resemble pincers. This structure is made of keratin, like a cow's horn. Hence, the longer the crab man lives, the longer his pincer is. While this might seem cool, it essentially means he's in gross hobo mode and never trims his nails. Pro tip, you can bite off your nails and eat them so you don't have to cut them.
While the initial report states there were no survivors, this is humans we're talking about. Of course they're lying.
Multiple of these organisms actually did survive, but only the ones that most heavily came to resemble crabs. The scientists were shocked and horrified at the results of their experiments. The crabmen were also notably not more intelligent, but less so. In fact, they seemingly lost most of their humanity, and their behavior became much more crab-like. One of the most notable changes to their behavior was their eating habits. For those who don't know, crabs are often scavengers. The quote-unquote hyper-evolved humans became less discerning when it came to what they ate. Whereas before, they had what could be called a regular human diet consisting solely of McDonald's and beer or some shit. They upgraded to consuming actual trash and their own and other individuals' feces. The crab people also became notably more aggressive, attempting to kill and consume whatever is in front of them, especially other crab people. The strangest behavior displayed by these crab people was not crab-like in nature, but instead revealed a fraction of the humanity they had left. The scientists found this out when they took little precaution with interacting with them. They thought that a being more evolved would be more intelligent and moral. Thing is, evolution doesn't breed, intellectually stimulating friends. It breeds killing machines. The crab people pursued the scientists relentlessly, and then the scientists that didn't immediately commit sewer slide upon seeing what they had done were dispatched and consumed by the crabmen. Although, they did it with tears streaming down their heavily mutated faces, and they all lived happily ever after. The end. This story cements once and for all that the pinnacle of evolution is not in fact human, but crab. Remember folks, next time someone gets mad at you for giving them crabs, tell them that they should thank you for making them more evolved.
I know you still watch my videos, you can't be mad at me. What was your inspiration for the crabman skeleton?
Just the concept of carcinization. A lot of things were done for like little challenges, like little prompt-based challenges. So sometimes I'll just take, I think the prompt was called Advanced Evolution or something like that. I was like, okay, let me take this prompt. What could I do with it? And I figured, oh, wouldn't it be fun if there was like an experiment that tried to advance the evolution of humans, which is bullshit. Like that evolution doesn't work like that. But like this is like in this magic place where this can happen. Wouldn't it be fun if they found out that humans evolved into crabs? Then I was like, okay, this is fun. I want to do some like more speculative biology on it. So what would a human that evolved into a crab look like, just through the skeleton initially? Then I did another photo of it where it's alive, but what would it look like? So its rib cage, like a turtle, would have to like form the shell, and then the face would need to just get inside the rib cage essentially. Crabs are working with a lot more limbs than us, and it's not really like practical, like evolution wise. We're tetrapods, we can't develop new limbs. That would be like evolutionarily impossible. Only one limb could be the pincers. They would be basically standing on 3 legs and 1 pincer.
There's a lot of what if, and it kind of blends in certain aspects horror and comedy. And this is one example where it's like, it's definitely horrific, but it's also kind of hilarious to think about the crabman. Yeah. How would you say that this piece shows your inclination towards horror comedy?
That's something I've noticed, like as I develop an image, it's really easy to tip it into the absurd or horror, like just with very small changes. So it makes me really aware that horror and like absurd comedy are kind of like 2 faces of the same coin, and it's really easy to go one way or the other, and it's really hard to do both at the same time. Like sometimes, like, you know, that thin line where it's like both a horrifying concept and also really funny it's hard to get, but it's great. I love when I get that.
So what, you think crabs are like better than people or something?
Yeah, obviously. They have a compact shape, really hard to eat, really efficient. They can walk sideways to escape danger super fast. They have pincers to defend themselves. You know, like, we don't need intelligence.
I'd argue that most humans don't have it, but yeah.
You can just, like, they have happy lives just being on the shore and eating just whatever detritus they find there. Isn't that a beautiful life?
Dracunculus graviditatis is a specialized parasite of the uterus, infesting various species of mammal, including humans. Microscopic copepods living in untreated water may carry this nematode's larvae.
which, when ingested, break through the intestinal lining and migrate to the uterine wall. Once settled, they create a membrane around themselves, fusing to the uterine tissue and releasing anandamide and HCG analogs. This tricks the body into starting a false pregnancy process, which the roundworm uses to feed and grow up to lengths of 2 meters. Removal of the parasite and its pseudoamniotic sac must be precise, as breaking it will release a large amount of antigens, which may cause anaphylactic shock to the host.
Push, honey, push! Congratulations, it's a worm!
I knew you weren't composting, you bitch! Holy pregnant lady worm sack! A totally real, not at all fake, parasitic nematode that infiltrates all mammalian reproductive system through consumption of dirty bug water, then embeds itself in the uterus, becoming a fake baby and signaling the woman's body to feed and nurture it until it is fully grown.
I know you were telling me she ain't it and it'd be opening a can of worms, but I didn't know you meant it literally.
Never got that saying, by the way. If there was a can labeled worms, I would open it immediately out of curiosity. Regardless, let's break down what we know about the womb worm that I would never lie to you about being real. This parasite feeds on all mammals, but the only ones smart enough to detect and be afraid of it are humans.
Infection goes a little something like this.
When a mommy human and a daddy glass of water containing a worm-infested copepod love each other very much, the mommy drinks the daddy glass of water containing a worm-infested copepod. The copepod then dies by vor, and the worm is released into the intestines, subsequently burrowing into the woman's guts to get to the uterus, but not in the fun way. From here, the womb worm creates a membrane around itself, which allows it to fuse to the woman's uterine lining. It then mimics the hormonal and physical triggers of pregnancy, causing the woman's body to begin treating the worm like her baby, feeding it, nurturing it, allowing it to grow into a writhing, twisted, slithering mass. The worm is even well adapted to humanity's external intervention. As if the sac is popped, the worm releases antigens, or a foreign substance that elicits an immune response from the body, in this case leading to anaphylactic shock. Many other non-anomalous nematodes in the same family have evolved the same adaptation, and it's possible that they evolved this in order to dissuade hosts from removing their new skin roommates. Speaking of the family the worm comes from, understanding another member of said family may show us a bit more about our false fetus friend here. The guinea worm is another parasitic worm that feeds off humans in a similar, very disturbing, but in my opinion, slightly less disturbing manner. The beginning stage of the life cycle in the guinea worm is exactly the same as the womb worm. Both are spread via drinking unfiltered stagnant water containing copepods. From there, they both feed on the host, just via different metrics. People don't usually show symptoms of guinea worm until around a year after infection. But at the end of its life, the worm has developed a ghastly way of leaving its host. The infected develop a fever, swelling, and a pain in the area the worm resides in. The worm then bursts out from the skin of the victim, slowly wriggling its way out, causing a searing pain for the host. More than 90% of worms come out of the legs and feet, but worms can appear on other parts of the body too. If the end of the life cycle of the guinea worm is at all similar to that of the womb worm, that's what we call in the medical field fucking terrifying. The strategy of the womb worm is also reminiscent of another evolutionary strategy, parasitoid castration. In this strategy, a parasite ends the reproductive life of its host, aka makes it unable to boink and make another one of itself. This theoretically frees a significant portion of the host's resources, which can now be used to benefit the parasite. These resources include not only just naughty bits, but also the energy spent on mate-seeking behavior and caring for offspring. While this isn't exactly the same as that strategy, one can see very obvious direct parallels to it, in the way that the womb worm siphons resources and prevents any actual pregnancy from happening. And also, because they're both fucking horrifying. One question I have is, does carrying the worm affect the woman psychologically? I hope that current human ideologies haven't rotted their brains to the point that people will get mad at me for saying that growing another fucking human being inside of you affects your mind. All I'm saying is, she wasn't dipping pickles in ice cream before y'all forgot the condom, so maybe if she won't stop eating mulch out of the garden, it's time to be a caring partner and ask about that? More concerning, I theorize that after beginning the term of carrying the womb worm, the woman may begin to think of the nematode as her child, fixating on it constantly, protecting it from any harm, especially avoiding doctors who may remove it. This all begs the question, what happens when the worm comes to term, so to speak? That brings us to my next speculation. It appears that there are several small masses in the sac with the worm. While these could just be its poops, I have a theory that these are eggs. If the worm reproduces inside of its host, it stands to reason that the worm would want to spread its eggs. At this point, one of a few things could happen. It's possible that the worm would just sap the woman's body of nutrients until she died, and the worms would eat their way out. It's also possible that if it could affect their mind by some mechanic, it would influence her to play out the next phase of the worm's life cycle, leading the woman to a body of water, allowing the next generation of worms to escape and find copepods to infest. Starting the cycle all over again.
Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me want to give myself an impromptu vasectomy with toenail trimmers, but I don't know, bite into a cactus or something.
My theory may seem far-fetched, but this style of reproduction is not unfounded in the animal kingdom. One parasite, the horsehair worm, has this exact method of reproduction, infecting a cricket and then making it drown itself because that's the only way it can find someone else to have sex with. Next time you think finding someone is hard, just be thankful that you don't have to live inside someone else for years only to make them off themselves in a blow-up kiddie pool just to get a chance to get laid. If you have an opinion or speculation on my worm theory, or just womb worms in general, make sure to comment below. My opinion is that I'm glad it's only transmitted through drinking dirty water, because upon seeing the images, my mind initially created an implication about how that worm got in there that unsettled me to my core.
What was your inspiration behind the womb worm?
Obviously, I'm not someone who can get pregnant, but I just find the idea of pregnancy close to body horror in many ways. Like, the body changes in so many ways and can sometimes like literally get lifelong effects from it. In real life, it's one of the closest equivalents we have to body horror, but it's so normal, right? We don't really think about it. If we remove the human bit from it and we have just something creating a false pregnancy, like a parasite creating a false pregnancy, to just keep the body horror aspects while removing all the rest. And I think that just like emphasizes how much body horror that pregnancy can be.
Is this going to be something that would become a series?
I think it's better to keep it as a one-off for this one. The problem is, like, how does this worm get out? That's one of the obvious questions, right? If I were to represent that, it would be either like way too much into gore or NSFW, like stuff that I wouldn't really do.
If you, okay, how do I phrase this? In a world where never went to the doctor during the pregnancy, you go and it's during the delivery, everything's going normal, and then boom, worms. You think it's gonna be a baby? It's worms. Do you keep it?
I think, unfortunately, the worm wouldn't really live for long outside. To this womb worm, the only important thing would be getting the eggs out. That's the next part of its life cycle. Whatever happens to the worm doesn't matter. It would probably not live for long. I don't think even its mouth would be adapted to like eating stuff outside. Its mouth would probably just be like hyper adapted to just attaching to this fake placenta and drinking from it, right? So it probably wouldn't be able to even feed outside. It would probably just prepare a bunch of eggs, and the moment it came out, it's just like egg explosion, and hoping that some of those eggs find their way to water to continue the life cycle. So unfortunately, I don't think we'd be able to keep the worm.
I would just keep it in like a jar, but that's a good point. The Mermaids of River John, 1918. This town in Nova Scotia has seen many stories of animals described as mermaids over the years. This picture caused a lot of debate, and although many dismissed it as a hoax, some believe it to be real. A picture from the same area in 1922 shows another strange shape below the water. Critics claim it was just a small whale. The North Atlantic Mermaids, 2016. The controversial image was taken by a pair of divers as they approached a pod of what they described as mermaids. Some have claimed this as evidence of an undiscovered cetacean species. The Mermaid Fall, 2019. This cetacean carcass was found during a seafloor expedition near Puerto Rico. Some have called it a mermaid, owing to its strikingly humanoid features, but biologists claimed its heavily decomposed state cannot offer a positive identification. Well, mermaids are real. Who knew except all of humanity for literally the entire amount of time you shitheads could document things? Let's go over what we know. First of all, these mermaids are notably different from many other mermaids of lore. Rather than being half beautiful woman and half fish or some sort of weird eel man, these mermaids are massive in scale, looking more along the lines of a whale-human hybrid than a fish-human hybrid. While a popular explanation for these creatures was that early humans, or some sort of human ancestor, went into the ocean for one reason or another, probably resources, and slowly evolved into dolphin people, as displayed by this dumbass Animal Planet CGI documentary, upon further investigation, this does not appear to be the case. DNA analysis of the parts of the corpse that we did not eat proved that the quote-unquote mermaids are actually a species of yet unidentified cetaceans, the same family that includes dolphins and whales. Though these creatures are related to whales, through convergent evolution, they have evolved more human-like characteristics. To be able to hunt more effectively and use tools, they've traded their front flippers for hands. The ability to skillfully manipulate the environment could prove very useful in the ocean. For one, the amount of foods that require either great force or great thought to extract from their shells/skeletons/houses down here are vast. And said skeleton houses are made from calcium, which is a prime material to be reshaped into tools. Maybe, I don't know, don't Google it. I at least know it would be a lot harder for a regular whale to jerk off. While the facial structure in the skull and the grabbers on the end of their arms suggest a relation to humanity, these creatures are actually genetically much closer to deer than to people. Not that there's really much of a difference in my eye. Both look the same in headlights. Moving on, looking at their skull structure, it looks strikingly humanoid, with roughly the same dentition as a human as well, suggesting that they've maintained an omnivorous diet. Not only this, but it looks as though their head is structured to allow for a large brain. How smart these things are is a mystery, but if they can use tools and avoid human cameras for decades, chances are they got a lot of wrinkles in their head meatballs. I hear what you're saying. Wait, so sea people just evolved completely separately from land people and somehow have identical front limb and skull structure and are even similar enough to have human-like tits? Yup, you're not nearly as special as you once thought. Weird how that keeps happening. These creatures are around 6 to 7 human wingspans long from head to tail, and chances are they can get much longer. I bet you're wondering how the hell these fat asses stayed hidden for so long despite their size. Chances are, these creatures, with their higher intelligence, noticed the trouble that humanity usually causes. A smart being would likely vacate whatever area is heavily trafficked by the animal kingdom's version of a serial killer, so the sea people would vacate the surface whenever humans were around, diving incredibly deep to avoid the fates that many species of whale and large sea life suffered. I mean, if I were them, I would run from you guys too. I saw what you turned wolves into. Humans and cetaceans are among the most intelligent organisms on the planet, so chances are, these mermaids are pretty smart too. We can gauge from one of the images that they display social behavior, traveling in groups. The term would be pods if we considered them whales, and angry mob if we considered them human. The evolution of grasping hands leads one to believe that these cetaceans were using tools. These traits show advanced intelligence, and if they're intelligent enough to develop tools and live in large social groups, they might be intelligent enough to form some semblance of a society. It's possible that they could have an even more advanced society than humanity. I can already hear you whining.
How would they develop advanced technology without the energy given by fire? Ooh.
And first of all, you've been complaining a lot this episode, so fucking quit it. And second, ever hear of a hydrothermal vent? Well, if not, they're like little volcanoes, but under the water. They get pretty damn hot and put off a lot of chemical energy too. I bet there's a way to put those pieces together, so just because you're too dumb to figure it out doesn't mean the mermaids are. The ocean covers 71% of the Earth's surface, and 50 to 80% of all life is found under the waves. How well do you really know what you're swimming with? Or worse, what's below you? What was the inspiration behind the Mermaid series?
So that was just another one where I was like, I want to do a take on a classic creature. I really love doing this like speculative biology thing where you allow yourself to take like a little like stuff that can't happen, a little bit of magic, but then like try to be realistic with what those assumptions. Like, oh, humans obviously wouldn't evolve into crabs, but if they did, what would happen, right? So if mermaids were real, what would they look like realistically? And my idea was, they wouldn't be like half fish, half people. Taxonomically, that makes no sense from the like tree of life point of view, right? Like fish and human is so far away. So I figured it would definitely be a cetacean. It would definitely be a type of whale that just, instead of evolving fins, Because, you know, of the front fins of a whale is the same bones as our hands, just like in a different order. So what if you took those bones and elongated them back into like a long limb and had like a hand at the end? And what if you like had a much smaller head? You can have hair because, you know, whales are descended from a type of deer. They still have the genes in there to make hair. So you can have like a long flowing mane type thing. And just through these adaptations that are a lot more plausible, you get to something that's closer and closer to a human. But that still keeps like a lot of whale characteristics. I'm sorry about this, and but I will not stop doing it. I love to kill folklore creatures. I wanted to do like, what if a mermaid just washed up on shore? So I combined those two ideas. I was like, obviously there's a lot of whales that wash up on shore. I looked for images of that, and then just like edited the whale into a mermaid-like thing.
Do you have anything to say to the people at Animal Planet who made that documentary?
I like that documentary. I think the idea of it airing on a channel about animals and stuff is not the right way to do it, because most people will just tune in after the disclaimer that says this is fiction and just kind of go with it, you know, and kind of believe it. Stylistically, they did really well. Like, they do the same kind of stuff I do. They kind of fail on the disclosure part of it, where they have to be a little more clear that this is fiction. So just in case someone believes it. I did like that.
November 15th, 2021. A new dwarf planet has been discovered in our solar neighborhood. It was given the provisional name Xipe Totec. It has gone unnoticed due to its small size and complex orbit, but it recently passed close enough for the first image to be captured. August 7th, 2022. Xipe Totec has completed an unexpectedly close orbit of the Earth, grazing its Roche radius. Tidal waves are expected in the coming days. Authorities are warning not to approach the falling debris that was torn from the planet by Earth's gravity. May 30th, 2023. Concerns are mounting worldwide as flesh organisms grow unchecked. Seeds that fell on Earth during a close encounter with the living planetoid Xipe Totec appear to be fusing and consuming everything around them. Large swaths of the ocean floor being covered in flesh may lead to an ecological disaster, warns biologists. Breaking. We have lost connection with the James Webb Telescope. Its final message contains the last 4 images it captured before losing signal. New data received from the spacecraft Voyager 2. Its trajectory was disturbed by a moon-sized object outside the solar system. The probe took this photograph of it. It appears to be the organic husk of a member of Xipe Totec species that did not survive its interstellar trip.
Holy shit! An entirely new species of animal-like organisms that's the size of an entire planet, approaching humanity's home at a great speed, and subsequently pollinating the surface of the Earth with ever-growing and fusing flesh seeds. I guess space is just another ecosystem now, and also it ate the James Webb Telescope. This obviously raises a lot of questions. For example, is making little seemingly sentient babies and throwing them point-blank at Earth considered child abuse or sexual assault? What about both?
That's not what I meant.
One very pressing question I have is, what the hell is this sentient meatball, and what's it doing? Some of the smart viewers might have figured it out already, but I believe we can get a better understanding of this big old boy by looking at the media that may have inspired it. This story has many parallels to another masterpiece by the name of Hellstar Ramina, written by one Junji Ito. For those uncultured, slack-jawed dumb fucks that are unfamiliar with Hellstar Ramina, it goes a little something like this. One day, every human on Earth is doing normal human things, like eating processed cheese and penetrating each other and expelling said processed cheese, when all of the sudden, they see another celestial body approaching their home planet of Earth. Eventually, they realize that this planet has a giant mouth, and when it gets to them, it slowly begins devouring Earth until it's all gone, cleaning its plate like a very good boy, and then they all lived happily ever after, unless they happen to not be a monster planet. The end. While the original concept of Hellstar Ramina was to make the reader question everything they knew about the universe, like how planets usually aren't animals that run around consuming each other like the galaxy was the goddamn Serengeti, Xipe Totec seems to be more interested in explaining the nature of how creature planets would work, and I believe I understand the life cycle of this fascinating new little critter you got here. Well, I don't know if I believe it, but I sure as hell can make it up from source material and evidence.
This planet starts as tiny pimple-like spores that branch off from the larger planet. It waits on the surface of its mama, loosely attached to each other by a thin, fragile membrane. When the mother Zipetotec specimen gets close enough to a target planet to be affected by its gravity, the resulting force eventually pulls hard enough to separate the spores from their membranes. Some of these spores end up making their way to the target planet in question, and the spores begin to colonize it.
They grow up so fast.
As all creatures do, the spores begin to convert environmental biomass into their own bodies. However, unlike Earth life, these meat blobs all work together in attempts to convert the entire planet into iterations of themselves. You could learn a thing or two from these giant cancer cells, I tell ya. Eventually, these blobs replace the entirety of biological life on the surface, and combine to form one massive singular organism, with each meaty blob acting like an individual cell. These meat blobs act more specifically like stem cells, and begin to diversify into organs, veins, muscles, balls, whatever pieces a complete animal may need. Neat, right? Well, it's a glimpse into your future, so not really neat for you.
Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. I'm struggling to think of anything more horrible. I don't know, hug the nearest raccoon.
This stage of its life is completed when there's no more local biomass left on the planet. It then slowly starves while looking for a new victim, nursery planet for the next generation of space meatballs. It ends its life as many organisms do. The noble skeleton. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. To a fish, the ocean is the world. To an ant, the forest is the world. To a bacterium, the skin around your rectum is the world. This work really makes you question your place in the universe, doesn't it? I mean, it makes you question. I know where I stand, cell phone ape. What would you say your inspiration behind Zipetotec was?
There's a bit of Hellstar Remina, especially later on, because at the time I first did the first part, I hadn't read Hellstar Remina, so I wasn't aware that Junji Ito had tackled the concept before. But, you know, like retroactively, yeah, there is inspiration there. I've always liked enormous things, just like, you know, megalophobia, things that are just impossibly large. And yeah, just like, oh, what if there was a creature that was like an entire planet? At first, it was just this one-off piece. I really liked it. People really loved it. I think it was like one day on stream, we were saying like, what would happen if we like tried to continue the story? And maybe the planet came to visit us because it wanted to like create a new meat planet. It's like spreading itself. It's like its way of reproducing or multiplying. So I kind of went with that and was like, oh, now it's an apocalypse story. Hell yeah, let's go with it. Like there's walls of flesh invading the earth. Why not? It's not gonna be a super long one. From what we've seen so far, we've seen it put its seeds on the earth. They start growing. They take over the oceans, and then they come onto land, and people start like try to use fire to stop it. They can't. Humanity, like a futile attempt at stopping what a literal like cosmic destruction event. So we're gonna see that develop until its inevitable end of now the Earth is the new meat planets. I'm sorry if that's spoilers, but that's pretty. I think that was a pretty obvious conclusion.
All right, that segues good into the capstone for this one, which is if this happened, what would you do?
I would just let myself be swallowed into the flesh. It's better than dying of hunger because you're in a bunker underground and you can't even get out because you're surrounded by walls of flesh all over, and you probably can't eat it because our stomach acid is probably not enough to kill it, or whatever fire we can do. It's not enough to burn it all the way through, so it's gonna like reactivate in your stomach and eat you from the inside. There's probably like millions of years into the future, whatever life survived on Zipetotec probably became like, we'd probably end up becoming a sort of like parasitic ecosystem where you have like some kind of parasite that just like latches onto them, acting like plants, and then like other animals just running around eating these, like creating a whole ecosystem. I think that might be a fun thing to do, like maybe in the future.
(1849). Last page of Renard de Savinge's notes. Years ago, I found the shifting skull while exploring the Paris catacombs. I have studied its mysteries since. How does it keep transforming? Is it alive?
The answers must lie in the marrow. For this experiment, I will break it. 1865. A photographer reveals his latest invention to the French emperor's court, the portrait tournant. One of the portraits shows Baron Renard of Savinge. It was deemed defective. Unbeknownst to them, the one in the photograph was not Renard. The facade disappeared in 1895. 1896. During the X-ray craze, people buy machines to show the strange radiation to party guests. In one such event, in Hamburg, financier Franz Mansfield has his plate taken, revealing him to be the facade. He kept the print a secret until he vanished during a trip to the Americas. The location of the facade from 1917 to 1960 is unknown, but a string of unsolved disappearances throughout the United States point to it changing forms in a quick succession. 1960. A 6-year-old kid in Chicago is admitted to the Lurie Children's Hospital after a panic attack. She claims there is a monster pretending to be her mother. Her records show another panic attack at age 23, thought to be at the time when the facade chose a new victim. 1977. A report to the Chicago PD. I swear he ate her. They were fighting. She lunged at him. It was a blur, and then she was gone. There he was, swollen, down on the floor, his face shifting. The report was not investigated. The facade's current location is unknown. Yeah, damn! Some sort of shape-shifting being that disguises itself as members of humanity by jumping inside of them and then morphing into them only to skip town and disguise as someone else the moment it's discovered. This is a lot of information, so to help your smooth human brain to understand, let's go through the situation the evidence presents step by step. Our story starts in 1849, when a researcher finds a skull while exploring the Paris catacombs. The skull is warped and distorted. Not only that, but it appears that the shape of the skull continues to grow and change, almost like it's still alive. The researcher claims that he will attempt to break the marrow to see how the skull functions. But we never learn if he had any findings, because he's bad at following through on his promises because he's the facade now. Following this, the facade, disguising as Renard because it jumped inside his body, is documented in France when a photographer uses what looks like a combination of a lazy Susan and an old-fashioned camera to reveal that half of this guy's face is a hideous chicken monster. I was uncalled for. 30 years later, the facade disappeared, and then 1 year after that, the creature reappears in Hamburg, Germany. The facade, now disguised as one Franz Mansfield, has his X-ray plate taken at a party. Weird. Humans nowadays normally just drink fun poison at parties. This X-ray plate reveals his weird shifty skull, which seemingly makes him self-conscious because he kept the plate a secret, and then a little while later, skipped town again. No one knew exactly where the facade went, but in this time, a string of disappearances in the US pointed to traveling incognito through America. The land of opportunity. Wait, sorry, so that's a typo. The land of obesity. In 1960, the facade reappeared, this time in Chicago. Well, if that kid isn't full of shit, which kids typically are, but this has too much supporting evidence, so I guess not. Side note, I like how in this universe, Chicago's 100% murder rate can just be explained by the facade. After this, the monster mommy must have noticed that the kid was horrified of her, and she jumped ship again. Now, what did we learn from all this? That's right. If you're going to be a disguising predatory monster, pick your targets carefully and avoid detection. Now that I've explained this to you with the subtlety and nuance of a crazed man pressing his dick against a high floor balcony glass, let's get into the questions this story raises. First of all, what the hell are the facade? The facade is a being that changes bodies not by eating them, but by getting eaten. The scene described in the Chicago PD call is the facade posing as that child's mother before jumping into its next victim. Through biological mimicry, or some sort of cognitohazardous interference, it seems to fool everyone the victim knows, with the exception being children, or at least that stupid one. After this, it appears that the facade seems to go about the daily life of the victim. It's the simple things in life that give the facade joy. This leaves one question unanswered. What is this creature's motivation? While one would be quick to point out that it does in fact, in a way, predate on people, it only does that to get rid of them and subsequently take their form. it hasn't shown any evidence of attacking anyone else once it's already assimilated. So it doesn't appear to be taking the people for the nutrients, nor the fun of it, but solely to replace them. It doesn't seem to be hurting anyone else. So what the hell could it possibly want? I think that this part of the story is where the Lovecraftian magic really starts to settle in. Sure, it would be hella spooky if we were told exactly what the plans were for this little creature's dastardly deeds. But I think it's even scarier if it's left unknown, and our minds are left to run wild with its possibilities. Is it ingratiating itself into family units to more effectively understand human psychology and biology? It could even be studying our habits in order to create some sort of super product to sell back to us with a multi-level marketing scheme to keep us all enslaved as both producer and consumer. No, wait. It can't be. It can't be. It's back. Just in a different form. Why must you take everything from us? Away with you, Spectre! Away with you! The current location of the Herbalife CEO is unknown. But you know what that means. It means that someone is probably gonna be swallowed and replaced soon.
What is the inspiration behind the facade?
So it was just a conversation I had with Luke. We wanted to collaborate on something, and we were trying to think like, what would be a fun topic to tackle? And something I'd like to do, especially with collaborations, is like, let's take a classic monster and just do our own take on it. It doesn't have to be like a super fancy twist, just like a different take. Like the Lycanthrope series was, we're gonna take werewolves and vampires and invert their roles. Like, the werewolf is now like the aristocrats metaphor, right? I was thinking like something similar, but I wanted to do doppelgangers. I really liked Luke's style and how he does these kind of like body horror things. I was like, that would be really fun if you have like their face can literally stretch, and I think that's how the drawings of the skulls came like through that. So like, like the skull literally stretches, and that's how we came upon the design. And then we said like, okay, let's just put it all out of order and let people reconstruct and figure out that, we're talking about the same individual. We're just following this thing throughout like a century, essentially.
What was it like working with Luke Baker?
It's great. I don't know. I just really love collaboration in general, because you can just like think of, okay, what are your strengths? What are my strengths? What can we do like combining them? I really love the ideas that Luke came up with, like, what if we had like a kid's drawing, or what if we had a police sketch of one of them? And we kind of really get each other in the sense of, we never want to show the creature directly, because whatever your imagination can come up with is probably worse than whatever we can draw. We would like to cover like the future, like what happened after the 1970s in the last we see of the facade. So we have like few decades to have him go through different identities and stuff, and we never want to show it directly. That's one of the troubles with it, is like, we could just have like a cell phone picture of it, because everybody has a good camera nowadays, but we don't want that. That wouldn't be fun.
Is there, you'd say, like a message to this piece?
Like, what if there was a parasite, but that took advantage of like society? It takes the place of one person and just like coasts or through life, being that person until people start getting suspicious of them, move on to the next one. That's kind of where we wanted to go, like just as a fun concept. But I don't think there's like any deeper thematic elements there.
Awesome. Cool. Are you the facade?
I can't comment on that.
The following pictures and documents were retrieved from the remains of the ship Storaker. Its crew and most of its cargo lost in a storm off the coast of Denmark while returning from an archaeology expedition to the Viking burial ground of Sondrum. Excerpt from the diary of Maine archaeologist Tor J. Arn, 22nd of March, 1905. Today, we dug up something strange. It wasn't far from the other graves in the area, but it was buried deeper. The extraction was difficult, since it had become encased in a hard piece of sandstone we had to break through. This artifact, it doesn't look like anything we've seen from the Vikings. It seems too detailed for one of their carvings, and the dark stone it's made out of is certainly not from the region. A piece of loot from one of their raids, perhaps? We'll have to bring it back to Copenhagen and analyze it further.
The crew is quite disturbed by the artifact, and I've heard far-fetched speculation about its origins. As much as I hate to admit, it makes me feel uneasy too. There's one more thing I'm hesitating to write down. When I touched its surface, I felt a slight vibration, nearly imperceptible. None of the others seemed to notice. Thinking back on it, that was likely the result of a tired mind and an imagination stirred by old wives' tales. Tomorrow we'll load it up on the ship with the rest of the findings and come back to the museum. May 1909, Brisbane, Australia. Fisherman Adam James Clark makes an unusual catch. He would keep the object in his home, fascinated by it, until his disappearance 6 months later. Adam was a dutiful diarist. In his notes, we can see the slow progression of his mental state and his deepening obsession with the cocoon. May 14th, 1909. The strangest thing got tangled in my net today. I have no idea what it is, but I managed to pull it to shore. I think it may be a live egg or a cocoon of some sea animal. If I put my hand to it, I can feel it twitch a little. Seems to survive well enough out of the water, for now. Wonder if something will come out of it. A photographer was at the jetty, and I got back and got me some pictures of the thing. We'll be here to keep some record if it ends up rotting away. The husks takes up a great deal of space in my room, but that beats empty. It's a good listener, though not too fond of conversation it seems. I've been waiting so long for him to come out. Sometimes I put my ear to the shell and listen to him move in there, metamorphosing. I read that during the cocoon phase, insects melt into some sort of liquid inside, and then rebuild themselves into something new. Whatever he looks like, I can't wait to welcome him into this world. I wonder if he'll see me as a father. Sometimes I'm afraid to leave the room and fear that the husk that traps him may open while I'm not here. I hope the grandkids haven't missed me. This last diary entry is dated November 3rd of that year. Adam was never seen again. November 3rd. He nearly doesn't move anymore. Is he dead? He needs something to finish his metamorphosis. I think he needs me. He needs me! I must enter. I must unite with him. Give his body structure. He is Adam Clark. I am him, bound by a husk. Prison of flesh and chitin. I will bring him to where I found him, pry his shell open, climb inside, and jump into the water as we become one. We will finally complete his beautiful transformation. We will be free. Weeks later, a fishing boat would discover what appears to be the remains of the shell, broken and completely empty. 1910, Northport, Maine. An unidentified carcass washes up on shore. Local newspapers report, strange shell washes ashore. Residents from Northport reported a strange animal washing up ashore this morning. "'Tis a honkin' lobster. We thought it was a whale at first," said Eugene Morel, local fisherman. "We were going to boil it, but tain't no meat inside." The carcass was left on the docks, so a biologist from Maine University could identify it. Tragedy in Northport. Friday morning, the body of Jimmy Hall, 12-year-old boy from Northport, was found lying on the docks. The child appears to have slipped and fallen on his head while sneaking out at night to see an unidentified carcass that had washed up on shore. The town's fishermen who had discovered the animal claimed it carried a curse and took it upon themselves to destroy the remains of the lobster-like shell by burning it, much to the chagrin of 2 Maine University biologists who had come to inspect it. Unearthed pictures from the Australasian Antarctic Expedition. Year, 1913. Something strange is found in the ice. Cecil Madigan's diary on the subject. 17th January, 1913. The sleighing party was a total success. We mapped a large area east of the base, but the most fascinating finding was what appears to be an enormous larva, as big as a man. I am no biologist. McLean keeps saying it'll be the discovery of the century. The insect was perfectly preserved in the ice, so we sawed around it and brought back the whole block. The whole team had a toast of the discovery. Due to Mawson's team's unfortunate journey, a small group was left in Antarctica for a whole year more than expected. 9th of February, 1913. It is starting to dawn on me that we are staying for more than 1 year. Mawson came back and told us of his tragic journey. We will miss Ninnis and Metz, but no use wallowing. The ship has sailed. This year, I will assist McLean in studying the insect. The crew has taken to calling her Margot, after Maggot. We will not break the ice as the body might be fragile. Jeffries, the new arrival, has taken a lot of interest in the bug, and keeps coming to see it, asking all sorts of questions. He could become an annoyance. Excerpts from Sidney, Jeffries, and Madigan's diaries from the incident that led to the loss of the specimen in the winter of 1913. Jeffries would never recover his sanity after the expedition. 2nd of August, 1913. He broke it. That madman, Jeffries, completely lost his block. Went to the storage room in the middle of the night and took an axe to Margot. He minced her so thin we couldn't recover a single piece of her. Still this work, and we will not be able to bring a thing back to Australia. We found Jeffries outside, repeating that he had freed her over and over. We locked him in, since he's become a danger to the mission. Last surviving photographs from the secretive De La Cruz family, Mexico, 1910 to 1920s. The following documents were smuggled out by Adrian De La Cruz, a disowned relative. According to him, the thing in the photo is who the family called Tío Alfredo. The De La Cruz were local landowners. They lived in an isolated estate in Morelos for generations, surrounded by croplands and pastures. They were rarely seen outside, leading locals to circulate many rumors about the family and their sickly disposition. Adrian De La Cruz was the only household member known to have escaped. After fighting in the revolution, he chose not to come back and left to Mexico City, where he studied chemistry and met his wife, Cristina. The pictures were retrieved by him, sent with the following letter. Cristina, I am sorry for leaving without a word. I came back to my family home. Something was left undone. You will not believe this, so I put some photos in this envelope. This thing, Tío Alfredo, it has always been there, in the attic. I gave it my blood. We all did. I don't know how long it has been with us, since the time of my great-grandfathers, or more. And for this long, everyone has been convinced that it is a part of the family. Maybe it used to be, but none of that matters. I need to break this cycle and save them from this torture. I have brought a vial of cyanide. I will drink it, then go into the attic and let the beast feed on me, just like it used to. That horrible, empty sensation. If all goes well, I will then drink my antidote and come back to you, having rid the world of this devil. Adrian, we have not been able to find any more documentation on the incident, except for a photo, dated to around the same time as the letter, taken in a cemetery near the De La Cruz estate. Italy, 1917. An art collector finds 3 unusual statues in a small museum in Aquila. They appear to represent angels with insect wings, pincers, and extra sets of limbs. Entranced by them, he would acquire the sculptures for his personal collection. To find out more about them, he contacted Francis Aidan Gasquet, archivist in the Vatican. They found a codex from 15th century Spain. It was commissioned by Antonio Perez de Ayala, a nobleman's son turned monk. It describes his spiritual experience after finding an angel. The angel was said to come from a cocoon found in the sea. It was likely worshipped in Ayala's monastery, as proved by the surviving works of art. We do not know what happened, only a letter that was found in which the Vatican asks for a local noble to help destroy a heresy. The art collector never released the statues from his personal collection, so the old pictures are all the proof we have of their existence. You open the old binder. Inside, some pictures, torn pages, and a letter. Let me tell you of the time I saw one of the megalomorpha. You heard this story before, but these documents should help clear your skepticism. It was 1923, and I was traveling through British Tanganyika. After finishing my studies in anthropology at the age of 24, I was eager to go out and document unknown cultures. During that trip is when I met the Myuu people, a wonderful and rich society with barely any interaction with the outside world. During my 3 weeks with them, I observed their peculiar customs, particularly the constant motif of stag beetles, apparent from their clothes to their buildings and weapons. I first thought it was expert craftsmanship, but I now suspect the objects came from a different source. Myuu culture is very different from that of the surrounding tribes. They show a mix of hunter-gatherer and agricultural traits, and do not seem to have a clear social structure. Their art and religion are unlike anything I have seen. Stories are passed down from the elders to the young. Many of them are centered around the figure of Kinya, depicted in statues as a hybrid of a man and stag beetle. Communication was quite difficult due to the uniqueness of their language, which the translator was not able to fully grasp. I am not proud of having followed them in secret, but if it were not for that, I would not have seen the insect. At first, I thought they were hunting it, but then I realized their interaction looked more like a conversation. They followed a flock of birds to a clearing, where they stopped and chanted in unison. I got closer to take a photograph, but I was seen and had to leave expeditiously. Unfortunately, After this incident, I was not welcome in the village anymore, so I had to resume my journey. As you know, trying to publish this information only led to ridicule and me being cast out from academia. That is why I spent my life trying to prove their existence. Thank you again for your help, friend. I cannot do this alone at my age. Sincerely, Nigel Buckley. 1927, the Turner Bros Circus begins touring the USA with an unusual exhibit. Their publicity claims it is an Amazonian mammoth ant, though no such species has been described. For 2 years, they would tour the Midwest, attracting the curious and skeptics. Very little documentation remains apart from the posters and 2 photographs. The man who appears in the picture and poster is Henry Turner, one of the 2 founders of the circus. In later recollections from his brother Robert, he claimed Henry became obsessed with the ant. Towards the end, he was even sleeping in the cage with it. One day he just took off with the ant, left everything behind. Henry would not be heard from again. The loss of the founder and the stock market crash of 1929 was too much for the circus, which closed that year. Norway, 1953. Erling Jorgensen, a local journalist, visits the isolated parish of Ernis, accused by many of being a cult. His unpublished notes and photographs are the only remaining source on this group and the events that culminated in its destruction. The small parish was based around a modern church. Though initially unremarkable, starting around 1947 the community would take an isolationist turn. Parishioners started shunning external contact, except for the occasional missionary sent to recruit people into the group. In August 1953, journalist Erling Jorgensen was allowed to visit the community, take pictures, and interview their members. Though Erling was given relatively free rein, he was not allowed to enter the church during sermon hours, at which time he was put under watch. The community was headed by Thor Hagen, often just described as the bishop, and his 3 sons. The self-proclaimed bishop and his entourage had essentially broken contact with the Church of Norway, forming their own hierarchy. The priests wore masks as part of their vestments. Many of the particular rituals of this group were centered around their youngest members. They wore white clothing and were referred to as initiates. The purpose of their initiation was never made clear. In an interview, a 7-year-old claims, "One day, I will be one with God." According to Erling's notes, on the day of his departure, he was taken over by curiosity. Instead of leaving, he snuck into the church and hid there, waiting for the sermon he had not been allowed to watch. As it started, he saw an immense creature appear from behind the altar. The church has been silent for hours, as that thing pulsates on the wall. I need to do something. Erling's unpublished notes end there. A fire destroyed the church that day. Erling never admitted to having been there. After his death, it was revealed that he had lit the match. Leaked report from the USSR Committee of State Security, KGB, 1961. Full report and translation below. In June 1961, a group of Navy personnel carried out a survey on sunken merchant ships in the Kara Sea, taken down during the Second World War by the Germans. The divers carried underwater cameras with them to document the state of the boats. Upon investigating the survey ship, Academic Shokalshish, sunken by a U-boat in 1943, the diver came upon the nest of some sort of creature resembling an insect of enormous size. Analysis has determined it to be an unknown species and was given the provisional name of Vivishkova. The details are unclear, as only the camera was recovered, and the rest of the crew deemed the waters unsafe to investigate further. The pictures were taken back to KGB headquarters for analysis and deliberation. We have determined these documents to be of national security interest, and thus will be kept with utmost discretion. The rest of the diving crew has already been dealt with appropriately. Our next aim should be to recover the eggs shown in the pictures. A team will be discreetly assembled to deal with Vivishkova and bring back as many eggs as possible for the study. Scientists are also being gathered in attempts to train the animals as they are born. All of this will take place in our base in Dixon. The aim is to use them on enemy ships in response to American aggression, to neutralize them without leaving a trace of our actions. This could take a toll on their forces without linking back to us. Further developments will be communicated through private channels to the parties involved. Communicated for your information. Signed, Chairman of the Committee, A. Shelepin. 21st of August, 1982. A report on a local TV channel in Sicily. A Roman ruin has been found last Monday when building a hotel near Modica. Archaeologists are asking for more time to study the elaborate mosaic, but are under pressure from the owners, who want the building done before July. This beautifully preserved mosaic has puzzled historians. Among rich hunting scenes, what looks to be an enormous wasp appears to be eating an antelope. This piece stands out from the other realistic scenes, and does not seem to match any known Roman myths. The photo above was recovered by the daughter of the late head archaeologist, Piero Baglieri. No other sources on the mosaic can be publicly found, nor information about the hotel that was built on top. Among the documents Nigel Buckley sent in 1984, you find his notes and illustrations. What can we glean from the new sightings we have documented of these creatures? They clearly appear to be related to insects, only at a much larger scale. Are they a part of the same species? Or perhaps a broader genus or family? Provisionally, I have decided to treat them as a single genus, which I call Megalomorpha. I cannot say if the myriad forms we see are due to extreme individual variability, or if several species exist. What makes me lean towards the single species variability hypothesis is the shell found in Maine. These molts are more common in insects going through partial metamorphosis, which suggests Megalomorphae may be capable of radical changes in form later in life. Nigel had spent all of his life studying these insects since he reportedly found one in Tanganyika in 1923. He passed away in 1986, not being able to complete his life work of redeeming his image in the scientific community. Most of the evidence you've seen so far is his work. Pictures found in an abandoned, remotely operated vehicle, 2004. It was recovered from the seafloor, damaged, and with its umbilical cord cut off, 3 years after being lost during the survey of the sunken ship Myuu. The vehicle was found during a seafloor survey by the Polynesian Oil and Gas Company. They were attempting to build an oil pipeline in Hawaii. The company closed in 2014, but an ex-employee managed to hold on to these documents. The note reads as follows. As some of you know, during the seafloor survey done between Honolulu and Molokai for the Hawaii Pipeline Project, an abandoned remotely operated vehicle was found on the ocean floor. We believe it was used to survey the Myuu, a Japanese fishing boat sunk after an accident with the submarine USS Greenville in 2001. The ROV was probably lost during the survey, as we found the umbilical cord severed and signs of damage. The body of the vehicle was lifted, and some data recovered from it. Among it, some pictures were found. These were, to our knowledge, not obtained by the Navy. The CEO wishes to inform you that this matter will be resolved internally, as to not cause a delay in the pipeline project that may make it go over budget. We urge all employees to handle this matter with discretion, and not share this information with external sources, as it may trigger an unnecessary environmental inquiry that could damage the company. Last of all, as we reach the last stretch of this project, we want to congratulate you for all your efforts. It is thanks to each one of our valued employees that we have managed to come this far, and we are confident that with your help, we will keep reaching new heights. Strange trail cam pictures were recovered from a now defunct hunting forum, October 2006. These screenshots were saved at the time by a user, but no archived version remains. The original poster could not be tracked down. Any new information on this subject would be greatly appreciated.
So I'm a bit spooked. Set up a couple trail cams yesterday, and when I looked at them today, I saw these two pics. Can anyone help me identify what this is? This was in Overton County, Tennessee, by the way. You think I could have discovered something new?
Lol, I have trouble believing this. Don't you think a huge insect like that would have been seen before? Either it's a weird camera trick where the bug is actually close, or you're full of it, friend.
Wow, okay. No need to be rude, Moose. I don't think there's a camera trick here. You can see there's trees in front of it, so it's not just the bug that got close. There's lots of unexplained animals that science hasn't studied yet, so that's a very closed-minded way of seeing things. I have no idea how to use Photoshop either, if that's what you imply. I don't even think it's possible to fake something like this. Anyway, if there's anyone willing to actually help out, please just let me know.
Well, I guess I'm not sleeping tonight. Justin, I'm no photography expert, but this sounds like something that would happen with old cameras. Sometimes they would shoot twice in the same film. That's why people would see ghosts sometimes. Maybe something like this happened here and two pictures got mixed up. One of the bugs up close and a normal one. Seems more likely than a giant bug flying out there. Occam razor and all that.
I can understand it's an error, but the odds of that happening twice seems unlikely. The cameras worked well otherwise. Do you folks have any other theories? Or if it's a normal bug, can anyone identify? Bump?
2011. A cave with Neolithic paintings and artifacts is found near Terig, Spain. Among the buried remains is an adult cranium with unknown malformations. The cave art appears to have religious significance. The first scene represents people fighting and escaping what appears to be a large insect-like form with 6 limbs and large horns. Below, people are kneeling before a similar figure in a more solemn pose. They make offerings to it. The following part has been purposefully chiseled off, leaving few recognizable traces. The final scene shows more people kneeling and laying their weapons below what looks like their deities, which show elements of both humans and the previous six-limbed creature. No other gods of such description are known in the area.
Holy bug fucking shit! Some sort of tree of life of massive mind-controlling insects that has gone mostly undetected for the majority of history, other than isolated incidents of their documentation. I wonder if this is at all related to the giant cocoon that I keep in my closet and constantly pray to. Probably not though. Let's break down what we know. These large insectoid creatures have been sparingly documented throughout history. Spanning from 1905 to the current day, depictions and evidence of these creatures have been leaked into the public light. Despite this, the megalomorpha has still not been acknowledged officially by the scientific community. Scientific community. These creatures are either discovered as a cocoon or documented later on as various different fully grown insectoid critters. There are either many species of megalomorpha that always go through metamorphosis, or they have incredible variability in what the other side of that metamorphosis might end up looking like. Not only do the megalomorpha go through an intense metamorphosis process, changing their bodies to a myriad of forms, but it appears that the final stage of the megalomorpha lifestyle involves fusing with a human for some reason. And this can be seen in the man-bug monster, the myth, the legend, Tio Alfredo, which translates incorrectly to English as Uncle Creamy Pasta. Tio Alfredo was a megalomorpha that worked his way up the corporate ladder by fusing with what I assume was once the real Tio Alfredo. Evidently, Uncle Bug had been with the family since the time of the narrator's great-grandfather, and had convinced them that it was a part of the family.
I think Tio Alfredo is deserving enough of love that he shouldn't have to convince them of anything. All he wanted was your love and bodily fluid. Isn't that what we all want?
Even though this looks like a clusterfuck of random bug family information, combined with some research from another video, this may illustrate what exactly the hell these creatures are. One way we can potentially further understand what the megalomorpha are is by not stealing the information directly from someone else's video. Speaking of, Valdez Evia actually answered a bit of the question of what the hell these bugs are in a Curious Archive video. So I'm gonna not steal that.
The megalomorpha, they can kind of make themselves appear to the people around them as kind of whatever they interpret. And it's based on their previous beliefs. What their background is, they might think it's some sort of deity.
It appears that the megalomorpha manipulates the human mind and manufactures a reality in which the humans love and care for the insects. It becomes their baby, their god, their Tio, whatever they need to be to gain the adoration of the hairless apes in question. From there, it somehow convinces one person to fuse with them, allowing them to change into their final form. Why it needs humans to complete its life cycle is still a mystery, and I'm not sure if these bugs count as a parasite, or if the combo in question is a new animal in its own right. Whatever the case, we can see from the documentation leaks that these creatures have been with us since the days of the Romans, the Vikings, the cavemen, and continue to be with us in the days of online hunting forums, I guess. I want to see megalomorpha porn. No, I don't. Since before humanity could write things down, these creatures have been here, infiltrating select pockets of the human species and controlling their minds for unknown, possibly nefarious purposes. Before we had our technology, our language, our society, we served only these insects. Who knows, maybe they control our numbers in a much greater ratio than we think. Maybe we're just a giant, busy ant colony. And under the surface, everything we do is in service of our one massive, pulsating queen. Oh god, I'm gonna come! One theory I have is that the megalomorpha themselves are the reason they haven't been discovered yet. Think about it. If you were a giant mind-controlling insect, would you want the little weird hairless apes that you're controlling to know enough about your existence to be capable of forming an opinion about what you're doing? Because I wouldn't. I would mind control the apes into thinking it's not a problem because I'm not real. One giant question I have about these mind-manipulating buggies is, what the hell do they want? Chances are that the megalomorpha just wants what we all want, a bigger dick to live. It's likely that this is just the evolutionary strategy that these creatures have always known.
They stayed close to humans and brainwashed the apes to care for them because it worked as a survival strategy, just like cats. By controlling the little wrinkles in their head meatballs, the insects could ensure not only that they'd survive, but in fact live comfortably off the hard work of humanity. It's also possible that these creatures aren't just big brainwashing bugs and do have some sort of ulterior motive. But in true unknowable horror fashion, what exactly that motive would be is impossible to gauge. Moving on from what is literally happening in these documentations, because no matter how hard I try, I'm going to be too stupid to figure this out in the entirety, the story of Megalomorpha is quite thematically rich as well. One clear theme of this story is metamorphosis. Not only is it the literal life cycle of the massive bug critters in question, but the theme of change is present throughout the timeline, especially in the longer and later entries. Individuals, families, even large communities can be transformed under their influence. One can see this clearly in the fisherman's obsession, the prehistoric people going from hunting the insects to worshipping and finally becoming one with them, and even in Adrian de la Cruz's escape from the cycle. In the end, both humanity and Megalomorpha come together and change into something new, something grander than both of them separately. One may wonder about the inspiration behind this story. Evia states that he was inspired by Lovecraft's storytelling methods, in which he told his stories through found documents that only had little traces of evidence throughout the years. It was also inspired by real-life historical accounts of expeditions. The combination of these two makes sense to me, because the only person who's going to be more vague than Lovecraft is the guy who's literally paid to write all that shit down. Do you have any theories about the Megalomorpha? If you should comment below and I'll tell you why you're wrong. I'm smarter than you.
What would you say was your inspiration behind the Megalomorpha series?
I was just like looking to do something horror, old school. And the idea I had is like, I want this to be like archaeologists digging something up. And I had found an image. I was like, okay, this image, this guy is standing next to a tomb, it's like dug up under the earth. I like that. But what should I put in there? I had no idea. And I was scrolling Twitter one day and I saw someone say, like, just someone post a picture of a huge cocoon on their hands, a really big one, and saying like really freaked out, like, what the fuck is this? This looks like an alien baby. And people in the comments explained, oh, that's the cocoon for I don't recall the species of moth, one of the biggest species of moth. That's why the cocoon was so large. I was like, that's really cool. Like that looks so alien just on its own. That needs to be what I do with it. And then I edited some stuff on it later on when I did more cocoons. I didn't really edit them that much because back then I didn't really know what I was going to do. I didn't know it was going to be a series or anything. So back then it was just like, oh, I'm just going to edit some like more creepy stuff on this cocoon so it looks kind of like weird or biomechanical and stuff. I just did that without thinking about it twice, and that eventually became Megalomorpha.
If you were to describe maybe the theme and underlying message of the Megalomorpha series, what would you describe it as?
A lot of the overarching theme is like metamorphosis, and it's not only like the literal metamorphosis of the bugs that literally metamorphose with humans, but it's also like about the changes they cause around them to people, and it's like how a normal farming community can become a cult. For example, you can like the Tio Alfredo one is a metaphor for abuse in a family and how it can perpetrate through generations, and often like the people in it, they can't see what's going on until they get out. So it's a story about like someone going back to their family that they escaped long ago, and going back to, you know, take revenge on an abusive family member, basically. Transformation in that sense, in that case, like the person like went away and was able to change like their perspective and then realize that, oh, what I went through was fucked up. Or the old fisherman who we can clearly see is like really lonely and suddenly finds this cocoon, and the cocoon makes him believe that it's child, and he starts taking care of it like a child, and eventually like gives his own life away to it. Taking real life things, real life situations, and using the Megalomorpha as like metaphors for these changes, you know?
I know you mentioned earlier that you got your start more in medicine. The character of Nigel Buckley, how he got kind of ostracized. Did your experience in the scientific community at all shape how you portray the scientific community later on in your work?
Not really. I think Nigel Buckley is kind of an asshole. I like making asshole main characters. Sometimes they get what's coming to them. In case of Nigel Buckley, he just gets ignored. But Nigel in this case was just like, hey, I'm this young guy who's in a colonial place, just going to places where I'm not invited and ignoring people's warnings. I come across like something that's horrifying to me and that kind of like takes a whole turn on his life and kind of ruins his life. In this case, like the whole like scientific community ignoring him is like, it's this punishment for like, he gets his own life ruined by his hubris and by not respecting the people he was like meant to be studying, quote unquote. Yeah. So in this case, like the scientific community isn't really like, it's more of like a metaphor for the punishment this guy gets. And he's also like a really like useful character because he's like one of the few people that he's keenly aware of the megalomorph. He's actually seen one, not for long enough to be like brainwashed by them, but is clearly like, changed the course of his life. So he's the person who has gathered a lot of this evidence, so that it's not like all disjointed.
Is there an idea about how the megalomorpha would directly influence the human mind biologically in that speculative biology kind of vein?
Yeah, that's something I've kind of left in the air, because you could interpret the megalomorpha as like more biological things or like supernatural things. I want to keep both of the interpretations like plausible and equally readable, right? Because I think both are good, and I don't want to take like a side there. If it were biological, it could just be like pheromones. Like in this case, the moth I used in that story is Creatonus gangis. I'm probably mispronouncing that. It's a moth that has like an inflatable organ. I call it the inflatable moth ass, that it uses to release pheromones. So it's like, oh, that's really cool. Like it just stands there in the back of the church, inflates a huge organ and just stays there pulsating. Everyone's just watching in silence, and they're literally they're being brainwashed. They think they're seeing like an angel, and this guy comes in, it's just snuck in, and it's obviously like still not like going through the brainwashing that this whole community has, is left speechless and never speaks about it again until his deathbed. So he is kind of brainwashed in a way. Like he is like mentally really affected by the megalomorpha, and it's also like, as with a lot of the characters that come across them, it just changes the course of their life completely.
If given the opportunity, would you fuse with a bug?
Good question. I mean, they can live for who knows how long, an indeterminate amount of time once they fuse with a human. So if I'm really old and yeah, like maybe yeah, let's go with it. I want to be immortal. Even though I'd probably lose all my humanity in the way, but it would be a fitting end for me.
If you were asked to describe your work for someone who's never heard of it, what would you say?
So I would say it's like posts that maybe your grandma sent you on Facebook that are complete misinformation, but your grandma like just believed it outright. Like turning that into a more serious art form and a storytelling like medium, using Photoshop and like stuff that looks real, at least at first glance, to kind of like immerse you in a story in a different way than other mediums can let you do.
Are there themes that you find yourself consistently returning to in your art? And if so, why is that?
On the one hand, it's like folklore, because I just love folklore. And for example, like I'm from Asturias, which is a small region in the north of Spain. And it has really beautiful and interesting folklore with like Celtic roots. Whenever I look for art to represent, like I want to tell somebody who's not familiar about the Gualebre, like a really cool dragon creature that exists there, I go look for art, and it sucks. It's really bad. There's not a lot of it, and it's not very good. I'm like, I want to change that. So that's the theme I always come back to, folklore, because I just love folklore in general, and I want to represent my own folklore that I grew up with. There's also a theme that I go back to a lot, is parasites, because I studied medicine, and like it's like just studying medicine and seeing all the messed up stuff that can happen to the body is it kind of like it makes you immune to a lot of the like icky stuff that a lot of people don't like. Parasites are something that I couldn't like even through like understanding them and learning more about them, it still feels like I don't know, super like icky and horrible to me. like at a deeper level, I think. So I love parasites, and I keep doing stuff that, you know, it's either like a more literal parasite, like, I don't know, the womb worm that you discovered, or it can be a more like, I guess, metaphorical parasite, like something that maybe takes over your mind, like the megalomorpha, right? Where they're not like as physically dangerous, though they can be, they're huge bugs, but they are, you know, the scary thing about them is that they kind of convince you of anything they want to, and that's kind of like, you know, they're taking over your mind in the same way that a parasite takes over your body.
You mentioned earlier you studied medicine. Do you find that your experience in science has influenced your artistic expressions?
It's given me a lot of like language to do medical horror. Like, it's very rare for an actual like a horror artist or horror like storyteller to be well versed in medicine, because usually people who study medicine will stay in that lane for the rest of their lives. So there's not a lot of people who can do this. It's like, this is a very specific niche to me, and it gives me like enough language to sound convincing while telling like complete bullshit. To the point where there's actual doctors who have kind of fallen for, like at least like partially fallen for stuff I've done. I don't know if you've covered the one with the teeth coming out of the bones, where it's
Not
like
yet.
an X-ray of a hand.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a hand X-ray, and there's teeth coming out of the bones. And I posted that on Twitter, and I was just looking through the replies. And I see someone with a profile pic with like a white coat, tagging another person, like Doctor something something, tagging Doctor something something. It's like, oh, this had us fooled. And it was just like a conversation between them. But what I gathered from it is like they shared this on a group chat with like other rheumatologists, like literally the doctors who, if this disease were real, they would be studying it. They shared it on a group chat, and they were like freaking out, and they went to search it, and they found out, oh, this is not real, and they were all laughing about it. It's like, oh no, I fooled doctors. I was too convincing.
I would be proud of that. That's cool.
It was funny. At least they realized. So.
Yeah, eventually.
Yeah.
Going on that tangent, since you make things that could, in some perspectives with people with very little context, be considered hoaxes, other than that story, is there anything where you posted something artistically and you looked back at it later and you went, oh no, this is this is not what I intended?
Yeah, so I always try to do stuff, even if I do like, especially with medical stuff, I think that's the one that's most, like, if a bad actor were to take it, they could misinterpret it in like the worst ways, because there's a lot of medical misinformation and it leads to like real world harm. So I always try to keep it like fantastical enough that, you know, people maybe while they're reading it, they freak out a little bit, but they quickly realize, oh, of course this is bullshit, right? Like this bug that eats your brain from the inside. It's impossible that it could learn to replicate the activity of your brain and then like learn to be you, essentially. And then like their bugs cannot grow that large, like physically. So if you apply a little bit of logic, you quickly realize, okay, that's bullshit. So that if somebody were to misinterpret it, you know, they wouldn't fool a lot of people. But yeah, I also try to think like, okay, if someone like a anti-vaxxer were to take some of my art and use it as like, you know, this is what the vaccine will do to you. I always try to think about that and think like, okay, if they were to take this, like, could they use it to further misinformation or something? And I try to stay away from that sort of thing. Yeah, I always try to think about that because it can be dangerous if misused.
You can see some of it in your work, but who would you say are your biggest artistic and literary inspirations?
There's, on the one hand, like stylistically, I would say there's a little bit of Lovecraft, some of Lovecraft's stories, and like taking aside like what a horrible person he was in real life, just like his storytelling method, which were really kind of pioneered a sort of like in cinema we would call the found footage genre, right? It's like these found documents, could be called. I really like that style where it's, instead of telling a story directly through like a narrator, you could say also Dracula is a good example of this. It's told through documents that happen in the real world. So it's like, it's letters and reports and stuff. So you're getting like little pieces of evidence that were passed down from when this story happened. I really like that storytelling method, and also trying to combine a lot of storytelling methods from early creepypasta, which is a weird thing to call an inspiration because it was mostly very badly written. Not to disparage the people who wrote them, like they were mostly kids, I assume. but they kind of took advantage of the internet as a place to put stories, and as like a new way of publishing things, which is really interesting. And they really used the sort of found footage genre. They mix it in with like internet stuff. I really like that. I really like that mix. A really good example of this creepypasta storytelling method, I think, is the early Slenderman stories. Like when people were coming up with Slenderman in the Something Awful forums, and it was just kind of like this collective storytelling, and people were trying to come up with, oh, here's an old document of like a German manuscript from the Middle Ages, and it shows a really similar creature to the Slenderman, and they would edit an old drawing. I really like that storytelling style. Yeah, then Junji Ito, for example, I think it's a very obvious inspiration for the Fractal series and for a lot of stuff. I love how Junji Ito takes like just interesting concepts, like fun concepts, and sometimes kind of absurd things, and turns them into really cool horror. What if there was every person had a balloon that looked like their face, whose only objective was to kill them, and suddenly like every person's balloon appears, and it's like an apocalypse scenario where everyone's being chased by their own balloon. It's like, how did you come up with that? What a strange story. I love it. And then like more modern stuff, like the current, I guess, wave or community of horror artists on the internet, I think it always inspires me. I've collaborated with a lot of them. You could say like Trevor Henderson, David Romero, who I've done the Lycanthrope series with. Luke Baker, I did the facade with. We're actually planning more stuff on that, but I won't spoil.
This is kind of a basic piece that you have probably been asked a lot before in every interview, but if you had to pick a favorite, what piece would that be and why? I would say Megalomorpha is like, it's kind of like my child in that way. It's the very first horror piece that I ever did was the first part of Megalomorpha, the one with the archaeologists finding the buried cocoon. That's like the very first horror thing I did, and Megalomorpha grew from that. It was meant to be like a one-off thing. Then I said, what if I did more? And that's how the series was born, and that's how I started doing horror. And you can see, if you just read it in like chronological order of how the chronological order of when I wrote them, you can see me like get better at storytelling and try to tell longer and more complex things, especially the last few ones I'm really proud of. It's gotten to the point where I actually have quite a few Megalomorpha things like half done, but I expect so much from myself that it's like the expectations of, oh, this has to be like, it's Megalomorpha, so it has to be my best stuff. I get stuck with it because I can't finish the images. I'm never happy with them, you know. What drew you to horror art specifically?
It was around 2020. It was during the like when we were all stuck at home. Back then I was doing like surreal art. I was doing very different stuff, still Photoshop, but I was doing a very different style. And I had been doing that for a few years. I was kind of burned down on it. More than anything, I wanted to tell a story. I wanted to not just have the image like on its own, but I wanted to say a little more and try some more storytelling stuff. So I came up with, oh, I should try and do like something horror related, and I would like to do it like old school, with like old black and white photos that I got from like a public domain archive. Yeah, there was just like an experiment at first. Like I just want to do something a little bit different and see if I like it, and you know, then the rest is history. I guess I did like it.
What drew you to art in the first place?
As silly as that might sound, one of the main drivers of me doing art was playing Spore, the video game Spore. I used to love that as a kid. There was this little like Spanish speaking community that I made a few friends through there, that some of them I still keep to this day. Since Spore didn't really have like direct messages that you could send to other users, we would just like make a bunch of creatures and stuff, and people would just talk in the comments. It was chaotic and very silly. A lot of them started DeviantArt accounts. I was like, I joined DeviantArt. Back then, so my mom used to work as like a graphic designer freelance, and she had a Mac computer with all the Adobe programs pirated. At some point, she changed her computer. She gave me her old one that had like everything in it. It had Photoshop and many other programs in it. And I just started messing around with Photoshop. And I said, oh, this is kind of like Spore in a way. Like, I don't know if you've played Spore, but...
Oh, yeah, all the time when I was a kid. I actually recently
Yeah.
got a PC because I needed to get a new computer, and I got a PC because it can play Spore.
Yes, hell yeah. I recently replayed it with, I played it on stream with like a few mods and stuff just to add more parts and remove the complexity limits. It was really fun. I kind of like, I started using Photoshop and it was kind of like Spore. Like you have parts, you can take chunks of pictures, move them around, and so I just really enjoyed that. And that was, I guess, kind of like the first time I did art more seriously.
What would you say are you looking forward to for the future of your work?
Oh, there's so many things. I just want to like always try new stuff. First off, I want to close off my current series because I don't want to have the sword above me of like, oh, your two big unfinished series are still pending. But yeah, I want to finish Fractal. I want to like at least finish the parts of Megalomorpha that I have in mind, because I think I could just do Megalomorpha forever if I wanted to. It's all individual stories, so you could just keep going. But at least I want to do the ones I had in mind currently. But apart from that, I'd like to also try new stuff. I'd like to try maybe more written stuff without image or with barely any images. Maybe try to write a book or a short novel or something. I would like to learn some video compositing, which I don't know a lot about, and it's a different skill. Maybe try out some like found footage video stuff as well. I don't know, there's so many things I want to try in so little time. If any of you guys want to see more of my work, I got a website. You can see all of it for free, high quality. I got social medias as well, and I got a Patreon where you can support my work. Every few months, you get a little card pack if you support me. And this card pack is full of little Polaroid photos.
Make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and join the Patreon. Shout out the patrons. Love y'all. Okay, bye.